Naruto often lost himself, trapped in his iron, seal-reinforced cage. He'd stare blankly, lost in memories of a brighter, more innocent life, when days were kind and life was easy. He once had a twin sister, the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen, more precious than anyone. They shared a soul, thought the same, and knew each other deeply, almost as one. They killed her before his eyes, his struggles to save her futile. It was to make him a better pawn. Naruto was his everything. They slit her throat, leaving her body in his cell so he could mourn, cradling her cold form. Then Kabuto took her, her fate unknown, but he imagined she was discarded like trash. When his father handed them to Orochimaru for experiments, only Naruto kept Naruto from giving up. They lived for each other, their mutual strength enduring even as the experiments grew crueler and their humanity faded. His father, Minato. Konoha. Fire Country. The entire world would pay for taking his sister. Orochimaru slinked through his grass country base, a sinister smile on his face as cowering prisoners shrank away, praying for salvation. He tutade, a low hiss driving them against their bars. Their hope indicated more tests were needed to break their will. He stopped at the smallest cage, holding his most prized subject, Naruto. Disowned by his father for Konoha's good, Naruto had no surname. Naruto held the Nine Tails chakra, while his dead sister held the beast's soul. Minato ensured the seals were secure, adding a fail-safe to kill Naruto if even a sliver of Kyuubi's chakra escaped. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen all verified this. The Sannin didn't care why the fourth Hokage kept the youngest Namikaze and handed over the twins, he was too pleased. His mission, break Naruto's will and mold him into a loyal, mindless Konoha servant. Danzo would have been faster, but they entrusted Orochimaru as the twins' godfather, making it his obligation to ensure their loyalty. The cage, about 2 adult shoulder lengths wide and as tall as the Sannin, was ample for the sickly child. As Orochimaru squatted to his height, smiling, Naruto remained on his knees, head bowed, dirty red hair obscuring his eyes. He breathed quietly, continuously, until Orochimaru coughed for attention, receiving none. The Sannin found it odd he hadn't seen the boy's eyes since his sister's murder, always hidden by hair or clenched lids, but he dismissed it. This had been the norm since Naruto's death a week prior. The 9-year-old was devoid of emotion, passively letting the world move around him. Brutal experiments no longer made him scream. Beatings didn't faze him. Even threats from the most intimidating interrogators left him unafraid. Orochimaru was tempted to believe he'd finally broken Naruto after 6 long years, yet doubted it. He'd chosen Naruto over his sister for one reason: Naruto possessed the beast's chakra. The soul's holder was useless, even if a magnificent human specimen. He heard a faint rustle, seeing Naruto's oversized, dirt-brown shirt crinkle slightly. The boy hadn't moved. The Sannin's smile fell when he saw the chain from Naruto's collar to the back of the cage sway, then vibrate with a clinking sound. The mad Sannin attributed it to a slight draft. "How are you today, my godson?" he hissed, frowning at the lack of reply. "What have I told you about not replying when I speak to you?" Naruto's breathing remained steady, his body still, even under Orochimaru's full killer intent. "For your insolence, Kimimaro and Kabuto will teach you manners." The man sniffed, about to rise, when Naruto whispered, "What was that? Speak up, child," I said. Naruto's voice was raspy, 3 days without water, the last being muddy brown from a beating. "Do you love me, godfather?" Orochimaru smiled. "I love you much more than anyone would credit me for, my child." "Then, why?" "Why what?" Many whys could be implied. Naruto's clothes rustled after a slow exhale. "Why did you take my sister away from me? She was the hurdle you needed to pass to reach your true potential. Without her death, you couldn't have lifted those weights or moved so fast." The boy had displayed remarkable strength the day after her death. "Any more questions?" "Yes." Naruto muttered, his voice a quiet hiss. "Do you think I'm ready to destroy the world?" The man chuckled, closing his eyes. "Oh child, you have crazy dreams. I'll be frank with you, my godson." He clasped the cell bars, grinning maniacally. "You will never be free long enough to even think that." "I see," the boy said. Suddenly, the chain spasmed erratically, the boy unmoving as his clothes rustled loudly, drawing other slaves' attention. Universal pull. Orochimaru's head slammed into the bar, his forehead cracking against the sturdy, seal-reinforced metal. Naruto muttered the Rinnegan jutsu again, eerily calm, and the Sannin's head bashed again and again, more than 7 times, each more bone-chilling, mercilessly cracking his tormentor's head until the 8th time slipped it through the bars. Though Naruto stopped speaking after the second try, his mind and eyes maintained the continuous effect. Naruto's right hand lifted, placing it on the dazed Sannin's head. "Soul Eater." He pulled his hand back, a wispy white smoke flowing from the struggling Sannin's head. As the last bits emerged, Orochimaru abruptly stopped moving. Naruto looked at his palm, holding his godfather's soul, his head still lowered. He squeezed tightly, and the soul disintegrated. Naruto rose smoothly, startling the other prisoners. His cage bars creaked aside, Orochimaru's dead body slumping backward, allowing Naruto to step over him and out. The boy stood still, his hidden eyes on his tormentor's cooling body, then looked up. Every other slave beheld the outcast's almighty eyes. The Rinnegan, black with red concentric circles emanating from the small, dot-like pupil. The eyes of a god. They drew attention, and slaves nervously shuffled closer, barred by their cages, yet hesitantly reaching out. Naruto heard alarms blaring as he focused repulsive force to shatter his red restraint collar. He was still the most prized subject, connecting his restraints to the alarm system was logical. His eyes sensed multiple chakra signatures pounding down the stairs, armed to the teeth, but he didn't care. He'd activated his Rinnegan the night he spent with his sister's dead body, unaware his eyes changed as he clutched her limp form until a deep change occurred. The Jujutsu mutated with his already altered chakra from rigorous experiments, allowing it to perfectly mix with the potent Nine Tails reserve, amplified by his Rinnegan, making it black with red circles, an amped-up version of its intended form. That's why he could use gravitational forces to bash Orochimaru's head without the usual 5-second cooldown. The boy instinctively knew his eyes shouldn't grant such abilities, attributing it to Orochimaru's chakra network alterations. Naruto's eyes scanned each caged slave, yearning to touch his feet, pleading for mercy. As he sensed ninjas nearing the containment room, he asked, "Who wants to follow me?" No one replied. Naruto was about to begin his march, his intentions for the village grim, until stopped by screams from the slaves. "I will, my lord, I will follow. Take me, master, please, help us, save us, take us with you, my lord." Naruto raised his right hand for silence, his lips twitching upward at their complete devotion, especially after witnessing him effortlessly end their oppressor. He was their hope. Naruto marched toward the containment door. Every cage he passed creaked heavily, bars bending apart. His godly eyes pulsed with each bent bar, and slaves slid out, timidly following, their numbers swelling until the underground room, easily as large as the forest of death, was filled with free people, all adoringly following their liberator, fear singing in their hearts. Naruto didn't need to turn to gauge their loyalty, pleased his world domination plans, after purging all he hated, were progressing well. He already had a growing base of followers. These people, from babies carried by mothers or surviving siblings, to hobbling old men and women, trailed after the black and red-eyed god as he led them to the door. He stopped, his eyes thrumming again as the iron door crumpled like paper, blasting outwards towards the swarm of ninjas flooding down the stairs. The redhead's heart pounded seeing Kabuto at the front of the ninjas, having dodged the doors. The others weren't so lucky, their bloody remains splattered walls and ceiling. "Get back to your cells," Kabuto yelled, brandishing 2 electric batons, clashing them, small arcs of lightning scorching the ground. "I will not repeat myself," he said, an evil smirk making his glasses glint menacingly. Naruto's followers fell silent, looking to him. He remained emotionless and unafraid. Their eyes, and the sound ninjas, widened as an unseen force ripped off Kabuto's arms, the severed limbs floating before the shocked medic, still grasping the crackling batons. "Do you all want justice?" Naruto said softly to those behind him. A collective roar answered him, and Naruto nodded curtly. "So be it." His eyes flashed, and Kabuto's legs ripped from his body, making the regenerating medic scream as his limbs twitched before his eyes. Naruto lifted the man's body with his jujutsu, casually tossing his stumped form behind him like garbage. The armless, legless loyal ninja was left to the mercy of those he tormented, for the first and last time, as they descended on him in a flurry of fists, feet, and curses. As Naruto allowed his followers their revenge, he raised his hands, motioning around, making the arms with batons and legs dance before the terrified shinobi. He recognized most, those who laughed at his mourning, those who jeered during chakra poison injections and subsequent healing, those who mocked him for being the fourth's rejected son. He recognized them. The pandemonium behind him continued as he abruptly reached forward, grabbing hold of all the shinobi tasked to contain him and the others, tearing out their hearts, soaking the stone ground and drenching the walls in their blood as he pulled his arms back, elbows bent. He resumed his procession, the satisfied people following, stepping over the motionless, dead body of the silver-haired medic. His regeneration had limits. They tried not to be fazed by the blood and gore, wanting their god's favor. Proceeding up the stairs through dead, blood-soaked bodies would have been harder, but Naruto mentally used his gravity control to gather them into a ball of bleeding flesh, hovering it before him, adding more shinobi as they surged down the stairs. The new Rinnegan holder emerged from the stairwell, holding his right hand above his head, the giant ball of body parts floating above it. Naruto closed his fist, and the bones of each part fractured and broke before the stunned, silent sound shinobi. The boy glared, whispering, "Almighty, push," and bones shot out from the ball, along with an energy field, peppering each shinobi. That day, Naruto left the village hidden in the sound with a flood of followers, many of the Snake Man's villagers submitting without complaint, and more slaves crawling from the woodwork after Naruto ordered those with him to free others. The boy and his followers left the village devoid of life, a mere smoking crater, vanishing with over 8,000 people without a trace, not to resurface for many years. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, deeply regretted not handing his twin children over to Orochimaru sooner. He endured their presence until they were 3 before giving them to the sadist. His friend regularly reported the children were making significant progress in his care, with Naruto, the nine-tailed fox's sole holder, bench pressing 300 pounds at age 6, though Naruto remained a perceived disgrace to his lineage, deemed a useless child. Orochimaru frequently asserted that he recognized Naruto's latent potential, even greater than Naruto's, and vowed to unlock it soon. Orochimaru even claimed the boy would reach high A rank by age 10. Minato didn't concern himself with his children's living conditions, he merely wanted Orochimaru to fulfill his promise of molding them into loyal Konoha assets. When he learned Naruto had been killed and left to bleed out before her brother, he still didn't care. His only priority was raising his youngest child, Minato, his sole pride and joy. This child was born the same day he relinquished the twins to the Sannin. After the Kyuubi attack, Kushina was never the same, drifting in and out of consciousness and sanity for 8 long years as Minato helplessly watched his beloved wife succumb to madness after the Kyuubi was ripped from her. This was why Minato loathed the twins with his entire being. Before the last Uzumaki princess completely lost her mind, she and Minato made love one last time, resulting in Minato Jr., a carbon copy of his father in appearance but with his mother's fiery spirit, emotion, and drive. It broke his heart to see his beloved wife confined in a straitjacket within a padded room. He tried weekly visits, but it always pained him that she didn't recognize him, though he occasionally caught a fleeting glimmer of recognition in her eyes. Some days, he couldn't muster the courage to visit her. It was ironic that a man who had bested the Raikage multiple times, created 2 death-synonymous jutsu, moved at superhuman speeds, and was known as the strongest ninja to date, was afraid of seeing his wife. He stopped visiting her a year after her admission to the psychiatric ward. Much like his wife, he never once visited the twins. He only desired video proof of their progress and a handwritten letter from Orochimaru detailing any required funds or resources, which Minato would readily provide. However, the Sannin's weekly reports abruptly ceased 7 years ago, and after a month of silence, Minato dispatched Jiraiya to investigate. Despite the Toad Sage's intense hatred for the Snake Summoner, Jiraiya returned pale and horrified, reporting that the hidden Sound Village no longer existed, replaced by a massive, smoking crater. It appeared as if a deity had crushed the village, annihilating all life in a single blow. Minato was unsure how to react but decided it was beneficial, as it confirmed his son Naruto's death. He viewed it as a waste of years and resources on the boy, but also recognized the same boy, alongside his twin, had driven his wife to insanity. Minato believed death was a blessing for Naruto, subsequently erasing Sound and even Orochimaru from his memory. He did, however, grant the Snake Sannin a proper burial and a place on the Wall of Fallen Ninjas. His former teacher, Jiraiya, insisted on investigating what happened, and the 4th Hokage permitted it, provided it didn't interfere with Konoha's operations. Then another phenomenon occurred: a massive chunk of land, miles wide and deep, was simply scraped from the earth and vanished a year after Sound's destruction. 7 years passed. That's how long it took the legendary Toad Sage to find the smallest answers regarding who or what annihilated the Sound Village. One of my most reliable informants in Kumo reported seeing about 20 men and women in gleaming armor beneath their clothes, marching towards the ocean while delivering a message to a friend in Iwa. Were they headed to Uzushio? Minato asked, raising an eyebrow. Jiraiya shook his head. I'm not sure. They were miles off course for Uzushio, and even if they were, they'd never bypass the water defenses. Every last Uzumaki is either dead or... He hesitated, continuing when the 4th Hokage narrowed his eyes, or Kushina. Did you investigate this claim? Minato interjected, steering the conversation away from his clinically insane wife to avoid his conscience's judgment. Yes, and I found footprints extending from the coastline miles underwater, then the trail vanished, forcing me to surface. How is this connected to Sound? For all I know, they're just priests taking worship to an extreme. It's because my informant saw a girl with long red hair, bright purple eyes, and red-rimmed glasses marching with them. He said she was at the rear, wearing a sheathed long sword at her hip and underarmor. The armor was on her fingers, upper arms, and her boots were metal, so I'm guessing she was armored head to toe. The man vividly described the red-haired girl wearing a red and gold short-sleeved shirt and black ninja pants. And Uzumaki, the 4th Hokage muttered in disbelief. Not just any Uzumaki. It's Karen, one of Orochimaru's test subjects, and yes, she's an Uzumaki. The name resonated, but Minato could only recall a small red-haired girl serving him tea in Orochimaru's administrative office in Hidden Sound. What do you want me to do, Minato? Dig deeper, keep your ears to the ground and your eyes open. If you hear even a whisper of these armored men, I want you to follow it to the very last word. Off the shores of Kumagakur. 3 miles west of Uzushiagakur. Hundreds of miles in the sky. A kingdom isn't built in a day, or even a year, especially one constructed in the sky on clouds, air, potent fuinjutsu seals, and motors. Naruto stifled a yawn as he walked down the red-carpeted hallway of his magnificent palace. The 16-year-old redhead, clad in a short-sleeved red and gold shirt with black pants, had black armor beneath his shirt that contrasted yet didn't impede him. He flexed his segmented armored fingers, ran them through his shaggy, clean red hair, and subtly nodded to the guard's deep bow outside his throne room. He entered and was immediately met by an ageless woman with fiery red hair and eyes, a heart-shaped face, and a kind smile, who curtsied to her master. Naruto briefly acknowledged her with his red-ringed eyes before proceeding to his glorious throne, crafted from sparkling precious metals that illuminated the vast room. The room's magnificent art and decor depicted mythical creatures, yet all eyes remained fixed on the throne. The teen took his seat, reclining with his right leg swung over the armrest and his head propped on his left palm as the woman approached his left side and leaned in to speak. She wore a long black dress resembling a ball gown, but with a white apron over her torso and dainty black sandals, if one could glimpse her feet. Her dress's wrist frills were subtly stylish, and her rigid posture clearly marked her as the combat maid who also served as the head of palace workers. Her small, black-painted lips smiled at her master, and she closed her eyes as she spoke to Naruto, who listened as 10 soldiers, dressed similarly in red, gold, and black with platinum under armor, their forward protectors bearing the kanji for sky and red armbands indicating their divisions, entered the spacious room. The doors closed behind them. All stood in a row before the throne, then knelt, eyes to the ground, heads bowed. Good news, my lord, our spies in Fire Country have reported their successful placement in minor positions of authority. Her eyes flicked to the soldiers before returning to Naruto. A few are among the Fire Daimyo's close confidants. That is good news, Naruto hummed, and the woman nodded in agreement. Would it be possible to seize the throne? Yes, my lord. Then instruct them to begin preparations. But I want Fire Country, specifically Konoha, to be the last place I conquer. I want them to foresee their defeat. She pointed to a samurai, his weapon laid before him in subservience to Naruto, and gestured towards the door. I trust you will ensure they act discreetly. Of course, my lord. He rose, saluted Naruto with his sword across his chest, and hastened out. Your forces are ready for global domination, my lord Naruto. His eyes brightened at this, but his posture remained unchanged. Is that so? Yes, sir, the heads of each combat-related division in the kingdom have reported that, by normal shinobi equivalent, the least of their forces are special Jounin rank. Then we begin our plans as soon as possible, Shinokora. He sat up, and the woman dropped to her knees, hanging on his every word as he addressed the warriors in the room. Introduce yourselves. Your name and division. His Rinnegan prevented him from forgetting information, but with the impending excitement, he wanted them to remind him of his accomplishments by stating their divisions. He gestured from right to left, and the first person spoke. Nirvana Kurgoku. Invention Division, she said with a wide, possibly crazed, grin and a crisp salute. This girl had multicolored hair and heterochromatic eyes, red on the right and blue on the left. She led all engineers, mechanics, and technicians in creating inventions that advanced the kingdom, including the motors keeping it afloat and security systems preventing unauthorized entry. I am forever at your service, my lord, she said with lowered eyes. Next was a bald, 6-foot-tall, heavily muscled man, Hamato Toshi. Intelligence and Interrogation Division. He was among the few to survive 20 years of continuous torture from the Snake Sunin, an ordeal that taught him the best methods for extracting information. He commanded a division capable of retrieving information from the most tight-lipped, loyal individuals. With very little he couldn't gather, his division shared intelligence responsibilities with the Scout Division. I am at your service, King Naruto, he said in his gruff voice. Karen Uzumaki. Medical Division. The redhead bowed deeply to her lord with a sweet smile. She had been hiding in an underground lab in Sound when over a dozen former slaves easily overpowered her and brought her to Naruto. He was about to kill her without hesitation but stopped when she swore undying loyalty after witnessing him crush Yugo, Seikan, Yukon, and Kimimaro into bloody paste. It was clear to the boy that she was enamored with his power, and he chose to keep her alive until she betrayed him. My life is yours, my king, she trilled. Mora. Hunter Ninja Division. This deeply tanned man wore an eggshell white hunter ninja mask with red slash-like markings and the kingdom's painted kanji on his forehead. He headed the division that ventured outside the kingdom, collecting bounties to increase its wealth. He worked closely with his twin sister, who led the Scout and Retrieval Division. I am eternally grateful for your mercy, my king. Nora. Scout and Retrieval Division. The hunter ninja head's twin looked identical except for her coal-black mask with white slashes. Naruto knew their faces underneath but respected their shame from Orochimaru's experiments. He granted them freedom, and in return, they gave him unwavering loyalty. I am eternally grateful for your kindness, my master. Yu Akuso. Infiltration and Espionage Division. The man had blazing white hair tied in a ponytail, kind black eyes, and a friendly smile for his imperial king as he smoothly bowed after introducing himself. This white-haired head of spies deployed agents to infiltrate and gain trust in countries and villages across the continent, all for his lord. I swear my life to you, King Naruto. Meiji Haruai Gamatomo. Fuinjutsu Division. The timid, mint-haired girl was barely 15. A seal prodigy, Naruto recognized her potential from when he liberated her from her cage. She stood out among Fuinjutsu practitioners as the youngest, 8 years old, and most vocal in her love for seals. She was especially dedicated to Naruto and his ambitions, and her division had since been mass-producing seals to fortify the kingdom. Besides her forehead protector, underarmor, and armband, she also wore a bright green backpack adorned with unicorns and rainbows. My soul is yours, sir. Satoshi Todoroki. Rescue and Support Division. He had frizzy blonde hair, as if electrocuted, and calm teal-green eyes. His bow staff was securely slung on his back as he bent his knees in greeting. His division also handled internal security, with the police under his command. At your service, Master Naruto. Indra Wateshi. Frontline Soldiers Division. This man had dull eyes and limp black hair that flopped as he bowed deeply to Naruto, who nodded as he had with the others. On his back was a large Zanbeidu, recognizable even from a distance as Kubikari Bashu, the deadly head cleaver sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Naruto had given him the blade after a scouting mission to wave with the masked twins, initially going to glimpse Konoha shinobi and gauge their strength, particularly Kakashi of the Sharingan, a high A-rank shinobi. I am humbled to be in your presence, sir. The men and women before him embodied Naruto's efforts. They had been his closest allies from the beginning, helping him administer to the thousands who depended on him, as he couldn't manage them alone. They studied the scrolls and documents he acquired from Orochimaru's village, choosing their areas of specialization. Like every person in the Flying Kingdom, they were willing to die for him. That thought made Naruto smile, a subtle upward curve of his lips, but enough to make them beam with pride and puff out their chests. The absolute control he held over them never ceased to astonish him. Since we are currently closest to Lightning Country and it's on the continent's edge, we will begin there immediately. Yes, Lord Naruto. I want our spies to begin executing key officials in the Lightning Country capital, and the Hunter Ninja Division to handle the shinobi forces stationed at outposts bordering Kumo. There will be no mercy whatsoever. Am I understood? Yes, Lord Naruto. I will personally oversee the takeover, even if it takes months. I want the world to come under my sole rule. He looked at Meiji, the head of the Fuinjutsu Division. Have you finished administering the flight seals? The girl tilted her head down, replying with a slight stutter. Yes, sir. The seals are fully operational and quite simple to use. Flight seals were a project the Fuinjutsu Division had worked on for weeks, 2 small seals on the toes and heel allowing short-duration flight. Some ninja, particularly from the Interrogation and Invention Divisions, didn't need or want them, preferring their own inventions for flight. Good. Are the emergency medical vehicles fully stocked and ready? He asked Karen, the medic, and Nirvana, the inventor, who saluted. Yes, Lord Naruto. We've decided to have teams of 4 medics and 2 engineers in each EMV, Karen said. A fleet of over 100 EMVs is ready and waiting for your command, my lord, Nirvana finished with a satisfied hum. She had designed the vehicles herself, presenting them to Naruto for approval with Karen's presence and support. Their pitch was that injured soldiers needed a secure way to be transported and healed, leading to the EMV's creation. All right. Assemble your subordinates and prepare to enter Kumo first. For this initial invasion, I want it as subtle and unexpected as possible. After that, we can make as much noise as we want. Dismissed. The soldiers marched out of the throne room, leaving Naruto with his personal maid. The teen tapped his iron-armored fingers on his comfortable throne, deep in thought. I've decided to join the infiltration. The red-haired maid's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Are you sure, my lord? I'm certain your forces are perfectly capable of handling the other shinobi with ease. Naruto nodded. I know that. I've seen their training regimen and compared it to the 5 great hidden villages. It's considerably harder. If anything, I delayed global domination to ensure everything would go smoothly. I simply want to be there physically to personally witness my forces' capabilities, not just reports or videos. When it comes down to it, leave the cages or high S-rank individuals to me. They might pose a small challenge, but crushing their bodies to dust will still be a nice exercise. The woman chuckled in amusement. As you wish, my lord. I also need to lead by example. I cannot, for the life of me, sit down and order people to fight if I cannot fight myself. My lord, you do not need to prove yourself. The people serve you because your sheer presence rejuvenates their zeal. Naruto waved dismissively. I'm sure. He rose, and both proceeded to the main doors leading outside the Grand Palace. Shinekora followed, her walk so smooth she seemed to float. As the guards opened the great doors, they revealed the glorious garden before the palace, with lush grass, well-trimmed hedges, and neatly arranged trees. Naruto walked along the paved path to the gate, running his fingers over the backs of his hands as the underarmor rippled and stopped, intricate seals glowing blue over it. His right hand reached out silently, and Shinakora produced a black helmet from her sleeve, a miraculous display for the uninitiated, and gave it to Naruto, who placed it on his head. The helmet shimmered as Naruto donned it, recognizing his chakra network and linking with the armor beneath his clothes. All high-ranked soldiers wore their armor beneath their clothes, allowing instant readiness when summoned by their king. The armor, a joint masterpiece from the Invention and Fuinjutsu divisions, was comfortable and equipped with a seal for invisibility, though Naruto preferred his obsidian black armor visible, symbolizing his position as lord and king. The kingdom hidden in the skies, or the Great Tsukai Kingdom, was a highly advanced civilization. Naruto was reminded of this as he stood at the palace gate on a high rise, affording a panoramic view of the entire kingdom. His godly eyes took in the advancements and progress his kingdom had made over the past 7 years since many had left sound with him. The buildings were mostly high-rise, roads were paved, and people moved without fear. Miles from the palace were numerous farming and herding squares, as well as training grounds for his soldiers. By normal standards, the kingdom appeared futuristic and more sophisticated than the crude lives of the nations below. Naruto's feet gently lifted off the ground, and he hovered away, his Rinnegan eyes quivering slightly, with Shinakora following effortlessly. He always had the option of taking a vehicle to the kingdom's gate, but he enjoyed surveying his accomplishments, which was why he preferred flying over Tsukai. People looked up, pointing at them, two figures in the sky, but it was clear they recognized him and Shinakora. They cheered and hooted, and he reclined in the air, drifting, hands behind his head, left leg crossed over his right, completely relaxed. Shinakora watched her master, the king of Tsukai Kingdom, expertly absorb his people's praises, without gloating or preening. The air was calm, and the scent of the sea put her at ease. "Do you wish for me to fight as well, my king?" "Yes. You still want retribution against Konoha, right?" She bowed her head to hide her wild grin, revealing long, animalistic canines. Her heart pounded with anticipation, and Naruto didn't need to see her to know she desperately wanted to crush Konoha. "If you will allow me, conceal them." The Raikage A began his day like any other, facing the monotony of paperwork and deals with dubious villages. At 8 a.m., his slender, silver-haired secretary entered, silently dropping a stack of documents on his desk before leaving. She'd been upset about his ongoing talks with Iwagakure, a village she intensely disliked, though the reasons remained unshared and dismissed by A. Soon after, a jonin reported on the state of Kumo's ninjas on external missions. I anticipated the usual all clear, but was surprised to learn the radios were offline. This cut off all communication, a critical issue. I immediately ordered the problem fixed, then returned to his papers. This was a significant, negative change. A village's communication system is its lifeblood, the cage's office, its brain. If the heart cannot beat, it cannot signal distress, leaving them isolated. Even the village's outposts couldn't communicate with headquarters or each other. Meanwhile, at Kumagakure's Information and Communication Center, a computer engineer scratched his head, staring at the severely damaged system. 3 to 4 sword slashes had destroyed the main servers, affecting all connected chains. He shook his head grimly as the head of communications, hovering nearby, raised an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" the head asked. "Are you blind?" "This thing is completely ruined," the engineer retorted. The head scoffed. "Of course I can see that. Can you fix it?" "That's what you're paying me for," came the sharp reply. The engineer shined his flashlight on the central server box and the smaller ones surrounding it, where operators would normally sit. "But it'll take at least 6 hours to replace everything and reconnect those other boxes." "Well, get to it." Yes, don't rush me," the man mumbled, putting the flashlight in his mouth. He rummaged in his toolbox, pulled out a screwdriver, and began unbolting the server. He frowned, glancing over his shoulder. "Hey, what's wrong with the electricity?" The entire building was dark, a contrast to when he arrived. "Are you just noticing now?" "I wasn't exactly idle," the engineer shot back, exaggerating his movements while unscrewing a bolt. The head let the remark slide. "It's been acting up since sunrise. We think some idiot used a lightning jutsu in the electrical room." He watched as the engineer, with a strong yank, removed the bulk of the servers, setting them aside, and began disconnecting the colored wires. "Speaking of lightning jutsu, shouldn't you report that the main servers were attacked?" A low thump behind him made him pause. "Hey, did you hear what I said?" "Silence," he huffed, spinning around, releasing the wires. "I said, are you going to ha?" Before him lay the head of the communication center, split from head to pelvis, bleeding profusely. Standing over the body was a black-haired man in silver armor, worn under a red and gold shirt and trousers, covering even his fingers and neck. Not a speck of blood stained his attire. The civilian engineer stammered as the katana-wielding murderer smirked, then stumped out the door. A small group, similarly dressed but in blue and black with silver shoulder plates, forearm protectors, and shin guards, waited outside. They spared the engineer a final glance before leaving. The young engineer sighed in relief, hand over his heart, panting from his near-death experience. He shot to his feet to report to the wreckage. The brutal corpse unnerved him, but as he straightened, his head rolled off his shoulders. He hadn't even felt his neck being sliced. His headless body collapsed, joining about 15 other headless corpses strewn across the room, people who had been trying to fix the servers. The black-haired killer flicked blood from his weapon, then smoothly sheathed it at his hip. His 5 subordinate shinobi looked at him expectantly. Captain Eagle Eye wants us to circle the village and guard Kumo's Umbu headquarters while he and his team clear it out. We're to pick them off as they run out. The man spoke, and they nodded curtly, vanishing into the shadows, unseen by civilians unaware of their village's quiet unraveling. They arrived in time to see about 50 camouflage ninjas wearing red shirts, bronze shoulder pads, forearm and shin guards, bronze boots and gloves, indicating their low rank in the Sukai Kingdom's army. Unlike the silver, gold, platinum, and obsidian ranks, kick open the door and surge inside, propelled by bursts of wind from their feet. Their weapons dropped as they landed. The building branched into 8 directions, and the Sukai soldiers split, blurring into the dimly lit living quarters of Kumo's Black Ops, the commander's office, and the training grounds. Why were there no alarms or fire? The answer came as a middle-aged man with bleached blonde hair removed a plastic box with red and blue wires from the circuit breaker in the building's electrical room. He had short-circuited the electrical systems and fried the security seals, an addition from Meiji, the Fuinjutsu head. Slipping out, he drew his bow and arrow from a seal on his wrist, revealing his golden underarmor. He waited for the bronze-armored soldiers to pass before following. He was one of many spies who had infiltrated the village over 2 years, handpicked by his division head, Yuakuso, along with 10 others, for their high lightning chakra concentration. This allowed them Kumagakur citizenship, posing as refugees from Kiraigakur. How did they find the Umbu quarters, the most hidden location in Lightning Country? Only Black Ops personnel could know. That's where the middle-aged man came in. Entering the mess hall, he drew his weapon and fired 5 arrows, piercing the heads and hearts of his comrades in the Umbu, relishing their betrayal as they fought the bronze Sukai soldiers. He walked through the chaos, confident all escape routes were blocked by Sukai soldiers, his true comrades, idly slashing any shinobi who leaped at him with the sharp edges of his bow. He reached the door at the far end of the mess hall, pulled an arrow from over his shoulder, and jammed it into the keyhole. The seals on the weapon fried those on the door, which slowly eased open. He crossed his bow across his chest as a lightning strike shot from the door, and the Umbu commander bolted out. The silver-ranked soldier gritted his teeth as the jutsu pushed him back. A few stray arcs hit some bronze-ranked soldiers, breaking their concentration, allowing Kumo Umbu to land critical hits. His metal boots found traction, and he spun around the attack, dodging it as it flashed past his nose, drew an arrow, and shot it straight forward. The arrow whistled, deflected by another summoned bolt of lightning, but the man's distraction proved costly. A bronze soldier slid behind him, thrusting his tanto through his chest, into his heart. His armored hand shot up, snapping the dark-skinned man's head to the left in one smooth motion, ensuring death. The bronze soldier let the man crumple, then fall dead onto his face. A cheerful, blue-haired bronze girl waved happily to her superior as she withdrew her blade. The silver soldier gave her a thumbs up, then shot down the last few surviving Umbu, capitalizing on the bronze rank's distraction. He signaled them to move out and meet the others at the end of the hidden building, pulling a headset from the same wrist seal that held his weapons. He put it on, held down the right ear, and spoke, watching his subordinates rush to other rooms to subdue or kill Umbu, mostly subdue. "This is Captain Eagle Eye, patch me over to Division Head Yuakuso." "Patching you over, please wait," the receiver replied. 2 seconds later, a small buzz and the lilting voice of his division head, You sat in the Rakeage secretary's chair, feet on her desk, reading a magazine. "I'm listening, Eagle Eye," he hummed, licking his finger to turn the page. The quivering woman kneeling before her former desk silently blubbered please, feeling a sharp blade at her neck. You ignored her, partly listening to his deputy head. Requesting to lend help to Hunter Ninja Division outside Kumo, Eagle Eye began, stepping over dead Kumo Umbu. "May I ask why?" You said, raising a hand, causing the silver-ranked soldier about to behead the secretary to pause. The platinum-ranked soldier cocked his head at the dark-skinned civilian woman, putting a finger to his lips, telling her to be quiet. She clenched her eyes shut, clasped her hands, silently pleading for mercy. "We are just about done in the Umbu headquarters. You have my permission, but ensure you don't interfere with the hunters, you know how much they hate that." "Noted." Eagle Eye, out. The older man walked out the back door of the quarters. Before him, about 4 dozen Umbu operatives knelt, at the mercy of Sukai soldiers. His orders were to subdue, not execute. Their numbers seemed sufficient, so the silver rank ordered half of them, around 50, to move to the outposts bordering Kumo, and the others to await a squad from the scouting and retrieval division to contain the submissive shinobi. They would then meet the others pursuing fleeing Kumo ninjas. The king had a list of villages where he intended to drastically reduce shinobi forces to quell any thoughts of revolt. Kumo was on that list. Meanwhile, Yu sharply rose to his feet and then fell to his knees as Naruto ascended the stairs, Shinakora rigid and serene behind him. The Rinnegan king looked at Yu, then at the cowering civilian, forced to her hands and knees by the silver rank holding a blade to her neck at Naruto's appearance. 20 golden rank soldiers lined the walls in the secretary's office, behind the cage's door, also fell to one knee, right hands over their hearts a sign of subservience. Naruto's lips quirked up. He waved for the silver rank to move aside, staring down at the petrified woman whose heart beat erratically. "What is your name?" Naruto asked in a low voice. The silver-haired woman gulped. "Mamabi, sir." She correctly surmised that since the platinum under-armored man, who commanded the golden-armored individuals, readily knelt upon Naruto's arrival, he was the invaders' supreme leader. As the Raikage's personal secretary, she had often faced mortal danger, seeing things others wouldn't. But this was different. She heard no screams or struggles from the village. The armored soldiers simply marched in and made her kneel. She recognized the look in their eyes. They would kill a defenseless civilian woman without hesitation if it pleased their master. "Mabi, I have a question," Naruto asked slowly, squatting down to her. His red-ringed eyes glowed with amusement when she tried to shuffle away but was stopped by Shinakora gripping the back of her neck. Mabi swallowed thickly, whispering, "Yes, sir." "Are you scared?" Naruto asked, adding with a flash of his terrifying Rinnegan eyes, "And don't lie to me." Why yes, sir. I'm scared." Naruto stood in motion for his personal maid to release Mabi. "Good. You should be very scared of my men." He smiled coolly, his Rinnegan eyes closed. "And of me. I have many things planned for you, Mabi, but for now we part. Run along." He nodded towards the door. Mabi hurtled out, only to stop when she saw all the Raikage's office staff on their knees, shoulders lowered. Silver ranks patrolled, weapons drawn. One caught sight of her and ordered her to kneel. "My lord Naruto, you, head of the Infiltration and Espionage Division," said to gain his master's attention. Naruto hummed, looking at him. "Should we kill them all?" "No, we want the world to submit to Tsukai and to me. Killing them all and leaving the world empty would negate that plan." Naruto desired the entire world, all nations, every sentient creature, under his grasp. He didn't want direct control, just submission to his imperial rule. He had already planned his post-conquest activities, a global fighting tournament between nations, with the winner temporarily earning his favor. When bored, he had another plan. "Understood, sir." Shinakora moved aside as Naruto walked to the Raikage's door, the cage still unaware his village had been conquered. Naruto raised his left hand, pulled it back, ripping the door cleanly off its hinges and throwing it to the ground, safely away from his soldiers. Arose in alarm, glaring at the perpetrator, a 6-foot-tall teen with crimson red hair and black eyes with red concentric circles. The boy wore a deep red shirt with the kanji for Sky King, and obsidian black armor beneath his clothes, covering his fingers and metal boots. A's eyes lifted over the teen's shoulder to see dozens of similarly dressed men and women, gold-armored, standing at attention behind him, with a royal maid directly behind Naruto and a man with platinum underarmor who gave him a hidden smile. This observation took 2 seconds. "Who the hell are you?" the man roared, lightning crackling around his body. He clenched his gauntlets, his white hair frizzing. "My name is King Naruto, and I am the ruler of the Tsukai Kingdom." "The Tsukai Kingdom? Why haven't I heard of that place before?" the Raikage thought, refusing to let his focus waver from the clearly dangerous teen, who stood with crossed arms and relaxed shoulders. "How dare you attack me? In my own home? I would have thought you'd notice, but my people have completely subdued this village with little to no problem." "I expected a bigger struggle, to be honest," Naruto said with a slightly disappointed sigh. Growled furiously, lightning arcing from his body in burning waves, scorching his desk and walls. The boy seemed unfazed, even bored. "You will pay with your life." The cage shot a bolt of lightning at Naruto, so hot it glowed deep purple. A transparent barrier covered Naruto from the fatal attack, his Rinnegan pulsing with enjoyment as he began draining the cage's chakra with the Rinnegan ability. It was too late for the man to cut the attack when he noticed the repercussions. Naruto continued siphoning the lightning cage's chakra, watching with glee as it fell to his knees when his chakra became too low. Naruto stopped, cocking his head, intrigued to see the tired cage pant heavily, dragging himself back to his feet, holding his fist up in a fighting stance. "Interesting. You clearly don't know when you are outmatched," Naruto commented. "Outmatched? What's that mean?" Said, shaking sleep from his eyes. He was severely low on chakra. Naruto snorted, a small laugh that made the warriors behind him chuckle quietly. "You are resilient, I admire that, but you see, if your people see that, it will give them hope. I can't have that." A great force closed around the cage's neck, lifting him off his feet. Naruto's red-ringed eyes followed the floating man, smashing his body out of the window. Naruto flew after him, levitating high over the subdued village. His right hand shot to A, catching him after commanding gravity to bring him over. The Sukai warriors holding down civilians and everyone else in the village looked up and hailed when they saw Naruto holding the cage by his neck, making the silver-haired man grit his teeth at the strength of the hold, unable to pry it off. The king of Sukai Kingdom raised his other hand for silence. This is your leader. This is the one who was meant to protect you, and he has failed. Naruto shouted for all to hear, his voice echoing far and wide in the deathly silence that fell upon the village. Kumo's citizens were shocked into silence at their Raikage's desperate situation. Bow down to me, and I will not destroy this village. The people were already on their knees, but after seeing that even their Raikage, the strongest man in the village, was at the mercy of the godlike boy, they fell forward onto their hands in a bowed position. Naruto smiled slightly and addressed the man in his hands. See? There is nothing you or anyone can do to stand against me. I didn't even have to do anything, but my soldiers still succeeded. My brother, and Yujito, will avenge me, grated, wheezing for air. I'm sure they will. That's why I'm having my hunters find and force them to their knees. Those, Jinchuriki, would serve well in my kingdom, Naruto said with a wide smile. You will never win, were his last words before Naruto clenched his fists tightly, snapping A's neck and killing him. Naruto's smile lessened as he whispered to A, I already have. He then allowed the dead body to drop from the sky, to the uproarious cheers and hooting of his men. Oh. The forests north of Kumagakur. 3 miles from the nearest outpost. Lightning Country. Who the hell are these guys? Yujito yelled, hopping from tree to tree, fleeing a surging black mass of people pursuing her. Leading them was a heavily tanned man in a white hunter ninja mask, accompanied by a woman with multicolored hair, jumping with curious heavy boots that had spinning fans on their soles. The woman maneuvered the boots expertly, while the obvious hunter merely jumped conventionally. The colorful-haired girl cackled, spinning deftly in the air, leaving a small trail of white smoke that quickly dissipated. Behind them were at least 6 other hunters and 2 more individuals using the flying boot contraptions. B, speeding on the ground with his own group of hunters, yelled back, no idea. He stopped speaking, hissing as a spear connected to a gleaming silver chain schemed past his side, barely scraping his skin but drawing no blood. Let's kill them! Yujito shrieked, spinning in the air before her friend could reply. Blue, fiery afterimages shot from her nails toward the stalkers. Mora, head of the Hunter Ninja Division, and Nirvana, head of the Invention Division, signaled their subordinates masked men and women in silver armor who scattered just before Yujito's deadly claws reached them. She landed on a tree branch, her senses confirming she was surrounded. 3 ninjas using contraptions formed a triangle, with hunters filling the gaps. The apparent headhunter stepped forward, drawing a deadly red kunai from his armored wrist to block Yujito's elongated claw strikes. Suddenly, blue chakra enveloped her body. Mora hastily ducked as his weapons melted against it. He tapped his ear, communicating with Nirvana. She's using it. Hi, containment field will be operational in 15 seconds. Keep her in the triangle. What do you think I've been doing? Mora hissed back at the inventor, swinging from one branch to another as dangerous claws burned the previous branch to ash. Stay still, bug, the two-tailed cat's Jinchuriki roared, relentlessly pursuing the man, who skillfully dodged her lethal attacks. As his feet touched a tree branch within the triangle, he quickly tapped it with his right pointer and middle finger, creating a swift seal, then leaped away before a crazed Yujito could sink her teeth into his neck. The seal enveloped her in a plume of smoke, trapping her momentarily. However, she channeled more chakra, and the seals burned off in less than 3 seconds. The containment field is ready. Get the hell out of there, the questionably sane head inventor muttered into her headpiece. Roger, Mora responded, then signaled a subordinate. The subordinate smashed his left heel onto the branch above, breaking it cleanly and throwing the chunk to his right. Mora instantly switched places with it in a flash of smoke, leaving the severed branch behind. The beast chakra-shrouded woman snarled, lunging towards him at top speed. Do it now. I hear ya, no need to yell, sheesh. Nirvana, the platinum rank inventor, grumbled, clapping her hands together in sync with her Invention Division subordinates. The forest erupted in a glorious flash of light, momentarily stunning Yujito. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a glass cube, approximately 15 feet wide, in the center. Her face slammed into the glass in front of Mora as her headlong run couldn't be stopped in time. He didn't even flinch, staring back at her, making her notice his bright blue eyes. Yujito's fist blazed against the thick glass, but it didn't even crack, even as she poured more chakra into her attack and her body ignited. She fully activated her tailed beast cloak, transforming into the two-tailed demon cat, but this change was short-lived. Mora placed his palm on the containment field surface, unable to feel the heat through his platinum-armored fingers, and a large seal opened beneath his palm. He turned his hand as if turning a gas stove knob, and several flashes of light exploded inside the containment field, shocking the two-tailed cat and making her stumble. He twisted the seal further, watching as the beast chakra fell off the cat in clumps. A powerful vibration resonated within the cube, shaking her bones, and a sharp pinging sound rang painfully in the cube, audible only to the keen-eared cat. The deadly chakra was then rapidly absorbed into the cube until Yujito was left unconscious, lying on her side in the very center. Works like a charm. Well done, Nirvana, Mora said into his headpiece, and the inventor chuckled bashfully. Let's push this containment field down to size and call a retrieval squad to take her back to Sukai. Hi, Nirvana answered, beginning to push on the glass surface from her side with the other hunters and inventors as the cube began shrinking. The shoulder-length, multicolored haired woman spared a hand to press against her receiver. How's it going down there, Gore? Gore, the deputy head of the Hunter Ninja Division, was a short, red-masked man who wielded a mighty war hammer. Wild and vicious by nature, he'd developed his ferocity from years of brutal beatings by dozens of sound shinobi. Naruto had named him Gore after witnessing a mission to Kiri for information, similar to the one in Wave. Gore tore through any living creature, besides his comrades, with the ferocity of a feral lion. Most weren't aware that under Gore's mask was a large, needle-toothed mouth, no nose, and no eyes. He was among the many, including Naruto and Hamato Toshi, the head of intelligence and interrogation, who had been mercilessly tortured and experimented on. Gore licked his lips. He's down for the count. He tapped the glass box holding the knocked-out Eight-Tails host, wishing he could enter and rip the man's arms off. He only restrained himself because his lord, Naruto, would frown upon such an action, which for Gore was akin to death. He had fought valiantly, utilizing every skill in his arsenal, but it could only last so long against the hunter's evasive tactics and Gore's brutal directness, forcing him to either dodge hammer strikes or risk a crushed head. Unlike Yujito, he hadn't truly used the eight-tailed beast's chakra until it was too late, and he was trapped inside a containment field with a persistent vibration shaking his chakra core and a painful ringing in his ear. The hunters and inventors outside the field pushed hard on the glass surface, reducing the cube's size until it was about 6 feet wide. The golden-armored maniac, Gore, looked at his subordinates, hefting his weapon onto his shoulders. "Has anyone called a retrieval team?" he asked. A blue-eyed, black-masked woman sitting on the cube containing Kiribi answered. The cube containing Yujito was on the ground beside the male Jinchurikis. "I came as soon as I got the call from Mora." She crossed her legs and pointed upwards at the large, hovering retrieval vehicle above them, over the dense forest, as there wasn't enough space for it to get closer. It resembled a land vehicle but had no wheels, with a small driver's area and a large rear for retrieving individuals and a few scouts to assist. It never ceased to amaze Gore how silently such a large vehicle, the retrieval truck, could operate. Nora, the platinum-rank head of the Scout and Retrieval Division, patted the glass beside her, and her brother seemingly appeared from nowhere and sat beside her. He slung his arm around her shoulder, and she wrapped her own around his side, cuddling close. While the sight might have seemed strange and intimate to others, the hunters and scouts were accustomed to it, and occasionally other divisions too. There was even a rumor that the masked twins slept together, but it was never their place to ask. As long as Mora and Nora remained efficient servants to Naruto, there was no problem. 10 minutes later, the large, flying vehicle departed for Sukai Kingdom. The hunters returned to rounding up Kumo shinobi and outposts bordering Kumogakure, much to the twins' displeasure as they had to split up. The inventors chose to return to Kumo to meet up with the others, with Nirvana wanting to meet her lord. Their next target was to take over the entire Lightning Country before proceeding to either Spring Country or Hidden Mist. Naruto was leaning more towards Spring, wanting to save the challenge of Mist for later. "This is Nirvana Kuragoku, patch me over to Shinekora, mate of King Naruto," the different colored-haired girl said as she and her inventors hopped from tree to tree, propelled by random gusts of wind from their leg-mounted propellers. "Patching you over, please wait," was the reply. A second later, a low buzz sounded in her ear. "Yes, Nirvana," came the sweet voice of the Kyuubi's soul, gazing in awe at her master as he floated back into the office. "We have captured the Two Tails and Eight Tails holders and have sent them back to Sukai Kingdom." There was a low shuffling sound on the other end as Shinekora handed her earpiece to Naruto, who motioned for her to do so. The Rinnegan user placed it in his ears and spoke to the inventor. Naruto speaking. My lord," she almost stumbled, and her eavesdropping subordinates also nearly fell from the air in surprise. "Excellent job taking care of the Two and Eight Tails Jinchuriki. I want you to return here as soon as possible," he said, and the girl squealed in happiness. "Right away, sir." He then ended the link. All the way back in Kumo, Naruto, king of Sukai Kingdom, pressed the earpiece. "Patch me over to Indrawatashi, head of Frontline Soldiers Division, and Satoshi Todoroki, head of Rescue and Support Division." "YYSSI sir," the lady on the other end stammered, connecting Naruto to the two heads. "Indra here, Lord Naruto." "Satoshi here, my Lord Naruto," came the two replies as the transponder hurriedly informed them who was on the line. "You two are in charge of mobilizing your soldiers to take over Lightning Country. My spies at the capital are ready and will act accordingly when the capital is invaded. Do not waste all of your soldiers, I've seen that would be excessive. And do not make other countries aware of what is happening. You know best how to deal with them. When you're done with Lightning Country, station your forces around Water Country, keep them hidden, and wait until I arrive." "Yes, sir," they said in unison, and Naruto cut the call. The teenage king sat in the dead cage's chair, feet on the table, leaning back casually. He was deep in thought, deciding whether to wait for Lightning Country to fall under his rule or to proceed with invading Spring Country. Perhaps their famed chakra armor could pose more of a challenge for his soldiers. A full frontal attack, that sounded about right. Let his soldiers have their fun, he thought, a sinister smirk playing on his lips as he looked at the kneeling high-rank soldiers before him. Spring Country was beautiful this time of season, the air was calm and serene, blowing through the lush grass and flourishing trees. Naruto had heard that a group of Konoha ninjas had liberated the country from the tyrannical rule of Doton, uncle to the current leader, Koyuki Kazahana. Before, it was a wasteland of snow and ice, cold and barren of any warmth or sense of belonging for both occupants and visiting Konoha ninjas. Frankly, Spring Country reminded him of his floating home, Sukai Kingdom, but on a much smaller scale and a bit less developed. Even with abundant precious resources constantly growing in Sukai's earth, which he and his people capitalized on by building all sorts of structures and mechanical breakthroughs, there were still acres of untouched land populated solely by nature. Animals lived in peace, as the Wildlife Conservation Department of his civilian division ensured no harm came to the slice of nature under their protection. These thoughts made Naruto hesitant to harm the country's beauty. Pain teaches us who we are. Those words echoed in the king of Sukai's mind. That was the first lesson Orochimaru taught him, without actually saying it, when the redhead was just 3 years old. You can't really live until you die a little. The tall Rinnegan user stepped out of the royal vehicle as it stopped in the middle of a gravel road leading to the capital. He waited patiently for the ninja he had asked to accompany him to disembark before beginning his walk, his iron boots stomping with each step, crushing any stone underfoot. He didn't wear his royal helmet, which signified his position, even though he didn't truly need it for his troops to recognize him, because he was sure he wouldn't need it. Nirvana Kuragoku was a usually outgoing 19-year-old girl, always smiling, laughing, and even muttering to herself in the presence of others, creating the image of a mad inventor. This image was coupled with her multicolored hair and chirpy way of speaking. She liked that image. It made her feel like she had an identity among the soldiers of the Sukai army. It made her stand out because, during her time in Sound, a slave to Kabuto's pleasures, she had just been a blurry blob among other blurry blobs. Now that she had gained the attention of her lord, the godlike person she wholeheartedly called her master, she stood out among the masses. This happy-go-lucky girl did not skip joyfully behind her master but rather shuffled her iron-booted feet, looking timidly down with her hands behind her back. A legion of over 1,000 soldiers marched behind them, not even trying to hide their presence. Sir, the head inventor spoke. Naruto briefly looked over his shoulder, raising an eyebrow to acknowledge her, before returning his gaze to the capital he was about to invade. Pardon me, but, if I may be so curious as to ask, why you wanted me to accompany you here? Her head shot up after hearing her own words, as if she'd uttered the most vile and evil words in all creation. Not that it is not an honor to follow you, my lord Naruto, I am merely inquisitive because it is usually Shinekora that escorts you. She clenched her eyes shut in fear but opened them when she heard a small snort, a sigh that meant Naruto was not offended. He motioned for her to walk beside him and pointed at the great capital with his black armored fingers, placing his other hand on her right shoulder. Tell me, Nirvana, what makes Spring Country stand out on this continent of legends? The girl's mind was hazy as Naruto kept his hand on her shoulder, but she barely stuttered out her reply. There, chakra armor, my lord. Correct. You are the best person I know that can fully analyze their armor and find a chink in it. You see, you are just as important here as you are holed up in your lab all day. He patted her shoulder then dropped his hand, not wanting the adoring girl to pass out on him. I had Shinekora stay back to supervise the takeover of the Lightning Country capital. The other two heads can oversee how to best command the country by themselves. She will meet me after I subdue Spring. It was well known that when a country's capital fell, the whole country followed suit. Admittedly, there would be some resistance from other parts of the country, but not as great as the capital. I am humbled by your thoughts of me, my lord. Think nothing of it. They could already hear the capital's alarms blaring as they saw a sea of humanity, led by a single figure, marching towards them. Naruto's expectations of shinobi had decreased after his invasion of Kumo, so he didn't think much of it before he lifted his right hand to the sky, ordering his soldiers to stop, and waited patiently for an incoming envoy of Spring shinobi, numbering in the hundreds. You will speak for me, he said, and she placed her right hand over her heart as she bowed. He couldn't wait for all of Lightning Country and its resources to come under his power. He trusted his two division heads to act in his stead. If the country posed a problem, all he had to do was say the word, and dozens of trucks from the Inventors Division would rain down bombs on the country, and the Fuinjutsu Division would ensure people stayed within the country's boundaries. His soldiers didn't just die for him, they lived for him, they breathed for him. Naruto was not in the mood for having his people fight for dominance for extended periods of time. If the place posed too much hassle, he would simply wipe it off the face of the earth. His plans for world destruction were still there, maybe after he had gotten his fill of entertainment, but for now, he was going for world domination. After the events of Sound, Naruto would admit he had lost his soul, primarily because his sister had died in his presence, but also due to the terrible, chakra network altering and body augmenting experiments conducted on him. He was what they made him to be, a partly emotionless human who sought enjoyment in the destruction of lives, livelihoods, and property. And he led an army of people who would do anything for him. War was not something he ran away from, he caused the wars, he fought in the wars, and he would stand over the dead bodies of those who dared defy him. And not that he would have to lift a finger, his soldiers would do the fighting themselves, and when Naruto felt like it, he would step down from his throne to show the world how powerful he was. Like now, he didn't need to fight, but he wanted to, not because he needed to have blood on his hands, but to see if years of developing his kingdom had dulled his abilities. He still remembered asking his dead godfather if he was ready to destroy the world, and his answer was yes. He was ready to destroy the world. But not yet, there was still an abundance of entertainment he could squeeze out of them, and by them, he meant those who lived on the continent, not his soldiers or his people. Before he could drop a bomb on the planet and move into space with his kingdom, perhaps to look for other planets to conquer and destroy. The possibilities were endless. He was what they made him to be. That was the simple fact. Naruto placed his hands behind his lower back, elbows slightly bent, and looked stoically at the armored shinobi. He spared a quick glance at the inventor standing protectively by his side, and she nodded with a small smile. Naruto refrained from scoffing, she already had a way of bypassing the armor. He knew he hadn't made a mistake by bringing her instead of Shinekora, or any other division head, all of whom were platinum rank. He nodded for Nirvana to walk forward and meet the incoming ninjas. That is close enough, she shouted, holding up her palm for them to stop about 25 feet away. The shinobi stumbled in confusion, and a few even chuckled in amusement at the authoritative yell from the unserious-looking teen. Her hair was wildly multicolored, after all. Behind her, Naruto silently crossed his arms over his chest, allowing his speaker to speak for him. The spring ninjas decided to humor her. State your name and your purpose. My name is Nirvana Kuragoku, Platinum Rank Ninja, and head of the Invention Division, and I am the honored speaker for the great king of the Tsukai Kingdom, the almighty sovereign of the sky, the immortal master of the six paths, Lord Naruto, she shouted, making a flourish motion towards Naruto. The warriors behind Naruto hollered with raised fists, chanting Naruto's name 4 times before Nirvana ordered silence with a sharply raised hand. We are here to wrest control of your country in the name of our Lord. The leader of the hundreds of spring soldiers sputtered out a laugh, making a vein throb on the devout follower of the Rinnegan holder's forehead. What an idiot. I think it's best for you and your Lord Naruto to turn around and crawl back into your hole. He crossed his arms and smirked cockily, his expression unwavering even when he got no facial reaction from the king of Tsukai Kingdom, but Nirvana was different. The multicolored-haired girl ground her teeth, her armored fist shaking terribly with rage as she roared, "You will pay for your insolence." Yeah, sure dash. Standard formation, the head inventor yelled over her shoulder to the soldiers of Tsukai Kingdom. They stamped their feet on the ground at once, making the earth tremble under their metal boots, and marched rigidly among themselves so that there were 10 rows of soldiers standing behind Naruto. Bronze ranks stood at the front, followed by silver ranks, then gold ranks. The first 3 rows contained the hundreds of inventors and medics, with the medic station behind the inventors and frontliners, and the other 2 rows had the hundreds of frontline warriors their division head, Indrawatishi, had graciously given Naruto. 30 minutes later. Palace of the Daimyo, Spring Country capital, Spring Country. Standing at the front door, observing his head inventor beside him, Naruto was reminded that roughly 95% of the Tsukai Kingdom's populace, himself included, were mutants. Nirvana's combat uniform remained spotless, but the solace of her boots were bloodied. Shiny red, green, and blue scales adorned her cheeks and neck, and her distinctively colored eyes had become reptilian. Her mouth, filled with needle-like teeth, would revert to normal once she calmed down, and a short lizard tail extended from her tailbone. She closed her eyes, cooling her reptilian heart, before kneeling and placing her right hand over her heart, bowing before her master. Her reptilian features smoothed, and she returned to her usual appearance. "Did you have fun?" Naruto inquired of the 19-year-old mutant, turning to face the throng of soldiers. In the distance, medics attended to the injured. Remarkably, no one had perished in the skirmish. Approximately 600 Tsukai soldiers remained, while another 400 uninjured patrolled the capital, engaging any unyielding spring soldiers and informing citizens of the new regime. The plan involved deploying additional soldiers to other spring locations for better control, then withdrawing, but not without a stark warning: any revolt against Naruto would result in the country becoming a bleeding, smoking deep depression in the ground, mirroring the fate of all nations conquered by Tsukai. King Naruto saw no need for a large military presence in conquered territories. A minimal force sufficed to consistently reinforce their new overlord. Presently, Naruto had an impending meeting with Daimyo Koyuki Kazahana. He could already sense the preparations behind the door, barricades and heavily armed individuals. Amused, the Rinnegan king granted them ample time to ready themselves, which was why he lingered at the door, conversing with his fiercely loyal lizard mutant division head. "Yes, my lord, I had a lot of fun," she affirmed, retracting her tail and teeth, then frantically smoothing her hair. I apologize for my unsightly appearance, my lord. Naruto dismissed her concerns. It shows you fought with all your might. I fight for you, my king. If I don't fight with all I have, I'm unworthy to serve you, she declared. That's good. You, all of you, he addressed the rigid soldiers, are what good soldiers should be. You've made me proud today, and I expect you to continue making me proud. Sir, yes sir, they roared, pumping their fists in the air. Inside the palace, pandemonium reigned. Chairs, tables, even cooking pots, were piled against the door to bar Naruto's army. Amidst the chaos of frantic palace servants and soldiers, the stunned daimyo Koyuki stood. You said he can fly, she shrieked, gaping at the lone survivor of the slaughter. In truth, Naruto had allowed him to escape to forewarn her, desiring her to prepare for his arrival. The trembling, bald samurai nodded, paranoia evident in his eyes. Yes, madam, and his army, he shivered in terror. It's like they feel no pain, no fear, not even death. It's like, they're not even human. Not human? You're not making any sense. The way they moved, the way they fought, it was as if they were a single entity. They knew each other's positions instantly, never leaving an opening. The only way to injure them is to stab oneself to reach them, and even then, their armor is nearly impenetrable. He clutched his hair, wide-eyed, staring at the ground. Then there's that demon leading them, the lizard woman with multicolored hair. She. He collapsed to his knees, weeping. The daimyo clenched her jaw and strode past him to her throne, though she didn't sit, instead pacing back and forth. What did the Tsukai kingdom want with her recently liberated country? From the man's hysterical report, she had no idea. The Tsukai soldiers were a terrifyingly powerful force, possessing weapons, skills, and abilities beyond anything she had imagined. Then, an idea sparked. She summoned a servant who, in a panic, tore off her white sleeve and handed the daimyo a brush and an inkpot from a panel at the foot of the throne. She hastily drafted a distress letter to Konoha and instructed the servant, a 13-year-old girl, to run as fast as possible, taking as many valuables as she could for her own safety, through the secret tunnel leading out of Spring and straight to Waterfall, many miles away. It was a secure tunnel. Go. Now, she urged the girl, pushing her throne aside to reveal a downward winding stairwell. She ushered her servants inside and pulled the throne back into place before the last servant could suggest she follow. A few ninja and samurai refused to flee, choosing to stand by her to the very end. The traumatized bald warrior, however, fled with the servants. The palace fell silent as Koyuki slowly sat on her throne, her heart beating a dirge of despair for her life. She awaited the king of Tsukai's inevitable entry, given the report she'd received. Her 10 remaining guards stood by her throne, gripping their weapons tightly, equally nervous to meet the king whose army had so easily bested theirs. A minute later, the barricade began to shift on its own, sending chills down the spines of the remaining guards. But the Spring daimyo lifted her chin stubbornly, watching as more and more items moved away from the door. The massive door then flew open, and soldiers in golden underarmor marched in, their metal boots thudding on the marble floor of the silent palace. The warriors lined the walls, placing their right hands over their hearts, their eyes fixed on the Spring daimyo and her guards. A single warrior, a girl with rainbow-colored hair, stomped in, hands behind her back, after the last golden soldier, leaving a small gap for Koyuki and the others to glimpse a sea of gold, silver, and bronze underarmored men and women outside her castle. They gulped at the sight. The dread intensified when the lone rainbow-haired woman, this one with platinum underarmor, paused at the open doorway and stepped to the side. She too placed her right hand over her heart, inclining her head slightly. The warriors outside watched, transfixed, as their master leisurely entered the Spring daimyo's castle. His mere presence, commanding an aura of fear and respect from her and her guards, clearly identified him as the king. His black eyes with red rings, and the kanji on his red and gold short-sleeved shirt, that Red Sky King, made it even more obvious to the beautiful actress. Naruto wore a small, amused smirk as he walked in, hands behind his back, shaking his head in disappointment. I can't help but be surprised you did that, Madam Kazahana. Koyuki forced courage from its dwindling reserves and yelled, "Who do you think you are, walking onto my lands and act?" She gasped as an unseen force tightened around her throat, making it difficult to breathe. "I am Naruto," the Rinnegan holder stated, taking a step forward. A deep thud from his metal boots shook the palace. The head of a guard to her right exploded in a geyser of blood, yet not a single drop touched her. The headless man crumpled to his knees. "I am the king," he continued, steadily advancing toward the choking woman. Another guard's head exploded to her left, still no blood touching her. "Of the Tsukai kingdom." He ascended a small set of stairs leading to her throne, and the earth tremors rattling the great palace intensified. The Spring daimyo's eyes welled with tears as she desperately craved air. Another guard's head exploded, and the others began to prepare for attack, but before they could leap at the Rinnegan king, they stumbled and fell flat on their faces, kunao protruding from the sides or backs of their heads. The golden-armored soldiers at the walls lowered their hands. And you, Naruto said, taking another step up and stopping before the woman, have done exactly what I wanted you to do. He smiled faintly, releasing his gravity hold on her neck just as her face turned an ugly shade of gray and her eyes threatened to roll back. Naruto gazed at her with his still glowing Rinnegan eyes far more powerful than they should have been due to his mutated blood and chakra network, and placed a gentle hand on her head. Do you truly believe I'm unaware of your distress letter en route to Konoha, carried by a child running through the hidden tunnel? Under your throne? He asked slowly, his amused tone infuriating yet weakening her. The primary question racing through her mind was how he knew about the letter. I can have them killed with the snap of my fingers. He lifted his other hand and rolled his wrist. But I won't do that. Let them know, let everyone know, about the might of my kingdom, and let them prepare as much as they want, their defeat is inevitable. His lips descended to her ear, and she closed her eyes tightly in fear. And you know that, don't you, Madam Kazahana? I'll give you anything you want, the woman cried, too terrified to slap away the hand on her head. Just please, leave my people alone. I want one thing before I leave your wonderful country, Madam Kazahana. One very simple thing, and life will return to how it used to be. He gently lifted her gaze from his obsidian black boots to his eyes. You can stay on the throne, and your people will live, but I want all of Spring Country to swear fealty to me. If not, his smile widened slightly, and he closed his eyes, I will shower the blood of your people on you and turn this country into a hole in the ground. And we both know I can do that, don't we? She nodded immediately, trying to lower her eyes, fearing her heart would give out from the sheer terror she felt. Good. We have an understanding, he said, patting her cheek as he stood back up. He snapped his fingers and extended his left hand, palm up, waiting. Nirvana rushed forward, her platinum boot intentionally treading heavily on the marble floor, and placed a scroll into Naruto's waiting hand. The king handed the scroll to the daimyo and turned around. I will send a squad to pick up that scroll at dawn tomorrow. Whether you sign it or not is up to you, but I know you'll do the right thing. For your people. As an afterthought, he added before turning fully, oh. He bent to one knee to be eye level with her and whispered, and you made the right decision not stabbing me with your blade. He patted her head once and turned away with a flourish, his obsidian boots no longer making the heavy thudding sound they had before. Why kill the Raikage but spare the spring daimyo? Naruto had to admit they both possessed equal stubbornness. He had seen the famous actress about to draw a blade to stab him when he approached, despite her throat being tightly squeezed, but she abandoned her doomed plan only after all her guards were killed before they could take their intended step forward. The Raikage, however, made no secret of his attempts to murder Naruto. The reason was that the deceased Raikage was too stubborn to die, driven by male pride. He refused to be bested by a boy many years his junior. Koyuki, conversely, was stubborn because of the lives she was responsible for, not for personal pride. The Rinnegan king saw this distinction in their eyes. He could respect her brand of stubbornness. As the king of Tsukai Kingdom left the palace, leaving the solemn daimyo alone amidst dead bodies, clutching only a scroll, the Tsukai soldiers marched out with him. 10 minutes earlier, Indra Watashi had also presented the lightning daimyo with the scroll detailing the fealty Naruto intended for the world. The head of the frontline soldiers and Satoshi Todoroki, head of the rescue and support division, gave the man time to deliberate and, hopefully, make the right choice. The old, white-haired man had an extended family, Naruto knew this well, so his decision mirrored Koyuki Kazahana's. They spread the scroll on the ground and signed their names on the dotted line. Nirvana opened the royal vehicle door for her master, and Naruto ducked inside, saying, "You've all done exceptionally well, you may stay here and rest for the time being, but cause no trouble." This was addressed to the legions of soldiers standing outside his car and to the division head, Nirvana Kurigoku. "Yes, Lord Naruto. I entrust them to you, Nirvana," Naruto said in a low voice to his subordinate, speaking to her from the lowered window. The teen nodded and bowed her head slightly. "When the scroll is signed, you and the others can return home. Wait there for my command." "Understood, sir." "Oh, and also send for Meiji, the head of Fuinjutsu. Tell her to wait for me in Water Country." "Yes, sir." The Rinnegan king waved slightly and rolled up his window, signaling the driver to depart for Karayagakure, where he suspected his previous orders for soldiers to be stationed around the village had already been carried out. His vehicle flickered and camouflaged with the sky as it smoothly sailed to its destination, leaving Naruto to read a short novel in the back. If they took their time, as they were now, they would reach Water Country in roughly 40 minutes. Minor countries like Frigid Country, further north than Spring Country, could be dealt with later. Their threat level was not high to begin with. After Water Country, Naruto would be more comfortable spreading his forces to conquer 2 or 3 countries at a time. He had more than enough soldiers, and their technology increased the kingdom's chances of success. "Everything is going perfectly. Amiigakur no Sato. How many tailed beasts do we have now?" A male voice inquired from a dark hallway to his walking companion. "Don't you keep count?" "I'm positive you're present when we seal them," a deep voice replied. Another male. "I wasn't around for a while, remember?" Master regularly sends me to check up on his younger brother. We currently have 4-tailed beasts. Itaki and Kisame said the 2 and 8 tails vanished, but Hamato Toshi updated me that they were in the kingdom, the taller of the two said in a low voice, referring to the head of the Intelligence and Interrogation Division. Impressive. Did he say anything else? That Lord Naruto has begun his plans for global domination. That is fantastic news, the man said in a low voice. No doubt our other comrade in the Akatsuki would be glad to hear it as well, he added, referring to the other mole in the S-rank organization. Division head, you will tell us when it's time to make our true allegiances known, the speaker said, his eyes gleaming with expectation. He then shifted the conversation in case others overheard. How is Master's younger brother? At the moment, he's still recuperating in Konoha from his battle with Suzuki Uchiha, Itaka's younger brother. 2 Chidori's to the chest and a dislocated collarbone. Just yesterday, Suzuki had attempted to defect from the village to find and kill Itaki. It had failed, and he was now under house arrest for the next year. I pity Suzuki, the other man stated after a long pause. They separated. The second man, reporting on Naruto's younger brother's welfare, continued walking until he met his partner, and the first speaker, who had been informing the other of their tailed beast count, turned into the Amekige's office. Hey bro, a voice whispered beside him. Yeah, a 5-year-old Naruto turned to his red-haired sister, shuffling closer, if possible, as they shared the same tiny cage among the larger, yet still considerably small, cages in the underground slave containment room in Hidden Sound. Naruto rested her head on her brother's shoulder, intertwining her right hand with his left as their other hands wrapped around their sides. What are you gonna do first when we get out? She asked in a low, tired voice. They had just returned from their usual morning round of chakra virus infection and cure, exhausted from their screaming. The purple-eyed male child smiled wanly at his precious sister, a sharp pain shooting through his heart at her sleepy smile. When we get out? He coughed upward to avoid doing it in her face. Yeah, when we get out. I'm going to have an ice cream. The older male child stifled his giggle at his younger twin sister's sheer innocence, which she still maintained despite the horror she'd endured. A ray of sunshine in the sudden darkness of their lives. She tightened her fingers around his and hid her face in his neck when a sound shinobi passed them, disregarding the twins and dragging a sick mother from her child's arms. Naruto sighed, closing his eyes at the sight. Well, his sister prodded, and Naruto gently kissed the top of her head as he felt her body weaken from lack of sleep. I'm gonna, he said as sleep washed over him too. The twins yawned in sync and smacked their dry lips for water they knew would never come unless their heads were dunked into a bucket of filthy water. I'm gonna. His slowly churning mind tried to think of what he would do when he got out if he got out. I'm gonna eat ice cream with you, he told her, and she smiled. Their connection was almost supernatural, evident when they both finished each other's thoughts. Sitting on father's dead body, they said as one, and sleep overtook them. Naruto's black eyes with red-ringed Rinnegan snapped open at a polite cough from his driver. We're here, my lord. The king stretched like a cat on his comfortable, long, and spacious seat, perfect for a quick nap before reaching water country. A 10-minute nap would suffice for now. Naruto sat up and swung his feet onto the car floor, straightening his red and gold royal shirt with hazy eyes. Thank you, he told the driver, running his right hand through his shaggy hair, just as the car door was opened by Indrawatashi, his head of the frontline soldiers division. I hope you had a pleasant journey here, sir, the kubikari holder said, his dark eyes lowered, his right hand over his heart, his other hand holding his king's door open. Naruto stepped out, and the thousands of soldiers stationed around water country, who had gathered in formation for his arrival, snapped to attention and then knelt before their lord. They had been stationed around the country, but 60% were ordered to be present to welcome him upon his arrival, while the others reluctantly remained where they were, miffed they couldn't go and greet their lord. It was fine, thank you, Indra, the king of Tsukai, Naruto, replied to the platinum rank soldier. His gaze swept around, settling on the 2 other platinum ranks with Indra, Satoshi Todoroki, head of rescue and support, and Meiji Haruai Gamatomo, head of Fuinjutsu. The latter two, both platinum ranked and the youngest, had their heads bowed, right hands over their hearts. I see you got the message, Meiji. The mint-haired girl bowed deeper, trembling slightly at her king's acknowledgement. I am happy to have been called by you, my king, she said. One of the Rinnegan's standard abilities was to extract a target's soul, as he had done with Orochimaru. However, it also allowed him to extract the victim's memories from their soul. This provided him with an unparalleled advantage, not only expanding his repertoire of jutsu and intellectual prowess, given Orochimaru's vast knowledge, but also granting him access to the identities and origins of former slaves. For instance, he learned about the deep mutant abilities of those in his army, a result of experiments, and the histories of the former slaves. Meiji Haruai Gamatomo, originally from Karayagakur, was born into a merchant clan with close ties to the Toad Summoning clan, though without their unique capabilities. The Gamatomo clan, traditionally oil traders, was massacred during the Bloody Mist War, a conflict fueled by the Mizukige's madness. Meiji's parents hid her in the bushes and then drew the Kiri ninja away, sacrificing themselves for their baby daughter. Kabuto found her in the bush after the conflict subsided and took her to his master. The heinous experiments performed on her, coupled with the constant reminder that she was the last of her clan and had nowhere to go even if she escaped, shattered her resolve and self-confidence. Naruto found Meiji particularly challenging to help, not due to a lack of talent. She was a fuinjutsu prodigy, often seeming born with a brush and paper pad. Instead, she constantly berated herself for the slightest mistakes. The teenager she had sworn her life to, the person she aspired to be, personally undertook the task of boosting her confidence to prevent it from endangering her on the battlefield. Naruto paid close attention to and supported certain individuals, primarily his division heads and gold and silver rank soldiers. The girl straightened from her bow, clutching the straps of her bright green backpack adorned with dancing unicorns and rainbows. The king nodded to her, then turned to his other subordinate, Satoshi Todoroki, the platinum rank head of rescue and support. The man's frizzy blonde hair remained undampened by the moist air. "Your forces are ready to fight for you, King Naruto," he said in a deep, calm voice. "That's good. How many are here?" 3,000, sir, Indra replied, closing the door. He had ensured to follow Naruto's command not to bring too many soldiers, as shinobi, contrary to expectations, were surprisingly weak. Naruto currently commanded roughly 46,000 soldiers, a number that was still growing. This was merely a small fraction of his total forces. Naruto hummed, sensing Shinikora's presence behind him. He opened his arms, allowing the woman to drape a deep red overcoat, long enough to reach his ankles, over his body. He raised his left hand for the maid, and the soul of the Kyuubi stepped back, allowing her master to fasten the 4 buttons himself. The king rolled his shoulders and clinked his iron-armored fingers together, nodding to himself when it didn't restrict his movements. "I want you to take 2,000 of them to this country's capital, while I take the rest." The platinum ranks and the king's combat maid exchanged worried glances. "Are you sure, my lord?" Indra asked. "I'm sure. These ninjas haven't proven their threat level to me yet, so I won't take them seriously. I'm confident that even 500 of my forces can take down the capital with little problem." "I am also sure about that, my king," Satoshi said, and the others nodded in agreement. "Keep 1,000 of those soldiers on standby while the others actively participate. If the water daimyo is stubborn and keeps sending ninjas, then make sure he is humbled and shown who the true master is." "Of course, sir." "Meiji, you will be coming with me," Naruto said, briskly walking into the country, past the border with a flourish and a slight flapping of his coattails. The green backpack-wearing prodigy rushed to catch up with him, along with Shinokora. The 2 male platinum soldiers began issuing orders for 1,000 warriors, ensuring a good distribution of gold, silver, bronze, and copper soldiers. "But sir, wouldn't Indra or Satoshi be better to accompany you?" The fact that she was back home no longer fazed her. She was stronger now and knew it well. It was her lack of self-confidence surfacing that made her doubt her ability to protect her master. "You will be fine," Naruto said in a slightly reassuring voice, patting her shoulder once. "Your particular skill set will be an advantage for us in Kiri." He glanced over his shoulder at the silently following maid. "You will speak for me if I do not wish to." The red-haired woman nodded. The Tsukai forces marched behind their king, ensuring not to make too much noise, even as the mist began to settle as they finally reached Kiri after a long hour of marching. Meiji took a deep breath, tapped her right ear where a single white earbud sat, and said to each soldier behind her, "Buddy system seal." They muttered their replies and formed the snake hand seal as the fuinjutsu prodigy performed a dozen hand seals before lacing her fingers together and whispering, "Buddy system seal, activate." The soldiers' metallic hands began glowing gold, though they continued marching. A quick flash of red flew from the fuinjutsu prodigy's fingers to Naruto and Shinokora before it flashed and jumped from one soldier to another, always leaving the golden hands red after it had passed, until all their hands turned bright red. The jumping string of light disappeared as it reached the last soldier, an older gold-ranked soldier, before all dropped their hands back to their sides. All their right eyes blinked red as their hands went down before returning to their normal colors, signifying that the buddy system seal was now active. This seal allowed each soldier a deep awareness of the other's locations through a sort of light projection visible only to them. Even as the mist thickened enough to block sight beyond a centimeter, the mental seal's light cut through it, illuminating their comrades. Coupled with the light from others, the army could see well enough a few feet before them. They had been trained to fight as a unit when needed, and as long as they knew where others were, they would know what to do. "Activate sensory seals," the seal master whispered into her earbud. As one, the Tsukai soldiers tapped the back of their right wrists with their right hands, enabling them to sense within a 4-foot radius. However, with comrades around them, this sensory ability was boosted, allowing each soldier to sense a mile or two around them. Naruto smirked slightly at the display, and the sensory seal allowed the seal master to know when her master nodded to her in gratitude. The girl blushed and bowed in appreciation. The Rinnegan could not see through mist or smoke bombs, no matter how overpowered his eyes made him, leaving him with only his natural sensory abilities and the trust that his soldiers had his back. They continued trudging in silence until Meiji abruptly said into her earbud, "Trap ahead, 20 feet from me." 10 silver and 5 gold-ranked members of the frontline soldier division specializing in traps rushed past and disappeared into the mist. 5 seconds later, trap disabled. Scout out for more and report back with each one you find. Understood, ma'am, one of the trap specialists replied. The 5 soldiers surged forward, their metal-armored feet making no sound, their armor as silent as the night. 10 more feet and they stopped before a pit covered in grass and soil, beneath which was a bed of wooden spikes. The same trap specialist said, trap found. Disabled. As another member of his team flashed through seals and covered up the pit with earth, making sure it was perfectly covered before they continued forward. They kept going, and his buddy system seal allowed him to see 2 silver ranks quickly burning down a tree where a snare trap was hidden. Trap found and disabled. A gold rank dismantled 7 Senbon launchers hidden in the ground and also cut the trip wire. Trap found and disabled. Another gold rank poured deep red fire into a pit of scorpions and covered their melting bodies with earth. Trap found and disabled. The gold-ranked captain of the squad bent down on one knee and ripped off a Fungenjutsu seal tag on the ground that would activate when stepped on. It crumbled into dust in his hand. Trap found and disabled. That's enough, come back, Magi said, and the trap specialists returned to their positions in the marching group of soldiers. We have arrived in Karayagakur, my lord. Naruto nodded wordlessly, his eyebrows somewhat furrowed in thought. These commands were taught in the Tsukai Soldier Training Academy back in the kingdom, so he wasn't too surprised that she knew the right command for the right situation. Multiple chakra signatures approaching. 40 Kiri ninjas. For his relative blindness, Naruto could simply force away the mist with a well-placed almighty push, but what fun would that be when he could see his forces in action with his buddy system seal? The king had no intention of being kind enough to speak with the ninjas, so he nodded for Magi to continue as he put his hands into his overcoat pockets. Frontline and support teams 25 to 50 go and deal with them. There was a low whooshing sound as those in the call teams took to the sky in small gusts of wind with the flight seals and landed directly on top of the incoming ninjas. Each one wielded a weapon and brought it down without remorse onto the shocked ninjas. A few managed to dodge the initial aerial attack but were quickly overwhelmed by the number of underarmored soldiers and their single-mindedness. Blood soaked into the ground and dirted their metal boots as the leader of the first squad reported back. Subdued. Come back. Roger. The mist lightened as they approached the hidden in the mist village gate, just as the soldiers who had gone out to kill the shinobi returned on foot. They cleared away the dead bodies from their king's path, even using earth jutsu to cover the spilled blood. The head of the Fuinjutsu division wanted the path to Kiri to be clear of any obstacles. She knew an impending battle would ensue if the cage refused to bow to Naruto, but she wanted her master to have peace for as long as possible before that happened. Shiny Korra, feeling left out, said into her earbud, "Not head peace, I'll take out the gatekeepers." "Go for it," Magi replied without looking back, feeling her mint green hair thrash as the combat maid surged forward, head lowered, arms flying behind her. Naruto kept track of her chakra signature, even as the woman super suppressed it, and knew that the maid had her claws unsheathed. Shiny Korra thrust her right hand forward, and a silver sword, split into 7 pieces from tip to hitless base and connected to a chain, flew out from her sleeve, sheathing itself in a gatekeeper's throat. She yanked the weapon back when the second gatekeeper became alarmed, switched with the dead body of the person she had just killed, and thrust her pointer and middle finger into the base of the second gatekeeper's skull, instantly killing her before she could yell. The maid shook her right arm, and the chain slithered back in, easing the unusual sword back in one fluid movement. 2 gold ranks opened the gate, and Naruto walked into Kiri with his hands in his pockets. Spread out and contain the shinobi, Magi muttered into her earbud. The Tsukai soldiers separated into their teams. These teams, each containing 5 silver ranks and 1 gold rank, joined other teams to form 10 combined teams, which then proceeded to secure the village while Naruto, Magi, and Shiny Korra headed to the Mizukage Tower. It had been 3 years since the Bloody Mist civil war in Karayagakur no Sato, and the village was still trying to recover. So far, it had declined new alliances but had been calling upon its former allies in Kumo and Iwa for aid. However, only Kumo had sent money and other resources to help the village. Despite this, Kiri still had powerful ninjas who had survived the war. The mist in the village was very thin, yet shinobi could still creep around without being easily detected. While this would be a major disadvantage for others, it was not for the Tsukai forces Naruto commanded. Orochimaru's memories had given him access to the village's hidden secrets, which the Snake Sunin had discovered. Naruto, in turn, documented these secrets and provided them to the academy for study. The Rinnegan king caught sight of 3 Tsukai soldiers running up the walls and intercepting a Kiri ninja before he could attack their king. 2 more blocked his right, and another 2 blocked his left before the ninja was swiftly killed. The soldiers converged and went back to forcing the village onto its knees. It was impressive because all that could be heard was the quiet flapping of clothes and gasps of surprise as shinobi were picked off. The civilians were still none the wiser but did give Naruto strange looks as he walked to the Mizukage's tower between 2 females, who diligently created a path for him. Then the alarm sounded, and everyone ran back to their homes, emptying the streets. Naruto stopped abruptly, hands still in his coat pockets, and waited for the Mizu cage. "You sure do have a pair, kid," Mei Terumi said as she waltzed out from inside a cafe, her eyes narrowed but not glaring at the Rinnegan holder. Ao and Jojuro joined behind her, glowering at the calm confidence of the attacking force's leader. "May I kill her, my lord?" Meiji asked, her right hand reaching over her shoulder to pull a trench knife from her backpack. Naruto snorted and waved at her to calm down. The 15-year-old girl's killer intent was spiraling out of control. "Hold on," he told her. Then, speaking aloud to the Mizu cage and her guards, "My name is—" "I don't give a flying fuck what your name is," the woman yelled. "Killing my shinobi has already sentenced you to death. I merely wanted to make a point. If I didn't, then you wouldn't believe my claims." This piqued the infuriated cage's interest. "Claims? Yes, claims. Like my army is far superior to yours, like your village isn't even on my danger radar, like I would order Kiri to be destroyed if I don't get any compliance." "Enough," the woman said, cracking her knuckles as she nodded to the two at her side. "Deal with those two." They nodded and rushed at Shinakora and Meiji. Naruto didn't move an inch. Instead, the two females at his side rushed in opposite directions, drawing Ao and Chujuro's attention away from Naruto. "Get ready to meet your maker, brat." "We'll see about that," Naruto replied with a small smile and a twinkle in his Rinnegan eyes. As Mei charged at him, the Rinnegan king decided not to use his ultimate gravity control to win easily. It had been a long time since he had used hand-to-hand combat, he might as well brush up on it. The long brown-haired woman flashed in front of the Rinnegan holder, her molten red right fist surging towards his face in a right hook. An inch away from burning his face, the boy shifted aside, cocking his head away from the blow. He shuffled to his right when a knee came up to break his left arm and lifted his left foot as a fiery sweep came at him. He turned his body completely as her palm shot forward, missing his chest by a few small inches. Strangely enough, his shirt didn't burn despite the waves of heat pouring off her. All the while, Naruto kept his hands in his coat pockets and his posture straight. His Rinnegan flashed, and he dodged a quick sequence of kicks to the neck, taking a single step away from the cage when her left fist flew forward to bash his head in. "Stand still, brat," she spat venomously as a right elbow was again avoided by the redhead with strange eyes. After her last attempt, she flew through 5 hand seals, held up a half-ram hand seal to her chin, took a deep breath, and said, "Lava release, blooming fire flower." She released all the built-up lava from her mouth, washing it over Naruto, who raised an eyebrow before it covered him. As lava dripped off his standing statue, she cut off the lava from her mouth and began another set of seals. "Wind release, killer frost bite." This time, the wind she blasted from her lips supercooled the lava and solidified it. Without missing a beat, the last Terumi cocked her right fist back and leaped forward, breaking the ground and sending a shockwave as her sandaled foot left the ground. The Mizu cage roared and let her tense arm fly forward, punching the statue of the Rinnegan holder. The air shattered as her fist whistled through it. Thud! Boom! The gray statue cracked once, a small chip on the forehead, before it exploded. The woman stood back, smirking proudly, buffing her nails on her chest and admiring the sight before her. The statue was missing its entire upper body, and a circle of fire surrounded its base. She was brought down from her high when she discovered that there wasn't a lower body in the statue, just emptiness. "Ah, that must be the famous lava release Kekii Genkai," Naruto commented from behind her, not more than 2 feet away. The woman's eyes widened, and she whirled around, leaping away at how close he was. The king continued speaking. "I heard you were the last of your clan. How are you still alive?" the woman asked hesitantly as she lifted her fist in a shaky fighting stance, both curious and afraid to hear his response. "Simple, really," Naruto said with a smile, closing his eyes in glee. "I moved." "He moved? That fast? I need to end this quickly before he pulls out any more tricks." Sadly for her, it was too late. "My servants are almost done dealing with your subordinates, so I best finish up with you. It would be a shame if they thought I was having trouble." He could crush her head with the weight of gravity. He could forcefully pull her closer and suck out her soul. He could summon an animal that could rip her to shreds, but he wouldn't do that. The Rinnegan king pulled his hands out of his pockets and lifted them both to her, beckoning her to come. "This time, try coming at me with all you have." How did he know I was holding back? She shook the thought off and flickered to him, thrusting her palm to his chin. Naruto swiped the attack aside, dragged her right leg to his right with his right heel, roughly grabbed her neck in his right hand, and brought her down onto the ground in an earth-shaking chokeslam so hard that the ground beneath her broke up and formed a shallow depression. A quarter of a second after she arrived, the Mizu cage realized she was on the ground. The force of the great attack hit her like a stampede of bulls, and blood exploded from her mouth and nose. Naruto straightened up in one smooth motion and pointed his right fist to her face. Her swirling eyes didn't catch it in time, but she most definitely felt the next attack. Naruto's arm, from his tightly clenched fist to his elbow, blasted out, disconnecting from the socket, and bashed her on the face, making the crater she was in deeper. Her hazy brain didn't know she was in it until Naruto commanded his arm back and blasted it back onto her face again, all with a tiny smile. Naruto closed Mei's chakra points with a series of taps to her shoulders, elbows, wrists, thighs, and forehead, leaving them just enough open to sustain her life. Mei choked on a gush of blood, a crimson river flowing from her mouth and nose onto the armored hand that held her suspended. My chakra, she gasped. All closed, Naruto stated, dropping her limp body to the ground. The Terumi attempted to move, but her body remained unresponsive, as immobile as a corpse. It was an out-of-body experience. She could see her futile efforts reflected in her facial expression while simultaneously feeling the paralysis. Why am I still alive? Because I want you alive, Naruto replied, squatting beside her, his coat rustling. I want to witness the moment you realize you cannot defeat me. His voice, pleased, barely contained a trembling smile that widened at her glare. Two heavy thuds sounded beside her. She swiveled her neck, the only part of her body she could move, and her eyes widened at the sight of a badly beaten and bruised Ao and a seemingly dead Kojuro, his weapon still glowing with chakra, embedded in his stomach. She looked back at the Rinnegan king, who greeted her with a small grin. And there it is. Defeat. Shinekora stood over his shoulder, wiping Kojuro's blood from her hands with a white handkerchief, while Meiji rubbed her sore knuckles, still clutching her trench knife in her left hand. Are you happy now? You've won, the Mizukage spat, disgusted by her own words and her easy defeat. It felt like being a small child learning from her teacher again. Yes, I am quite happy, Naruto responded smoothly, even adding a nod. The Tsukai soldiers had rounded up the Kiri ninjas, kneeling them in the center of the village. Civilians were also present, in a separate group. Naruto waved over his shoulder, and Meiji bowed curtly before inspecting the king's soldiers. What now? You're going to rape me? Her eyes flicked to Shinekora. In front of her? I bet you get your kicks from that sort of thing. Naruto chuckled and shook his head in amusement as he casually ordered Shinekora to stand down. If I wanted sex, I could have it with anyone at any time, but I choose to restrict my choices to those who are willing within my kingdom. There were considerably many, he admitted with a mental sigh, his mood momentarily dampened by how enthusiastic people were to jump into his bed, as if they desired to be in a harem. No, I want a signed agreement that Kiri, and by extension Water Country, is subordinate to the Tsukai kingdom and will pay regular tribute to my kingdom. He gestured to her guards. This was all to demonstrate our capabilities. A sort of clue to what will happen if you do not agree to my terms. Clue, to put it bluntly, I will make Kiri a distant memory if you decline. Hundreds of lives are counting on you now. He rose to his feet and turned away from the immobilized Mizukage as his ear vibrated. Division Head Indra calling, "Sir," someone from the Intelligence and Interrogation Division said into his ear. Yes, the Water Daimyo has signed your fealty deal scroll, my lord, the head of frontline soldiers said in a low voice, watching, intrigued, as blood absorbed into his cubic Karaibasho. The cracks on the sword, from cutting through dozens of ninjas, began to seal. Good. Send all the soldiers, even those still in Kumo and Spring, back to the kingdom. Tell the civilian divisions head to begin preparations for a week-long festival starting tomorrow to celebrate our outstanding victory. Everyone is invited. His lips twitched upwards when he heard Satoshi Hoop in the background. The carefree head of the Rescue and Support Division always enjoyed the kingdom's festivals. He no doubt knew the division head was spreading the good news, exciting the troops. He chuckled when he heard Indra hiss for silence. Thank you, my lord. Think nothing of it, you all deserve to celebrate. Naruto, out. He cut the connection and spoke into his earbud. Patch me over to division head Meiji. Patching you over, sir. He heard the person's voice tremble with excitement. A moment later, yes, my king, he heard the feeble whisper of the head of Fuinjutsu. It was as if the girl had one personality when commanding troops and another when he directly addressed her. Have all the soldiers, sent back home. We are going to celebrate. Excellent news, sir. I will contact Division Head Nora of Scout and Retrieval to come and pick us up. She doesn't have to personally come, she just has to send a few retrieval vehicles. I'm sure Division Head Nora would be more than happy to come herself with the vehicles, my lord. Fine then. Tell all the division heads that we will have a meeting as soon as I get back home to formally report our discoveries. Yes, sir. Naruto disconnected and turned back to the immobilized Mizukage. So what will it be? Life or death? The woman slowly turned her head to him, having previously looked at Kojuro with worry. The boy was breathing very shallowly, and if his wounds weren't treated, and the sword wasn't removed from his stomach, he would die. She sighed and closed her eyes in resignation. Life. Good choice. Shinekora dropped the fealty agreement scroll beside her head. Copies of the scroll were meant to be jointly signed by both the daimyo. I will have a squad return to pick it up, but if you attack them, I will consider it null and void. His Rinnegan flickered, and the blade sheathed in the young man's stomach was pulled out. Fix him up, he said over his shoulder to his personal maid. He saw potential for entertainment in Kojiro, like fighting tournaments and other life or death situations he would throw at him. Your major chakra points will open up in an hour if you don't try to force them open. Make sure you read the scroll in detail. I really hope you don't try and rebel against me. It would be a shame to kill off the last of a clan so soon. He left the woman lying there and entered the royal vehicle as it drove in from the sky, though not before taking off his coat and handing it over to Shinekora. The other soldiers, save a few who wanted to ensure their king left safely, remained and waved as he entered. Nora, the head of Scout and Retrieval, bowed to him with Magi. King Naruto is just so, wow, the black-masked woman said with a wistful sigh, watching as the royal vehicle left, flanked by a few other retrieval vehicles in the sky. Magi joined the older ninja and exhaled. I know. He's so cool, she squealed in a low voice, and the taller, older female threw her arm over the seal master's shoulder and walked into the back of a retrieval vehicle. Shinekora joined a second later after ensuring that Kojiro wasn't going to bleed to death. It makes me glad I was privileged to serve him, Shinekora commented as she watched the last of the Tsukai soldiers sit down on the seats at the back of the truck. About 80 seats, and 60 were filled. The others who had already gone were at maximum capacity. The seats were black, red, and gold, with seat belts that each soldier strapped over their bodies as the truck slowly lifted off the ground. The soul of the fox then leaned to the other two females to her right and whispered, "Did you know that conquering these 3 countries was just a test to see if our army was capable of taking over the world? He tested us in all situations, stealth and lightning country, full frontal and spring country, and individual and group strength here in water country." Magi scratched her chin. I suspected so. He didn't think we were capable. Nora replied, "Of course he did. Our master has the utmost confidence in our abilities. His other intention for invading those 3 countries was also to send a message to the other countries. The Tsukai kingdom is here, and we are dominant," she yelled, and the soldiers with her yelled back. "Yeah," the masked woman laughed and leaned back. Shinekora beamed at the two and settled back into her seat, clasping the seat belt holding her in place as the truck smoothly moved upwards towards their home. "Believe me when I say this, girls, our king believes in us all." The girls nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in Naruto's royal vehicle, the Rinnegan king told his driver to inform him as soon as they got back home before he lay down on his seat and fell asleep. Hokage's office. Hokage Tower, Kanahagakure no Sato. "Sir," Minato looked up at his assistant in the doorway. "There are 2 people here to see you. Tell them to come back in an hour, I'm on my break." He swallowed a spoonful of ramen and took a swig of sake. "Sir, they said it is of great importance." "They all say that, Suki. Tell them to come back later." Suki fidgeted, then added, "Spring country was invaded 2 days ago." This seemed to get the Yandame's attention. Suki stepped aside, allowing 2 people to enter, a bald man with bloodshot eyes and blood-stained chakra armor, his sharp face and thin lips constantly looking around the office suspiciously. The woman, or rather girl, had long silver hair and wore a pink and white knee-length dress with black sandals. She, too, had bloodshot eyes, and her chest heaved as if she had run all the way from Spring. The 2 bowed graciously to the Yandame, and he motioned for them to be at ease. "Spring is miles away from Fire Country. How were you able to come so fast if the invasion was 2 days ago?" "We first ran to Waterfall, and Lord Shibuki was gracious enough to have a ninja carry me here. He can carry himself." The little girl marched forward and presented the cloth letter her mistress had written in haste. The words were disjointed and partly illegible, but the Yandame had years of experience reading through his ninja's bad handwriting. Even so, the words were scattered and panicked. "Danger, King of Tsukai. Invincible, unstoppable army, he can fly, advanced technology, he will come for the other countries, warn everyone. I might be dead, please, save my people again. King of Tsukai? Where have I heard that before?" The blond man wondered under his breath, his eyebrows furrowing in thought. He hummed and looked at the 2 scared people before his desk. "I will send some of my ninjas to investigate, but I need to know before I do, what else can you tell me about this King of Tsukai?" The young girl sharply looked at the older man beside her and jerked her head toward the Yandame, glaring at the shivering man to speak. Minato remained silent as the bald man tried to gather his wits before he spoke. "Lord Fourth, I was in the army that was to intercept the King of Tsukai and his army before they got to the capital. His soldiers." He clenched his hand and bit his bottom lip as images of the blood that had poured that day flashed through his mind, his best friend getting his head ripped off his shoulders by an uppercut, another friend having a barbed spear thrust deep into his stomach, twisted and yanked out, pulling the intestine with it, a comrade brought to the ground and punched to death by the soldier hovering over him. His younger brother, fresh into the Spring Country Army and a little wet behind the ears but still a very competent ninja, had his spine ripped out and used to cleave off the head of another Spring ninja. "They are monsters," he spat with rage and disgust. "They move and fight as a unit. They do not know what pain means. He recollected seeing a comrade breaking his kunao against the tough golden underarmor but still using the but to break the nose of the soldier. This didn't stop the high-rank Tsukai soldier from slicing open the ninja from his navel all the way up to his forehead. None of their blades could penetrate the armor, whether it was silver, gold, or platinum, but for the copper and bronze. A comrade had driven his fist through the chest of a Tsukai soldier, and instead of falling, the bronze rank used the position to break the elbow with a knee kick, pull out the limb, and use it to continuously bash the head of his opponent. And their king, he did not do any of the fighting, he just whooshed off the ground and watched us get crushed. Whooshed? Minato asked with an eyebrow raised. He flew up into the air. He can fly, ha. From the general analysis he had gotten from the shaky, paranoid report of the foreign ninja, he could gather that the Tsukai soldiers were as close to unbeatable as unbeatable could ever be. But he was still interested in this King of Tsukai and why that name just sounded so familiar. Describe this King of Tsukai. He has the palest skin I have ever seen, red hair that looks like he soaked them in blood, and his eyes. He had to pause to gather himself. He had black eyes, with red rings in them. Were they concentric red rings, I mean circles? The yondaime asked slowly. The man looked at him in surprise before he replied with a simple, yes. The Namikaze Hokage clasped his fingers together, perched his elbow on his desk, and narrowed his eyes in a faraway look. The description the man had given was similar to the one his former teacher, Jiraiya the Toad Sage, had given of one of his first students, one among a group of 3, who had red hair and the same described eyes, but with the difference that they were purple with black rings, not black with red rings. Whenever he asked Jiraiya to elaborate, he always said that things always came easier for the boy, taijutsu, ninjutsu, and even genjutsu. He was a fast learner and he associated it with the eyes. The eyes. The third Dujitsu. The Rinnegan. That was the name of the Dujitsu, but that was almost all he knew, except that Jiraiya suspected the child he still couldn't remember the boy's name was either a descendant of the Uzumaki clan or the Senju clan. Could it be that there was a completely different Rinnegan holder with a more sinister pair of eyes than the child Jiraiya trained? The Toad Sage had said that the boy had died. He needed to dig deeper into this because if indeed it was a different Rinnegan holder, and one that led an army of monsters, then he had a lot of questions. Did the different, more menacing color mean that it was stronger? Was the Rinnegan holder the thought-to-be-dead former student of Jiraiya? This army of monsters, were they indeed unbeatable as the man claimed? And the king of Tsukai, the kingdom of Tsukai, why was it all so familiar? Suki, he shouted, and his assistant popped in. Find Kakashi and tell him that the dog needs to go for a walk. A code that Kakashi needed to don the dog umbu mask again. Right away, sir, she said and rushed out. What's that supposed to mean? The little girl asked, a little bit offended that the man wanted to have his dog walked rather than help her country and her daimyo. Minato looked at her briefly before he said, don't worry about it. I will have my assistant take care of your needs while you are in Konoha, he said, but instead of calling the woman, he scratched his chin in thought. The 2 spring ninjas observed the pensive man as he bit his thumb and smeared it onto his desk. A small plume of smoke later, a hand-sized toad in a white robe and wooden sandals sat on his desk. Reverse summon Jiraiya. I need to ask him some questions on that redhead he taught a long time ago. The toad silently saluted and disappeared, leaving Minato to his thoughts and 2 intrigued spring visitors. Why does that name sound so familiar? He ran his fingers through his hair before it finally came to him, not the complete answer, but a memory of 2 red-haired 2-year-olds sitting on a swing in the playground, holding hands and looking at the sky as they gently swished back and forth, never letting go of each other's hands. I'm gonna call it the Tsuukai Kingdom, the boy said, struggling to pronounce the long words, but his sister knew what he was talking about. She always knew what he was talking about. The young twin girl smiled widely at her older twin brother. Why? She asked in a high, squeaky voice. 'Cause it's gonna be hidden in the sky, he answered as he made a grand gesture to the clouds and the sun, shining down warmly on the children. Can I be the queen? The girl asked timidly and blushed at the larger-than-life smile Naruto gave her. Yes, you can be the queen. Any, Junior, a high-pitched voice squeaked, making the boy she was calling wince and wiggle his pinky fingers in his ears. The boy looked at her briefly with his sky-blue eyes before returning them to the scroll he was reading, an old report his father had allowed him to have on Minato's failed mission to rescue his older siblings from a mysterious kidnapper. Yes, he said, his lips twitching downwards at the amount of detail his father put into the report, from every step to the exact shoe size of the kidnapper. For the little Minato clone, it was strange. I was thinking of having a team dinner at my place tomorrow. Mama even said that she won't mind. The girl clasped her hands before her and lilted on her heel nervously, blushing as the stoic boy flicked his eyes down to her from his perch on a tree branch and narrowed them briefly. Kakashi-sensei went on a mission, but you and Sai are still available. So, what do you say? Sure. Tell your mother to make a lot of ramen, please. The girl pumped her fist to her side and quickly straightened back up when Junior looked at her, his empty blue eyes analyzing her for something but returning back to the report. Where's Sai? I need to tell him what to say and what not to say when he's with my mama. Junior unrolled the old scroll a little more, his lips pursed. Right behind you. The girl yelped in surprise and leaped away from the widely grinning artist named Sai. Your detection skills need work, the blonde muttered as his eyes scanned the scroll. He had stopped counting how many times he had read and reread the scroll and drilled those who had gone on the mission for information: his father, the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha, Ibiki Marino, Inoichi Yamanaka, and finally Mabuki Harino, the mother of his pink-haired teammate, who was busy yelling at the smiling black-haired boy. Junior was not able to completely grill the former Jonin shinobi-turned-civilian councilwoman for information, but this chance of team dinner at Sakura's house was too good an opportunity to pass. I don't know how you couldn't hear me. I've been standing behind you for 10 whole minutes, Sai said in a pleased voice. Sakura brought down her fist on the top of his head and yelled, "You almost gave me a heart attack, you idiot." As the two bickered on, Minato Namikaze Jr. knew that his father resented his dead older siblings. That much was very obvious. Naruto and Naruto, that was what he said their names were, had their faces scratched out of every picture, and their birth records were taken out of the hospital and personally kept in the attic of the Hokage's mansion, away from the prying eyes of the general public but not away from the eyes of the only living child of the Yondaime. Junior knew that Naruto and Naruto were the joint holders of the nine-tailed fox, one of the soul and the other for the chakra. He knew that despite his father always ordering him to give up his investigation, the 13-year-old boy found it strange that everyone in Konoha, even those who went on the failed retrieval mission, found the twins to be the nicest, cutest kids you will ever meet, while Minato frequently called them vile beasts that should be slowly eaten away by termites and worms. And this was the man who led the retrieval team. It was, for lack of a better word, strange. Minato skillfully hid the hate from the people because the villagers had mourned the twins' death when the news had returned, but Junior was exposed to it every single day since the day he could make coherent thought. A few hours later, the kingdom hidden in the sky. Meiji Haruai Gamatomo, leader of the Fuinjutsu division, hurried down the stairs of her apartment in the soldier accommodation/barracks district of the Sukai Kingdom. She wore a black and white skirt and a bright red and black long-sleeved shirt, leaving her usual backpack behind. Her platinum underarmor, marking her rank, shimmered under the dimming lights, which she controlled mentally as she passed. Her mint green hair, tied in a ponytail, bounced as she ran. At the bottom of the stairs, she paused, her eyes scanning the parlor and living room to ensure everything was in place before she left. She pulled up her sleeves and clapped her hands. Her platinum armor shimmered and became invisible, though still present, much like an object out of sight. Her metal boots transformed into white sneakers and deep red knee socks. The seemingly delicate girl smoothed her skirt and softly clicked the door shut. She inhaled deeply, offering a quick smile to the excited soldiers chattering and pulling each other towards the kingdom-wide festival. She cleared her throat and glanced left, where an elderly woman, appearing to be in her late 60s, sat motionless and glassy-eyed in a rocking chair on the porch. The green-haired girl approached the woman and gently kissed her temple. The woman remained unresponsive. I'll be going to the festival, Granny, she said, receiving only a breath in response. A friend from the medical division will check on you occasionally. She tried to keep her spirits up despite the lack of reply. The woman, whom she called Granny, had been her cellmate in Sound, tortured into a vegetative state by the sadistic snake summoner. Karen was determined to heal what Orochimaru had done, but a cure was slow to come, as they still didn't understand her condition. A sad smile touched the girl's lips. She sharply looked up as her name was called, beaming at the questionably sane head of the Inventions Division. Nirvana wore bright red khaki pants and a black sleeveless hoodie, her metal boots now white sneakers like Meiji's. The inventor stood with Nora, head of the Scout and Retrieval Division, who wore a white mask, a gold and black jumpsuit, and red trainers. The masked woman eagerly jogged in place, beckoning the youngest division head to hurry, barely contained from rushing into the festival. The Soldier Accommodations Division, a vast district, spanned the kingdom's perimeter, allowing ample space for nature and fields. It comprised 40% of the kingdom's outer area, ensuring quick defense against internal and external threats. "Hurry up, Shorty," Nirvana yelled to the girl, doing a double take when she noticed Meiji's grandmother. "Oh, and good morning, Granny." The woman didn't respond, but the inventor understood and didn't take offense. The green-haired girl ran over, and the three women left the district together. As they drew nearer, they had to navigate through the throng of energetic Sukai citizens, moving from tent to tent, playing games, and winning prizes. Their eyes widened at the prospect of the next 7 days of festivities. Meiji hopped in place before grabbing the two older girls' forearms and pulling them towards a stand laden with large stuffed animals. As they arrived, another person, a purple-haired, black-eyed boy in his early teens, dressed in black trousers and a black shirt, arrived, pulling along an amused woman in a casual green dress. The boy wore a faint smile as he gazed at the stand, where a widely grinning, pot-bellied man stood with his arms akimbo behind the counter. The game was simple: use a purple rubber ball to knock down a tower of 11 bottles. The women watched as the boy bowed to them. "Hello." Nora offered a slight wave. "Hey, I see you like stuffed animals." "Not really, I just want to try all the games before the festival ends," the boy replied as his guardian paid for 3 balls. He graciously took the balls, stuck his tongue out, and wound his right arm back. He lifted his left knee as he pulled his arm back, and the ninjas nodded at his form. He then thrust his arm forward, releasing the ball. The ball clipped the top 3 bottles, and the child bit his bottom lip in barely contained excitement. Then he looked at the other teen with mild shock. "I'm sorry, did you want to have a go?" "My name is Magi," she said, offering a shy smile to the almost expressionless boy. "Call me Gingy," he said, pointing to his chest, then over his shoulder to the woman. "And this is my friend, Gamey." The woman nodded. "So, do you want to try?" He tossed a ball to her, which she deftly caught. "Don't worry about paying, Gamey here works in the palace, and I just got into the academy." He said it proudly, puffing out his chest. The women found his attitude amusing. They chose not to reveal that all 3 were platinum-ranked division heads. "That's nice," Magi said with a slight bow, concealing her nervous smile. She outranked this boy, and she didn't want to dampen his spirits. She idly tossed the ball between her hands as she approached the counter. "How old are you, Gingy?" 16. "How about you?" Magi rolled the ball in her palms before drawing her right hand back and thrusting it forward, as if palm striking the air, but releasing the ball instead. The purple ball surged forward and shattered the bottles, toppling them all. "I'm 15. She pointed to a massive purple salamander, thanked the man, and hugged it close. Gingy took the last ball and threw it, again tumbling the pyramid of bottles. He hummed, drumming his fingers on the wooden counter as he carefully scrutinized each stuffed animal before choosing a cartoonish scorpion. The purple-haired boy tucked the toy under his arm. "Why a scorpion? I have an uncle in the army who likes scorpions." "He really likes scorpions," he added the last part with a slight shiver. "Oh." The 15-year-old girl scuffed her foot on the ground. The other platinum ranks behind them exchanged glances, then looked at the boy's caretaker. "Well, see you later, Magi," Gingy said, turning to run to the next crowded game stand. "Would you mind if we tagged along?" Nirvana said, squinting at the boy's back, ignoring Nora's elbow jab and Magi's wide-eyed look. "How about we test our strengths over there?" She gestured to a sparsely populated test of strength stand, where a short, grizzled man stood with crossed arms, observing others attempting to heft and swing the mallet. "I don't think I'm strong enough to carry that thing," Gingy said, walking away. Gamma shrugged and followed. "Wait. I am. If you win, then I'll be your slave for a week," she shouted, and the boy stopped abruptly. "You heard me. Why do you want me to test my strength so much?" "Don't listen to her, she gets impulsive when she's hungry," Magi interrupted, pushing the inventor away. "No, I know that look," Gingy said, looking over his shoulder, still clutching his stuffed scorpion under his left arm. "She thinks I'm an imposter." "I didn't say that," Nirvana tried to say, waving her hands for the boy to calm down, her eyes wide like dinner plates that he had caught on so quickly. "You don't need to say it," he said before she could finish. "Look, you look like someone I know. That's all." She trailed off as Gingy fully turned around, flashing a quick, knowing smirk. "My lord." The purple-haired boy shook his head with a wink. "No, my name is Gingy. You must be confusing me with someone else." Those walking around them unashamedly eavesdropped, though they couldn't grasp the main points with the small hint the king of Sukai had dropped. "You didn't know?" Nora fiercely whispered into the multicolored girl's ear. "I did. I just wanted to confirm," she muttered back, not so quietly. Magi, however, tried not to look like she was about to faint. "Do you want to tag along with us? Gamey always wants me to be around friends." He handed the stuffed toy to his disguised maid. All the king's royal guards were on the break Naruto had ordered for the festival, so the king didn't have gold-ranked soldiers secretly following his every move. Only his reliable combat maid, Shinikora, who wore a black wig and casual clothes to avoid attention. Naruto himself wore a purple wig and black contact lenses to hide his godly Rinnegan, drawing the line at applying makeup. Hiding in a genjutsu might attract attention, especially from soldiers who had spent most of their lives studying illusions in the academy. The women fought the urge to bow to their master, who was clearly in disguise to conceal his rank. "Yes, my Sir King Ahemjinji," Magi replied on behalf of the others. The majority of the festival unfolded around the royal palace, situated on a raised platform at the kingdom center, offering the king a panoramic view. This didn't mean that areas at the kingdom's edges were excluded. In the soldier accommodations district, bars offered free drinks by the king's order. Naruto would pay for the drinks from his treasury. The king, with his mighty but hidden Rinnegan eyes, looked around and ducked into a dark alley. His subordinates followed, drawing few eyes beyond undercover police officers who recognized the 3 division heads and let them be, though they remained vigilant for any need of assistance. A police officer never truly went on break, even if Naruto had ordered them to relax their guard slightly. Shinikora or Gamey stayed at the alley's mouth, shaded by darkness, allowing the other 3 women to pass. The king hopped onto a dumpster and sat down, leaning back and looking up at the sky. It was about 5 in the afternoon, and the pleasant weather, caressing his skin with warm breaths, made the Rinnegan king sigh in comfort. He closed his eyes and placed his hands behind his head. You have questions, he assumed, facing the women, their king sitting on a fairly clean dumpster. You're free to ask. They couldn't resist placing their hands over their hearts and tilting their heads down, and despite his closed eyes and apparent unawareness of their movement, the king exhaled in frustration. Why are you in disguise, my lord? Nora asked first. Is your life in danger? Jinji, Naruto corrected for the second time, and answered. And no, I want to truly enjoy this festival without worrying about being bowed to left and right. I will be fairly busy during the course of this festival, and the first day might be the only time I have to really relax. Why not pose as a higher-ranked official than a new academy student? Nirvana queried. Naruto shrugged. I just felt like it. Sir Jinji, if I may, I do not think it is proper for one such as you to walk around without proper protection, Nora said, putting her foot down with a mildly trembling voice. Naruto's lips twitched downwards, but he kept his eyes closed. Are you assuming that we have an assassin after my head in my own home? Among my own people? The masked woman sputtered. No. I did not mean to assume. Are you saying that if anything remotely bad happened, and that is a big if, then my police officers are not more than enough to contain it? SSSS sir. Are you saying that I do not have the ability to protect myself? He sat up abruptly, and the shaking woman immediately fell to her knees, ensuring her hand was still over her heart and her eyes were on the ground in subservience. That after everything you have seen me do without lifting my hands I still need constant security? The fact that he spoke in a calm, low voice sent chills down the division head's spines. There was no oppressive force on their shoulders, no bloodlust in his voice, he didn't even glare at them. He sat forward, propping his hands on the wide metal lid of the dumpster beside him. That my servant, Shinekora, is not fully capable of defending me if I ask her to? My apologies, my lord Naruto. IIST stepped out of L line. It will not happen again. Naruto stared at her stoically for a few seconds before leaning back again and looking at the clear sky. No, it's fine. You are just looking out for my safety, but I would prefer it if you did not think of me like some sort of regular grounder daimyo that is heavily dependent on others to defend him, he said, referring to how daimyos and leaders on the ground mostly had no prior combat knowledge and hid behind their soldiers. You are not a grounder, sir, you are the great king of the Sakai kingdom. The greatest and mightiest leader the world has ever seen and will ever see, Nirvana piped up, trying to quell any unseen anger in their leader. Magi nodded in agreement. You do not need protection, my king, we your people need your protection. They were trying to flatter him so he wouldn't crush the head of Scout and Retrieval, Nora, into a bloody paste. It wasn't working, as the king wasn't angry in the first place. It's fine, Naruto said, waving for them to calm down. But when I am in this disguise I am Jinji the academy student, understood? Yes, Jinji. Good. Now, I trust in the abilities of the Inventions Division and Fuinjutsu Division to have the perfect device to protect our home from external aggression of any kind, whether it be jutsu, bombs, or physical attacks. The floating island kingdom was held aloft by powerful solar-powered engines driving massive, heavily muffled fans that constantly spun, keeping the kingdom stationary unless ordered to move. These engines were hidden by Fungenjutsu that summoned clouds to conceal them and muffle the sound from grounders, also shrouding the kingdom in clouds and sunlight to hide its presence. If discovered, a translucent chakra bubble covered the island kingdom, capable of withstanding even the strongest lightning attacks continuously until soldiers arrived to repel attackers. I have looked at each security measure myself and I have personally approved them, or have I not? You have, Jinji, Magi replied. Remember this, I was the one that assembled people to fight for my cause, but that is not all. I am obligated to protect them, not because it is my duty as a king but also because I want to protect them. I would use my last breath to ensure all of your safety, despite how selfish my ambitions are. Your ambitions are our ambitions, Nora said. And we are forever honored you regard your people to such extents, Nirvana added. The Rinnegan king opened his eyes, revealing the black contact lenses, and sat up. Well, I think this is more than enough of this talk, go and enjoy the festival. Do you mind if we accompany you? Magi asked, watching as their king deftly hopped off the dumpster and dusted the back of his black pants. When he looked at her with slightly narrowed eyes, she hastily added, so that we can enjoy the festival with you, my king I mean Jinji. Fine, try and keep up, he said, a tiny, excited smile spreading on his face as he raced out of the alley with Gamey, still holding the stuffed scorpion the king had won. The three platinum ranks had to push their way through the crowd as they, too, ran about, playing and eating all the festival offered. Most activities were paid for by the king through the civilian division, while throwing games were paid by participants. It was a blur of color and laughter as they chased their king, who rushed from game to game, food court to food court, truly letting himself go as much as his upbringing allowed, a small smile on his face and an excited glow in his coal-black eyes. At one moment they were trying a dart game, then Nirvana was in a dance competition against a dark-skinned man with 4 arms. It all blurred together as Gamey sampled a spicy pepper, making the gloating chef gape in horror when the disguised soul of the Nine Tails swallowed 10 flaming hot peppers with a wide, toothy grin. The group laughed uproariously when the man's face reddened after a single bite, thinking his peppers were defective, before they all ran away as he yelled profanities. Jinji almost got into a fistfight with a well-built man after he brazenly groped Gamey, if not for the timely intervention of Magi and Nora, who swept in and knocked sense into the man before Naruto could lose his cool and absorb his soul. The mood dipped slightly after that until they ran into Satoshi, head of rescue and support, and Mora, the kingdom's headhunter ninja. Both wore casual sleeveless shirts and black pants, with black boots instead of sneakers or trainers. They waved the group over, doing a double take at Naruto in his Jinji disguise, though they silently and mutually agreed to go along with it, still treating him with kingly respect. Mora and Nora immediately threw their arms over each other's shoulders, and the ever-happy Satoshi and Nirvana began chattering. Jinji walked in the middle, yet subtly dictated their direction with bodily cues. "Hey, Jinji," Satoshi said, turning back to the disguised king. "Would it be okay if I left to see Hamato at the Grey Tusk Bar back in the SA, Soldier Accommodations, Division? We have some important things to talk about. Is it something I should be made aware of?" Naruto prodded, idly realizing it was 9 at night and the streetlights were on, illuminating the still busy streets. He noticed a few soldiers running on roofs, positioning themselves to watch over them. His eyes twinkled at their intuition. The smile on the man's face never wavered. "Yes. Tomorrow." Naruto nodded and motioned for the man to come closer, whispering in his ear, "Please do so. I'd like it if you and Hamato reported to my office with Indra. I have a request to ask him." "Yes, Sir Jinji," the man said with a subtle nod. He soon blended into the background and vanished into the crowd. The king saw some police patrol back and forth in the crowd, some dragging handcuffed troublemakers. As the night progressed, the throng of people thinned and the patrol increased, until Naruto grew tired and decided to return to his palace. Naruto's eyes burst open, and he quietly groaned as sleep gently left him. He tried to sit up, but a weight on his chest kept him in place. He looked down and blinked twice upon seeing a white head snuggled close to his chest. His eyes moved to his right, where a mop of rainbow-colored hair hugged his arm, and then to his left, revealing mint-green hair. All three women moaned tiredly when he shifted his arms, making him realize he had them wrapped around their shoulders, pulling them close under the thick blanket. The king breathed gently, and his fingers twitched. The girls were lifted off his body, and he levitated slightly, his control over gravity pulling him out. He allowed them to drop gently onto the bed. The Rinnegan holder landed silently on his feet, sparing a quick look at the girls before heading to his bathroom. He paused by the mirror, catching a glimpse of himself. His red hair was frizzy and disheveled, a colic adorned his forehead from who knows what, numerous red kisses marked his chest and mid-abdomen, and his black pants were frayed at the feet. The teen rubbed the last vestiges of sleep from his eyes and walked into his bathroom. He had a crazy, partly memorable night, like a few other nights he had with some of the women he trusted, a trust that required them to keep their bedroom relations a secret. It wasn't the first time he had invited more than one woman into his room, and with his almost insatiable Uzumaki libido, it would most definitely not be the last. He chose to consult individuals bound by an oath of secrecy due to their close proximity to his office, rather than any random woman. Shinekora, usually his companion for nightly and sometimes daily bedroom activities, had been dispatched on an errand to the kingdom as they neared the palace. The king emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in steam, towel-drying his hair. He walked past the bed where Nirvana, Nora, and Magi rested, and entered his wardrobe. He reappeared in a short-sleeved red shirt and pants, his obsidian underarmor visible. Opening the door, he strode past his maid, who followed, ensuring the door closed to preserve the sleeping women's privacy. "Indra and the others await you in your office," the fox-like woman informed her king. Naruto nodded, ascending the stairs and acknowledging palace staff who were opening curtains and dusting furniture. Outside, the kingdom was already bustling, ready for another day of festivities. Two silver-ranked guards snapped to attention upon his arrival, opening the door for him. Naruto entered, and they closed the door, allowing Shinekora to follow. The king of the Tsukai Kingdom's office was four-sided, featuring a solid mahogany desk. A deep red carpet covered the floor, and the walls were white with gold lines adorning the corners and ceiling. The entire wall to the desk's right was a large window offering a view of the kingdom. It was an unpretentious office, as Naruto preferred, until he decided how to further furnish it. Indra, head of frontline soldiers, Hamato, head of intelligence and interrogation, and Satoshi, head of rescue and support, stood at attention before his desk in their combat uniforms. Indra had the kubikiri sheathed on his back. Naruto settled comfortably into his chair. "Before we begin, Satoshi and Hamato," he prompted them to speak. Hamato spoke first. "We were discussing what you wanted us to do during our last division head meeting here in your office." Naruto understood, recalling his task to the division heads to prepare for the post-festival period. He had also assigned specific functions to specific members. To the two heads, he had given the task of monitoring the conquered countries. He encouraged them to continue. "Our tracking chip indicates that Madame Koyuki is currently meeting Heite Kakashi," he said, unsealing a scroll from his palm. "This is what they have discussed so far. do you want us to handle Kakashi and his team? He handed the conversation transcript to Naruto, who opened it. His smile widened fractionally, and he handed it back to Hamato, his fully exposed Rinnegan glowing with joy. Perfect. That is precisely the message I want Konoha to receive. Speaking of messages, he pulled out a desk drawer, sifted through neatly filed papers, and extracted a single sheet. He gave it to Hamato. Have that sent to all leaders of the countries and hidden villages we haven't yet conquered, including Konoha and the Land of Fire. Ensure you address them to their respective leaders, not just generally. I want them to feel like I'm speaking to them personally. If I may, my lord, Indra interjected. Yes? Do you want them to await a reply? Naruto hummed, then shook his head. No, I have accounted for every possible outcome of them reading the letter. Whether they choose wisely or foolishly is up to them. He rested his elbows on his desk, his head supported by his thumbs. I want at least a squad of silver-ranked intelligence and interrogation soldiers to deliver them, as they are best at disseminating information and should be able to defend themselves if things become difficult, though I doubt they will be detected. I am honored by your thoughts, my lord, Hamato muttered with a polite bow. Naruto leaned forward, prompting his loyal unto-death soldiers to stand straighter. Don't worry about it. Now, I'm sure you are all aware of the exact details in the fealty agreement scroll. They nodded. That means each village head or daimyo is allowed to give as much information as possible to those who ask but are not allowed to lend aid in a revolt against my rule. He looked each of them in the eye as he paused. That means the ninjas from Konoha, the division head you of espionage and infiltration, and division head Hamato have reported are in Spring are not to be attacked, and this applies to Spring as well, until Spring provides ninjas to aid in the revolt. Though I'm sure Madame Koyuki has read the agreement in detail. Understood, sir, they all responded. Do you three know why? Yes, sir. Just so there's no confusion, can someone explain why I want the world to know about us before we strike? Hamato spoke for the others. The Tsukai Force's individual strength, technological, seal, and medical advancements give us a significant advantage over the grounders. If we were to march in with all we have, they would stand no chance and submit too quickly. And, we want them to prepare as much as possible so that after we defeat them, they will realize that no matter what, the Tsukai Kingdom will always be great. He faced Indra. Will you be free by noon? Yes, sir. If you are busy with your duties, I won't mind, Naruto insisted. I just have a routine weekly inspection of the barracks and the accommodations district, and a meeting with Division Head Karen of Medical for the report on your soldiers' well-being. What do you wish me to do, sir? I want to have a quick spar to see if my skills have dulled. I do not think they have dulled, Indra said, momentarily losing his composure. His king wanted to fight him. It caused him to panic. Naruto motioned for the man to relax, even though the only indication of his panic was a light dusting of perspiration on his forehead. It's just a quick eye and body check. Do not worry, I will not go overboard. Postpone those scheduled inspections and meetings until this evening. I want that spar as soon as possible. I am humbled that you wish to fight me, my lord. You may all go. The platinum ranks bowed and left his office. Shiny Korra, I have a mission for you. The maid stepped before his desk and bowed, awaiting his command. What do you wish me to do, my king? I want you to personally contact my spy and Suna to ascertain if she needs help taking care of the Sand siblings if Suna decides not to submit. You know of her pride, so if she insists she needs no help, then stay regardless. Do you want me to have another of your maids work in my place? He nodded, and the human form fox spirit bowed her head, then left for her room to prepare for her time in the desert. An hour later, in the Hokage's office, Hokage's tower, Konohagakure no Sato, Minato rubbed his forehead. Kakashi and his team must have reached Spring by now. He tiredly walked to his desk. His assistant greeted him, and he dismissively waved in response. His eyes suddenly sharpened at the letter resting securely on his Hokage's desk. He suspiciously surveyed his office, noting nothing out of place except the wide-open window, which allowed cool morning air into his workspace. His bright blue eyes remained fixed on the window, his left hand inching behind him but stopping when the shadow hidden behind the curtain lightened. Strange. He pulled a small scroll from his white cloak with red flames and tossed it onto the scroll on his desk. It burst into white smoke, and a minute later, he blew away the smoke with a low-level winjutsu, revealing the scroll to be untouched and unaffected, meaning it was safe and free of traps. He swiped it off his desk and unrolled it. To Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. I am Naruto, the king of the Tsukai Kingdom and leader of the Tsukai forces that successfully invaded Lightning, Spring, and Water countries. If you are unaware of this fact, you may inquire about them. The daimyos in Kage are permitted to provide as much detailed information as they desire. Those three countries, all respectable foes in their own right, were no match for my soldiers. They all fell in 2 days. This means I invaded 2 countries in 1 day, and the third a few hours after sunrise. If this is not enough to convince you of our might, then, again, you may ask the daimyos in Kage of the places I conquered. I am certain they will tell you how easily we took them down, and if my assumptions are correct, then Spring Country will have video surveillance. I ensured they were not taken out as I walked in. My orders are simple: if you wish not to be trampled under the might of me and my army, then unseal the fealty agreement scroll from this letter and sign it. If it is shredded to pieces, I will be immediately notified and will assume your country wishes not to swear fealty to me. If you sign it, we will pass by in 6 days to collect it. Not signing at all will also be taken as defiance, and I will subdue defiance or destroy it as I see fit. Do not forget the lives you are accountable for. If you refuse to swear fealty to me, I will have no other option than to come there myself to show you exactly why I am king of the Tsukai kingdom. I will give you 6 days to decide the fate of your people. The fate of your people lies in your hands. The king of the Tsukai kingdom, Lord Naruto. Minato slowly lifted his eyes from the letter and hissed in fury. So you're still alive, you little piece of dog shit. He unknowingly began pulsing killer intent, pressing down on the umbu hidden around his office and making his assistant cry in pain. Like hell, I will submit to you. The fourth Hokage tore up the letter, shredding the pieces with wind chakra. The blonde man threw away the tiny pieces and yelled, "I'll kill you myself." Spring hadn't changed much, Kakashi noted as he quickly walked through the capital gates. His dull eye looked around from under his dog umbu mask. He signaled over his shoulder to his team of 4 jogging behind him. "Go and gather information. Meet me back here in 30 minutes. They saluted and dispersed in different directions to question citizens about the invasion from their perspective, intending to compare it with their captain's report later to understand the threat they faced. As the Sharingan user looked around, he noticed no major changes in the capital to signify it had been overrun, apart from a large flag waving atop the Spring Daimyo's palace beneath the country's flag. The flag had a deep red background with the kanji for sky written in golden strokes. There were also scuff marks on the ground indicating a struggle, and as he approached the palace, he saw blacksmiths mending the great door's hinges. It seemed they were checking and refortifying it rather than repairing damage from it being ripped off. The masked man entered the palace, ignoring the bustling workers reorganizing their lives, and proceeded towards the woman seated on the throne. Koyuki had a sad frown etched onto her beautiful face, and the actress closed her eyes, remembering how easily her personal guards were dispatched. She opened them when she heard a polite cough. "Greetings, Lady Koyuki. I am Dog of the Konoha Umbu. The fourth sent me here to see if your country still needs help fighting those Tsukai forces." "Just you," she said with a raised eyebrow. "Several squads of my comrades are stationed outside the country." The woman sighed and slumped further into her throne. "Regardless, it's too late, they have already gone. Lady Koyuki, if I may," her fingers twitched on her armrest, indicating permission to speak. "Can I know more about these Tsukai forces so we can better understand how to defeat them?" The actress remained silent for a few long moments, staring at the dog-masked man with gradually widening eyes. "They cannot be defeated. The sole reason my messenger even reached Konoha is because their king was merciful enough to allow it." Her eyes dulled at the memory of the almighty king of the army of monsters. "Their king, he was able to crush the heads of 3 of my guards with nothing but the air and without a serious thought." She pointed to her neck, where a thin red line circled it like a necklace. "He did this to me, without even coming near me." "Lady Koyuki, all this does not mean he cannot be killed. He is still human." "No, he is not. None of the Tsukai soldiers are human, and I believe the civilians are not human as well." "I'm sorry, ma'am, but we still need information. Can you tell us what you know about the Tsukai king?" "The man and his forces didn't loot the kingdom or usurp the daimyo and take control. It was less an invasion and more an attack because they felt like it, making it more or less a hobby." The woman wilted into her seat and rubbed her still sore neck. "He said his name is Naruto." The man's eye widened in alarm, and he blurted out, "Naruto." Koyuki looked at the Heitake with squinted eyes, the rubbing motion on her neck slowing to a stop. "Are you familiar with that name? Describe him, please." "He had red hair and pale skin. It was like he didn't know how to express himself because I could see he wanted to smile or grin more, but he didn't know how. I know this because I'm an actress." She then snapped her fingers. The security cameras inside the palace were still working after he left. I think he didn't know about them. She snapped her fingers, and a white-haired boy in his late teens, wearing thick glasses and casual clothing, ran up to his daimyo and presented a small handheld device with a flat screen the size of his cupped hands. The woman thanked the boy, tapped the screen twice to light it up, swiped across it once with her pointer finger, and tapped again. She closed her eyes and gave the masked Konoha ninja the device. It was a video recording from all 4 corners of the ceiling. When the door opened easily after all the materials used to block it had magically shifted aside, dozens of soldiers in red shirts and black pants with golden underarmor stomped in and stood by the walls. A woman with rainbow-colored hair then marched in, swiveled to her right, placed her hand over her heart in sync with the other soldiers, and tilted her head down slightly, though the soldiers by the walls did not, instead keeping their eyes on the defiant Spring Daimyo and her guards. Then Naruto walked in, and Kakashi's heart almost stopped in shock. He held back from stumbling away as he watched each step the boy took towards the woman rattle the building to its core, and the head of a guard exploded in a geyser of blood and brain matter. The actress's face turned a deep shade of gray as an invisible force gripped her neck. Naruto took his time walking to her, blowing up 2 more heads before the guards finally realized he was the cause and prepared to attack, but they were swiftly killed by the guards lining the walls with various weapons to their heads. The golden-armored soldiers lowered their hands. Somehow Kakashi felt like these soldiers lining the walls were mostly ninjas. The rejected son of the fourth Hokage stopped before the woman and gently placed his hand on her head, releasing her from his hold. There was no sound, but the war veteran and star shinobi could feel chills run up and down his spine at the mildly amused face of the actress. "He was telling me that he knew about my message to Konoha," the woman said from her throne, her face in her hands and shivering at the memory. "That he predicted I would send one, but he wanted Konoha to get the message." She looked up at the Haytake, tears absent from her eyes and her face eerily calm. "And I had a feeling that he could just as easily kill them with a snap of his fingers." The man silently listened as he kept watching the thought-to-be-dead son of the fourth. Naruto said something over his shoulder. "He knew I was about to stab him, and he still didn't kill me." The man's hands shook. This wasn't the little bundle of happiness he knew. This was a bitter, sadistic, evil shadow of the child he used to visit every once in a while. He had heard from the fourth that the twins had been killed, and he hadn't questioned it, but something in him told him that one of the twins had indeed died, Naruto. It was very obvious that Naruto treasured his sister. "Can I have a copy of this video?" "By all means," the woman said, and the same white-haired boy took the device. Kakashi scratched his chin with a deep frown on his face. "I need to report this to Minato-sensei." He idly took the videotape and rushed out of the palace. He met up with his team, all of whom wore grim expressions under their masks, and ran out of Spring, the Tsukai Forces Arena Alpha, the military barracks, the Tsukai Kingdom. Indra Watashi drew the kubikiri from his back and placed it on his shoulder. Small drops of sweat appeared on his head as he looked across the training ground at a red-haired teen who stood with his hands at his sides and a wistful smile on his face. "Make sure you don't hold back, Indra," Naruto called to the platinum rank. "I will try my best, my lord," the head of the frontline soldier said as he bent his right knee and held the handle of his sword with both hands, still keeping the massive blade on his right shoulder. Naruto, however, did not move from his position. Arena Alpha was where silver ranks were tested for promotion to gold ranks, so it was heavily fortified with reinforcement seals, requiring a separate seal to prevent destabilization of the floating island kingdom. The other promotion arenas, Beta and Gamma, were less reinforced because the abilities of lower ranks, bronze to silver and copper to bronze, respectively, were less dangerous than those of higher ranks. The other division heads watched from the sidelines, seated in a row reserved for them and the king to observe promotion exams. This time, however, their king was the one fighting, or rather having a quick eye and body check. Indra gritted his teeth and ran towards his king, moving so quickly he created a faint black blur that raced towards Naruto, who still hadn't moved. Barely a foot away, Naruto's black, red-ringed eyes pulsed, and the world slowed to a crawl. The eagerly watching group of division heads slowed with it until everything stopped. Naruto observed the man before him, bringing down the head cleaver to split his head open with a stoic expression and rigid posture. The king pursed his lips and his eyes moved around, noticing that the dust in the air froze completely. He walked behind the man and his legs shot to the back of Indra's knees, forcing him to fall onto his knees, but even then, Naruto's quick eyes still saw everything in stillness, like he had mentally clicked reality's pause button. The Rinnegan king then swung his foot and nailed the swordsman on the side of his head, but instead of sending him into the wall, the king continued the motion and brought the division head to meet the ground with a ground-shaking thud. Naruto stepped back and allowed his eyes to perceive things as any other person. The division heads collectively blinked in shock when they saw that one moment Indra was about to cleave their king's head open, and the next, their king stood over the man's body in a flash of red light. It wasn't that his amplified Rinnegan could slow down time, but rather he could see at such a fast pace that it felt like time had stopped, moving at a speed far slower than a snail's crawl. The eyes also granted him a limited ability to anticipate his opponent's next move, but that wasn't what he was using at the moment. Naruto's lips twitched upwards when he saw his subordinate grunt as he got back to his feet. He took a few steps back and lifted both of his hands to Indra, motioning him to come again. "Come on. If you wanted a practice dummy, I would have gladly agreed to be that dummy, my king," Indra grunted sourly, his pride hurt that he had been taken out in the blink of an eye. "I apologize, Indra." Day 1, 6 days left. 9:30 p.m. Konoha Graveyard, Konohagakure no Sato, Fire Country. The Death Reaper seal, one of only 2 seals capable of containing the planet's strongest tailed beast, the nine-tailed fox. No ordinary seal or container could hold the 9 tails for long. It would be destroyed, and the resulting backlash would devastate the environment. The demonic beast 14 chain shackle seal was the first option considered. It conjured 14 powerful binders to restrain all 9 tails, as well as the fox's arms, legs, and neck. This seal effectively contained the fox, ensuring it couldn't influence its host. It was generally more trusted than the Death Reaper seal for holding the fox until the host's death, at which point the fox would also perish. The downside, it took 14 days to draw the seal and shackle the beast into a host. The host had to be an Uzumaki due to their clan's proven chakra effectiveness in containing the beast. Each shackle took a full day, and the next had to be fastened immediately, or the beast would escape. Few individuals had enough continuous chakra for even 3 days, let alone 14. Even with their significant chakra, an Uzumaki using this seal would die from strain after all 14 shackles were set. Mito was the first to use this seal. She contained the fox within herself after leading it away from the battle between Madara Uchiha and her husband, Hashirama Senju, known globally as the first Hokage and the strongest ninja to ever live. Kushina Uzumaki was the second person to have this seal used on her to contain the fox. Both the sealer and the person receiving the beast had to remain awake and actively involved for 14 continuous days. The world observed the slow, agonizing transfer of the beast into its second host, a gradual descent into madness for the sealer before their inevitable demise. Slowly removing the seal from within a person led to steady madness. What would happen if all 14 shackles were destroyed simultaneously, brutally tearing the tailed beast from its Jinchuriki? Terrible insanity. This explained why Kushina, a strong kunoichi who had fought in the Third Shinobi War and completed numerous mind-breaking missions, lost her mind after the beast was taken from her. The Death Reaper seal was no less severe. It could be drawn relatively quickly, but to seal the beast into its next host, the sealer had to summon the Shinigami, the Death God. Minato lacked the chakra for the 14 shackles, and Kushina was too insane to assist. He had no choice but to summon the Death God to separate the Kyubai's chakra and her soul, sealing them into Naruto and Naruto, respectively. Before the god could stab his hand through Minato's back to complete the act, the fourth Hokage was pushed aside by the third. Unknown to anyone, the Shinigami greatly desired to consume Minato Namikaze's soul. The blonde man had created 2 high S-rank abilities, one of which transcended the mortal realm into that of heavenly deities, the Flying Thunder God Seal. This seal, or jutsu, allowed Minato to travel between points faster than lightning, as many times and to as many places as he wished. This was a primary reason Minato was so feared across the continent. His ability to be seamlessly in many places at once, combined with his taijutsu and general jutsu skills, made the fourth Hokage the strongest and fastest living shinobi on the planet. Most even compared him to Madara and Hashirama. The Death God was overjoyed when summoned to seal the Kyuubi into Minato's twin children. However, it was enraged when the older Hokage shoved its intended meal aside to take his place. The Shinigami could not change the direction of its hand, so it continued, plunging through Hiruzen Sarutobi's soul and sealing the Kyuubi into the twins. As punishment for being denied the soul it so greatly desired to devour, and instead being given a tired old soul, the Shinigami swore to consume either of his children's souls when they died, unless it was appeased with the soul of someone it yearned to eat. Those who had cheated death numerous times. This was why Minato didn't much care that Naruto had been killed. Being eaten by the Death God was more merciful than what he had in mind for his children when they returned. Besides, if Konoha had plenty of people who frequently defied death, it was to his benefit. Dark Rinnegan eyes gazed at the third Hokage's tombstone. Konoha had a long list of people who frequently defied death, so much so that it annoyed the Death God. But the Rinnegan king needed to know who was potentially at the top of that list. He couldn't summon the Shinigami to ask, the price was too high. However, he knew someone who might know every death-defying person in Konoha. But before that, Naruto turned his back to the third Hokage's grave, facing a wide area of sparsely treed and bushed land. His black eyes with red rings glowed in the darkness. He lifted his left hand, palm open and facing upwards. As his hand rose, the ground trembled lightly, just enough to alert Konoha ninjas. He had this covered. A shadow clone was also making the ground shake far behind him, towards the village's east gate. As his hand reached his hip level and continued to rise, the ground cracked open, shaking the surrounding trees and bushes. The crack widened as Naruto's hand lifted to his diaphragm. When it reached his chest, a wide, dark purple dome peeked out from the ground. The shaking then stopped abruptly, but Naruto's hand kept rising, revealing a large, purple creature's head with black, red-ringed eyes and a fat, light purple nose. The head had no ears, covered instead by a light brown-red cloak helmet. Thick, light purple eyebrows barely touched the beast's massive nose. Naruto hummed the Rinnegan ability under his breath, Naraka Path, summoning Jutsu, King of Hell. It was as if the world watched in horror as Naruto mentally commanded the King of Hell to open its mouth, revealing a frightening, gaping maw. It had thick, sharp teeth under its upper lip, but the bottom was bare, with only darkness inside. The Rinnegan king was not intimidated in the least. The redhead gingerly lowered his left hand but raised it again with his right to his belly. A puff of smoke later revealed a clean white body bag, about the size of a 10-year-old child. He gently dropped the bag onto the ground, knelt on both knees, clenched his eyes shut tightly, and took 3 deep gulps of air before opening his eyes again and unzipping the body bag. He couldn't suppress the tears when he saw his twin sister's face, set in a peaceful smile. The one she wore after her throat was slit to put him at ease. But it had failed. Her brother futilely thrashed against his captors. The 16-year-old boy sniffed, and his shaking hands went down, gently tucking a strand of red hair over her ear. Naruto was now sobbing quietly, his tears splashing onto his sister's immaculate face, barely resisting the urge to hug her body. After a few minutes of crying over her body, the king pulled down the body bag's zip, revealing his sister in an armless red dress with gold trimmings at the bottom. But she wasn't in obsidian underarmor, instead, she had bandages hiding painstaking stitches over her body. Orochimaru and Kabuto had indeed wanted to incinerate Naruto's body, but not before conducting a series of tests on her corpse. Naruto recovered her body from Kabuto's section of the lab, slashed up, ripped apart, and devoid of blood. It had taken Naruto months to feed her his blood, as their godfather had said they were the same blood type, and many months of sorrowfully stitching her body together. Only his division heads knew he had been doing this, but everyone in the kingdom knew that the king had a beloved sister murdered by their dead slave master. Naruto sniffed and rubbed the tears cascading down his face with the back of his hands. The king of hell's eyes looked down at its master stoically, keeping its massive mouth open. The boy gently picked up his dead sister, easing her out of the body bag, and steadily walked to the gaping king of hell. The king of the Sakai kingdom knelt as he entered the king of hell's mouth and laid his sister on her back. He stood back up and admired her glowing, peaceful face for a few moments before walking backward out of the king of hell's mouth. The king of hell closed its mouth, and Naruto waited patiently. His patience was rewarded when darkness gathered over the king of hell's head. It was formless but had a pair of evil red eyes. The king did not waver, crossing his arms, meeting the glare of the king of the dead, the Shinigami. 5 years ago, Naruto had attempted to use the outer path samsara of heavenly life technique, a Rinnegan ability, to revive his sister. But the Shinigami had barred his path and reiterated his condition to the king before he would release Naruto's soul. At that time, Naruto didn't know many people the Shinigami would want to eat besides his father. Summoning the king of hell was an ability from Naruto's Rinnegan's Naruka path. It allowed everything it swallowed to be healed and rejuvenated, both mind and body. It was a medic's dream. The Rinnegan ability could heal, but it could not resurrect. Naruto would have to tap into the outer path for that. Unlike when he was younger, he intended to use the outer path before healing his sister. This had inadvertently summoned the death god to inform him of the price for Naruto's soul. This time, Naruto wanted to do it right. He wanted his sister to return to the living with no pain or trouble. He would heal her body of all abnormalities and diseases before placing her soul back inside. The Shinigami was present because it had sensed the mortal body of the one it had devoured, or imprisoned within itself. You can only have her soul back when I have the soul of one who frequently defies death, the god of death reminded Naruto, who remained unafraid. The 16-year-old boy narrowed his eyes at the god and replied, "I will have this soul ready for you soon." The Shinigami hovered silently, observing the Rinnegan king. It then said, in a deep voice that would normally drive any other mortal to insanity, "I cannot reap your soul because of your Rinnegan. You are very lucky, Naruto." Naruto knew his eyes were special, even by normal standards, but to have the ability to repel the death god's touch? "You will give me my sister, and I will find one of those who frequently defy death. You are one of them, just so you know. And I am the only one you will never get." The god grumbled sourly, like a pouting child. "Bring me the soul, and your sister is yours, but if you don't, then you will never see your sister again." "Fine." The death god disappeared, and the king of hell began healing the girl's wounds inside its mouth, removing the stitches on her body and sealing up the skin, making it as good as new. Though the process for her whole body might take up to an hour, Naruto had commanded it to take its time to properly fix his sister, more than enough time for the king. Naruto turned back to the third's grave, his lips twitching in glee. "Soon I will have Naruto, and your sacrifice will all be in vain." His black, red-ringed Rinnegan flashed in the night, and dozens of chakra smoke bursts appeared around the king of hell's head. The smoke cleared, revealing roughly 15 hulking monkeys stationed around the head housing his sister's corpse. All had his brand of Rinnegan eyes, and he could see through each of them. The animal path summoned animals all crouched to the ground and hid their presence as their summoner ran out of the graveyard and into the hidden village. It was ironic how the summoning animals of the dead third Hokage were, in some way, contributing to destroying the village they once loyally served. The irony almost made Naruto chuckle aloud. 3 minutes later. The hospital, Kanahagakure no Sato, Fire Country. Tsunade Senju yawned loudly and smacked her lips as she pushed her key into her office door and twisted, locking it. Being the head doctor/medic of the hospital was demanding work. She screened medics, nurses, and doctors, made her rounds to ensure everyone was working, checked hospital records for discrepancies, took charge of severely afflicted patients, and sifted through countless reports from her subordinates. Today was particularly taxing for the Senju. Konohamaru, the late third Hokage's son, and Hanabi, the Hyuga clan head's youngest child, had gotten into a vicious fight over a ridiculous playing card. There were many casualties in the children's wing due to this fight, but thankfully, no one had died. Suzuki had a severe concussion after Minato Jr. repeatedly bashed his head into a wall when Suzuki attempted another Chidori on his turn back. Asuma and Guy had torn their calves during a spar. A few genin thought it was a good idea to prank a teammate by pouring powdered ghost peppers into her pants. Lastly, Kushina had stubbed her toe on a door as she entered Inoichi's office for a mental evaluation. Needless to say, Tsunade was beginning to regret agreeing to become the head medic. Damn her guilty conscience. With Kushina losing even more of her mind, the mournful Senju found less reason to stay alive but more reason to atone for her ineffectiveness in saving her family. Her main reason for staying in Konoha was to look after her niece, Kushina. The medic sharply looked up when her lips flickered. Strange, her lips quirked down, but she shrugged it off. Tsunade slipped the key into her pocket and began her trek out of the hospital, already making bar-hopping plans. The building was fairly silent, with just a few patients roaming around in the company of her staff. Technically, she wasn't supposed to leave until they were all asleep, but the woman felt very tired and in need of a break from all the noise. She stopped outside the hospital and sighed deeply. Katsu. The woman didn't even lift her hands to cut the genjutsu. The world around her wavered and thinned before she realized she was on the hospital's empty roof, looking ahead at a shadowy figure with his back to her, gazing at the Hokage monument. Using a C-rank genjutsu on a jounin as experienced as I am. Frankly, I'm insulted. The person, she realized, had his arms crossed. He shifted slightly and spared a look over his shoulder before his eyes returned to the monument. She tried not to step back when she saw his black eyes with red rings, a painful reminder of a child she once knew with purple and black rings. And yet you still went along with it. His voice was breezy, she noticed, but not quite enough for her not to hear him. It was a calm night, stars twinkled in the sky with the waning crescent moon. I wanted to see who had the balls to put an illusion over me. I see. He hummed offhandedly. I'm gonna make this simple and straightforward. Who are you? I am. The person said, waving his right hand flippantly. An old memory. What's that supposed to mean? She said, crossing her powerful arms, ready to turn the figure's head into a smear on the ground at a moment's notice. Yes? The person didn't answer her question. Instead, he threw a question that very nearly unsettled her. Is it true you enjoy lying, Tsunade? I don't know what you're talking about. Now answer my quest dash. A good poker face is the key to winning a game of cards, or so I hear, and burying the truth under several mountains of lies is a good way to hide the pain of loss and dread decaying your soul. Is that not so? Listen up, whoever you are. If you don't start making any sense right now, I'm going to paint this roof red with your blood. The person shook his head. I came to ask a few innocent questions. After that, I will leave you be. For now, I still don't know who you are, and you will not find out for now. He turned around, and her whole body locked in place as his godly eyes leveled on her own. First, we need to go somewhere. What dash she ground out as all bodily movements left her, forcing her to stand rigidly. Her eyes looked down at her immobile arms and legs before flicking up to the shadowy figure, who was now facing her, but there was still not enough light to illuminate his body. Take her and follow me. There was a large blast of chakra smoke behind her, and she was summarily picked up by the back of her shirt by a sharp beak. A drill-beaked bird with its summoner's eyes flapped its mighty wings 3 times before flying into the air after its master, who was rocketing through the sky, creating an illusion that he was a shooting star. No one saw him kidnap Tsunade or saw the chakra smoke because Naruto was using a much higher-ranked genjutsu to hide both his presence and the drill-beaked bird. I will explain this as best and as nicely as I can. The figure began as he mentally ordered the bird to gently drop the Sunin onto her feet. The bird pulled its wings back to its body and shuffled back to hide in the shade of a tree. The woman saw that the figure had a little more form, showing he was in a short-sleeved shirt and black pants, though she wondered whether he was barefoot or in very thin sandals. The other thing she observed was the massive rise from the ground behind the speaker, to his right. He held up a finger when Tsunade was about to begin yelling obscenities, her mouth clamped shut as if an invisible hand was placed over her lower face. I would appreciate it if you kept quiet. That's when the rise in the ground shivered, and a pair of black eyes with red rings opened up near the top. A large, light purple nose flared beneath it, and thick, light purple eyebrows sprouted from above the powerful eyes. If she had been placed on the other side of this thing, then she might be able to see its face, as well as her captors, in the light cast by those still awake in the village. But all she could see in the dim light were the awe-inspiring eyes, the nose and eyebrows, and then the mouth opened, and the Sunin's eyes widened in horror. Its mouth gaped impossibly wide, showing a darkness so deep and palpable it made her gulp. Not that she would ever find out, but on the other side of the King of Hell was another face, where Naruto's body was being healed. For now, though, Naruto commanded another face to be created on the back of its head. If I ask you a question and you do not answer it with 100% honesty, then that would rip out your tongue and drag your soul to hell. This was to his advantage because he would instantly gain the Sunin's memories, which, combined with Orochimaru's, would make 2 Sunin memories. The woman was now visibly shaking, more from how hollow the boy's voice sounded and how terrifying it would be to be plunged into eternal darkness by this terrible beast. If you answer my questions with a question, your soul will go to hell. She swallowed thickly and closed her eyes tightly. If you answer my question cryptically, or vaguely, then, your soul will go to hell. Breathing suddenly became difficult for the war veteran. She was trained by the third Hokage and had fought the likes of Hanzo the Salamander, but never in her life had she met a person as intimidating as this mysterious figure who controlled the nightmare-inducing monster. If you make light of a question I asked, then your soul goes to hell. If you do not answer a question, your soul goes to hell. His own red-ringed eyes stared at her from the king of hell. Do you understand? Tsunade summoned as much pride as she had and tilted her chin up. Naruto's eyes narrowed but eased when she whispered, yes. The teen was mildly surprised he didn't need to prove himself, but he regained composure and asked, patch me over to, scene. Ah, you must be my little Sakura's teammates, a tall, lithe woman with flowing pink hair and smooth skin said in an unconsciously seductive voice. Her daughter eyed her suspiciously, prompting the mother, Mabuki, to scratch the back of her head as she realized her tone. Mabuki cleared her throat, a delicate hand to her chest, her white shirt and red dress swaying. Please, come in, she offered in a much lighter voice. Despite being like robots, 13-year-old Sai and Minato Jr. gulped, causing the woman to sweat drop and chuckle nervously. Sakura groaned, pulling both boys in by their ears to stop them from gawking at her mother. At Sakura's insistence, they took off their shoes, lining them neatly by the door. Sakura understood her mother's unintentional allure but disliked it affecting her friends. Can you and your friends help me set up the dinner table? Mabuki called from the door, closing it with a click. Yes, Mama, Sakura shouted back, leading the charge to the living room once the boys regained their composure. Mabuki Harino was undeniably beautiful in Konoha, with a heart-shaped face, lovely teal-green eyes, a cute button nose, and perfect, deep red lips. Her every walk captivated men. She used her looks to advance in shinobi ranks, not through favors, but by becoming a mistress of illusions. They called her the shimmering pink flower. Mabuki was an excellent jounin, despite ninjutsu not being her forte and taijutsu learned mostly for self-defense. Despite her beauty, she struggled to maintain a relationship, with partners either too timid or too headstrong. She prioritized her active kunoichi career over romance, often seeing men as mere means to satisfy her insatiable desires. Minato Namikaze, however, was different. To Mabuki, he embodied every positive quality. She often fought with Kushina over who was better suited for him, until Kushina ultimately won. Yet, Minato's marriage never deterred Mabuki's shameless advances. Her perception of Minato shattered when he summoned her and others to his office, informing them of a fake retrieval mission. His children, Naruto and Naruto, were supposedly kidnapped, and they were to fail deliberately. In reality, their godfather had taken them for training to become Konoha's ultimate tools. His reason? He barely concealed his burning hatred for children. Contrary to popular belief, Mabuki adored children. She yearned for one of her own, but Tsunade had ruled out the possibility due to uterine damage. While no explanation was given, Mabuki suspected the cause, though she avoided reliving those painful memories. Because of the fourth Hokage's hatred, Mabuki retired from being a kunoichi, against his wishes, and became a civilian councilwoman overseeing Konoha-born traveling merchants. Mabuki found Sakura at the orphanage, a tiny 5-year-old with dirty pink hair and bright, intelligent green eyes. Sakura resembled her so much, Mabuki felt heaven had answered her prayers for a child, sending an angel. Sakura was everything Mabuki desired, smart but not a prodigy, adorable, and incredibly stubborn, especially when it came to survival. Sakura was bright, not a prodigy, so her proud mother wasn't surprised when her adopted daughter became Kunoichi of the Year, just like herself. Although disheartened by Sakura's struggles to make or keep friends at the academy, Mabuki held on to hope. In her early 40s, she remained close with her former teammates and banked on Sakura forming similar bonds with hers. Mabuki happily swished into the room, carrying a gleaming pot of ramen and another of roasted pork. Though not her preferred meal choice for her daughter's teammates, she was simply delighted her child was making friends. The retired kunoichi set the pots on the table, gracefully moving around to serve the children, leaving a trail of rose petal shampoo scent. Every movement was like a professional ballerina's, smooth, fluid, and controlled. Before they knew it, she spun on her toes and gently settled into the seat at the head of the table. Sakura glared and coughed pointedly. Ahem. Mabuki, about to take a bite of ramen, paused and looked at her daughter, who was subtly nodding towards the front door. Slowly, Mabuki lowered her fork of food she'd spent an extra hour at the gym burning it off and grinned mischievously. Sakura's green eyes remained defiant and insistent. Ahem, I'll have you know, Sakura, that I quite enjoy eating food too. The poor girl dissolved into a coughing fit. Akihem gakahem, the woman pouted. Fine, if you need me. She sniffled, sharply looking away. I'll be organizing my underwear. Anyone want to join me, Mama? Mabuki cackled at her daughter's flushed face. I was joking. She was about to leave, but stopped when the fourth Hokage's son spoke. Lady Harino? Yes, Minato Jr. Jr. is fine. Then please call me Mabuki. Lady Harino was my mother's name. Sakura groaned, slumping in her chair with embarrassment. Ugh, Mama. The blonde mini-clone of the fourth Hokage nodded. I wish to ask you some questions. But Junior. This is supposed to be a teen dinner. No outsiders. Don't mind her, she's just salty she hasn't hit her growth spurt yet. This time, Sakura didn't groan. Instead, she sat up, chin stubbornly lifted, vowing to hit that spurt when she was ready. Sai pursed his lips, glanced at his teammate, then said, "Is that so?" His empty eyes suddenly filled with amusement, and his grin stretched painfully wide. As a matter of fact, I knew something was wrong, but I didn't think her lack of chest would be the cause. He chuckled when Sakura faced him with fiery eyes. Meanwhile, her mother giggled into her hands. Junior cleared his throat. Just a few questions. She sat down. Ask away. The boy wasted no time. What happened on the retrieval mission you went on 10 years ago with the 4th, Ibiki Marino, and Inoichi Yamanaka? Can I have the details? The S-rank mission had occurred 13 years prior, and Junior pulled the file from his jacket, placing it on the table beside his food. Is it true that you, and I quote, accidentally cast an illusion over Minato that threw off his aim? Mabuki's lips tightened, her eyes fighting not to harden at the boy's resemblance to his father. He didn't behave like Minato Sr. but was just as critical. Well, the silence that followed was deafening. The retired Jounin's eyes widened like dinner plates, and she unconsciously recoiled slightly. I'm sorry, I have an errand to run. She stood and left the room in a flurry. Junior narrowed his eyes. Was that guilt? Sai and Sakura exchanged a look, the boy's eyes still fixed on Mabuki's empty seat. 2 hours, 20 minutes later. The Forest of Death. Very little could be hidden from the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan king stopped before the forest gates. He bent his right knee and swiftly leaped over the gate. Upon landing, his black eyes with red rings immediately fixed on a tiger twice the size of a man. Seeing his eyes, the tiger scampered away, whimpering like a cat losing its food. The king scoffed, walking forward, a red-haired teen with eyes so evil, animals had never seen their like. His whole body seemed to glow with an ethereal black light, attracting attention but too terrifying to approach. The trees soon grew too dense for the faint moonlight to penetrate, but Naruto's eyes glowed in the dark, causing every leaf within a 20-foot radius to quiver and every tree to bow. The world brightened through his eyes, and the light green specks of nature chakra within the trees provided the illumination he needed to advance. He stopped before a tree devoid of any green light, placing his right palm on its trunk. A long, low hiss sounded as his hand pressed forward. His eyes shone with delight as the entire tree fell apart, revealing a 10-foot-long, 4-foot-wide metal cylinder, precisely the width of the fallen tree that had concealed it. Leaves and bark chunks on the ground shuffled aside due to his gravity control, and he continued pressing forward. The hiss persisted until a seal flared to life under his palm. A spurt of fire erupted, but he suppressed a delighted laugh. The fire collected over the seal in a translucent, flat bubble of light blue energy under Naruto's palm. The bubble steadily expanded as the defensive seal continuously pumped out more fire, no doubt triggering alarms at the base, but he didn't care. The flat bubble grew to the size of his palm before he compressed it into a single, spinning ball of death, strikingly similar to a jutsu his father had created. The king pushed the ball forward, and the seal immediately gave out in a glorious shower of yellow and red sparks. A terrible grinding, cracking sound broke the forest silence as the king pressed the contained ball of concentrated fire onto the hideout door. A large panel, as tall as him, opened when the locks gave way under the immense heat. He kept pushing with the fire in his hand until the door exploded outwards, tumbling down a long flight of stairs into the darkness. Naruto retracted his hand, holding the orb of gathered fire, contained by the chakra-draining ability of his Rinnegan's Preta path. His black eyes with red rings peered down the stairs before he tossed the molten, super-compressed fireball into the darkness. The ball floated, lighting up the gloom like a torch. Naruto looked over his shoulder, and after multiple bursts of smoke, 5 grotesque centipedes materialized, 20 feet long, with dripping poisonous teeth and Rinnegan eyes. The multi-legged creatures gathered before the door, coiling their bodies around the entrance as Naruto stepped inside, blocking the exit with their armored forms. 2 stood guard at the door to prevent anyone from breaking through. Naruto desired no survivors. The Preta path suppressed fire bubble illuminated his descent down the stairs. He hesitated at the top, contemplating whether to simply fly down to meet the hundreds of ninjas awaiting him, with the proud Shimura Danzo refusing to retreat behind them. He decided against it, not because his eyes couldn't handle more than 2 Rinnegan paths simultaneously, he could use all of them if he wished, but because he wanted to savor this opportunity to eliminate one of the people he despised most. He vividly remembered Shimura Danzo visiting him and his sister during their time in Sound, supervising their conditioning by Orochimaru. The old man never failed to remind them of his dream to make them his tools and become Hokage, even if it meant killing Minato. Naruto began his steady, careful walk down the long flight of stairs. He and his sister, Naruko, deeply hated Danzo for supervising their torture and training. They also loathed him because he actively discussed his plans to become Hokage, even if it meant killing Minato. This made both twins despise him even more. they wanted to kill their father. His sensory abilities detected the increasing number of people awaiting his arrival. Focusing further, he discovered the tunnel network was gradually emptying as people gathered to intercept him, except for those in a large, separate room, likely for support. Root was an illegal organization founded by the old war hawk himself, and Sai was a member. The king recalled what he told the two 5-year-olds 7 years ago, 4 months after leaving Sound with the other former slaves. He had just assigned spies to the other main villages and a few other countries, choosing children to work their way up the village ranks, gain trust from the grassroots, and build a good reputation. A minor reason was his distrust of adults, which was understandable, though as months passed, he excluded the adults of his kingdom and those serving him on the ground. Only a few adults were among his spies, mostly working among civilians. Despite their functions in other countries, Naruto ensured they were all called back, a handful at a time, to receive their rank under armor based on their skill level. Civilians received bronze forearm, shin, and shoulder pads that could blur out of sight, while ninjas mostly received silver ranks. Sai and his other spy were both silver ranked, always wearing their underarmor disguised as skin beneath their regular clothing. Their rank was their pride. Yes, he remembered exactly what he told the two loyal children. I want you to be my eyes and ears in Konohagakure. Gain as much trust among the populace as humanly possible. Support each other, be friends, but if this interferes with your cover, keep your association a close secret. Your allegiance to me must also be a secret. Are you both now aware of what it means to be my spies? Yes, sir, they replied. Life in their cages as slaves had forced them to mature. Among the many who swarmed their new leader, hoping to be chosen as spies, Naruto selected them for their zeal. We will not disappoint you. I trust you will not. If there are any problems, do not hesitate to contact me or the division heads. We will extract you if it gets too perilous. We are very grateful, sir. He escorted them into the village and dropped them at the orphanage. The other spy was technically the first to be adopted. Sai was among those Danzo had gathered back to his root base to serve as operatives. Sai disappeared from the radar for several years, but his other spy kept him informed. When Sai resurfaced, Naruto learned the boy, then 11, had risen through the root ranks and was now among Danzo's 3 right-hand men. Why hadn't Danzo's brainwashing worked on Sai? The answer was simple: both spies were fanatically loyal to Naruto, like everyone in his kingdom, which kept their minds on track. The root operative was currently on a secret mission to Hidden Mist to investigate a traveling salesman's claim that the village was now ultimately controlled by a great kingdom of powerful warriors and a king revered as a god. It was minutes after his dinner that Danzo sent him on the mission. The king could hear the younger teen's deep regret at not being present to meet him, but Naruto reassured the boy it was fine, all he needed was Danzo's location. The boy went above and beyond, telling Naruto all 5 entries and exits of the hidden base, its approximate size, and the exact number of ninjas currently inside. A few root members had gone on a separate mission to Demon Country to steal an ancient artifact, but besides them and Sai's team en route to Kiri, the others remained in the base. The information was more than enough for the Rinnegan king. Naruto stopped 10 steps above the ground floor and mentally shifted his floating fire orb far behind him. The orb enlarged into a large bubble covering the exit, illuminating the dimly lit area and blocking their escape. Dozens of root ninjas stood still, and he noticed an open door leading to an even larger room with more ninjas. The redhead smirked darkly. The black Rinnegan with red rings pulsed, and all the ninjas in the area froze, standing perfectly still. He lifted his right hand, palm open and facing the ground, and their feet followed suit, lifting off the ground. They lacked the bodily control to resist his powerful hold. When his hand reached shoulder level, he suddenly clenched it into a light fist, and all the levitating ninjas shot together into the middle of the room, crashing into each other in a floating ball of limbs. Then Naruto clenched his fist tighter, and the gravitational force became too much for any human body. Blood exploded from their bodies, painting the walls and ground red, though never touching the master of the Rinnegan. The bodies continued to be crushed together, loud cracks echoing through the dim area and the room behind them as bones broke. Naruto's smile twitched up, but only slightly, as he increased the power of the air around them. This finally turned the ball of bleeding flesh into a thick red paste, filled with human bones and fairly intact organs. Naruto flicked his hand over his shoulder, sending the ball of blood into the fire orb behind him, commanding the thick black smoke to blow it up the flight of stairs to prevent the smell from irritating him. The Preta-path-controlled ball of fire fizzled and sputtered as the blood finished entering it, exiting as nothing more than thick, pungent air. He suspected the forest animals would catch the scent and run toward it, which was what he wanted. The fireball continued to bubble but never poured out of the containment sphere, which was controlled not by the Deva path, which manipulates gravitational forces, but by the Preta path, allowing Naruto to drain chakra from anything or anyone, and offering a myriad of other abilities. Naruto began his walk towards the other root ninjas. This'll be fun. Needless to say, despite their ruthless training, the ninjas were utterly unprepared to face the might of the Rinnegan king. The chase proved far more entertaining than anticipated. Entering the room, arms crossed, Rinnegan eyes gleaming with hidden amusement, he faced a relentless assault of black-clad root operatives, a whirlwind of metal and limbs intent on eliminating the intruder. When they closed within 3 feet, the world slowed to a snail's pace, revealing each blank-masked operative raining down with lethal intent. He counted exactly 65 root operatives. The teen uncrossed his arms, shoulders hunched, his arms briefly detaching from his shoulders. He lowered his head, shaggy red hair obscuring his eyes in deep shadow. With a sudden flash, his Rinnegan blazed, causing a heavily suppressed thud around his feet that shook the base but spared Konoha above. He raised both clenched fists to his sides, from which bright blue, scorching lasers erupted. He swept them around, effortlessly cutting through each shinobi, then abruptly stopped, crossing his forearms over his chest and closing his eyes in concentration. Naruto flung his arms open, his eyes snapping open as the world resumed its normal speed, and he muttered, "Almighty push." The hole-ridden shinobi gasped, blood gushing from their mouths in uncontainable shock. The air around Naruto vibrated violently, surging outwards in a thick, expanding bubble that slammed the root ninjas into the walls with brain-splattering force. A few were blown into the adjacent, stadium-sized room, colliding with surprised comrades and dying instantly from their numerous, thin wounds. The Rinnegan King continued his easy stride, each step sending powerful tremors through the base, though seals prevented them from being felt in Upper Konoha. The thudding grew louder as he neared the arena, then ceased abruptly as he stood at the doorway, hands at his sides. He surveyed the gathered, tense ninjas, nearly 70 of them, 25 feet away, all in fighting stances, gripping weapons or clenching fists. Silence stretched for several minutes, until, "Kill him," a voice, likely Danzo's, reverberated throughout the fighting area. Naruto smirked and rushed them in a classic ninja run, head low, arms trailing behind him, as they too charged. Nearing them, he leaped high and landed in the thick of the fray. His fist shot out, caving in a shinobi's face. He slapped a sword aside, causing it to slice another ninja's throat, then sent a spinning kick that flung the swordsman across the room. The king caught a blow with his right palm, dragged the root operative closer, tripping him with a smooth leg sweep so he lay prone, and used his limp body as a shield against a deadly fire jutsu. Naruto tossed the dead ninja away, then drove his fist into another's torso, making blood blast from their mouth. The Rinnegan holder broke a ninja's left knee with a wicked kick, again dragging them as a shield against a shuriken barrage. He drove his elbow up a ninja's chin, grabbed another's face as they tried to attack his back, and slammed it to the ground in an earth-trembling impact. His palm shot forward, striking the chests of 4 root operatives, leaving deep dents above their hearts, then let them fall as he turned to other black ops. As he smoothly evaded 7 head-cleaving sword strokes, his Rinnegan eyes flickered rapidly, not slowing time but expertly utilizing his chakra sight and limited predictive ability, akin to the Sharingan. His eyes darted around without him turning his head, even looking behind him. The incredibly powerful Rinnegan in his eyes pulsed 7 times in half a second, flashing over all 60 remaining ninjas. The king clenched his fist and stepped on a ninja's foot with flattening force, throwing the screaming ninja overhead to slam into the ceiling like an arrow, his body hanging limply like a grotesque chandelier. He grabbed the flak jacket of a ninja charging with a kunai wrapped in 3 seal bombs, a mass suicide attempt designed to take out dozens. Naruto ripped the blade away, pulled out 2 bombs, shoved them into the ninja's mouth, breaking the mask, then cracked his elbow up to shut the mouth and delivered a heart-stopping punch to fling him away, simultaneously throwing the kunai in another direction behind him. Bee-boo-oo-oo-oo. Light flooded the room, and despite the arena's illumination, it blinded the unprepared and disintegrated those within the blast radius of both bombs. He took a small step back, his foot cracking against the head of a root ninja attempting an ambush from below, cleanly breaking his neck. Another kick decapitated him, and the flying head bashed into another shinobi's head. He shifted his shoulder, then, with blurring speed far surpassing the man, dipped his fingers into his last attacker's shuriken pouch, grabbing a handful of standard shuriken and jamming his fingers into the neck of the person he took the shuriken from, cleanly severing his neck bone. He brandished the shuriken and peppered a small crowd of ninjas. Naruto exhaled, straightening up. His Rinnegan swept the surroundings, and he smirked at the dead, bleeding corpses, twisted in painful positions, many headless or scorched by the bomb. The king dusted down his red shirt with metal-armored fingers and continued his steady walk towards a stunned Danzo, who, after witnessing one teenager eliminate a room of about 86 professional, highly trained root ninjas, seriously questioned his own chances. The man stumbled away from the eerily calm Rinnegan bearer, never truly getting a good look, much to Naruto's disappointment. The elder hobbled with his cane into the next room, and Naruto followed at his own leisurely pace. He still had about 10 minutes before the King of Hell would fully heal his sister, and the monkey and drill-beaked bird summons were diligently guarding them. He could even see through their eyes, which would have been a great disadvantage if he were busy, but he could switch between as many fields of vision as he desired without disrupting his own normal sight. He desperately wanted his sister back, yet he also wanted one of the top 5 most hated people on his list to experience terror before death. The master of the Rinnegan deftly picked up a tanto jutting from the ground with his right hand, twirled it, then flicked it to his right, flinging off the caked blood. His obsidian boots, connected to the equally black armor beneath his clothes, splashed through small puddles of blood and then the black scuff marks from one of the bombs. He slashed across two ninjas and stepped over their bleeding bodies. His new weapon shot forward, slicing through a ninja's heart. He unsheathed his blade and pushed the dead ninja aside. His left hand shot forward, grabbing a ninja by the neck as he fell from the ceiling. His blade blurred into the root ninja's stomach an uncountable number of times as Naruto stared deeply into the dying man's eyes through the mask's eyeholes. He discarded the profusely bleeding man over his shoulder and threw the tanto ahead, slicing through the hearts of 4 ninjas before pinning a 5th into the wall. He walked around the lifeless shinobi towards Danzo. The one-eyed elder had finally found his bravery, standing in the very last training ground, his eyes looking down on the king's far superior ones. The elder stood a few short feet from the wall. Naruto stopped 10 feet away and cocked his head. "Do you know who I am?" The man narrowed his eye, then they widened slightly. "I thought you were dead. I still have a lot to live for." The council elder glared. "Then you made the mistake of coming here, brat." Naruto opened his arms, gesturing at the carnage he'd left. "I assumed this would be more than enough to quell your pride, but I shouldn't be surprised, you were always an old fool." His black, red-ringed eyes glowed after his last words. Danzo snarled, clenching his walking stick and pointing it at Naruto, a short blade sliding from its base. "You still don't know what respect means, even after all the conditioning. I knew I should have pressed harder to take you and your sister from that vile snake." He spat, growing angrier at Naruto's small smile. Naruto shook his head in exasperation. "We both hated you, you know, me and my sister. We wanted to hang your guts all over Konoha and dance on your heart. You both were and still are weak." A realization then struck the old warhawk, and he smirked evilly at Naruto. "Oh yes, that filthy sister of yours was killed, was she not?" Suddenly, all amusement left Naruto's godly eyes, and the teen slowly cocked his head, staring at the older man with hollow eyes. "I watched the video of that snake slicing her throat. Your screams were simply amusing." He licked his lips. Naruto remained still, though his Rinnegan glowed even brighter, dimming the surrounding light slightly, unnoticed by Danzo, who was too engrossed in his story. "The funniest part was when she said you shouldn't worry about her." The man chuckled deeply, the sound resonating through the corpse-filled room. The king's red-ringed eyes glazed over, and his lips twitched downwards. "She was more worried about what would happen to you than herself. Only a naive child would do that." He coughed as an invisible hand wrapped around his throat. He hacked and clawed at his neck, dropping his cane, but struggled more when he felt no physical hands choking him. Naruto walked towards the gasping man, forcing Danzo onto his knees, his hands compelled to support his body from crashing to the ground. "You just called my sister naive. His right foot shot forward, cracking against the elder's chin, making his head bounce off the wall and slam back to the ground. "She was the light of my life." His voice deepened with each word, shaking the underground bass heavily. This time, he kicked the elder's chest, and the man grunted out a choke as he again crashed into the wall and back onto the ground. "She was my soul." He kicked the man's chest again, and Danzo smashed into the wall once more, falling onto his face, almost lifeless. Naruto grabbed the back of the elder's head and lifted him off the ground, his eyes beyond angry. "Your soul will be the price I pay to get her back. You should be glad your worthless existence would bring back my angel." The Kyuubi's chakra holder drove his fist into the man's stomach, never releasing the gravity hold around the older man's neck, and bashed the man's weakened body against the wall hard enough to leave a dent. The limp body of the former head of the now defunct underground organization slowly lifted into the air and followed Naruto as the teen flew out of the base towards the cemetery. As the air ripped against his cheeks, Naruto tapped his ear, mentally ordering the centipedes wrapped around the tree to allow the wild forest animals into the base to consume the dead ninjas' bodies. "Patch me over to Sai." "Yes, my lord." A second later, he heard a low voice reply, "Sai here, my lord." He heard the root ninja drop to one knee from the dry leaves crinkling around him. "I want you to kill the root operatives with you. Find as many as possible and kill them as well. Make sure you take care of their bodies. I give you 3 days. That would be more than enough, my lord Naruto. I swear on my life to complete this mission." He heard the spy in Konoha draw a kunai from his pouch with a slick ping. "Will there be anything else, my lord?" "Yes, I want you to remain in Konoha to look after my brother. When the time comes, you and the other spy will meet up with those in the Akatsuki, but for now, remain unsuspicious." He shot out of the organization's exit, a signal for the wild animals to surge in and claim the newly made feeding ground. The centipedes vanished in 5 poofs of smoke, though Naruto continued flying with Danzo's body through the trees towards the Konoha graveyard. "Your wish is my command, my king." Naruto disconnected. A nagging feeling told him Sai was already taking care of his former comrades. The king skidded to a stop in the grave, disturbing the ground and tilting a few tombstones from the force. Naruto didn't grant Danzo a comfortable landing. the older retired ninja's body soon followed, crashing into a tree. Naruto looked at the crumpled form of the once proud root leader. Two monkeys emerged from their hidden positions around the King of Hell's head and grabbed the old man by his shoulders. Naruto's eyes narrowed as his Rinnegan perceived the man's chakra network. He nodded, and the monkey gripping Danzo's right shoulder reached over and ripped out the eye hidden under the white bandages, making Danzo grunt loudly in pain. Naruto nodded again, and the other monkey ripped out the would-release Hashirama arm cleanly from its socket, leaving him with only one arm and heavily bleeding from his missing eye. Naruto frowned as he saw the seal waiting to activate after Danzo's death. Orochimaru had given Danzo the seal. He didn't care. Naruto faced the King of Hell, who held his sister's body, and clapped his hands, the sound echoing around the cemetery like a death knell. He swiftly performed 10 hand seals, ending with the Ram. Outer Path Samsara of Heavenly Life technique. The same cloud of darkness that covered the King of Hell's head swirled into view again, and a single demonic red eye looked down on Naruto as a pure white head, noseless but with small Rinnegan eyes, rose from the ground behind Naruto, who still held the Ram hand seal. The great mouth of the head behind Naruto unzipped and opened wide, leaning its head back as if cackling to the heavens. The monkey summons dragged the limp body of the councilman to Naruto. Naruto grabbed Danzo's head with his left hand, releasing the hand seal to do so, and tilted his head down to look into the Warhawk's eyes. "Are you afraid, Danzo?" Before he could get a reply, he removed his hand, ripping out the Warhawk's soul with it. Not wanting to waste any more time, Naruto lifted the soul in his hand and threw it into the mouth of Samsara of Heavenly Life. The darkness above the King of Hell hummed in pleasure. "Now that hit the spot. Give her to me," Naruto ordered, and the Shinigami laughed. "Fine," and he disappeared in a swirl, leaving only a small ball of light. All the monkeys and the drill-beaked bird bowed as the soul drifted downwards and entered through the top of the King of Hell's head. Naruto allowed the head behind him to return to the underworld. The king slowly approached the head, his breathing quickening, his legs nervous to keep moving him forward. An hour had passed, and he knew her body was now fully healed. The mouth opened, and the brightest, happiest purple eye sparkled from the darkness within. Tears slipped from Naruto's eyes and fell down his cheeks as he saw them, recognizing the familiarity in her eyes. She remembered who he was. He stopped and tried to blink away the tears. He rubbed his tears with his wrist and froze when warm hands gently reached up and held his cheeks. He looked up through his hair, trying to hide the wetness in his eyes, into a brightly smiling face. "Why are you crying, bro?" the girl asked. She looked about his age, with flawlessly pale white skin and straight, long red hair reaching her lower back, straight bangs over her forehead just above her sparkling, bright purple eyes, and 2 large strands of hair curving longer past her chin as a fang-like fringe, delicately framing her face. Her facial features were just as he remembered, albeit a bit more mature, a delicate nose that crinkled when she was angry or nervous, and small lips that could stretch into a wide, toothy grin. She wore a neat, armless red dress that flowed just above her knees, allowing her smooth, pale skin to show. Though barefoot, it didn't stop her from approaching him as before. Naruto's shoulders hunched, and he looked to the ground, sniffling. "I'm not crying." A tinkling giggle came from her. She knew how stubborn they could be. "Yes, you were." Her voice was smoother and a bit deeper than when they were younger but still familiar to the Rinnegan king. Her body had merely caught up to the years she would have been if alive, 16 years old. She was exactly his height with the same body type, the only differences being her waist-length straight red hair and her more feminine bodily and facial features. She gasped in surprise when Naruto wrapped his arms around her and hugged her tightly. "I missed you, sis." Naruto smiled softly and hugged her brother back, nuzzling her nose into his neck and inhaling deeply. "I missed you too, brother. So much." The siblings sat on the ground, prompting the King of Hell to return to the underworld, and chatted happily through the rest of the night. Naruto still had something to do in Konoha before traveling to Hidden Rain, but for now, he wanted to catch up with his formerly dead twin sister. That night, a large, genuine smile spread on Naruto's face, mirrored on Naruto's, as they talked and talked, fingers laced together. A heavy grumble interrupted them, and the girl blushed heavily as Naruto snorted at her embarrassment. "I mean, you have been dead for 7 years." She puffed out her cheeks cutely and watched as he removed his right hand from hers, drew out a scroll from a segment storage seal on his obsidian armored wrist, and dropped it onto the ground. He lightly kicked it open, and multiple bursts of smoke appeared. His smile widened at his sister's wide-eyed look as she saw the assortment of food neatly arranged on the scroll, ranging from roasted turkey to beef, to salads, to a large stack of cinnamon rolls. Never in her life had she seen this much food. "I brought this in case." She looked at him with teary eyes. "Thank you, brother. Don't worry about it." He let go of her hand, and she pounced on the food like a ravenous wolverine. Naruto's godfather always told Naruto and Naruto of his plans to create a specialized group of ninjas who would personally serve him as enforcers. He called them his Sound Four, though the group was never fully formed because the Snake Man wanted to take his time selecting its members. He chose 4 of the slaves he was brainwashing: Seikon, Yukon, Kitomaru, Teiwaya, and Jirobo. At that time, Naruto and his sister were 8, and the chosen 4 were 6. The 3 males were relatively easy to mold, but Teiwaya was known for her exceptional stubbornness and thick skull, far surpassing anything Orochimaru had ever encountered. She would spit venom and shriek mercilessly when dragged into the conditioning room, never sitting still to listen or watch those hypnotizing her. It was remarkable she maintained this attitude for 2 years while the boys broke after 6 months. Even with this, the Snake Man yearned for her loyalty because her strong mental resolve would make her a good servant. To accelerate this, he administered what he called the cursed mark of heaven to all 4 candidates. Dark brown eyes squinted through binoculars. The owner lay motionless on her stomach, her entire body hidden under a camo blanket spread atop an apartment complex roof. Her shaded binoculars peered from a position that prevented sunlight from glinting off the lenses, keeping her concealed. Beneath the camo blanket and a light layer of sand, blown onto her blanket from hours of lying still, was a girl who appeared about 14 years old. She wore umbubrate brown and white desert camo pants, a midriff light brown shirt, and shiny silver underarmor covering her body beneath her clothes, from fingertips to the base of her chin to her toes, where she wore heavy-looking silver boots that were surprisingly light for a trained ninja and connected to her silver rank underarmor. A long desert camo scarf covered her nose and mouth to block out sand, and her blood-red hair fell down. Temari and Gaara watched, worried, as Kankuro relentlessly worked on his puppets. One of the ninjas, he said he didn't care if he had to soak the ground with blood, as long as it made their king happy, he'd do it. Without hesitation, Kankuro finally said, his eyes wide and haunted as he looked at his silent siblings. They laughed. They killed people like they were squashing flies and they laughed. Gaara coughed. Kankuro, why don't you go home and rest? We can handle this. Kankuro dropped his tools. Handle this? 2 hours of bickering with the council and 1 hour bickering without the council and you're handling it. He stood up, stomping his foot. No, I will not go home and rest. That monster is coming. I don't have time to rest. His body trembled with suppressed emotion. The eavesdropping spy smirked, silently praising her king. Damn, sir, you've got this guy pissing in his fucking panties. She giggled under her breath and adjusted her binoculars. 3 hours of spying, and she wasn't tired. She'd endured worse, like training at the Tsukai Academy or being buried in scalding hot sand by Orochimaru as an experiment. This was nothing. A buzz in her ear prompted her to tap it twice. Who's this? I'm fucking busy. Well, fucking busy, this is Shinekora, the king's personal maid replied, her voice smooth, almost amused. The foul-mouthed girl beamed, squinting into her binoculars. Oh hey there, bitch, how's it going? I'm good. Oh hey, I'm coming over to visit, the fox's soul in human form said idly, anticipating the muffled outburst from the spy, who wanted to remain hidden. What the hell, the girl said hotly, grinding her teeth to keep her voice down. You old as all hell piece of beetle dung, why the fuck are you coming here? She didn't particularly hate Shinekora, she just admitted to being salty that the maid was closer to the king, a major sore spot. Mostly, she didn't want the combat maid to break her concentration. The spy could practically feel the maid's pride as she delivered her next words. Our master sent me here to assist you. Don't you dare lie to me with his name, she spat. I will never lie with master's name, the fox spat back, infuriated the girl would even think that. She regained composure, straightening her standard uniform for a platinum-ranked soldier of the Tsukai Kingdom's Combat Maids Department, Civilian Division. The sly fox smirked. You're just jealous master allows me into his confidence. She then gave an exaggerated pant. He lets me into more than his confidence, little girl. Listen here, you old hag, if master wanted me in his bedroom, then all he has to do is ask. He even gave me my rank himself. Do you get me, you nasty-ass cum slut? Lord Naruto trusts me. She clenched the binoculars tightly. Now if I see you here, you motherfucking bitch in heat, then what? Shinekora whispered into the red-haired girl's right ear, making the spy throw down her binoculars and whip out a senbon from her wrist, holding it to the higher-ranked woman's throat. The fox giggled, swiping the needle from the girl's hand and stabbing it into the roof above them. How did you get in here? The spy whispered, gritting her teeth in rage as she gingerly picked up her binoculars and continued observing the Sand siblings. The blanket she lay under was a collaborative creation of the Fuinjutsu and Espionage and Infiltration divisions. Its thick, yet light material filtered cool or warm air, depending on the environment. It was also littered with subtle chakra suppression seals to perfectly hide the user's presence from detection and most sensors. The 5-layered material had a middle layer holding the brunt of the seals, while the outer layers filtered temperature for comfort, making it cool under the blanket despite the blistering heat outside. The blanket was standard issue for every Tsukai spy. Other standard equipment included binoculars, senbon launchers, senbon cases, quick cooking ration packets, and other smaller items. Spies were trained as long-range experts. The rifle the girl had was unique, Naruto wanted it to be so, giving the secretly fragile and insecure girl a sense of individuality. Naruto knew each of his people and their needs, and to ensure their better service, he made sure they knew he cared for them. Now, Shinekora, the platinum rank, had found a way under the blanket. The older redhead lay on her back, propping her hands behind her head, looking at the spy beside her with playful eyes. Magic. That's how. Don't fuck with me, damn hag. I won't, was the sharp response. Fuck you, I thought you said I shouldn't. The maid covered her mouth as a cackle bubbled out, the blanket's silencing seals not entirely airtight. The red-haired spy, however, was not amused. Just shut it, and don't get in my way. Since Naruto had sent her, she would have to tolerate Shinekora. But seriously, is there anything to report? The spy remained quiet until the older redhead prodded her cheek. Teiwia. The girl named Teiwia hissed, looking at the maid from the corner of her eyes. They're leaning more on tearing up the letter. Stupid dickheads. The fox nodded in agreement and relaxed a bit more. Does Lord Naruto want me to put them down as soon as the letter is shredded? He ordered us to wait 6 days, 5 days as of today, before we can take care of them. Didn't Division Head you, of Espionage and Infiltration, tell this to all spies in a general order? I might have zoned out here and there. The fox only tooted at the girl's attitude. I heard you were with Lord Naruto in Lightning and Water Country. She said to make idle conversation as Kankuro was hit on the head with a battle fan by his sister because of how dark and gloomy he was getting. Yes. Master was very commanding, all 3 countries bowed to his might. As they should, Teiwia said. The simple fact was that all of Sukai Kingdom and its people were loyal without fault to their king. Teiwia was no exception. When she had defiantly refused to bow to Orochimaru and resisted with all her might to be controlled like a puppet, she worshipped the ground her master and hero walked on. The girl had spent 3 years in the Sukai Kingdom's academy learning from the best teachers and had chosen to be a spy because she felt it would best serve her master, seeing as spies supplied the kingdom with useful information that further strengthened her new home. It was either that or apply to be a maid or work in intelligence, but she could do neither. For the former, she wasn't good at keeping a place orderly, as her apartment in Suna could attest. For the latter, she wasn't patient enough for classes in code breaking, encryption, computer science, and mathematics. Besides, spies were a vital part of the kingdom's forces. Even though she was stationed in Suna and left for her post 2 years after graduating, the years spent preparing for life in the desert and partial independence meant she didn't regret her decision. I don't think Gaara's imperial defense can be brought down so easily, so you should probably take down Temari and her brother, leave Gaara for me. And what makes you so sure that I can't handle him and his siblings? His defense is automatic, even after losing the one-tails. The Senbon bullets loaded in the cartridges were strong compared to usual Senbon, capable of cutting through half a foot of pure, solid lead and still a few more inches of steel. The standard-issue Senbon bullet for spies was not to be trifled with. The rifle could also shoot at impossible distances that regular long-range experts could only dream of, but even with these amazing combinations, the bullet would still have a tough time penetrating the sand defense. We want this mission done quickly and cleanly, kill the leaders so that subduing the followers would be easier. That means we don't have any margin for a long, drawn-out fight. No space for mistakes or screw UPS. They had the option of forcing the fight far away from Suna, but for now, they chose to do any assassinations on the spot and swiftly. Yeah, I get it, the spy to the king of Sukai said idly. After that, we can go back to the kingdom, right? When it's all said and done, Lord Naruto has already assigned the civilian division to prepare for another celebration after the world has been conquered. Teiwia bit her bottom lip in excitement. With how everything is going, that'll happen for sure. Her fingers twitched on the binoculars, much too happy and jittery to stay in place. Lord Naruto sure knows how to make a plan, huh? The maid wholeheartedly agreed with the younger redhead. He has a plan for every outcome. The people of the kingdom saw their king as nothing less than a genius. They don't stand a chance. Teiwia grinned evilly. What about the Jinchuriki? One of the moles in that S-rank organization, the Akatsuki, told me when he was here that they have 4 beasts, and I heard the 2, 3, and 8 tails are in the kingdom now. King Naruto wants to turn them to his side, but if they remain adamant, then it is just a simple matter of sealing them into more willing people. And there were hundreds, if not thousands, of people willing to have the beasts sealed in them, all for the sake of better serving their lord. Ah, so the 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 tails are going to be resealed, but the 2 and 8 tails have a chance to live? The maid nodded. Damn, Shinekora chuckled. I know. Teiwia was about to make another comment but stopped. She scoffed and relaxed her arms, though not removing the field glasses. They signed the fealty agreement scroll. I was hoping to kill them. She sighed in disappointment. What now? We are to stay until the 6-5 days are up and watch them. If they decide to shred the agreement, then we take them down when the time comes. She shared a knowing look with the younger redhead. But don't worry, you can use your rifle or your flute later if Master sends us to Fire Country or to Earth Country. Both daimyos, Fire and Earth, had torn the letter to shreds, along with the Tsuchikage, Oniki, and the Hokage, Minato. A notification came up immediately after they did so, and those that worked in the intelligence and interrogation division noted them down, feeding the information to Naruto as the list piled up. At the moment, Hidden Star, Hidden in the Darkness, and Hidden Fang had shredded their letters, but Chill, Marsh, Waterfall, and Hidden Tree villages, along with their respective country daimyos, signed their agreement scroll. Teiwaya lovingly rubbed her hands on her gun. "I want to use this puppy to blast holes in people, for our king," she finished, and both nodded. Shinakora returned to making bored conversation, and Teiwaya went back to watching the Kazekige's office. S-rank library in the Kage's mansion, Hokage's mansion, Kanahagakure no Sato, Fire Country. "You did what?" A terrible yell rocked the Kage's mansion. A bored voice answered Jiraiya. "I ripped it up." The Toad Sage grabbed his iconic spiky hair in tight fists and pulled it. "Why would you do that? I don't make deals with the devil." Minato's bright blue eyes didn't bother to look up from the scroll littered on his desk. He tapped his sealing brush on his chin. "That beast needs to be taken down." The Hokage's former teacher groaned and smashed his fist on the Yandame's table, throwing off more than a few pieces of paper and tipping the inkpot across the others. "Why didn't you wait for Kakashi's report? Why didn't you wait for me to get back to you?" The Namikaze glared at the older seal master. "Last time I checked, I am the Hokage. I make the decisions for this village. Me. Not you, not the council, not even a fucking referendum." Both men stubbornly kept glaring at each other. That is, until Jiraiya sighed and slumped into a chair. "You don't understand, kid. Naruto has the Rinnegan, the strongest of the three Dijutsu and the most powerful eyes on the planet. The eyes that can bring about creation or destruction of all life as we know it." The Toad Sage looked to the still glaring Hokage without fear. "I trained a kid with the Rinnegan once, and I learned so much about it, you won't even begin to understand, but I will try my best to break it down so it can get into your thick skull." He spat, fire broiling in his eyes and his teeth clenching. Minato's jaw tightened. Nagato had perfect control of his massive chakra reserves. He could easily control and master all 5 nature transformations, including the yin and yang release. Do you know how many years it took Sarutobi-sensei to master all 5? He didn't wait for a reply, nor was he going to get one, but the sage was far from caring as he yelled. "It took sensei 10 years to truly master it, but Nagato had already mastered all 5 before I met him, and he was only 6 when I met him and the others." The Yandame's lips tightened and his eyes hardened, still glaring hatefully at his teacher, who had disrupted what he had been doing by toppling the ink pot over his work. His Rinnegan was able to make use of 6 maybe 7 miraculous abilities he called paths, and each one was overpowered at best and mid-S rank at worst. His fucking weakest attack was fucking ripping out your soul. The younger Toad Summoner stood up in a flourish and walked away to another section of the library. Jiraiya hurried after him persistently. "If you think all that is going to change my mind, Naruto's Rinnegan is much more powerful than Nagato's." Jiraiya yelled as he threw his hands into the air in frustration. This news made the father of the king skid to a halt and scowl over his shoulder. "How do you know that? How are you so sure?" Jiraiya answered the questions with his own spitefully hurled questions. "Did you not watch the video? The reports? What more proof do you need? Naruto can pop heads with an idle thought." He placed a strong hand on Minato's shoulder. "Listen to reason, Minato." The blonde man shrugged off the white-haired man's hand and turned to him, jabbing his fingers into the older man's chest. "That shit stain is not a threat, he's just a pest that refuses to die." He pointed at himself and snarled, "I'll be the one to kill him." It looked like Jiraiya was about to explode over his student, but he barely contained himself. "And how do you plan on doing that?" "Naruto can use all 6 paths, has perfect chakra control, control of all 5 nature transformations, a naturally large chakra reserve, and he is pissed as all hell you threw him to that damn snake." Then a memory came to the sage, and his shoulders slumped heavily at the mounting grave situation the world had suddenly found itself in. "You indirectly killed his sister, everyone knows how much they loved each other, it was obvious." Jiraiya placed his hands over his eyes and rubbed them, deep regret immediately running over him like a stampede of bulls. The kids never did anything to him. In fact, the little children were nothing but friendly any time they saw him. No one wanted to be their friend, even their supposed babysitters Shisui and Itaki, but the kids still smiled. The whole village stayed away from them, but the twins still always smiled. They were being bullied by the kids, and they still smiled. They behaved so much alike that they might as well be the same person. And Jiraiya had every opportunity to bring them closer, but he had allowed his student to throw them to the snake without any thought. The twins never demanded for friends. They had each other, and it was plain as day that that was more than enough. But Naruto had been killed in the most painful way a child should ever have to be put through, and Naruto had been made to watch. The white-haired man held a bookshelf for support, his eyes closed tightly to hold in the tears. Minato watched for a few seconds before he turned to the shelf on his right and began rifling through the books. If the village had only treated them better, this whole global threat could have been averted. "They are the reason the love of my life lost her mind," the Yandame said in a low, solemn voice. "They are the reason Junior has to live without a mother. No, the sage muttered as he cast a disgusted look at his student. The one to blame is the person that unsealed the Kyuubi 16 years ago. The hate you have for those sweet children. He tapered to a stop at his own words, his eyes drooped as he continued. The hate you have for that boy and that girl is unfounded, baseless, useless, and disgusting. They did not ask to be born. They did not ask for that man to attack. They never even asked to be given the 9 tails. They were just born into your hate. Now Naruto is dead, and Naruto has the Rinnegan. Face it, Minato, he is the child of hate. Minato could hear slow footsteps walk closer to him but didn't turn back, keeping his eyes on the books with his hand frozen over one about sealing away Jujutsu. The Toad Prophecy, the older ninja simply said. Blood would soak the ground like a monster even the heavens cannot sate. Earth will tremble under the iron boots of the heralds of fate, who faithfully serve the master of every path. One who wields creation and destruction, but will be a god of wrath. The child of hate, sired by demons' blood and light. From the sky, all will bow at his sight. It all made sense now. I was always a skeptic when it came to prophecies anyway, Minato said frostily as he pulled out the theoretical book on sealing away Jujutsu. The only reply was a deep sigh. Leave killing him to me, just take care of sending my message to every country that hasn't signed his damned agreement scroll. The man looked with disappointment at his student. Hi, Lord Hokage. He made to leave but stopped and spoke without turning around. What, of the Akatsuki? They already have 4-tailed beasts, and I suspect they are the ones that took the 2, 3, and 8 tails. Surely we can't ignore that threat. The Yondaime too didn't spare a look at his former teacher. At the moment, they are far less important than the Tsukai kingdom and he ground his teeth and spat. Their king. After we finish with them, then we can go back to the Akatsuki. Jiraiya nodded slowly, sullenly, and left to his new mission of coercing the other countries to align with Konoha and Fire Country to fight the Tsukai kingdom. I need to find a way to get a high ration seal on him. His head would roll before he knows it, Minato thought as he dropped his books on a different table. He pulled out a fresh sealing scroll, a pot of ink, and a brush and began refreshing himself on the more complex aspects of Fuinjutsu. It wasn't that he had forgotten, it was that he wanted his son to die at all costs. There was no room for any mistakes. He had sent a letter to all the countries about meeting together for an alliance to fight the Tsukai kingdom. Now he had to wait for Jiraiya to return with the news. Hospital break-in. 4 p.m. Konoha's psychiatric institution for the dangerously insane. Konoha Hospital. Fire Country. Naruto adored her older twin, Naruto, not out of obligation but from genuine love. They were identical twins, undeniably related even from opposite sides of a room. Same height, similar build, identical shoe sizes, matching red hair and eyes. They even shared a unique, shared mentality. Despite minor behavioral differences, the twins were essentially a single entity. Naruto's Rinnegan and absorbed memories from Orochimaru negated the need for strenuous physical or mental training. His Azura path kept his physique average, save for his black, ringed eyes. Naruto, though slightly smaller in frame, was much the same. Their shared single-mindedness was profound. They could hold a long, silent conversation in a dark room. Shisui, the playful Uchiha, found their twinness creepy, while Itachi, the silent Uchiha, remarked they acted like a married couple. Their former babysitters, both Uchiha, believed the twins were constantly connected at the soul. Shisui even ranted that they were born holding hands. The red-haired twins silently ran through the pristine, squeaky clean corridor of the psychiatric institution. Their arms flew behind them, heads down, eyes narrowed in concentration. Naruto, with his amplified powerful Jujutsu, easily mastered ninja and samurai arts. Naruto kept pace, her mind and body retaining the memory of training with their deceased godfather, even after 7 years. At 6, chemicals allowed her to bench press 300 pounds, making her capable of keeping up, to an extent. Like her brother, Naruto's chakra and body differed from grounders, regular people. Like her brother, Naruto was a mutant. However, Naruto wasn't as strong as Naruto, but she was far from weak. They'd broken in at night when patients were in rooms and security focused on entrances and exits, leaving the interior mostly unpatrolled. Doors were muffled, as patients were either restrained, in straitjackets, or wore mouth guards. Naruto believed their home psychiatric institution was better managed and more humane. Konoha seemed to have given up on restoring sanity. He felt warm eyes on him, turned, and his glowing black, red-ringed eyes met hers as he gave a brief thumbs up. The institution had 3 floors connected by a zigzagging staircase. The siblings were speeding through the 2nd floor, heading up. They'd gained entry by using an illusion to appear as workers. Naruto hissed lowly, skidding to a halt behind a corner leading to a wing reserved for special patients. Her brother stopped, hiding across from her behind an open white janitor's door. She flashed one finger down, then over her shoulder. Naruto nodded, understanding one person was approaching and they should incapacitate them without killing. Root was gone, Danzo dead, and Tsunade easier to handle than expected. Jiraiya wouldn't be different. Still, he wanted Konoha to put up an entertaining fight for him and his sister. Naruto didn't mind, she usually followed his lead, with exceptions for non-verbal plan formations. Get them! Forest encounter. Hurried panting echoed in the forest behind the academy. For tiny feet padded quickly over dry leaves, helping their pursuers track them. The two prey ducked behind a tree, separating their joined hands to hide 3 feet apart. Two bright purple eyes, large as dinner plates and frantic like cornered wild animals, met, and they gulped. The male swallowed, stealing his gaze. His eyes mirrored his twin sister's, and she added her courage to his. Their almost spiritual connection united this, and the twins stared steelily at each other. Naruto nodded. The girl closed her eyes, reopened them, flashed 5 left fingers, closed her hand, and flashed 2 more. 7 bullies. Naruto tapped his right fist on his left elbow twice. The girl tapped her knees. The boy replied with a clenched fist tapping his neck, chin, then groin. The girl wavered. Naruto resent his side of the attack. She eventually caved. She disliked attacking bathing suit areas, but Naruto didn't care about kicking groins. Naruto rolled her shoulders and clicked her heels. A pair of bright red Sharingan eyes above them furrowed, trying to decipher the twins' rapid messages. They gave up, favoring watching the agreed-upon plan unfold. Itachi and Shisui, exposed to the siblings' secret language, couldn't find much meaning even when comparing it to standard sign language. Naruto and Naruto counted down with their fingers. 3, 2, 1. Naruto's right elbow jutted out, crashing into the first bully's belly. He repeated it with his other elbow behind the boy's head to knock him out. The 3-year-old's movements were clumsy and sloppy, but the Uchiha Jounin couldn't deny their effectiveness against the 5-year-old. As Naruto slid back to his feet, Naruto thrust her fist into another bully's neck, scurried away from a blow, and punched another aggressor's chin. Leaves almost tripped the 3-year-old girl, but before she fell, her foot quickly rose and cracked against a 4th bully's groin. All 4 were down, writhing in pain or unconscious. The twins' fists weren't fully developed, so a punch should have been tame, but they'd connected with sensitive parts. Naruto helped his sister up but was shoved back down by the 5th and 6th bullies. The 7th ran to the academy to report the twins were causing trouble. None of the children were academy age, but they could still hang out there after school. The red-haired twins tried to help each other up but were viciously kicked in their sides. Naruto's head bounced against a tree trunk. Naruto struggled back to his feet with gritted teeth to catch his sister before she hit the ground. He caught her and rolled, using his body to protect her, even when his back hit a strong root. His arms didn't move as the bullies cackled and approached. The red-haired girl beneath him closed her eyes, tightly clutching his shirt, trying to roll them over so she'd take the attack. But a strong look from her brother weakened her arms. The blows hit the boy's back, and he stubbornly refused to let them reach his sister. Finally, before the 5th and 6th bullies could rain more blows, the Uchiha dropped down and took the twins away. People might have seen the twins as angels, but their children saw their red hair and deep connection as an oddity, and to child logic, oddities were bad. Inside the institution, the corridor was narrow, allowing 3 average-sized men to walk shoulder to shoulder only if their shoulders scraped the wall. Naruto pointed a single finger to his left foot and his upper back with his thumb. Naruto nodded, pointing to her groin and neck. Quick, nasty smirks mirrored on the twins' faces. Their plan was formed. Both counted down silently with their fingers. 3, 2, 1. Naruto jammed his foot down on the Chunin guard. Naruto bashed her fist into the poor man's groin. This made the ninja bend forward to grasp his aching manhood. Then, Naruto delivered a mind-numbing chop to the Chunin's upper back, just under his neck. To finish, Naruto lifted her right knee, connecting it against the gasping older ninja's throat, knocking him backward onto his back, spread eagle. The two grinned deviously and shared a strong fist bump. Wicked, the girl told her brother. Naruto threw her arm over Naruto's shoulder and whispered, 7 years apart and, "We've still got it," Naruto finished, also placing his arm over her shoulder. His Rinnegan told him there were no more guards. As they stepped over the Chunin, his gravity control shifted the man into the janitor's closet. "Why did you want us to be subtle again? Just us two can burn this village to the ground," his sister said, pulling away only to hold his hand and peer into the small windows high up on the doors, briefly looking at each mental patient. She skipped gleefully, swinging their hands. Naruto walked normally, using his Rinnegan to track the chakra network of their target. Despite being a 9-year-old in a 16-year-old girl's body, trying to grow up quickly for her brother, she still had her quirks. Naruto pursed his lips and nodded. "Believe me, sis, I know. No one stands a chance against us, not even father." He looked at his sister, and the happiness filling his formerly empty soul gushed out through his godly eyes as he smiled sincerely. "But remember all the plans we made back when we were staying with Godfather? Force the world onto their knees and take Konoha last." The girl pouted but didn't falter in her skipping. I know, but I'm getting impatient. Brother father is just a few hundred feet away right now." We can leave Konoha for now, but let's just cut off his head, please. Her eyes enlarged. Naruto pulled her cheek with his free hand. Trust me on this, sis. If we let him cook in his hate and madness, then ending his life would be all the more enjoyable. She sulked. He patted her head. We can still go for ice cream. She looked at him from under her straight bangs. Naruto's smile twitched up, and she sighed in defeat. Fine. He stopped walking, and she stopped skipping as they reached the very last door of the second-floor corridor. Naruto and Naruko swallowed thickly. The boy raised his left hand and placed it flat on the door. A seal matrix lit up with blue chakra. His sister watched, intrigued, as the seals moved at Naruto's mental command, shifting aside and breaking apart until the door was devoid of any seal and no alarm had been set off. The girl knew no seals or jutsu, so watching her brother display the fruits of fully utilizing the Rinnegan's ability to master ninja and samurai techniques mystified her. There was a click, and Naruto eased the door open. A troubling memory. This time it was Naruko's turn to cover her brother protectively. The tears on her cheeks had dried but left visible tracks down her dust and grime-covered face. She had her arms wrapped around her older twin, who lay on her abdomen, shivering like a leaf in a storm. His skin was a mottled gray with splashes of green under his eyes and on his fingernails. The boy was curled up, eyes painfully wrenched shut, shaking as if in a terrible blizzard. The female twin sobbed and hugged her brother closer but received no movement in reply. It was like she was trying to warm a vibrating statue. Today had been Naruto's turn. Their godfather had drawn a nature funneling seal in the middle of his back. This seal made nature chakra in the vicinity pass through him, wreak havoc because he wasn't a sage, and leave at his fingertips and toes, which were green. The effect caused the 6-year-old boy's skin to turn an unhealthy, sickening shade of gray as the dangerous natural chakra took more than it gave him. Orochimaru had placed him in a coffin 6 feet underground in a lush meadow and grass country, a haven for natural chakra. The worst part was that no matter how violently the natural chakra ripped apart his chakra and nervous systems, the Kyuubi chakra found a way to fix it, though always depleting the infinitesimally small resources in the little boy's body. The sadistic snake man had said the natural chakra would rip apart their nerve endings and condition Naruto never to feel pain again. He still had 3 more weeks of this torture scheduled, and their godfather looked forward to each day. For now, the seal was removed but would be re-administered by sunrise. Naruko sniffed and rocked back and forth, her dirty brown dress rustling. The chains connected to suppression collars around their necks clinked and clanked. The slave area was deathly silent as those near their caves watched the little girl with mournful eyes try to rock her shaking brother to sleep. The little red-haired girl swallowed and tried humming a song she barely remembered, something from a memory she didn't recall ever happening, but it came out broken and tearful. Naruko stopped trying and merely tightened her hold on her brother as a sound ninja passed by, baring her teeth at the wide smile he sent her before he left. Naruto's shaking didn't lessen. He coughed weakly, and his feet forced his body to shuffle closer to the tiny speck of warmth, about his same size. But his immobile arms couldn't move to wrap around the source to comfort her. Naruko felt this, and a fresh wave of tears began falling down her large, bright purple eyes. Sis, are you there? He couldn't feel much under his body but the familiar warmth that wrapped around to caress his dying body. His nervous system was pretty much dead, but the Kyuubi chakra was fixing it all up again. The female twin bobbed her head and gently rubbed her brother's back. I'm here, brother. The male redhead heaved in a deep breath, trying and failing to fight his terrible shaking. Do you think mother will love us? This was a great mystery the twins hoped to crack one day. Their father hated the air they breathed, but they never knew a mother's presence. Minato never mentioned her without saying they were the reason she was where she was. They didn't know Kushina had lost her mind after losing the Kyuubi, but they were still children. How could they know that when it was never said to them? They still hoped and hoped and hoped for at least one person in the world to love them. During their time in Konoha, the siblings never made friends because people avoided them. Love was a foreign term, known only between themselves. Naruko ran her fingers through her brother's dirt-speckled hair. I love you, brother. Her lips twitched up when Naruto's body heaved slightly despite the trembling, and a tight, light giggle tinkled out of his lips before stopping with a tired cough. I know, sis, but, mother. His green fingers flexed and grabbed the clothes around her knees, clenching and unclenching as if spasming. What of, mother? The red-haired girl didn't want to disappoint her brother by saying she didn't know. There were days the truth needed to be told, even if it might bring them down. But at the moment, Naruko only knew how to give her brother as much love as possible. That meant telling him what he wanted to hear. Yes, mother will love us. Naruto smiled into his knees, still grasping her clothes for dear life. His eyelids became heavy as her gentle fingers traveled through his hair. Thanks, sis. Don't forget, bro. Naruko started as she shuffled to the ground, wrapping her thin arms around him and pulling his head to her chest, placing her chin on his head. I love you, Naruto. More than the stars in the night sky or the sands in the desert. Naruto's shivering lessened fractionally. His fingers grabbed the cloth around her belly tightly. His eyes clenched shut as tears filled them. "I love you too, Naruto." Their mother. Naruto swallowed thickly when she felt a comforting hand take hold of her left hand, snapping her out of the tormenting memory. Her shoulders shook as she inhaled deeply. Naruto looked at her with concern, but she looked back at him and smiled gently, bringing a smile to his face as well. The twins turned back to the person before them. It was a woman with red hair as long as Naruto's, down to her lower back, and a smaller, less healthy frame than when she was in her prime. Her arms were tightly wrapped around her torso by a white, seal-reinforced straitjacket and baggy black pants. Like Naruto, the woman had no shoes. The twins were 5 feet 5 inches tall, but the woman, with her sickly pale skin, frantic bloodshot eyes, and hunched shoulders, as if in a secret discussion with herself, looked about 5 feet 8 inches at best. The woman was sitting on her bottom in the far right corner of the room, rocking back and forth, humming a scratchy tune. She hissed with frustration when she fumbled it but managed to continue. The female red-haired twin pursed her lips tightly, but the tension in her body released when Naruto's hold became firmer, reminding her he was still with her and experiencing the same tornado of conflicted emotions at what they were seeing. The song the crazy woman was humming, muttering patches that mostly made no sense, was the same one Naruto tried to hum when Naruto was at his lowest, just to raise his spirits. They never knew their mother, but one of their father's students, Kakashi Hatake, had said his sensei, Minato, once told him that when he and Jiraiya came back to the hospital to retrieve the twins for sealing the Kyuubi, they had found the woman huddled in the corner of the hospital room. She was surrounded by the bloody corpses of her guards and the maternity nurses. She was tightly cuddling the silent twins she had given birth to, her eyes wide and obviously crazed, gritting her teeth in physical effort not to bite down on her own children and kill them in a bloody frenzy. She had been trying to sing the same song to the wide-eyed, curious babies, through gritted teeth. Her arms twitched, and her body rocked heavily, but the woman refused to allow the insanity tearing through her mind to make her kill her children. "Mommy loves you, my sweet babies, Mommy loves you, my perfect darlings, Mommy loves you, my shining stars, Mommy loves you because Mommy loves you," Kushina whispered with tightly clenched jaws, rocking back and forth. Every once in a while, she rocked too hard, and her forehead hit the soft padded white wall. She clenched her red from lack of sleep eyes and hummed a song in a broken tune, coughing and spitting when it became too jagged to continue and started all over again. "Mommy loves you, my sweet babies, Mommy, babies," she cursed and tried again. The bandages around her toes were long since disregarded. She had been humming that song for 16 years. It wasn't an easy sight for either twin. They did not shed any tears. They didn't know their mother, so even though they had more or less confirmed that Kushina had loved them, or still loved them, they still didn't know the woman enough to mourn for the loss of love. The red-haired twins knew what would have happened if they somehow found out Kushina did not love them. A look between them confirmed the end result in their shared minds: they would kill her. It wasn't much of a confirmation, but for now, until they found a way to restore their mother's sanity, it would have to do. The girl twin saw her brother nod as he too looked at their insane mother, and she replied with her own nod as she lifted her right hand and pointed forefingers at Kushina, her thumb pressed on her palm. The muscles on her raised hand tightened, and her fingernails glowed light green, creating a small but noticeable burst of chakra before they shot out of her fingers, jamming into the distracted former Kunoichi's neck. The woman slumped forward as the alarms went off, the sensory seals around the room feeling the burst of chakra. Blue is a hallucinogenic dart, green is a heavy tranquilizer. It's not lethal, the girl intoned lowly, watching her mother's limp form. Orange and red are the lethal ones. Naruto nodded, noting her mutant ability. Similar to Nirvana Kuragoku, head of the Inventions Division, who could take on physical appearances of a rainbow Komodo dragon of Spring Country, Naruto could take on physical attributes of a fox. Ears would sprout, nails elongate, and eyes change from human to Vulpin. While her brother could grow tails, from 1 to all 9, and the pigmentation around his eyes would change to orange if he channeled his mutant abilities, originating from his mutated Kyuubi and normal chakra. There would be no adverse change in their skeletal systems besides strengthened bones. His Rinnegan pulsed, and his low words were menacing. Crack! Boom! The Yandame's wife's room exploded. The female twin chuckled, impressed, while Naruto buffed his fingernails on his shirt. A terrible shriek and a loud whoosh announced the drill-beaked bird's arrival, swooping down from the sky and flapping outside the room. It had been circling for minutes, awaiting Naruto's command. The red-haired girl and Naruto leaped onto the bird. Though Naruto's Rinnegan could see through the animal's eyes, he couldn't directly control it, but his ultimate command over all animal summons made direct control unnecessary. He could mentally or verbally direct them. The room's door, from which they had just escaped, began to bang as strong shoulders rammed it when keys failed. "Hold on," he said. Naruto bent her knees, gently placing their tranquilized mother on the bird's back. She quickly settled beside Kushina, holding the limp woman firmly. Once Naruto ensured her security, he instructed the bird, Hokage Mountain. Scree! The bird shrieked, its mighty wings flapped twice, and it zipped toward the monument. Black eyes with red rings turned to bright purple, their excitement shining as they sensed a large amount of wind chakra flash from the Hokage's mansion to the mental facility. Their father. Their bodies tingled, they yearned to fly back and kill him, but they remained resolute. If they swept aside other nations, Konoha would stew in paranoia. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. Why the Hokage mountain? The swift bird touched down on the Nidaime Hokage's head, cantering 4 steps before stopping, its wings flapping greatly to slow its speedy flight. The girl watched Naruto gently fly down, then waved her hand. He helped her down, lifting and dropping her beside him, their mother following suit. I want mother to be taken back home. Naruto nodded, understanding home meant the Tsukai kingdom, but her eyebrows furrowed. How? Didn't you say home was all the way south of Kumo? Naruto suppressed a smile, not answering. Instead, he tapped his right ear, the earbud clicked, and he said, patch me over to Division Head Nora of Scout and Retrieval. Patching you over, my lord. His twin sister pouted at his inattention. Bro, he smiled slightly, speaking when he got a reply. Send over a stealth retrieval vehicle to my location. A stealth vehicle was a sleeker variant of the normal retrieval vehicle, designed to carry about 30 soldiers in near silence, making it almost impossible to detect, especially at night. The king had ordered each vehicle to be readily equipped with 3 medical division personnel and 4 of their best retrieval guard soldiers. Right away, my king, Nora, the black-masked head of scouts and retrievers, said with a deep bow. She had been in her office sifting through names of children, aged 1 to 6, who could potentially be the new Jinchuriki of the three-tailed turtle. She was working with Meiji Haruai Gamatomo, head of Fuinjutsu, and Hamado Toshi, head of intelligence and interrogation. The retrieval division had acquired the tailed beast, under Naruto's command, during their invasion of Water Country while the daimyo was being subdued. The loyal till-death woman leaped over her desk and shouted for an SV, stealth vehicle, to be ready, away from the earbud. I will be with you in 4 minutes, sir. Take your time, the king said, cutting the connection as Nora jogged out of her office into a large storage room, just outside her office, for clarity, filled with about 100 retrieval vehicles of all kinds, from regular Tsukai soldier retrieval vehicles to those used to retrieve grounders like Yujito and Kiribi. She spoke into her earbud for Stealth Vehicle 1 to begin preparations for takeoff as she leaped into the driver's seat. Personnel rushed in, and the roof of the Scout and Retrieval Division headquarters opened, allowing the vehicle to levitate with powerful, heavily muffled engines. With a flash of blue fire, it shot into the night sky. Nora pressed 3 buttons on her dashboard, and the vehicle shimmered, camouflaging itself into the starry night. Naruto, meanwhile, was smiling at his pouting sister. When I said our home is the most advanced place on the planet, I wasn't joking. And she'll be here in 4 minutes? How is that possible, bro? Kumo is miles away from here. Through the power of dedication, breakthrough engineering, and seals, he said, bopping her nose. Now we have to worry about the Konoha ninjas coming before the vehicle gets here. He didn't forget he could simply fly and feed his mother into the stealth vehicle, which didn't necessarily need to land. But what fun would it be to pass up a chance at killing a few of them? They have Ninken trying to sniff us out, the Rinnegan holder said, seeing through the eyes of a wall gecko on the wall just under the broken section. The tiny creature had his same eyes. He had summoned it to keep a careful eye on the ninjas before he and his sister flew off with the bird. The girl suspected as much. She didn't know much about the legendary eyes, but her connection with her brother gradually eased her into understanding their capabilities, like raising the dead, apparently. She still believed they should blow this village sky high. Patience, sis, the bird squawked in agreement at his mental command. How about you go and kill those who come while we're waiting? Would that make you feel better? He pinched her cheeks, and she rolled her eyes before swatting his hands away. For now. She steadily jogged toward the incoming Konoha ninjas, her features slowly changing as she channeled her mutant abilities. Don't forget, we have 2 minutes before the vehicle arrives, he called after her. More than enough time. Her human ears pulled in, and 2 red fox ears emerged on top of her head, her long red hair covering the missing human ears. Her fingernails elongated to about 4 inches, and her toenails also extended to 4 inches. While she didn't know many jutsu, her training/torture focused primarily on physical strength, flexibility, agility, and some intelligence work. Still, she was more than capable of handling the approaching Jonin. 8. Her senses counted, with only 2 Ninken, who began barking wildly, catching the scent of fox permeating the air, a smell only those with a keen sense of smell could detect. Her long nails turned silver, and she rubbed them together, creating white and red sparks as she surged towards them. Adamantium bones, her godfather had called them. He said he had taken DNA from a dead bone pulse user and altered it with Tsunagakure's magnetic release, allowing her to sprout more metal claws from other places. Though the girl preferred the traditional, savage animal claws to having them come out of her fists, knees, or elbows. Her head lowered, and her speed increased. Her metal bones didn't slow her. When the first ninja caught sight of her, it was too late. She pounced, using his mouth, agape and a shocked gasp, assuming she was Kushina Uzumaki, as a stepping stone to dive onto those behind him. Her metal toenails burst from the back of his neck, killing him as she gingerly removed her foot before he could fall and spun in the air toward the others. Her nails raked down a ninja's face as she dropped, then backflipped under a ninkin, grabbing its tail before it could zip away and using the poor dog as a bat to smash into its handler's face. She ended the creature's life by slamming it into the ground and finished off the Inyazuka partner by slicing all 5 fingers under his chin, elongating her nails to puncture the brain. She didn't stop moving for a second, delivering a brutal right hook to an approaching woman and punching her fists into another ninja's stomach, ripping out his small intestine in a shower of blood. She roped the organ around the neck of a shinobi who had attempted to tackle her, yanking the intestine down to crack her knee on his face, shattering it. Naruto wrapped the bloody intestine in her hands and swung it at the last ninja, using the dead body hanging limply in it as a club. The ninja was slammed into 3 trees before he finally stopped in a ditch. The girl dropped the organ to the ground and puffed out hair to push away a bang that touched her lips. She turned to Naruto and smirked proudly at his mildly awestruck nod as she jogged to him, her features smoothing out until they returned to human. If I didn't know any better, I wouldn't suspect she was dead just yesterday. He raised his right palm, and she slapped it deftly in a high five. 7 years with the Shinigami, and she still knows how to fight. He watched her slump against the drill-beaked bird and pant for air. That was amazing. Oh, stop, you're making me blush, she said with a wave of her hand. Their godfather had conditioned them to better serve Konoha through body-crippling exercises, chemical injections, and traumatizing fights with sound ninjas in training. Naruto's Rain rebirth technique could be considered a perfect, flawless version of the impure world resurrection technique. Instead of being at less than half her strength after being brought back, an effect of the non-Rinnegan jutsu, Naruto was able to reclaim all of her training memories, both muscle and mental. The only minor problem was that she was still a 9-year-old in a 16-year-old's body, seeing as she had been killed when she was 9 and revived at 16. Though this wasn't too much of a problem with the twins' upbringing because any child that stayed a month in the slave pens of Hidden Sound and survived was not a child anymore, they had to grow up fast or die even faster. It was similar to Konoha's red light district, except the violence wasn't mutual. Naruto looked up when he heard a low whistle, and a dark mass dropped lightly before him. The driver hopped out of the window, giving the wheel to the retrieval captain for the stealth vehicle. Nora, the masked division head, fell onto her knees before Naruto and placed her right hand over her heart. Division head Nora of Scout and Retrieval reporting, "My lord Naruto," she said in a low, polite voice, her head tilted down, her whole body in the respectfully submissive posture all Tsukai soldiers were trained to adopt before their ultimate master, Naruto. "Help me transport my mother and my sister back home, please," he said, nodding to Kushina, still lying on the ground, and Naruto, who shot to her feet and exclaimed, "Wait, what?" Nora too abruptly looked up and gaped at the red-haired girl who stomped over to her king. She looked exactly like her master, save for a few small, feminine features, but seeing the girl confirmed she was truly one with her master, and he with her. "Is this Lady Naruto, my king's sister?" Nora said in a quivering voice, barely holding herself back from standing to her feet and kneeling before the girl. "Yes, Nora, this is my sister Naruto." "Naruto, this is Nora, division head of Scout and Retrieval." His sister nodded politely to the older woman but gasped when Nora shuffled closer and bowed deeply, placing her forehead on the ground. "It is an honor to meet the sister of my lord. I am humbled." No, it's fine. Please stand up." The sheer politeness and utter devotion in those few words threw the girl off her enraged yell at her brother. The medics were placing Kushina on a stretcher, strapping her down when Naruto idly mentioned she wasn't in the best health, ensuring a constant drip of mild sedatives in case she woke up. His sister whirled him around and jabbed her finger into his armored chest. "And where will you be going?" "Hidden Rain, I have a few things to do there." She crossed her arms stubbornly. "I'm going too." Her purple eyes flitted over his shoulder as the medics heft the stretcher onto its wheels and began carefully shuffling their mother over the uneven rocky ground on top of the monument. This was their king's mother, they had to be extra gentle. Naruto palmed his face and sighed deeply. "Sis, I know we still have a whole lot of catching up to do, but this mission is very, very important. I want to clear it up quick and get back home." She narrowed her eyes, and a large drop of sweat grew on the side of Naruto's face after he revised his words. "Are you saying I'm a burden?" She balled her fists and her shoulders tensed. "Come on, sis, you know you're not a burden." From what he saw, she could very well hold her own, even against Chunin trackers. Speaking of trackers, the village was alight, alarms blared from the psychiatric ward, and he could sense pandemonium as people spread out to find the missing patient. "Then it's settled, I'm coming with you." She then glared at him. "And if you dare try to knock me out." She left her warning hanging in the air, but Naruto scoffed and nodded. She pumped her fist to her side in accomplishment. "Is there any spare armor in the vehicle?" the king asked the still kneeling woman. Nora, despite being told to rise, remained on her knees, for she was in the presence of the two redheads who had impacted her life and thousands of others, whether directly or indirectly. The woman trembled at the question. My sincerest apologies, my lord, I did not know." "It's fine. I should have known she would want to tag along." His sister winked when he shot a mild glare at her. If you wish, my king, I shall take off my own armor and give it to my lady Naruto, she said without hesitation. Naruto shook his head with a small frown. Your armor is your rank, you should wear it with pride, he said firmly. She deserved the platinum rank, the only rank directly under the king's obsidian rank. The woman had scratched and clawed her way up the ranks, and Naruto disliked the idea of a person relinquishing their rank, even for the briefest of moments. You are right, as always, my lord. If you don't mind, are there any underwear or shoes in there? She looked at Naruto frostily, and he sent a wink back. My brother didn't seem to give me any. Besides, her clothes were a bloody mess, as were her hands. I thought you would have appreciated the privacy. Privacy? Between you and me? What's that? Really, I don't know what privacy between us means, she replied teasingly with an elbow jab to his arm and playfully waggling her eyebrows. After a few short seconds, Naruto pursed his lips and nodded in agreement. They didn't know what privacy meant between them. They shared practically everything when they were in Konoha, and even when they were out of Konoha. Why would it change now or anytime soon? Yes, my lady, we have spare clothing and equipment in the stealth vehicle. Perfect. Go and bring her the clothes. Naruto started, but his words slowed until he stopped. His senses flared, and his godly Rinnegan glowed. The world slowly ground to a stop around his eyes, and the still regularly moving teen narrowed his eyes and looked around. Nora and Nariko were frozen, looking at him as he spoke, as his eyes saw and processed much faster than any normal human could. His head turned to where he sensed the danger, and he walked over to the retrieval vehicle, having to enter the massive open back door to get to his mother's stretcher, which was strapped down securely in the vehicle so it wouldn't move around when the vehicle was flying. The medics and retrievers were sitting in the seats, making idle chatter, but at the moment they weren't moving as Naruto walked faster than any normal human could comprehend. He stopped beside her and frowned at the seal glowing on her forehead. The Flying Thunder God seal. He could see the seal slowly brighten, despite how fast his eyes could see, a testament to the sheer speed of the legendary S-rank seal. Naruto pulled out a palm-sized scroll from his wrist in a small burst of smoke and placed it over the seal on Kushina's forehead. On the back of the paper was a seal written in gold, with another separate kanji beneath it in red, and the last one at the bottom written in black. It was called the Fuinjutsu Absorption Seal, primarily meant to transfer the contents of one storage seal, copy the same seal onto the paper, and transfer it there, but it could also double as copying seals the paper was placed on and absorbing the copied seal, though this meant it could only be used once. It was the creation of the Fuinjutsu Division by the Deputy Division Head to combat the threat of trap seals. The Rinnegan King ripped off the successfully copied Hirishin seal, crumpled it in his fist, setting it on fire and repelling Minato before he could flash to their position. Back in Kushina's former room, the yandere was suddenly thrown back into the room by a swirling vortex he had momentarily flashed in, his cloak singed at the sleeves and soot in his blonde hair. While his ninjas rushed to him to see what had happened, Naruto walked back to his frozen-in-time sister and masked subordinate. He allowed time before his eyes to move normally again, and the two sharply looked to him. We have 2 minutes before they arrive, he said, ushering them to the vehicle. He snapped his fingers, ignoring the soldiers in the vehicle who snapped to their feet in a salute before bending onto their knees, placing their hands over their hearts and inclining their heads down. Nora rushed to the seat directly behind the driver's section of the vehicle, where there were a total of 30 seats in the vehicle, and hit the seat. It lifted up to reveal a neat black duffel bag, and as she pulled it out, putting the seat back in place as she ran back to Naruto, she handed it to Nariko in a bow, and the girl graciously took it, still flustered at how respectfully she was being treated. Tell Division Head Karen of the Medical Division to place our mother in a secure room, treat her well, and begin treatment. Karen was a stellar medic. The kingdom not only had great technological, fuinjutsu, and civilization advancements, but their medical field had also taken a big leap above what could be seen on the ground. There was a safe, secure, and healthy way to heal those who had lost their minds, but Naruto's mother was a bit different. Also tell Division Head Magi of the Fuinjutsu Division to start fixing the broken seal shackles as soon as our mother is secure. Yes, sir, Nora said and saluted as Naruto walked out of the vehicle with his sister behind him, carrying the duffel bag of spare clothes and equipment in both of her hands. Good luck, sir, she called before she bumped the door of the driver's section of the vehicle 3 times with her right fist. The retrieval vehicle began lifting off the ground, the wide open back closed up as they continued their ascent into the sky. The king and his sister kept their eyes on the rising vehicle before it merged with the sky and zipped back to the Tsukai Kingdom. What now? I was thinking we spend the night in the hideout of one of my spies near the Fire Country capital before we head over to Rain. Gravity picked up the Rinnegan King, and he had to take Nariko up into the air as well before they blasted in a ground-shaking thud of wind towards the capital. The question of how they would get there suddenly lost on the startled girl. The bird was sent back to the summoning realm, but that was fine, it had served its purpose for now. The red-haired twins left the village in a total state of emergency, terror, panic, and paranoia. Akatsuki Meeting Room. The Akatsuki's underground meeting room was located within the Amekage Tower, a prominent structure in Amiyagakure no Sato. 3 Tsukai spies had infiltrated the Akatsuki. Two of them had a similar story of changing allegiances, while the third had been recruited much earlier. As the S-rank organization's leader spoke, one of the Sukai spies narrowed his eyes, his thoughts drifting back to his recruitment by the legendary king of the Sukai kingdom. It happened 5 years prior, when the remarkable, godlike boy was just 11. Sasori's philosophy and first encounter. Art, to Sasori of the Red Sands, was eternal, unchangeable, incorruptible, and indestructible. This philosophy guided him since he began studying puppetry under Lady Cho. For Sasori, art was immaculate, eternal, forever, and deathless. "I hear you are a great spymaster," a low voice said, echoing above his broken body. The redhead's eyes flickered open. He attempted to move but found solid black rods impaled through every joint in his arms and legs, painfully disrupting his chakra. The S-rank missing nin, still in his regular clothes albeit torn by the black chakra rods, realized that after 5 minutes of continuous effort, this person had easily bested him. It felt as if his opponent had even allowed him to attack, just to prove its futility. The puppet master had been in mountain country, seeking a mountain lion he believed would be a valuable addition to his arsenal. However, upon entering a cave where the creature was reportedly sighted, he encountered a calm, red-haired child seated on the bleeding corpse of the very lion he sought. His weeks of searching culminated in a surge of frustration, which he unleashed through his puppets. The Kaze cage puppet was pinned to the cave ceiling by at least 50 black rods. His Hiriko puppet lay shattered in the back of the cave, beyond salvage from an invisible crushing force that forced the puppet master inside to escape. All 100 puppets of his 100 puppet technique were impaled to the walls and ground with at least one rod, resembling mere ornaments to the boy. He, an adult, had been effortlessly defeated by a child, dragged towards the boy by an immense pulling force and slammed to the ground with a choke slam that would have killed any other living creature. Despite feeling no sensation in his wooden body, he knew the mountain itself had groaned as his back hit the earth. He was then swiftly impaled with the rods, severing his chakra control. Sasori stoically hummed, then looked up. His eyes met a pair of orbs so powerful that every thought in the prodigious puppet master's mind ceased. His light brown eyes widened slowly, and his puppet mouth fell open, coal black with red concentric rings. A face so pale and immaculate it seemed to glow, even in the cave's darkness. Red hair appeared to sway in a non-existent breeze. His expression was both cold and commanding, exuding immense power. After 5 long minutes of staring at this godlike child, the infamous puppet master uttered only "You are art." The boy narrowed his eyes. For the first time in years, Sasori feared for his life. He clenched his eyes shut tightly and whispered, "You are beauty, you are perfect, you are art." The person remained silent. Then, he repeated, "I hear that you are a great spymaster." "Yes, my lord. The best on the continent." The puppet man eagerly nodded, his once lifeless eyes glowing with acknowledgement. "How may I be of service to my lord?" A small, barely visible twitch played on Naruto's lips. "I want you to be my eyes and ears on the ground." At that moment, Sasori concluded the boy was a god. "I will do anything to make my lord pleased." The interests of perfect art had to be protected, and he would protect them with all his power. "Good. You will hear from me soon." The person stood, his feet lifting off the ground as if preparing to launch into the sky. But the red-haired puppet master stopped him with a hurried yell. "If I may be so forward, my lord, what is your name?" The person looked down at him. Sasori instinctively fell to his knees, right hand over his heart, head bowed to the ground. "My name is Naruto. I am the king of the Sukai kingdom." Sasori's loyalty and Akatsuki intel. 2 years later, he was invited to the great kingdom in the sky, feeling even more humble to have earned the king's attention. He became the deputy head of espionage and infiltration under Uakuso. He was also given gold rank under armor, which the red-haired puppet man proudly wore beneath his Akatsuki robes. The unbreakable armor did not hinder his creation of puppet strings in any way. He reported everything to his new master. As soon as he learned of an S-rank organization and received an offer for a high-ranking position, he immediately informed Naruto and sought guidance. This was a year before he received his gold rank. He was ordered to accept, and a few months later, 2 more Sukai Kingdom spies were added to the Akatsuki. "Sasori, what have your spies said about this rising threat, the kingdom hidden in the sky?" Nagato questioned him from his throne at the head of the meeting room. Konan stood beside her childhood friend, her eyes, like the others, fixed on Sasori. The spy master had been appointed chief informant of the rogue organization. The red-haired, gold-ranked spy hummed from deep inside his Hiriko puppet. "A spy in Kumo told me that the king and his forces marched in undetected and brought the village under his control before the Raikage noticed." The organization's leader and the Angel of Aim remained stoic, but a few others showed vague surprise. Sasori continued, "Roughly 5,000 of the Sukai forces arrived, but only 1,000 actually took over. An informant told me that they were all at least Jonin rank." He paused, allowing their imaginations to fill in his implication. "As far as reports go, they say their armor is impenetrable, their skills unparalleled, and their king." The puppet master trailed off, unsure if he should continue. "Yes? What of their king? Itaki asked, speaking for the first time in the meeting. The wooden man remained silent, but then spoke as an order from the head of intelligence and interrogation came to mind: make them aware of who we are and of the might of our great king, the king of the Sukai kingdom. He has the Rinnegan, Sasori stated. A painful silence followed as they all gaped at him. His words and informants had previously aided the organization, but claiming the Sukai king possessed the Rinnegan seemed too far-fetched. But, his eyes, I apologize for saying this, leader, his eyes are much more powerful than yours. His puppet passed a photo of the king to his right, towards the leader. Nagato narrowed his eyes at the picture of Naruto holding the raikage by his neck, hovering over the village. The picture had been taken by a bronze-ranked hunter nin and given to the puppet man's spy before the Sukai departed. Kisame stifled a laugh with a cough. How can there be two Rinnegan at a time? I do not know. I can only speculate that he had the genes in him to activate the eyes. The specific genes, though, I do not know what they are. Kakuzu then posed his own question. How are you so sure his eyes are greater than leaders? Besides merely looking at it, Sasori exaggerated. True, the black with red rings looked more intimidating than purple with black rings, but he saw they needed more proof. My informants in spring told me that he was able to grab hold of the daimyo's neck from several feet away. That isn't proof. He was able to crush the heads of her ninjas without a serious thought. The members were not aware of the full power of the Rinnegan, so even if Sasori continued listing his observations, they might not believe him. Still, if he could do that, who was to say they stood a chance against him? They will know art soon. His eyes flicked to the two other spies, and they exchanged secret glances. Most were unaware, but the king of the Sukai kingdom and his revived sister were entering the rain village the next day. He had ordered Sasori to keep everyone in the village until he arrived, while the king and his sister spent the night in the spymaster's Fire Country hideout. At the far end of the meeting, opposite Zetsu and beside Deidara, who stood next to Sasori, Obito suppressed a grin. If this king's Rinnegan is more powerful than Nagato's, then I will have no more need for him. His hands tightened in suppressed excitement. And, I can have his army too. Kato Ametsukami is a very powerful jutsu. Sasori's hideout and Naruto's arrival. Ono-Otoki countryside, outskirts of the Fire Country capital. Sir, I still insist there are far better living conditions in the capital than my hideout, Sasori said in a low, hurried voice, hunched inside his Hiriko puppet as he passively walked. Deidara prattled on about something Sasori couldn't care less about. I haven't used that hideout in several years, my lord, surely you'd prefer lodging in the capital. I'll pay for it myself. Naruto placed his hands on his hips and looked up at the wooden shack. It was as wide as his outstretched arms and as tall as his arms above his head. The small building appeared to be falling apart from termites and a small bee colony. Weeds clumped around the shack, but beyond that, only trees stretched for miles until the capital walls, about 3 kilometers away. The trees, some planted by Sasori himself, securely shaded their location, hinting at the hideout's age. The king wasn't startled when his sister, Naruko, slipped her arms through his and hugged his side, resting her head on his shoulder and smiling peacefully. This feels familiar, she said, nuzzling her nose into her brother's neck. Naruto nodded in reply. They used to live in a rat hole like this, but this place was 100 times better. Yes, but this is better, he voiced his thoughts. His sister agreed. Is there a security system, Sasori? Yes, sir, a mere chakra sensor seal that allows me entry once I am near it. What about a backdoor seal? Naruto didn't have any of the puppet man's chakra readily available, and it was the middle of the night, so acquiring it was out of the question. There's a key under the floorboard inside. I keep that in case I'm low on chakra. That will be all. Stay vigilant, Sasori, Naruto instructed. The red-haired puppet man bowed, hand over his heart seal, hidden inside his Hiriko puppet, and replied, of course, sir. The king cut the connection and heft the black duffel bag his sister had dropped with his left arm, slung it over his shoulder, and walked towards the shack. Naruko pried open the door with her right arm and winced as it collapsed inward. Naruto waved away her concerns. Sasori wouldn't mind. Inside the hideout. The interior was as small as he'd guessed, forcing him to separate from his sister and walk in by himself. The floorboards creaked in agony. His Rinnegan flashed in the dark, directing him to a loose floorboard at the very center. He lifted the board with his foot, and the key flew into his hand. After that, there was a second-long tremor that made the hairs on the back of Naruko's neck stand on end. 3 floorboards at the far back of the tiny shack slid aside, revealing a winding staircase downwards. He felt his sister reach in and grab his shoulder as he began his descent down the narrow stairs. She followed, trusting his ability to anticipate danger because the confined space triggered terrible flashbacks. She clenched her eyes shut, allowing her brother to protect her. They soon reached the bottom of the staircase. A low buzz preceded the lights fizzling on, revealing a fairly large room, about 4 times the size of the Hokage's office. 3 work tables, joined by strongly welded bars yet separated enough to indicate they were initially distinct, occupied the center. On these joined tables lay wooden and metal parts of unfinished puppets, some of which were weaponized body parts, like a hidden section of an arm with kunai launchers or a toxic green eye that spat out acid. Completed and unfinished puppets hung on the walls, peering at them in frozen, dust-gathering positions. Strangely, there were no cobwebs, and not much dust, in the hideout. Naruto's Rinnegan eyes scanned for any traps his servant might have forgotten to mention, as the place looked and felt unused for years. His gaze fell to the far back, where a cylindrical glass container touched the ceiling, wedged into the wall with a red and blue knob to its left and a fairly large nozzle at the top. His eyes hopped over the container and went to the far left of the workshop/hideout of the Red Scorpion, where a large banner of the missing nin was pasted on the wall in blood-red paint, a terrifying yet simple red scorpion. Beneath it were wooden parts of a bed lying haphazardly in the wall and a mattress toppled over them. The king felt his sister tighten her grip on his shoulder. He instinctively placed his hand over hers, squeezing gently, coaxing her without words to open her eyes. The girl's bright purple eyes opened and widened as she looked around. The place was well lit and didn't look like it was falling apart, unlike its deceptive exterior. But the puppets hanging on the walls, simply staring at them, made the girl frown. Sasori of the Red Sands is one of my most trusted grounder subordinates. He's an S-rank missing nin from Tsunaga Corps who defected after killing the Saname Kaze Cage, but he submitted to my will after I proved, without a shadow of a doubt, that I was superior. His sister's hand slid down his left arm and laced with his fingers. The king dropped the duffel bag on the ground and allowed his sister to walk around the hideout, peering up at the puppets on the walls with odd fascination while listening raptly to her brother. He's such a great puppet master that he found a way to trade his mortal body for an undying, wooden one, capable of things normal puppet masters could only dream of. For instance, he's one of the only people who uses human puppets with regular wooden puppets in combat. She nodded, looking at him with deeply furrowed eyes, watching her brother explain something she didn't need to voice. Who the hell had this kind of hideout? It looked like something their dead godfather would do, but Naruto was reassuring her it wasn't. I'm going to guess that this was possibly the last place Sasori was ever truly human. He motioned to the mattress and the parts underneath it. Because since he isn't flesh and blood but wood, metal, and chakra, he doesn't need sleep, only as long as he has the chakra. The twins walked hand in hand around the tables in the center of the room. Naruto gently ran her fingers over the parts so as not to set off any traps, but Naruto shook his head, foreseeing it from the corner of her eyes, telling her that the traps on the parts had long since been deactivated. She crinkled her nose, and Naruto smiled a little. I'm going to guess he's a weird guy. She then smiled at him playfully. And I don't mean to offend. Crass at times she might be, but she still tried her best to behave politely to those who served her brother. Besides, Sasori was kind enough to allow them to stay the night in his hideout. The least she could do was be nice, even though the puppet man was not present. He is a bit eccentric but nothing bad, I assure you. A familiar scenario. They stopped in front of the glass cylinder, and the girl eased her hand out of his. She shimmied the blood-stained red dress off her body and slipped closer to Naruto, who raised an eyebrow, mirroring her teasing gaze. Her naked body pressed against him. It looks like it has enough room for two. Apparently it does, he said, and her smile stretched wider, her pristine teeth gleaming up at him, and he grinned back. You want to do something? I want to try that thing Orochimaru did with Kabuto, she whispered suggestively and lightly trailed her pointer finger up his under-armored belly, creeping up his chest and settling on his chin. I can be Kabuto, and you. She leaned up, and Naruto tilted his head down a little, almost closing the gap between them. His right arm wound around her and pulled her closer, forcing a small gasp from her but not enough to reduce the grin on her face. He could see a deep red blush spread over her nose as she continued, pressing her body even tighter into his. You can be Orochimaru. She was referring to a time, halfway through a mind-numbing blood experiment on the twins that occurred simultaneously in the same room by their godfather and his assistant. Orochimaru had slithered up behind Kabuto and torn off the latter's pants. The man and the younger man had assumed the children before them were too out of it to notice, but the twins were part Uzumaki. Apparently, Orochimaru had a lot of pent-up sexual frustration, and seeing as they now had a chance, he pushed Kabuto against a wall and had his wicked way with him. The silver-haired man didn't object, far from it really, and the snake man went at it for an hour before he finally allowed Kabuto to slump to the ground. It was nightmare-inducing, cringeworthy, foul, disgusting, and fascinating to the twins. Not because it was a guy with a guy, but because of the sick things Orochimaru did and made Kabuto do. Why snakes? Why, snakes? Naruto could feel himself getting hotter at the thought of doing that to Naruto. He didn't want to spoil the mood, or wave away the heavy smell of desire permeating from her body, by telling his sister that the glass-walled cylinder wasn't a shower but rather a high-pressure power wash used to disinfect metals. It was strong enough to rip skin from bone. But she didn't need to know that. He knew more than a few water jutsus that would stop her from noticing. Naruto snaked her other arm up and around his neck, biting her bottom lip and crushing her budding breasts into his chest as she whispered, "You can do." She leaned up and whispered into his left ear, sending wonderful waves down his back and making his arms hold her tighter. "Whatever you want to me. damn. She easily pulled away from him and turned around before he could catch a glimpse of her breasts, though looking at her cute pale white but slink away a little as she walked into the power wash. The small specks of blood on her body merely drove his mind off the edge. She looked over her shoulder, and Naruto gulped at the desire in her eyes. He wasted no time throwing off his clothes, slapping his chest with his hand. His obsidian underarmor shivered and crumpled, falling down to his boots, which he removed in a hurry as he walked to her. His hand shot to Naruto's black duffel bag still sitting at the base of the staircase, and it unzipped. A bar of deep green soap zipped out and entered his hand just as he stepped into the power wash. His right hand waved above them as she placed her hands on the wall, looking at him with large purple eyes over her shoulder, and he thought of a Birank water jutsu water release rainmaker. Dark clouds collected above their heads and began dropping gentle drops of water on their bodies. Naruto flipped around and panted as Naruto pinned her to the white-tiled wall behind her. Whatever I want, huh? 1 hour later. Bro, Naruto asked from the middle of the room, perched on one of the 3 tables. She wore a red shirt with black ninja pants and black sandals, not something she particularly liked, but since her brother wore a variation of it, she didn't mind. Her long red hair was tied up in a shortened ponytail that draped over her left shoulder, and she crossed her slender legs. Her bright purple eyes intently watched Naruto, who sat on another table beside her with his legs crossed, palms together in the ram hand seal, and elbows jutting outwards. Naruto pondered deeply, chin in hand, head tilted. Sensing her need for quiet, Naruto remained silent, allowing her space to think. She wasn't overly concerned about their birth being ruined, things had turned out fine in the end. Still, she harbored a quiet resentment towards the masked man. He was the direct cause of their mother's madness and likely why they were alienated in Konoha. The profound grief and depression Naruto endured after their mother's death infuriated her. Clenching her fists and grinding her teeth, she closed her eyes and mirrored Naruto's hand seal, flooding her body with chakra to ease her tension, a trick a sound ninja had taught her during a chakra enhancement lesson. She exhaled, maintaining her mirrored stance, and said, "Keep going, please." She said he had the Sharingan, that she remembered his chakra from one of father's students while she was inside Kushina, and finally, he called himself Madara Uchiha. Naruto felt her slight frown. History wasn't part of their training with Orochimaru, only physical, mental, and frequent torture. So, Madara was an unknown to her. But Naruto, having Orochimaru's memories, along with those of many other ninjas he'd acquired on past expeditions, had studied extensively. He decided to elaborate on Madara. He's an ancient ninja who fought the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, over 100 years ago. He even used the Kyuubi back then, just like this Madara did 16 years ago. I'm doing the math. Naruto murmured, and Naruto listened. If what you're saying is correct, then the person claiming to be Madara is an imposter. Since the real Madara fought the first about 100 years ago, assuming they were in their late 40s then, he should be well and truly dead. No ninja or human can stay alive longer than 120 years. And since that guy claiming to be Madara fought almost evenly with father then, she hummed, pursing her lips. He's either a blood clone or a fan. That's right, Naruto beamed, eyes still closed, but Naruto could clearly sense his smile. A faint blush dusted her nose. My people in the Akatsuki, that's the S-rank organization's name, used those 3 vital pieces of information to pinpoint one of their members, the one who supposedly assembled them all and created the Akatsuki. All that's left is for him to verbally admit to attacking Konoha with the Kyuubi 16 years ago. Naruto inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. I was thinking, as a way of apologizing for killing Orochimaru and Danzo by myself. Naruto sighed, shaking her head exasperatedly. Naruto, brother. That you could kill him yourself. He quickly added. I know killing him won't be able to replace Orochimaru and Danzo, but... Naruto's giggling interrupted him. I thought I told you it was fine. He didn't reply, and she sighed again. Okay, I'll kill him, if it will make you happy. She smiled with him. After that, we can dismantle the Akatsuki and go get ice cream back home. Her eyes snapped open, and she grinned widely at her twin. Who's the best brother in the world? You are. She pumped her fist, cheering. The best twin I could ever ask for. Naruto's lips twitched as he smiled. Ah, you're just saying that. She grabbed his shoulders, pulling him into a tight hug. Even with his hands still in the seal and his eyes closed, he grinned happily. I mean it. I promise you won't regret it, bro. Releasing him, she hopped off the table, sliding over to a duffel bag by the stairwell leading into the hideout. She opened it, pulling out a standard tanto. Opening it further, she saw 3 dozen kunao, shuriken, a katana, a foldable bow staff, 2 rolls of bandages, 6 boxes of ration packs, a spare change of clothes with accessories like a scarf, gloves, boots, underwear, and a basic medical kit for those without medical jutsu. I'm going to refresh my skills. She hooked the kunao pouch to her left thigh and the shuriken pouch to her right hip, twirling the tanto in her left hand as she moved towards a human-sized puppet hanging on the wall. Would your spy mind if I used one of his puppets as a training dummy? He won't mind, Naruto replied with a casual shrug. The girl with adamantium bones unhooked the puppet, standing on her toes, and lugged it closer to the table in the room center, behind her brother. She found a stand and hung the puppet there. Her eyes narrowed as she bounced on her heels, holding the lethal blade in a reverse grip, a kunai clenched in her other hand, pointed at the dummy's forehead. She puffed out a breath and said in a low voice, "You still haven't told me what you're doing." Naruto chuckled softly and opened one eye. "I'm attending an Akatsuki meeting through one of my most loyal spies. Hundreds of miles away, underground Akatsuki meeting room, a Mekige's tower, a Miyagakure no Sato. Black chakra rods were an ability granted to a Rinnegan user via the less physical outer path. They could destabilize a person's chakra upon insertion, serve as weapons due to their hardened material, and offer limited control over the inserted individual but only with explicit permission or if the person was dead. The 6 paths of pain were reanimated corpses, studded with chakra receivers, smaller chakra rods, each imbued with a single Rinnegan path, excluding the outer path, which synchronized all of Pain's paths with Pain/Nagato. Naruto preferred to use the paths himself, finding it more effective, but there were minor exceptions. "Konan," a voice called. The woman turned her head to her right, looking at the skeletal redhead on the throne. He had Rinnegan eyes, but not as powerful or ominous as Naruto's purple with black rings. He wheezed lightly, releasing the breath he held. The Angel of Aim looked back at the mirror before her, breathing deeply as well. She saw herself reflected, with one small, distinct change, a black left eye with red rings. The stoic angel felt her heart flutter, clasping her hands over her chest, almost overwhelmed with pride and joy. Naruto, after years of not using her, had finally chosen to utilize the 6 chakra receivers in her ears, 3 in each, one on her chin, and the last through her navel. "Master!" she gushed, her voice breathy, abandoning her stoic persona. Her normal right eye welled with tears as she gazed at Naruto's unique Rinnegan. Nagato offered a weak smile, relaxing into his throne. He had worried something was wrong when Konan had rushed to the standing mirror in the throne room just minutes before the Akatsuki members were due to arrive. The woman turned to her longtime friend, smiling slightly, the biggest, happiest smile she'd shown him in over a decade. "Master is finally using me, Nagato." The sickly man closed his eyes and sighed. "I take it you don't mind." "It is an honor and a privilege to be our great king's eyes and ears," she said in a firm yet shaky voice, turning back and slowly raising her fingers to touch beneath her left eye, marveling at it with a touch of fear. There weren't enough chakra rods in her body for Naruto to fully control her, but with those he implanted, and her express permission, he could see through her eye and subtly influence her thoughts. Given her happiness to be her king's eye, he didn't need much influence. She straightened, faced the mirror, bowed deeply, and said in a light voice, "I am humbled, my lord Naruto." She received no reply, which only made the stoic woman gush more. "Put on the contacts. No one but Sasori must know our lord is in attendance," Nagato instructed. Konan hurriedly slipped a finger-sized square from inside her cloak. She murmured quick apologies to the silent king as she put on the light gray contacts, which perfectly concealed Naruto's Rinnegan eye. "If our lord has decided to grace us with his magnificent presence, then it must be time." Konan nodded, rubbing her face to smooth her features, fighting the urge to smile again. She pushed the mirror, and it flipped upside down on the wall, transforming into a grayish-black painted wall of the meeting room. They heard footsteps several feet away, by the door, and their eyes went there. Sasori of the Red Sand, deputy head of espionage and infiltration, entered, his wooden face expressionless. Nagato nodded a greeting to his fellow spy, then made a circle with his right index finger and thumb, like turning an invisible knob. Sasori abruptly stopped at the door, causing Deidara to slam into his Hiriko puppet's back, the mad bomber having been rushing after the puppeteer, telling him a story. Sasori's eyes widened in surprise, and he suddenly cocked his head to the right, towards Konan, who also nodded. They saw the wooden man suppress a shiver and march forward, taking his place on the right side of the long meeting table, 3 seats from the Akatsuki leader. Deidara, rubbing his sore nose and muttering insults at his partner, stood 2 seats from Nagato, as Konan took her place at her friend's right, chin slightly tilted, embodying the regal and lethal Angel of Aim. More S-rank ninjas trooped in, and Nagato maintained his perfect character, looking down at each with his purple, black-ringed Rinnegan eyes. Inside his head, he vividly recalled the day he, his childhood friend, and all of Miyagakure were recruited into the Tsukai forces. It was 5 years ago. The Akatsuki was still only Nagato, Konan, Obito, and Sasori. Most of them were hundreds of miles from Hidden Rain, finding and recruiting other qualified S-ranks for their criminal organization. The sickly redhead had stayed behind with his childhood friend to administer their village when suddenly, they felt a great disturbance cross the village's borders and enter the rain. Back then, Naruto was just 11 years old. Flashback. The entire village quaked to its core as the intruder passed through the rain dome covering the village. Naruto, in a long-sleeved dark blue shirt, black pants, and brown ninja boots, walked with an umbrella over his head. The powerful child had an amused yet chillingly cold smile plastered on his face. His boots splashed in small puddles, but it never deterred him. He was on a personal excursion to every ninja village Orochimaru had listed as mysterious and too dangerous to attack, like Kirigakure, Hidden Darkness, Hidden Smoke, and finally, Hidden Rain. There were other smaller villages Orochimaru had been cautious about but still frequented, even keeping labs full of slaves, which Naruto liberated and sent back to the Tsukai Kingdom, hovering high in the sky over the ocean near Kumo. But this information gathering wasn't for pleasure, it was to gather information his godfather was too afraid to get himself, in order to strengthen his burgeoning Sky Kingdom. The information and knowledge he had gathered from all the other villages were of great help, and he promptly sent it back to Hamato Toshi, head of intelligence and interrogation, so the older ninja could better explain it to the other division heads, who would, in turn, train the soldiers to handle those situations. Amiyagakure no Sato was the very last village. It was also where his spy, Sasori, had told him a budding criminal organization was forming. He could already feel the great unrest his presence was causing, and he didn't care much about it. With each step, he created shockwaves that shook the village but didn't make it crumble, as he could easily do. He released less than a quarter of his suppressed chakra control, which was enough to create a bonfire of hazy chakra around his body for those who could sense it. It was like what he did with all the other dangerous hidden villages he had visited. He wanted them to see his threat level and attack him with all they had so he could observe, test, and send the results back to the kingdom. His division heads and his people were less than happy to let their king leave their home without proper protection, but they dutifully obeyed his order to stay back and develop the kingdom. Just a year ago, Naruto had wiped Hidden Sound, as well as every other connected laboratory or slave pen, off the map by himself. It was obvious he could protect himself, it didn't mean they had to like it. The villages he entered never shared the knowledge with other villages, even their allies, because of their great pride that a preteen had marched in and overpowered their ninjas. It was shameful. Naruto stopped when he felt 7 great chakra signatures rushing towards him, followed by a small army of less important chakra signatures. Naruto's eyes flickered, and a dome of energy from the Prita path covered his body as 3 missiles blasted at him. The warheads were summarily snuffed out and clanked to the ground, dead and empty. The ground broke apart, and a sharp rock burst out, slashing into the chest of a mountain-sized ape that had attempted to fall on him from the sky. The boy scoffed when he felt a tug on his shirt. He tightened his grip on his umbrella handle, which still shielded him from the rain, and the ground exploded outwards around him, shredding the universal pull that had been attempted on him. The dust settled, and Naruto felt a small smile come to him when his eyes fell on the 6 village defenders and the 7th hovering above them with paper wings. They had the Rinnegan, purple with black concentric circles. His smile threatened to stretch wider when he felt another tug on his shirt. His eyes widened and flashed to one of the paths. The Deva Path of Pain gasped in surprise and shot towards Naruto. The boy lifted his other hand and rolled his wrist. The path spun around the child with blinding speed before Naruto stopped the motion and pointed at the flying paper woman, sending the body of the path towards her with the speed of a bullet. The path cracked his head on the head of the Angel of Aim, sending both of them into the side of the cage's tower. The Deva Path's head was caved in, and Konan's head was fractured. She was unconscious. Naruto hummed, his eyes sparkling with childish joy, and the ground opened beneath the human and Naraka paths, swallowing them up to their necks. He flicked his wrist again, and an invisible force smashed against the head of a centipede charging at him, destroying the animal summons and spraying its green blood into the air. Naruto's palm faced the airborne path, and the child inaudibly slammed him straight into the ground. Naruto clenched his fist and drew it back, as if about to punch the air. The ground broke apart as the animal path was violently pulled towards the bearer of the superior Rinnegan. The boy caught the path by his neck and slammed him into the ground in a chokeslam without hesitation, cracking his neck. The Prita path felt sweat form on his forehead despite the pouring rain. Watching the other paths taken down was like watching a puppet show. Not once did the child with the umbrella utter a word. What made the other Rinnegan user feel weak was that the boy was using the abilities of the Rinnegan with such skill and experience. He was almost tempted to think the boy was older than him. The path grunted as his arms were ripped from their sockets and his knees blasted from beneath him in a glorious shower of blood. Like the animal path, he felt a bone-wrenching yank that threw him straight into the waiting hands of the other Rinnegan user. Naruto held the path by his hair and dragged him on the ground as he began walking towards the trembling ninjas. The AIM ninjas could not express their sheer shock at watching the strongest ninjas in their village manhandled like babies, tossed around like meat bags to a ravenous, tireless, powerful dog. More than a few fled, while the others held their weapons with shaking hands. Naruto didn't turn his head when he heard the war cry of the Azura path, the last path to be dealt with. He grasped the armless, legless path's hair in his left hand and swung it at the Azura path. He released the hair and pointed his palm at the stunned path as he easily caught the other path. Almighty, push. Naruto whispered, and the only way Nagato could describe the feeling was that an invisible foot had stepped on him and ground the Azura and Prita paths to paste. Naruto nodded at his work and narrowed his eyes at the remaining AIM ninjas. Move. His order was obeyed immediately. Nagato hobbled around his bedroom and pushed open the door, only to be met with the amused face of the red-haired king. This time, Naruto looked closer and saw the Rinnegan. "I see you have the same eyes as me," Naruto began, walking forward. He closed his umbrella and hooked it under his right armpit. The older redhead stumbled away from the boy, stuttering, "No, we don't, your eyes." Naruto stopped as Nagato fell back onto his bed, crawling away from the obviously stronger boy. "You truly have the eyes of a god." His hands inched up his face, and he closed his eyes tightly, an inferiority complex that hadn't attacked him since he was a child washing over him in terrible waves. "My eyes are nothing compared to yours." Naruto's lips twitched upwards at the admission of defeat. "Then I have one simple proposition for you." Nagato bowed his head and waited for Naruto to continue. "Serve me." Flashback end. The only explanation for Konan's fanatical devotion to Naruto was that something in her brain clicked after her head was almost split open. There was no other way to rationalize why the woman had received a loyalty seal and tattooed Naruto's name over her heart. Like Sasori, the two were given their ranks, and like Sasori, they were gold ranks. For their years of loyalty, Naruto had promised to consider not including the people of Hidden Rain in the global tournament, as well as carving AIM out of the ground and temporarily fusing it with the Flying Kingdom. Naruto was hesitant to do so because he did not want any other people, besides his own, to be officially or unofficially called Sakai citizens. His ground spies were a different case, but to incorporate an entire hidden village into his home? His next best option was having AIM as a separate flying landscape, chained both physically and figuratively to the Sakai Kingdom. He didn't care much if the people of AIM were considered lower-tier human beings by his people, he was simply rewarding Nagato and Konan's loyalty. Despite the uncertainty of making AIM a flying island chained to the Sakai Kingdom, he promised to use his resources to protect the hidden village. This included the soldiers he had stationed in the village and the low-level technology he had allowed the ground ninjas to have. His aim was to keep his fanatically loyal people content, which would, in turn, keep them loyal. Nagato knew very well that Naruto did not want AIM to be fully incorporated into the Sakai Kingdom, but the lower-powered Rinnegan user was content with having the godly teen's protection over his home. And even though Konan was more or less in the same boat as her friend, she leaned more towards being eternally grateful to Naruto for gracing AIM with his regal presence. It was why she willingly and happily submitted her body and soul to Naruto to use as he saw fit. Nagato was also the person Naruto was able to use to fully confirm that his Rinnegan was possibly the strongest in history. First order of business, Nagato began, his powerful Rinnegan eyes glowing in the dimly lit meeting room. The Gadu statue behind him groaned, reacting to his gaze, bowing slightly as its four open, differently colored eyes brightened. Four tailed beasts were locked inside, frozen in helpless stasis. The criminal organization's members respectfully inclined their heads as their leader spoke. "Zetsu, have you found a lead on the remaining tailed beasts?" These tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki had mysteriously vanished. The plant-like man, now just his white half, the black half monitoring events in the field, nodded. Only the three spies knew the true location of the other beasts. Zetsu swayed before replying. "The 2, 3, and 8 tails mysteriously disappeared after the Sakai forces attacked their respective villages. I assumed they were taken to their kingdom, wherever that kingdom is. The 7 tails has been in hiding for the past 2 years since Kakuzu and Haiden failed to capture her in Waterfall. Wanting to avoid another attack, they expelled her. I followed a trail she unknowingly left, but it strangely went cold in Iron Country. My best guess is she discarded her identity, created a new one, and chose to permanently reside with the samurai. Given her hyperactivity as a tailed beast holder, I'm certain she became a samurai." He paused, glancing across the table at Obito, who sat to his left, closest to the leader's throne. The masked man chuckled at a private joke. The plant man turned back to Nagato and continued, while following her trail. "I encountered some, strange and unusual." He searched for the right words. Information, for lack of a better term. Nagato and Konan remained silent. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki spent about a week in a 5-star hotel in Lightning Country's capital before continuing towards Iron Country, which is far to the north, while Lightning is at the continent's south. She managed to travel from Lightning to Iron, 2 polar locations, in roughly 2 days instead of 2 weeks, at best. Zetsu scratched his chin thoughtfully. It was as if she flew there, only landing to rest, because the trail kept flickering as I followed. The 7-tailed beetle has wings, perhaps she channeled that ability, Kakuzu grunted from the bottom left of the table. I've watched her since she was a baby. She doesn't know how to do that with her tailed beast. Zetsu bobbed his head and resumed. And she had no money after being kicked out. Just the clothes on her back, a kunao pouch, and a single water bottle, nothing else. It would literally, and probably physically, require her to sacrifice an arm, a leg, a kidney, and half her brain to pay for a single night in that 5-star hotel, let alone a week. I know she stayed a week because I saw the hotel logs. You think some rich guy, or lady, took her in and paid for her stay? Deidara asked aloud. That's awfully generous, Maybe they were banging the living daylights out of her in the hotel. Like they kidnapped a Chunin Jinchuriki with high-tailed beast control and turned her into a sex slave. Kisame laughed. That's hilarious. He's right, that girl, phew, gave Haiden and me some trouble before reinforcements arrived, Kakuzu added. I didn't say she was turned into a sex slave. I told you I watched that girl grow up. I know how strong and stubbornly strong she is, Zetsu stated matter-of-factly. I also said her trail went cold in Iron Country. He refrained from shouting to stop the amused laughter from the other S-ranks, besides Nagato and Konan. The plant man straightened his black cloak with red clouds and cleared his throat. I'm beginning to believe this Tsukai Kingdom is a major influencer of various phenomena and events. They've proven incredibly formidable, so it's not hard to believe they have a large treasury to pay for the girl's hotel room and transport her north to Iron. I'm not completely sure, but I think they recruited her, helped her change her identity, and placed her in Iron as a spy. Are you sure about this? Sasori asked. Zetsu looked at him sharply and replied, 100%. I might not have been fast enough to catch the Kumo invasion, and I barely saw the Mist invasion, but all their soldiers are equipped with seals on their boots solace allowing limited flight, and they have large, metal-flying vehicles that transport soldiers. It's not hard to imagine the Seven Tails was taken into one and transported to Iron. I tried to sneak into one of the vehicles to gain entry into the Tsukai Kingdom but was painfully repelled by seals I never thought would exist. I would have been caught by the vehicle operators if I hadn't fled. All this talk of the emerging Sky Kingdom's power only further tantalized the masked Uchiha. They hadn't even discussed the Nine Tails. I want you to go to Iron Country and find the girl, no matter how long it takes. If we find her, we can take her when the time comes. By this, Nagato meant after the Three Tails was found and sealed. But only the three insiders knew that would never happen. The Rinnegan leader turned from Zetsu and looked at Sasori. Sasori, what have your spies said about this rising threat, the kingdom hidden in the sky? The gold-ranked puppet master then reported his findings to the group. A mint-haired girl, appearing to be in her mid-teens, dropped to her knees in a lush, grassy glade with a silent huff. Her head hung in defeat, shoulders slumped, palms facing the sky, the backs of her hands touching the ground. She looked disheveled and ragged, her dark blue long-sleeved shirt dirty with mud and blood, her white pants filthy from weeks of neglect. She had let herself go. She inhaled and exhaled soft puffs of air, listening intently as black metal boots crunched within a 5-foot radius around her. The person was a red-haired, 14-year-old boy in a red shirt with the kanji for Sky King drawn on it and black ninja pants. Beneath his clothes was pitch-black armor she had previously discovered was impenetrable. Kneeling around her in a wide circle were at least 30 other people in gold underarmor, their hands over their hearts and heads slightly bowed, a sign of willing deference to the younger teen. They wore similar clothing to the redhead, but without the kanji on their chests, instead having the kanji of their divisions on their right upper arms. A tall woman in a black hunter ninja mask stood in platinum armor, wearing the standard combat clothing for a high-ranked soldier of the kingdom's army. She remained on her feet, unlike her subordinates, with her right hand over her heart and her head bowed to her master, the red-haired teen. Nora, the head of Scout and Retrieval, held that position even as her king spoke to the resignedly kneeling Seven Tails Jinchuriki. I know your pain, Hugh, Naruto said in a low voice, continuing to walk around the girl, his heavy-looking boots making only a slight crunching sound. He stuck his hands into his pants pockets and looked at the girl with his terrifyingly powerful Rinnegan eyes. The girl squeezed her eyes shut and whispered, "No, you don't." Naruto gave her a small, sad smile she didn't see as he repeated, "I know your pain." This time, she only sighed in defeat and remained silent. Naruto continued, "My twin sister and I were thrown out of our former home by our own father, handed to our godfather, or Orochimaru of the Sunin, by that same father to be experimented on and trained to be pawns for our former home." The girl quietly bit her lips as tears slowly trickled down her face. "My sister and I never had friends in our former home, but we were happy to be alone, very happy. My father, he despised us for things beyond our control and took out his rage by casting us to our goddamn godfather like 2 bags of human waste." The soldiers kneeling further away bowed deeper at his tone. Naruto wasn't yelling, his voice was controlled and calm, which only made it scarier. "My own father, he allowed us to be treated like test subjects for 7 years, broken and bent and poisoned and cracked, also we could better serve a home that never loved us." He stopped before the kneeling girl and bent down, making Fu peek through her unruly green hair into his eyes of power, trembling and shaking with both fear and an unexplainable desire to be near him. "Tell me, Fu, your former home made sure you trained and practiced from sunrise to sunset, made you see things you would rather not, do things you would have preferred not to, all to make you a better puppet. Did I get that right?" She had been denying the truth her whole life, her home never loved her. Her heart thumped, and she sniffed as her eyes welled with tears. Naruto slowly reached forward and wiped her tears. On his moon-pale face was a tiny smile, so small he might as well have been emotionless. "I know exactly how you're feeling, Fu. I know your pain." The girl's head bobbed slightly as Naruto's hand withdrew. "Would you believe me if I said there's an entire kingdom of people just like you and me, people who've had the worst luck, flying right above our heads?" She wavered, her eyes returning to the ground. She shook her head. Naruto gestured over his shoulder, and Nora approached, dropping to one knee. Her name is Nora, she's one of my division heads. We were in the same slave pen once. He pointed at a seemingly random gold-rank soldier with his lower face hidden behind a half-skull mask. He lost all the skin on his bottom jaw and can't grow it back because of a chemical my godfather used. He pointed at a woman with short white hair and an eye patch. She had an entire telescope shoved into her eye and pulled out from the back of her head. The woman nodded graciously, and Naruto looked back at Fu, who was subtly tracking where he was pointing. All of my people have been rejected from their homes, made into outcasts, sold into slavery by their families, kidnapped from their homes, and cursed to never return. Just like me. Fu whispered. If my lord may permit me to say, my lord has been the kindest, most generous person we have ever met and will ever meet. He allowed us to follow him, even if we were burdens, and he taught us how to protect ourselves. We fight for our king because he gave us our humanity back and he gave us a purpose. Yes, the kneeling gold ranks chorused in agreement with their division head. King Naruto saw something in us that we didn't see in ourselves. He gave us a home, he gave us family, he gave us our dreams, and dying for him, whether now or in the future, is the highest honor we can give our king for all he has done for us. Yes, Fu felt a fire spiral to life in her chest as she took a deep breath. Her shoulders shook and her hands clenched. The feeling of belonging to something both as big as her and much bigger than her was growing. From a small flame to a bonfire, she couldn't control it. She knew it wasn't an illusion, she was a natural sensor, so she would know if one was cast on her. Her eyes, still lowered, looked around, and she caught a few gold ranks sending her glances from their equally lowered positions. They smiled at her, and she felt happy because she knew those smiles were real. But a question overcame her. What can I possibly do? 5 minutes ago, she had been surrounded by the gold ranks and severely weakened by the division head, who easily sealed off her control over her tailed beast. Retrieving Jinchuriki when needed was part of her responsibilities, so she had to be skilled in seals. Given the speed at which she had been subdued, what could this king possibly use her for? Her body? There is always a proper way to get stronger, you simply haven't found a good enough reason to, Naruto said, cocking his head to the side. But before you can get strong, I want you to swear your eternal loyalty to me. The girl wasted no time. I swear on my soul and my body to serve you loyally. Use me however you wish, my king. She wanted to be part of a home. She wanted a place where she was welcomed. She wanted this so badly. Good. You are now under my protection and the protection of my people. You are now part of my people, Naruto said, placing his armored fingers on her shoulders and straightening her to look at him. He met her eyes, and the corners of his lips curved up slightly in a smile. I will give you your chance to get stronger, Fu, all you have to do is take it. I will, my lord, she said and tilted her head down. Naruto released her, and she remained upright. She felt a firm hand pat her shoulder and looked to her right at the masked woman beside her. Fu gave the older ninja a shaky smile. I have a mission for you while you become stronger. Yes, my lord. 2 years later, it still felt too good to be true, but it wasn't. 2 months later, she had been called up to the kingdom to be personally given her rank by the king, and on that same day, she received her katana blade. 7. That was the name she had given her blade. After telling Naruto as he presented it to her in the royal palace's throne room, he gave her his signature tiny smile and ruffled her hair. It was possibly the best thing that had ever happened to her. The girl almost passed out when it happened. Teiwa and the second Konoha spy weren't thrilled that their beloved king had placed his precious hand on the head of a girl who wasn't them or the king's dead sister. So, when it was their turn to collect their expandable silver rank boots and chestplate, which would link together to form complete silver underarmor when tapped, and their specially crafted, unique weapons, they subtly pushed for their king to also ruffle their hair. Teiwa named her sniper rifle Singing Angel Blood, and the second Konoha spy named her kickboxing gloves Giant Slayer. They, too, adored the gifts given by their lord and king, Naruto, but they also yearned for him to touch them in at least a small way. Naruto knew what they wanted, it was plain as day, so he gave it to them. He ruffled their hair so the 3 girls wouldn't fight outside the palace. Fu didn't like it, but she kept her mouth shut and bowed to her king as he ordered them back to their ground posts. Fubuki Kumakai. The girl lifted her head from the small table and looked at the person who had called her, a gray-haired man with bandages wrapped around his forehead and neck. He looked at her stoically as he poured green tea into a small cup, handing it to the girl kneeling on the other side of the table. The man remained in his rigid kneeling position as he poured himself some tea. The girl looked at the leader of all Iron Country, his face set in a deep frown, and nodded. She raised her hands from her thighs, took the cup, tilted it to her mouth slightly, and placed it back on the table in sync with the leader. I have a mission for you, one of the highest importance. I accept, sir, but is that why you wanted us to have tea? You could have told me in your office. She placed her hands back on her thighs and looked at the older samurai with raised eyebrows. Her healthily tanned face remained professionally neutral, but her small, dark purple painted lips quirked downwards. I also wanted your personal counsel. With all due respect, sir, I think the Iron Country Council is better suited for giving you counsel. I am still too young to properly advise you, sir. She frowned deeply and lowered her head to the table in a bow. I apologize for my outburst, sir, it was improper. It is fine. I am simply capitalizing on your knowledge as a former ninja so I would know how to best appeal to the major village leaders. I am organizing a summit of all the major village leaders so we can all deal with the rising threat of the Sukai Kingdom as one unit. They have shown us that they are superior based on their technology, seal work, and skills, but not impossible to best. Yes, sir. She straightened her white kimono and pulled her sleeves over her hands, nudging the deep red sleeves over her fingers and placing them back on her lap. On the back of her kimono, the kanji 47 was proudly embroidered in gold. Underneath her traditional combat garb, she wore a white midriff shirt with a short white skirt and white sandals. Beneath that was her silver rank armor, hidden by a barely noticeable chameleon impersonation jutsu, making her armored fingers look like normal tan skin and her torso like silver chain mail. She also wore a deep red obi wrapped around her waist and, like her leader, had bandages around her neck and just under her chin. She blinked her red eyes, special Sakai-administered contact lenses that hid her true eyes, and swished her head slightly so that her straight, stark white hair fell down her shoulders. It was a wig to hide her real hair. What is the mission, sir? I want you to find out the full extent of what the Sukai forces did to lightning, spring, and water countries. Witness reports, survivor testimonies, physical clues, anything that gives us an idea of their abilities and their limits so that we can plan how to take them down. If you can find the exact location of the kingdom so we can attack them before they attack us, then do so. I will not let you down, sir, she said. It wasn't the first time Iron Country's leader had sent her on a high-rank solo mission. It was because of the amount of trust in her position in the samurai ranks that he freely revealed his intentions to her, even though she was a former ninja. 2 years ago, after being dropped off in front of Iron by a support drop-off vehicle of the Rescue and Support Division, wearing her wig and contacts, she had not been welcomed into samurai society. Simply possessing the knowledge of a ninja, a dishonorable profession in the eyes of the samurai, was taboo and tantamount to being blacklisted in the country. No one wanted her in their shops, no one wanted her in their homes, no hotel wanted to allow her in, despite having an abundance of money courtesy of the Sukai Kingdom. No parent wanted their children even looking at her. She was treated like dirt, but the one thing that encouraged her not to run away was the trust bestowed upon her by her hero, Naruto. She spent months alone in the forests, practicing samurai mannerisms, exercises, and training tips she regularly received. Most of her skills as a samurai were self-taught, and it was those same skills she used to save a small village overrun by bandits. It didn't significantly change their opinions, but they allowed her to stay at the very edge of the village in a small hut. After saving the village from 2 more attacks by the vengeful bandits, they finally allowed her to sit among them during village meetings. Mifune, the country's leader, had heard of a highly skilled samurai in one of his villages who had selflessly protected the village for roughly 8 months. He observed her for 4 more months before summoning her to the country's capital for evaluation and proper ranking in the samurai forces. The first thing that caught his attention was her blade, a katana she called 7. It was made of a strange red metal with a black hilt and guard. 7 seals were engraved in the metal, all appearing to be at least level 9 because none of their seal specialists could decipher them at first glance. Upon asking her, Fu, now named Fubuki Kyumakai, told Mifune it was the blade her master had given her before sending her away. She told him she was honor-bound not to divulge its abilities unless in combat. The old samurai respected that, and her resolve to become a true samurai. After her evaluation, she was given the elder rank, the second highest just under the leader, a rank held by only 15 other samurai, all well over 50. She was granted permanent residence in the capital, while 5 master-rank samurai replaced her in the village she had protected. The capital samurai, though still resentful of her ninja past, soon recognized her lack of ninja-like brashness and fighting style. They were compelled to show her the respect her rank commanded. When do I leave, sir? After you share your insights on appealing to the ninjas. Day 3, 3 days later. Border of Amiyagakur, outside the rain. Amiyagakur no Sato. Hey, coach, Naruto called to her brother, shadowboxing and grinning slyly at her Rinnegan-wielding sibling, who simply rolled his eyes at her playful title. She threw rapid punches and executed a swift roundhouse kick. Yes, sister? They stood 5 feet from the hidden village's rain border, Naruto lost in thought as he gazed at the rain, while Naruto awaited his signal to enter. Got any tips for me? She fired off 5 punches, hooked her left elbow up, and spun to strike her unseen opponent. This guy fought father and held his own for a bit, so I'm guessing he's really strong now, maybe even stronger than Orochimaru. Honestly, I have no idea what to expect from him. She exhaled, delivered an uppercut, then turned to Naruto, hands on hips, head cocked. Naruto's smile slowly spread as he turned to his sister, impressed by her humility in seeking advice for the unknown foe he'd assigned her. She smiled back steadily, blushing as she read his thoughts. I'm glad you asked, sis. Remember what Godfather said about the Uchiha clan? Their Sharingan can predict movements. Yes, but you can overcome that if you're faster than their predictions. What I mean is, the Sharingan can cast powerful illusions, whether you look into their eyes or not, but it's stronger when they do. So, you must constantly be vigilant against illusions. She nodded, brows furrowed attentively. Noted. Also, as you said, this guy fought father almost equally, so he's not someone to underestimate, no matter how tempting it seems. Sasori said he was serious when recruited, but his Akatsuki persona is playful. You can play along, I don't mind, just watch for any tricks. Alright, I'm not entirely sure about this, but I'll tell you anyway. After I absorbed Danzo's soul, I could access his memories. You could? He trailed off, stopping himself from explaining the Rinnegan's intricate path that allowed it, choosing instead to focus on her mental preparation for the masked man. It's something my Rinnegan lets me do. He cut her off with a raised hand. I know, overpowered but highly effective. As I was saying, I gathered from his memories that he suspected the Sharingan had 2 higher forms. There's the usual 3 Tomo, then another level, and a final level. He called the next level Mangekyo, but I'm unsure about the last. It'll take hours to explain his crazy theories about the Mangekyo Sharingan, but the important points are increased illusionary abilities and much better prediction. Beyond that, I know nothing else. I'm sorry. Naruto scoffed and patted his shoulders. It'll be fun, don't worry. She was in her combat uniform with ninja weapons, a tanto on her back, and her long red hair in a short ponytail. I initially wanted to take him and everyone else in the Akatsuki down myself because my Rinnegan makes it so much easier. If he gives me trouble, I can crush his head like a grape. His eyes narrowed, and he placed his hands on her shoulders, staring seriously into her eyes, which met his with a serious, neutral expression. He glanced at the white earbud in her ear, nodding. If you're having trouble, don't hesitate to ask for my help. I know, I promise. They separated and bumped fists. Naruto smirked evilly, and she mirrored it, both their eyes dark. Casual entrance or epic entrance, he asked, and she grinned toothily. Epic. 5 minutes later. Tobi Obito Madara always liked standing on the Amekige's tower roof, feeling the rain drench his clothes. It made him feel like his sins were being washed away, a feeling close to happiness. Beside him, Kisame and Itaka sat cross-legged, staring blankly at the distant houses. They also enjoyed the rain. Kisame for obvious reasons, Itaki as his way of atoning for the death he had caused. The night he killed his parents and scarred his brother for life replayed whenever he closed his eyes, which was why he slept for no more than an hour. All 3 high-ranking ninjas sharply looked up, sensing a massive, bone-rattling blast of chakra above them. Kisame gaped at a smoldering ball of fire, a giant meteor, hurtling from space towards the village. The one-eyed Uchiha slowly opened his mouth, just as the village alarms began to ring. What the F? The meteor dramatically increased its speed and slammed into the ground before Itaki could rise to divert it. Thoo-oom. The fireball struck a large training ground closest to the cage's tower, about a kilometer away and far from residential buildings. The ground shook, throwing up massive clumps of earth. It sizzled as the rain cooled the burning rock. 9 ninjas landed around the crackling rock, standing straight, eyes narrowed. They watched the rain cool the coal-black rock. Crack! The black rock split down the middle, releasing small puffs of white smoke, revealing 2 red-haired twins inside. The male stood with arms crossed, the female sat cross-legged before him. Both wore sinister smirks. Obito narrowed his eyes, recognizing the boy. His black underarmor and godly eyes were clear indications. He deduced the girl's identity from her striking resemblance to the king, almost making him dizzy. King Naruto. The man whispered, activating his Sharingan, which immediately morphed into its highest form, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto spread his arms wide, and his sister deftly leaped to her feet, cracking her fists and staring intently at the masked figure. My name, he began, turning in a full circle, looking at each Akatsuki member, from Sasori to Deidara. He grinned widely and continued, is Naruto, and I am the king of the Tsukai Kingdom. He placed a firm hand on his sister's left shoulder, and they quickly glanced at each other. And this is my sister, Naruko, the queen of the Tsukai Kingdom. The girl almost buckled at her brother's declaration, briefly glaring at his pleased Rinnegan eyes. Really? You're doing this now? She whispered silently, and he nodded. We've come to dismantle your organization, he continued with a twinkle in his eyes, patting her shoulder twice. Sasori, Konan, stand down, he ordered, and to the shock and betrayal of the others, the named S-rank ninjas bowed deeply and shuffled away. What makes you think you have a chance against all of us, kid? Deidara yelled at Naruto, still recovering from learning his partner worked for the king of the Flying Kingdom. Why don't you come and find out? He put his hands in his pants pockets, his sister standing behind him, still staring blankly at Tobi. Your opponent is my sister, he said, addressing Obito. As for the rest of you, make sure you don't hold back, or it will be your downfall. Fuck. Hayden spat, spinning his scythe and grinding his teeth at the teen's confidence. I'll cut off your dick and shove it down your throat, then I'm going to make you watch while I fuck your slut sister into a motherfucking coma. Vivid, I'll admit, but words only go so far, Hayden, Naruto said. Now please, let us fight. He removed his hands from his pockets and looked into Ataka's eyes without fear of illusion. He lifted his hands to the older ninja and twice bent his fingers back to his palm, beckoning him to attack. Come on, when I'm done with your sister, I'll come after you, Obito said, breaking character. Naruto also lifted her hands and adopted a fighting stance, fists clenched a few inches below her eyes, knees slightly bent. An impressively guarded kickboxing stance, the Uchiha acknowledged. She had apparently done her homework, wanting him to attack first to learn his fighting style. Normally, he wouldn't indulge her, but his urge to get Naruto's Rinnegan overwhelmed him. So he charged. 5 minutes of continuous, fast-paced fighting later, the masked Uchiha had gathered a lot of information on Naruto and just barely on her full capabilities. Her skin was impenetrable, her bones unbreakable, her movements quick and fluid, and given her godfather's alterations to her already high Uzumaki stamina, she had the core strength and stamina of a bubbling volcano. His fist shot out, and she slapped both down, one after another, then lifted her right knee to strike his side, but the Uchiha shuffled away, barely, and hopped back. His eyes flicked down at the dozen or so broken kunao and shattered shuriken on the ground ones he had used to stab her but had broken on contact. The girl traced where his Sharingan had quickly looked and smirked sharply, holding up her fists in a strong stance and bouncing on the balls of her heels. Tobi's eyes narrowed, and both fighters surged towards each other. Naruto reached the older ninja and skidded on her knees when she saw his knee muscles tense for a kick, sliding one knee beneath the attack and spinning around, striking the masked man in the center of his back as 3 adamantium claws shot from her knuckles, impaling him and exiting his stomach. She frowned when her hand slipped through his body as he became intangible before his form burst into chakra smoke. She straightened up and held up her clawed fist, the blade sliding back into her arm with a slick click and a slight tightening of her hand. Her large purple eyes squinted, and she wriggled the fingers of her raised hand, canceling out the noise from her brother's battle with the S-rank missing ninjas. This left only the sound of rain pattering on her body, partly clouding her unconscious senses. Hypersense was not uncommon among ninjas. It was when a person with natural senses was gifted enough to form a detailed mental map of their environment when concentrating. The second Hokage, Tobirama, was a hypersensor but could only do so by touching the ground with his hand or bare feet. The fourth Hokage, Minato, was also a hypersensor and a touch sensor like Tobirama. Both could get a detailed map of a building, a room, or, with enough chakra, an entire hidden village, as long as they touched the surface they were trying to map. This was a leading theory among scientists after observing over 50 hypersensors. They were all touch sensors as well. The twins were natural sensors at birth, an ability from their parents, but became hypersensors during their stay with their godfather. Though Naruto's hypersensory ability was ridiculously boosted by his Rinnegan, allowing him to sense people for miles around even without full concentration, Naruto, not blessed with godly eyes, still had hypersenses not to be scoffed at. The female red-haired twin rolled her wrist, and a solid adamantium bar slid from her right palm. She snapped off the unbreakable metal with a quick movement and immediately stabbed it into the ground. The ground cracked, and her eyes flashed brightly. She turned her head to the right and ran towards the silently observing Uchiha. He was still underestimating her. She just had to show him why she could be just as dangerous as her godly brother. The masked man's jaw tightened as he saw her sense him, despite his perfect chakra suppression, and he crossed his arms as she threw a kick aimed at his chest. Even though Naruto had looked Ataka right in the eyes and gestured for the Uchiha killer to attack first, it was the zero-tailed beast that charged him. Hayden surged towards Naruto, Deidara held back, feeding clay into his hands, and Kakuzu, alongside Itaki, also chose to observe the Rinnegan teen for openings. Naruto grinned wickedly, seeing all of this in a split second. He slapped his hands together, then spread his arms wide, and a 7-foot black chakra rod materialized. The king deftly caught the rod, spun in a tight circle to dodge Kisame's sentient blade as it slammed into his former position, breaking the rod over his knee as he still turned, cracking both rods on the Kiri missing ninja's shocked face, surprised the boy had dodged his hurtling speed. Naruto ended his multiple, blindingly quick spins by smoothly stabbing the rod in his right hand through Samehate's head, impaling it into the ground, and pivoting over the painfully squealing sword, using his metal boot sole to catch the Jashin priest's tri-pronged scythe. The shivering scaled sword screamed louder as sparks rained down from the contact. Clink! Squee! Naruto pushed his foot away, making Hayden skid back with a deep grunt. Naruto flipped backward with the motion, landing on Kisame's shoulder as the zero-tailed beast struggled to pull Samehata from the ground. The man cursed as Naruto landed heavily on his shoulder, getting no more time to speak as Naruto stabbed the rod in his left hand down into the shark man's head. Naruto hummed a low chuckle as he hopped off the man's shoulder, his lips quirked when Kisame burst into a puddle of water to dodge a clay bird that had dropped from the sky and exploded on the struggling sword. Boom! Naruto landed on the ground and, without wasting time, ran back headlong to Hayden, who sped back at him as he finally got his bearings. The priest grinned sadistically and swiped the lethal weapon at Naruto, who hopped over the attack. It was obvious as he landed and hopped twice that he was waiting for Haiden to attack again. "Damn it, brat, who the fuck do you think I am? An immortal training dummy," Naruto replied without missing a beat. He bent backward under a slash, and his left hand shot out, catching the blade before it could fully pass him. He straightened up in a blur of red and yanked the scythe towards him. The priest stubbornly refused to let go, flying towards Naruto. The Rinnegan King caught the immortal by his face and swung into his right, smashing the priest against Kisame, who had risen from the ground without his weapon and was rushing him with murderous intent. Haiden's feet cracked against Kisame's watery head, and Naruto swung Haiden again, clubbing aside 3 clay birds. The Jashinist screamed in outrage, muffled against Naruto's palm, and tried swinging his weapon again, but his eyes widened in absolute horror as the blade completely shattered against Naruto's neck. Naruto's eyes snapped to him, and his grin widened horrifically, his eyes going mad as he forcefully brought the man closer and pulled down his shirt to better show the coal-black armor covering his entire body, from the base of his chin to his toes. Indestructible, cursed obsidian metal. The king grabbed the stunned priest's weapon arm, horrified that his weapon had broken to pieces for the first time since he took it from his home village, Hidden Hot Springs. The tri-blade scythe was now a black metal pole with slight metal protrusions where the blades used to be. "What will you do now?" Naruto muttered to the man as he ripped out the priest's weapon arm and used the same arm to bat Haiden away. The immortal man's body flew through the air and slammed into the center of the village, spread-eagled and still shocked silent. "Swing and miss, he breaks his weapon and he finally shuts up," Naruto said as he slowly looked over his shoulder at Kisame, trying to pull his legendary weapon from the ground where it was impaled. He had tried yanking out the metal rod, but as his fingers touched, he felt a great pull on his chakra. He just barely let go before any more could be taken from him. Naruto raised an amused eyebrow at how desperately the man was trying to free the screaming scaled sword. "And you, are you telling me you can't fight without your same hata in your hands or on your back? A servant of mine told me you were capable of fighting without it anywhere near you." Naruto whipped the metal pole in his hand, discarding the arm that had been holding it, and spun it, deflecting clay birds to explode at his sides without harm. The Rinnegan King stopped and slammed the butt of the pole on the ground, staring unamused at the IWA ninja standing on a giant clay bird away from him. "Is that all you can do? Throw bombs and hope for the best?" Naruto tossed the pole in his right hand, gripping it by its middle, his black with red-ringed Rinnegan narrowed at Deidara, and the IWA ninja saw what the teen was about to do with Haiden's destroyed weapon. Before the blonde man could begin flipping through hand seals, Naruto threw the pole like a javelin at Deidara, accelerating it with a subtle wind jutsu. From Kakuzu and Itaka's perspective, it was like watching lightning strike the young S-rank's forehead. Naruto looked away as the clay bird slammed into the ground with a low explosion, flinging Deidara's dead body a few feet away. "Underwhelming, if I'm being honest," Naruto admitted with a disappointed sigh, dipping his head down and closing his eyes with a shake of his head. His mood picked up when he felt a terribly spinning tornado of green chakra blast out from nowhere far behind him and a water dragon crash down from the sky from above him and ate him. The fight with Naruto's resurrected sister wasn't progressing as well or as quickly as the Uchiha had anticipated. This was mainly due to her retaining all her training and the body and mind enhancements her godfather had given her, which were still fresh and highly active. It wasn't that he wasn't a better fighter than her, but she had more chakra, stamina, and her body remained as strong as titanium, making any direct blow from her nearly fatal if he hadn't been quick enough to evade. And she had landed more than a few blows. Surprisingly, the girl didn't know many jutsu, but her taijutsu skills, despite being 16 or 9, were still a bit higher than Jounin level. For most of his fight with Naruto, Tobi could only defend and counter. The Uchiha Sharingan pulsed as he struggled to keep up with the quick girl. Naruto jabbed forward twice, forcing the older ninja backward, though she continued to follow, alternating between left and right, until Tobi felt chakra throb beneath him, and an earth clone's arms broke from the ground, wrapping around his legs up to his knees. Breaking free was easy for the Uchiha, but the delay allowed the adamantium bone girl to catch up. The next thing he knew, she was half a foot away and covered in toxic green chakra. "Heavenly Whirlpool Destruction, 120 body strikes," the girl said, her eyes narrowing into near-thin slits as she bent her knees in preparation, holding up her hands and clenching them. The ground beneath her cracked and groaned as the girl channeled chakra to her body. The jutsu she activated was Orochimaru's variation of the famed Hyuga technique. Tobi was overcome by the paralyzing effect and overwhelming helplessness as his muscles tightened, solidifying his stance. She glared at him through narrowed eyes, gritting her teeth and baring her sharp canines. Her red ponytail whipped in the chakra tornado that spiraled around her, completely engulfing Tobi. The malevolent green chakra fully controlled the Uchiha, overpowering his own and locking him in place. His Sharingan eye widened in horror, but before he could use Kamui or become intangible, her fist shot forward, slamming into his right shoulder. Clack! She delivered another blow to his right elbow. Crick! A strike landed further down on his wrist. Crack! Her subsequent attacks came faster, spreading like an encroaching virus from his right arm, across his torso, and into his left side. His bones shattered brutally with each impact. Her punches and kicks relentlessly broke down his body, piece by piece, with lightning speed and a ferocity Toby had never witnessed. The sheer speed, efficiency, and bright flashes of green chakra light before and after each quarter-second blow largely blinded his eternal eyes. When his right leg and pelvis were practically destroyed, he wrenched control of his pain-numbed mind. His highly morphed eyes spun in their sockets, and a rippling vortex swallowed his body, ripping him out of the green chakra tornado. Naruto saw this and stopped. The chakra spiraling around her sputtered to a halt, and she focused her senses to locate the man. There was a blink behind her brother, and her eyes widened in horror. Naruto! As the water dragon descended and swallowed Naruto, the king leaped straight up, exploding from the chakra construct's tail and destroying the dragon. His feet touched down, and the furious Kiri rogue ninja immediately attacked him. An axe kick fell, and Naruto shifted left, dodging it and bending to evade the S-rank ninja's follow-up roundhouse kick. He hopped over a sweeping leg kick and slapped aside a kick aimed at his jaw with his right palm. The man spun on his heels, throwing another kick at Naruto. The teen's Rinnegan caught all the attacks, and he brought them down by slapping them with his palms. Kisame slid back after the 20th kick was easily deflected by the king. He surged back at Naruto with clenched fists, punching at Naruto's face. When the boy ducked slightly, Kisame's knees rose to strike the king's face, but the boy anticipated this and slipped behind Kisame. The ninja blasted a kick behind him, and when it was again dodged, his elbow rocketed towards the boy's neck. "Don't play with me, brat," the shark man roared in outrage at the boy's evasions. Meanwhile, Naruto's wide smile gradually faded as his senses hummed. His black Rinnegan, ringed with red, slowly narrowed as his eyes perceived faster than normal human comprehension. Kisame's next attack, a palm strike to his chest, seemed to freeze in time, as did the observing ninjas. The rain consisted of simple, small drops of chakra water hovering in place around everyone. His head moved to his sister, and he frowned deeply, seeing her reaching for him, her legs powerfully running, but she too was as still as time around him. Her face was contorted in heart-wrenching worry as her body remained in a running position. The king hummed and looked around for what had triggered his sensory alarms. His eyes stopped behind him, where a translucent spiral of air slowly formed. It was like his and Naruto's father's Hiraishin all over again. Despite his Rinnegan's ability to see at speeds that would melt any other mind and his body's ability to move within the frozen time his eyes allowed him, the spiral and the Hiraishin seal still sluggishly increased in brightness or vortex size. The vortex grew until it was about the size of an average man's body before blinking off. The masked man also couldn't move, but his left hand, his only good hand, reached for Naruto. The godly Rinnegan saw this. The air vortex had deposited the Uchiha directly in front of Naruto, so the hand, virtually a claw, was only 2 inches from Naruto's right eye. Even a blind man would understand the masked man's intention. Naruto's face cleared of all emotion, but he strongly gritted his teeth, clenching his fists to contain his unbridled fury. The Rinnegan king swiveled on his right leg, and his left leg shot out behind him in a straight kick, nailing Kisame in the heart. The Kiri ninja's feet lifted slightly as his body curved away from the kick, but he remained still as Naruto's Rinnegan still perceived at high speeds. There was a slight protrusion on the left side of his back, exactly where his heart was. The king of the Tsukai kingdom dropped his leg and turned back to the orange-masked man. His right hand snapped up, catching the Uchiha's wrist. That's when he finally allowed his eyes to see at regular speeds. Kisame's eyes bulged, and he hurtled backward just as the sound of Naruto's foot smashing into his chest reverberated. Thoo-oom. The shark man's heart burst from his back, flying ahead as his body shot after it, leaving a stream of red blood in its wake towards the king's sister. Naruto kept running forward but jumped up, bashing her feet into the back of the flying Kiri rogue ninja's head, driving his head into the partly muddy ground of the training field with a wet crack of bone and tissue. She looked up and sighed in relief when she saw her powerful brother holding the man by his wrist. Toby gaped as he realized his hand had been deftly caught by the Rinnegan king. Naruto tightened his hand, and there was an audible bone crack as he dislocated the masked man's wrist. He pulled the older male closer, and his other hand clamped onto Toby's neck, releasing the Uchiha's now useless hand. Naruto tightened his grip, cutting off all air to Toby's lungs, and glared mildly into his eyes. Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan clashed with godly Rinnegan. "You," Naruto began with a low hiss, his hand tightening around Toby's neck. "Wanted to steal." 2 more arms emerged from Naruto's shoulders, holding the broken masked man's limp arms apart. These coal-black arms wore the same obsidian armor as Naruto and ripped through Naruto's red shirt to appear. They were 2 of the 4 additional arms of the Azura path. "My eyes." His voice deepened demonically, and his Rinnegan pulsed heavily. The boy's godly Rinnegan widened with anger as he felt his eyes easily deflect a Sharinan Genjutsu. 2 more obsidian-armored arms sprouted from under Naruto's normal arms, giving Naruto 6 arms, 2 pairs of Azura body modifications along with his normal arms. The terrifying and awe-inspiring aspect was that this wasn't the full extent of Naruto's powerful control over the Azura path. The right additional arm ripped off the orange mask, and Naruto grinned evilly, seeing another evolved Sharingan in the Uchiha's eye socket. His left hand blurred over the Uchiha's body, sealing off all his chakra to prevent any stunts, just as he did with Mei Terumi, Mizukage of Kirigakure, when he defeated her during the Tsukai Kingdom's invasion of her village. Blood dribbled down Obito's chin after this, and he gritted his teeth, trying to will his body to move, but to no avail. Naruto didn't recognize the man, nor did Itachi and Kakuza step in to help. Even if they had, Naruto dropped down behind Obito, in front of Naruto, glaring at the others to stay back, protecting her brother as he dealt with her former opponent. Naruto controlled the lower left arm to widen Obito's left eye and used the lower right arm to pluck out the Sharingan. Obito screamed in agony as Naruto took his time. There was a small puff of smoke as Naruto sealed it onto the palm of his lower right hand. He repeated this with the Uchiha's other eye, sealing it away as well, leaving the Uchiha with hollow, empty eye sockets and panting for air as his body still refused to move. "You will suffer," Naruto whispered. The additional Azura arms melted back onto Naruto's usual arms, making him mildly aware of the rain falling on his black armored torso, soaking into his back pants but not entering his armor, keeping Naruto dry and warm underneath. The king gritted his teeth and finished, for trying. He intended to have Hamato Toshi, head of the Intelligence and Interrogation Division, extract every morsel of information from the formerly masked man's body. He didn't care if torture was used. Originally, he had intended for his sister to kill the man, but seeing as he had come after Naruto's Rinnegan, making it obvious he knew of the eye's power, Naruto wanted to know what he planned if he had somehow succeeded, or if there was an ulterior motive for the Uchiha's help in forming the Akatsuki. Naruto knew Hamato very well. The man could be very inventive in extracting information. He tapped his ear with his free hand, the other still holding the Uchiha's neck in a vice grip, and called for a retrieval vehicle. "Sis," he called to Naruto, and the girl slightly looked over her shoulder, still keeping a watchful eye on the other two silently watching Akatsuki members. "Do you want to handle them?" Her eyes looked downcast for a moment before she answered, "No. I still have a lot to learn before I can face an S rank like them. I was just lucky to have this body and my chakra, otherwise, I would have been toast." Naruto dropped the Uchiha in a heap on the ground and patted Naruto's shoulder as he passed her. "If you want, I'll help you train. We still have a few days before we step on Konoha." She smiled shakily at him. "Thanks, brother." He nodded and walked past her towards Itachi and Kakuzu, who adopted fighting stances as he approached, a sinister smirk on his face and his Rinnegan eyes glowing with power. Watching Naruto fight Kakuzu and Itachi simultaneously, Naruto had a realization that had been growing in her mind since Naruto brought her back to life. Her twin brother was in an entirely different league from her, so much so that it felt and looked like he stood on a completely different plane of existence. It wasn't jealousy whispering in her ear, it was impossible for her to be jealous of her twin. Instead, it was her insecurities as a fighter and a human being that made her mentally crumple into a small ball and cry into her knees. Rinnegan aside and his extremely high personal power levels excluded, Naruto genuinely felt inferior to Naruto. At that moment, he wasn't even using a single Rinnegan ability against the two S ranks, but purely ninjutsu and taijutsu. He did it with such ease and finesse that she doubted, deep within her being, that she would ever be capable of what he could do. Her genetically gifted Uzumaki pride didn't allow her to discard her own strength. She was able to fight the masked man on fairly even footing before he fled to steal Naruto's eye. But while she struggled against one opponent, her brother was finishing off three, decimating Tobi as the Uchiha moved to attack him, and then moving on to Kakuzu and Itachi as if taking a carefree walk in a tranquil grassy plain. She knew her brother was only showing off to his opponents how superior he was, to instill fear and dread that there was no possible way they could leave except if they were already dead and their souls had left for the afterlife. He didn't mean to show off in front of her, unless it was a playful display of power, like when he blew open their mother's room in the psychiatric ward in Konoha. Naruto knew that if she simply asked for his Rinnegan, even both, her brother would give her his eyes without hesitation. It was that selfless love for her that made Naruto love her brother even more. He could give her all the gathered memories he had acquired after 7 long years without batting an eyelash. He would hand her his entire kingdom and all his forces at her disposal without a word of complaint or asking for anything in return. He loved her that much. He would do all of this for her because she would do all of that for him if the roles were reversed. And she loved him much, much more because of this. But she couldn't request his eyes, or even a single eye, because they were his eyes. It was his kingdom. They were his people. He had done all he had done without her help, and no matter how many times he kept telling her it was their dream and that since they were pretty much the same person they had built their home together, even if she had been dead throughout the time the Tsukai Kingdom was becoming a great global force. Naruto was an honestly good person, but this only shown to his people. He wanted global domination not only for revenge against those who had hurt him and his sister but also to prove that even the rejected people of society, the losers, could be winners too. He wanted to prove to the world that anything was possible as long as there was drive and purpose. He could look her in the eyes, hold her hands, and smile so sincerely that it would make her heart melt and her eyes water with tears, saying that they had built their world together. But she couldn't accept this because it wasn't true. He was the one who killed Orochimaru. He was the one who killed Danzo. He was the true founder and driving force behind the most technologically and fuinjutsu advanced society on the planet. The only credit she could claim was having bolstered him, and all she ever did was die. He had given her an opportunity to also write her name in the history of their home, and she had somehow found a way to blow it, and if Naruto read her mind he would tell her that the Sharingan teleportation ability was out of her control. It wasn't her fault. She squinted, her forearm blocking her eyes, as Naruto finished flipping through a short set of hand seals and held up the tiger hand seal under his chin. Fire style, great fireball technique. The resulting typhoon of fire billowing from Naruto's lips flew across the fighting plane and clashed against a hurriedly formed turbo water jet stream by Kakuzu's water mask. The other masks in Kakuzu, very much shirtless from popping off his masks, crouched behind the water mask as it defended against the molten fireball spewing from Naruto's mouth. The ball was easily as big as the village's cage tower, and the man in his masks quickly fled from behind the mask as the much bigger attack pushed forward, Naruto blowing more air out. The fireball scorched the mask into ash and charred a good yard or 5 behind the destroyed mask before burning into nothing. This simple act defied what their godfather had taught them: water was stronger than fire. Naruto dropped the hand seal and rolled his shoulder, his torso bare except for the black armor he wore under his clothes. He then began running horizontally away from several bombarding firebirds shooting out from multiple positions. His eyes narrowed, and, against expectations, he flipped backward 3 times over 7 birds instead of continuing forward. His feet skidded as he stopped his flips, his right hand went up to his chest and shifted into the half-dragon hand seal. Lightning release, dolphin lightning rod in earth destruction. He lifted his other hand to the sky, and golden-orange lightning struck his metal-armored palm. He followed the motion of the lightning strike and slammed his palm into the ground, still holding the hand seal to his chest. The ground fractured violently, spider webbing out from under him on all sides. Orange bolts of lightning, too many to count, bounced in and out of the ground, quickly taking the vague shape of dolphins as they jumped out and dipped back into the rain-soaked ground. There was a massive blast of lightning far in front of the Rinnegan King, and Itaka leaped out from the thin brush he had been hiding in, doggedly chased by at least 12 lightning dolphins. Naruto dropped the seal, the chakra creatures remained as they chased the Uchiha. He swiveled smoothly on his left heel, throwing a straight kick that smashed into an earth pillar. He bent his head and charged at the earth mask, who hastily retreated, and Kakuzu dropped down seemingly out of nowhere on Naruto. The king rolled forward, missing the ninja's feet before they could hit his chest, got his hands under him, and flipped numerous times away from balls of deadly fire accompanied by bolts of lightning blasted after him. The Rinnegan could do many things, but Naruto knew that Naruto had learned his fluid fighting style, probably with the help of the legendary dojutsu, but it was still Naruto fighting, not the eyes. The girl sat down in a huff on the ground and pulled her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around them and setting her nose on her knees as she watched her brother fight the masks and their owner. She didn't deserve to be his queen. She had done nothing to help grow the kingdom. She needed to find a way to get better as a fighter before their inevitable battle with their father, which she knew her brother wanted her to join as well. There was only one way she could become stronger for herself and her brother, but she had to wait for Naruto to finish his fight before she could pitch the idea to him. Her eyes steeled with determination. Naruto slammed his fists into the ground and muttered, "Earth release, great earth command chains." He yanked his arms out of the ground, and his fists were enveloped in hard earth, connected back to the ground. The earth trembled and shook as he abruptly opened his arms widely. Underneath the lightning mask and the water mask, the ground broke apart, and over 1,000 brown chains burst out, wrapping them tightly before breaking them to pieces. He shook his hands, removing the earth balls that covered them, and his feet scuffed on the shards of the fire mask as he stepped backward from a stab to his neck by the enraged ninja. The Rinnegan King smirked sharply and surged back forward. The outer path was where Naruto got the ability to see faster than usual humans. It was something only his Rinnegan could do. The Azura path was the one that fortified his body so it wouldn't rip apart as he moved at sheer speed if he were to move his time before his eyes slowed. Kakuzu didn't know it, but he was already dead the moment Naruto slowly narrowed his black Rinnegan eyes with red rings. The rain pouring from the sky slowly stopped and hovered in the air as small droplets. Kakuzu remained in his forward stabbing position, and the lightning bolts that had not been destroyed by Itaka crackled bit by bit, a few in the air with their serrated teeth open to bite into Itaka's exposed neck, seeing as his cloak was charred and burnt. His quick eyes finally settled when there was complete stillness in the air. The boy cocked his head to the side as he looked at Kakuzu, his toxic green eyes glaring hatefully at the red-haired king and his own cloak shredded from combat, as well as having his masks popped off his body. Naruto quickly walked forward and slapped aside the kunao in the older ninja's hand. The motion carried enough strength to make the man release the knife and for it to travel 3 feet away from him in Itaka's direction. Naruto continued by kicking the inside of Kakuzu's right knee, shattering it outwards, driving 4 of his left fingers into the man's side and puncturing his liver and right kidney, removing the fingers and lifting his right elbow straight up to crack under the man's chin. He took a step back and clenched his right fist. Golden orange chakra blasted into sight around his fist and covered up to his elbow. He cocked his fist back and threw it forward, the blow slammed into Kakuzu's chest. Naruto's eyes returned to normal speed. Naruto blinked twice as a brief, golden orange flash enveloped Naruto and Kakuzu, then Kakuzu was violently propelled away, his still beating heart leading the way, skidding across the rain-soaked ground. The S-ranked immortal shakily rose, only to collapse to his knees when an orange lightning dolphin chomped down on his heart. Kakuzu fell face first, dead. Naruto turned, impressed by a towering red chakra construct that swung an ethereal blade, effortlessly severing the remaining dolphins. The Rinnegan king smiled faintly as Itachi, Mangekyo bleeding, looked back. The red-haired king admitted a touch of awe at the Sharingan construct, sparking an idea. The Uchiha lifted his arm, and the construct mirrored him, raising its sword high, poised to strike, if not for the master of the 6 paths' next words. Almighty push. The giant sword and the entire red arm were blasted from the chakra creation, crashing dozens of yards away. Naruto then raised his left hand, palm open, facing the wide-eyed Uchiha. The teen hummed and murmured, "Universal pull." Itachi was ripped from the creation, which destabilized and fell apart as he was pulled into the younger teen's hands, which closed around the Uchiha's neck. "Kak," the man gasped, his throat tightly squeezed. He clawed desperately at the hand, but to no avail. Blood and spit dribbled from his mouth as a faint red-blue glow enveloped him, trailing up Naruto's arm and entering the king's body. The Prita path absorbed Itachi's chakra, stopping only when the Mangekyo ceased spinning and flickered off in Itachi's eyes. Naruto sensed the man's chakra was critically low, dropping him would leave Itachi unable to stand. Naruto smiled serenely with closed eyes, a picture of innocence, and stated, "I wanted to kill you most of all, Itachi." The Uchiha panted wearily, fighting to keep his eyes open, his twitching limbs otherwise useless as he hung limply in Naruto's hand. "Why? I never hurt you. Either of you." "Yes, you did," Naruto insisted with a slight nod, gesturing with his free hand for his sister to approach. He felt a small whoosh of air as a retrieval vehicle descended and gently landed. As Naruto neared, Nora, head of scout and retrieval, bowed deeply to her. The girl quietly pointed at Obito, and the division head signaled subordinates inside the vehicle to contain the unconscious Uchiha. Naruto stood behind her brother, eyes downcast, hands behind her back. Naruto glanced over his shoulder at her, a small, worried frown on his face. He hesitated, then looked back at Itachi and continued, "You had every opportunity to save my sister and I from our godfather, but you didn't." No, the man stammered weakly, closing his eyes and trying to control his breathing. "I didn't know." "You're lying." Naruto tapped the side of his temple with his pointer and middle finger. "I have the memories of both Orochimaru and Danzo," he stated, and the tired ninja's shoulders sagged. He was the one who personally delivered funds and other items to the twins' godfather, and in turn, delivered video and written reports back to their father. He and Shisui had done this, but after Shisui's suicide, it was all up to Itachi, until he defected after Sound was destroyed. Danzo might have been old, but his memories of the event and why Itachi defected were still relatively fresh. The betrayal ran deep. The red-haired twins might not have considered their babysitters friends, but they had at least thought the Uchiha would have their back, even if it was just moral support. Itachi and Shisui watched and did nothing. Behind him, Naruto clenched her fists and looked down sharply, taking light puffs of air so her godly brother wouldn't hear her. He did. He looked over his shoulder again, and she sharply turned away, glaring at nothing in particular and stuffing her hands into her pockets, hunching her shoulders forward. This only made Naruto more worried as he looked at her silently for a minute. Her purple eyes flicked to him, and she shook her head. Later. His eyes drooped, and their soul-linked connection gave him a faint clue as to what troubled her. The king rubbed his eyes and sighed deeply, looking back at his former babysitter held tightly in his hands. He intended to suck out his soul, but he also wanted Itachi to truly suffer before he died, and his twins' problem worried him too much to fully concentrate. "I will deal with you later." He dropped Itachi, a heap of barely breathing limbs, and turned around, jabbing his thumb over his shoulder. The assigned squad for the retrieval vehicle sped past him and stopped beside Itachi, 3 of them, gold-ranked medics, heft a stretcher, and the last medic placed her hand on Itachi's neck, checking for a pulse as the man went still. "Remove his eyes and seal off his chakra." "Yes, sir," the gold-ranked medics replied with crisp salutes. 2 gold-ranked retrievers went to assist the medics with the sealing process. Looking towards the fairly large vehicle, he saw one of the gold ranks kneeling outside the driver's area, right hand over his heart, head inclined downwards. The king looked down and found the head of the retrieval division kneeling before him in subservience, and a gold rank kneeling slightly behind her, holding a new red shirt with the kanji for Sky King written across the torso in gold ink. Naruto motioned for the man to approach, took the shirt, threw it on, and sighed deeply, turning his head to his silent sister. His Rinnegan eyes flicked to his subordinates, and he subtly signed for them to wait in the vehicle. They nodded and quietly slid away. The king moved in front of his sister and bent his head to look into her eyes, a small frown on his face, eyebrows furrowed. "What's wrong, sis? I don't deserve to be your queen, bro," she mumbled, crossing her arms. A small, amused smile touched Naruto's face, and a red blush dusted her nose as she saw this, looking away from him when he rolled his eyes. "May I know why?" "There are many reasons, but for now I'm going to say that I'm going to join your army and work my way up the ranks." His eyebrows shot up to his hairline, and he held back from stepping back in shock. "You're going to do what?" "Sis, you don't need to prove yourself to me. I know you're plenty strong." She saw how the division head of the retrieval vehicle kept another red-haired individual, this one with piercings, and a purple-haired woman away, telling them the king was having a private discussion with his sister. "I know I'm strong, it's just that." She sighed, her shoulders sagging. Naruto placed his hands on her upper arms and cocked his head to the side, looking at her with deeply concerned eyes. She shivered at his touch but forced herself to stay focused. "I want to be strong enough to stand at your side." The king stared at his sister for a minute, silently screwing his lips to the side and gripping her arms a little tighter until he heaved out a frustrated breath and shook his head. "Let's meet in the middle." She shrugged and nodded. "What do you have in mind?" "You can join the army, but only after you take a rank evaluation and placement exam. It's a special test people take after leaving the academy. Normally, people pass with flying colors and are at most promoted to bronze rank, but usually to copper. I know a boy who passed the exam so well he went straight to silver rank, so it's not impossible for you to reach gold if you put in enough dedication and effort." She nodded quickly, biting her bottom lip in excitement. "Yes, I want to take that exam." He raised his left hand and wagged his pointer finger before her eyes to get her attention, but only on one condition. She stopped and waited for him to speak. "That you don't hold back." "Fine, sure, okay. I promise," she said, hugging her brother. "This time I promise to make you proud." Naruto laughed and patted her back. "No worries." He released her and threw his arm over her shoulder, turning them toward the vehicle and the small crowd watching. "Go and dry yourself off in the vehicle. I want to speak to those two over there, if you don't mind." The girl nodded and walked with her brother's arm still slung over her shoulder. He removed his arm, and they parted. Naruto ducked into the back of the retriever and was immediately swarmed by the retrieval/medical team, who bombarded her with questions, mostly centering on what it felt like to be related to their king, all phrased to flatter her. Meanwhile, Naruto smirked slightly at the Deva path, and both the path and the purple-haired woman fell to their knees in submission. Nora and Sasori, this time not in his Hirako puppet, followed suit beside them. "I'll send over a team to fix up your training ground, Nagato. I apologize for the damages." "There is no need for that, my lord. Your mere presence is more than enough," the path admitted, closing his eyes. "Regardless, I cannot repay your loyalty by wrecking this fine place." "I insist." He pressed. "Then I am eternally grateful, sir." He waved it away and addressed Konan. "I hope you didn't mind me using you as my eyes and ears, Konan." The woman flushed deeply and pressed her hand harder to her chest, attempting to quell her frantically beating heart. "Think nothing of it, my king, I am your loyal vessel. Use me however you like. If there is anything you want me to do, whether it's resources or information, then do not hesitate to ask. Your services to me and the kingdom have been invaluable." The Rain duo bowed deeper, acknowledging their king's praise. "But, if you don't mind, can you find a way to take care of that plant-like creature? He fled before I could kill him." "I will handle it," my king, Nagato said to his king through the path, and Konan agreed. "I will assist." "Thank you," Naruto said with a small smile. He faced Sasori and said, "Your services too have been greatly appreciated, Sasori." "All for the service of my king," the puppet man said easily and honestly. "You can all take a few days break back in the kingdom if you want," he said to all three grounder spies. "You have all performed wonderfully." They all felt their chests swell with pride and their bodies tremble as their king praised their service. "It is our duty, Lord Naruto," they all said in unison. "I am sincerely sorry, my lord, but I still have some loose ends to tie up on the ground. Phew, the Seven Tails holder has requested my help in taking down Iron Country when the time comes," Sasori said. "Then it is best if you remain here for the time being," Naruto said, rubbing his chin in thought. "Did she say anything else?" "Yes, sir. The samurai have torn up the fealty agreement scroll and are now rallying the help of Kage and village leaders to band together and attack the kingdom. He was tasked by Mifune, the leader of Iron Country, to gather information on the kingdom and if possible locate the kingdom. Inform her that support would arrive soon, and that the kingdom's main force would circle around the continent. We will ultimately end up in Iron." "Yes, sir." Naruto then proceeded to the vehicle, Nora trailing behind him. Upon his arrival, the others saluted and scurried to their positions in the large vehicle. The king helped his sister with her seatbelt and plopped down beside her, strapping on his own seatbelt. He felt a hand slip into his left hand and he instinctively held it. The back of the vehicle closed, and the engines fired up with a long, low hum, which slightly increased as they lifted off the ground and into the air. "Ice cream sounds really good right about now," Naruto said offhandedly, and Naruto, looking straight ahead at nothing in particular, cracked a grin and chuckled. "Thank you, brother." Naruto reached over with his other hand and patted the back of the hand she had laced with his right hand. "Don't worry about it." Hokage's office. The Hokage Tower. Konohagakure no Sato. Fire Country. The entire Hidden Leaf village was on red alert. Every ninja out of the village on vacation or long-term missions was ordered back to patrol around the village, on buildings, in training grounds, and around the academy. The villagers, civilians, and shinobi alike looked around in paranoia. The Tsukai Kingdom had infiltrated the village, kidnapping the Hokage's wife from her room in the psych ward, the most protected room in the institution, with such ease and effortlessness that it was akin to them simply handing her over. Minato slammed his fists down on the table, glaring at Inoichi from his seat, grinding his teeth as the man sputtered excuse after excuse for why the Tsukai had been able to take his wife. The fourth Hokage hissed, and the other blonde man shut his mouth. He opened his mouth to berate the Yamanaka clan head but stopped when he heard a knock at his door. He pointed at the door, and the clan head quickly left, leaving the door open for the person behind it to enter. Minato Jr. entered, shaking his head for his teammates to stay outside, and stood at attention before his father. His face was devoid of emotion as his father stood and paced frantically behind his desk. The man briefly stopped and nodded toward the seat in front of his desk. "Sit." The boy sat rigidly, and his father did likewise. "You summoned, Lord Hokage." The man refrained from sighing at the formality. Even at home, if Junior was there, the boy still called him Lord. He wanted to blame it on the rigorous training he had put his son through, but he also knew it was because he had no relationship at all with the child. Their only connection was that Minato was registered as Junior's father on his birth certificate, but that was all. They might look similar, but they weren't father and son. Minato didn't regret it. It was all to make Konoha strong, but he would have liked to have been seen by Junior as his father, even once, not as his Hokage but as his father. The boy was 14 and had already moved out of the family house. Junior had ensured his distance from his father, but Minato Sr. was still the Hokage, and Junior still had to report to the man occasionally. The older Namikaze could see it in his son's dull, almost emotionless sky-blue eyes. Junior didn't like his father much. The man shook his head slightly and replied, "Yes." "Are you aware of what happened yesterday night?" "Yes, the Tsukai Kingdom infiltrated the village and took Mother." The man idly noted that Junior said took instead of kidnapped but dismissed the thought for the moment. "Right. Have you been able to read anything or hear any rumors about this Tsukai Kingdom?" "The rumors I've heard are that they are all monsters, especially their king, and that their technology and seal master are unparalleled, but I haven't been able to confirm this because no Jonin wants to tell me anything." The older ninja nodded. "The reason for this is because the king has identified himself, and he has already made his intentions known by successfully invading lightning, spring, and water countries." "Is he someone we know?" The man hesitated. "Yes." Junior furrowed his eyebrows and leaned forward in expectation. "Who is he?" "The king," the man spat with disgust, "of the Tsukai Kingdom, is Naruto." It took a few seconds for it to click in the child's mind which Naruto his father meant. "My brother." The man brought his hands down heavily on the table and shot to his feet in outrage, glowering heatedly at his unflinching son. "He is not your brother. That piece of rat shit is a demon, and demons have no family." He sat down again and rubbed his forehead. "That thing was never your brother. Why did you summon me, Lord Hokage?" "Naruto kidnapped your mother. I have a feeling he will return to kidnap you too." Junior's hands were clamped at the edges of his seat and tightened when his father said those words. His face thankfully stayed neutral, but his heart hammered in his chest. He wanted his brother to take him away. Naruto, his brother, was still alive, so there was still a small, tiny chance that the little boy would finally know what love felt like. From the moment he began to have conscious thoughts and observe those around him, he found that the love between siblings was something he too wanted to feel. He couldn't explain his desire for familial love, but it was what had kept him from killing himself when training under his father grew worse and worse. The only reply he could utter from his tight lips was, "Oh, I want you to stay safe. I will be assigning Kakashi and Tenzo to look after you and, if you want, your teammates. I can only imagine the terrible things that monster will do to you when he gets his hands on you. I hope your mother is still alive." He stared strongly at his son and vowed, "I will find a way to bring her back safely." "Don't worry." Junior didn't reply. Day 4, 2 days left. 2 hours before sunrise. The king of the Tsukai Kingdom's room. The royal palace. The Tsukai Kingdom. Naruto straightened his red shirt and donned a black overcoat, ensuring his pants were secure and the overcoat didn't hinder his movements. He adjusted his clothing while looking into the full-body mirror. His Rinnegan eyes flicked over his shoulder through the mirror at the single lump on his bed, messy red hair peeking out. The person shuffled and moaned sleepily, fingers twitching and groping for the warmth that had left the bed minutes before, only finding more pillows and hugging them close. The king scoffed and looked through the mirror to the wall above his bathroom door at the clock. It read 4 a.m. With a roll of his eyes, he turned with a flourishing swish of his overcoat and smoothly walked around the bed to where the quietly moaning lump of humanity lay sleeping. He placed his hand where he guessed her sides were and gently nudged her, whispering, "Sis, wake up." The person groaned throatily and coughed cutely, turning away from his hands and weakly, vainly, shuffling away. "No. 5 more hours please." She grasped a pillow and buried her face in it. The smell of her brother overpowered her senses and slowly lulled her back to sleep, but this was shattered when the hand stubbornly kept nudging her. Naruto stifled his laugh with tight lips and whispered, "You need to get up, I've already booked you for the exam, and since we're twins, I can't afford the chaos that will have people see you in broad daylight." The girl groaned again. "But, can't we do this tomorrow?" "Nope, I want both of us to kill father, and since you insisted on being in the army, we need to push as quickly as possible." He shook her again when he felt sleep take hold of her. "I'm predicting we'll stomp into Konoha in about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks if we take our time. There's no time to lose, sis." Naruto groused pitifully and flipped onto her back, her purple eyes peeking out from under the blanket, looking at her brother's incredibly entertained face. "You should have told me we'd be up at 4 in the morning. I did, you were too busy chugging down ice cream to listen. And, I remember quite vividly that you take too many tubs of ice cream," he idly replied as he walked to the door when he heard a polite knock. He eased it open a little and peeked a single Rinnegan eye out to see who it was. It was Shinekura's temporary head-made replacement, holding a small stack of clothes. The woman looked to be in her late 30s with wistful purple hair and coal-black eyes, a sleek figure wonderfully visible in her well-fitting maid uniform, and a rigid posture the king was sure the fox spirit had taught her. Naruto nodded as the man, Indra, knelt in submission. "At ease, Indra." "Yes, sir. I hope you had a pleasant night, sir." "It was great, thank you." He gestured to his sister. Naruto bowed slightly to Indrawatishi, the head of the frontline soldiers division. "This is my sister, Naruto. It's an honor to finally meet my lord's sister," Indra said, bowing to her. "She will take the evaluation exam. I trust you won't be partial with her, I want her treated like any other potential soldier." Naruto silently nodded, gripping his arm. He patted her hand soothingly as he explained, "This is Indrawatishi, head of the kingdom's frontline soldiers division. He and his subordinates carefully review exam papers and reports to assign ranks. Those who don't meet the score are sent back to the academy. Indra is an exceptional ninja, and I've asked him to personally mark your exam. Few are as critically honest as him." Indra bowed at the praise, not wanting to interrupt his king. Naruto continued to Naruto, "The exam has 5 sections: basic history, theoretical basic jutsu, a written and oral psychological evaluation by the intelligence division head, and finally, a physical test of strength, skill, and intelligence. This ensures we know who our soldiers are." He reassured his nervous sister. The king then asked Indra, "How long will the written portion take?" 2 hours, sir. "And the physical?" "It depends on the examinee, sir. I'll assume it will all take 3 hours total." Indra hummed in agreement. "He will take you to the Alpha Arena for your physical capabilities." Noticing her wide, frantic eyes, a quick message passed between them. He smiled softly, easing her anxieties. "It will all be fine, I promise." She inhaled deeply, exhaled, and faced her brother with a strong gaze. "I'll be busy with meetings, so I'm entrusting you to Indra's capable hands. I swear on my life and soul that Lady Naruto will be safe. Just, please, don't go easy on me, okay? I want to feel like a real soldier of the Tsukai Kingdom," Naruto pleaded in a low voice. "You have my word," Indra vowed. Naruto pulled out the chair, his sister sat, placing her clenching hands on the desk. He squatted beside her, looking up silently, lips pursed, then smiled shakily. "If anything goes wrong, you know how to contact me." She smiled back and nodded. "Are you really sure you want to do this? It's not too late to go back." "I'm sure." Naruto swallowed, forcing down his trepidation, and exhaled before standing. He kissed the top of her head. "Good luck, sis." She savored the kiss, letting it warm her and strengthen her resolve. "Thanks again, brother. Any time." He slowly walked backward, away from the trees, and stood at the entrance. Indra pulled a brown side bag from a wrist seal, opened it, and removed a small stack of papers. He placed them on the table, then took out a wristwatch, strapped it on, tapped it twice to turn it on, and set the alarm for 2 hours. He removed 2 pencils and an eraser, dropping them on the papers. Naruto looked over her shoulder and brightened when Naruto gave her 2 thumbs up and a wide grin. She nodded resolutely. Indra's deep voice said, "You have 2 hours, Lady Naruto. There's plenty of time to read and answer every question, but leave blanks for those you can't. If there's an error, notify me immediately, I'll rectify it. There are 5 sheets of rough work paper at the back, use them as you see fit, they'll count towards your score." You cannot leave once the exam begins. No cheating, I have eyes everywhere, best of luck. He placed his hand on the papers, looked intently at his watch, then removed his hand and gestured to the paper precisely at 4:30 a.m. Your time starts now. Naruto flipped open the first page, gnawing on her pencil as she scanned the question. She marked her answer and moved to the next. Naruto stayed for 10 minutes, watching his sister, then motioned for Indra to supervise her and report the results section by section after the exam. Indra nodded, and Naruto returned to the main palace. The king walked to his office and sat. The temporary head maid entered, presenting 6 files for his scrutiny. She stood to the right of his desk, looking down, patiently waiting for his orders. As Naruto read the first file, he waved for the maid to answer a knock at the door. All his division heads marched in, standing in a straight line before his desk. Naruto finished reading the first file, a report from the principal of Sukai Civilian College about 8 students with outstanding final papers. The king hummed with an impressed smile, picked up his pen, and wrote recommendations for their stellar performance, a monetary reward and a royal promise of their desired jobs if they chose to leave college for kingdom work. If they continued studies, he'd pay their fees, a scholarship, with the same royal promise. He sighed in satisfaction, closed the file, shifted it right, then looked up at his attentive division heads. As his eyes met theirs, they bowed slightly, right hands over their hearts, torsos leaning forward. On behalf of the entire kingdom, we welcome you back home, my lord Naruto, Karen said. It's good to be back home, Naruto replied, reclining in his chair, hands behind his head, smiling wanly. They straightened and looked at him. Naruto answered the unasked question, you might have noticed Indra isn't here. My sister is currently taking the evaluation exam, and he's supervising. If I may be so forward, my lord, Nirvana Kuragoku, head of inventors, piped up uneasily. Why is she being evaluated? I believe Lady Naruto doesn't need to go through such a tedious evaluation process. Admittedly, becoming a soldier was tedious, but Naruto prioritized careful screening over sheer numbers. He commanded over 40,000 soldiers, without ensuring each could handle their division's genjutsu specialists, interrogators, police officers, or scouts. He wouldn't have the well-oiled Sukai force. People flocked to the academy, well aware of the tedious evaluation exam, but remained adamant in their desire to impress their king. Those who couldn't enter the academy to fight for their king helped in other ways, like resource miners and scientists, who ensured abundant materials for the army from deep within the ground. I know the process is tedious, and I've told my sister, but she still wishes to proceed. She wants to prove to herself and me that she's worthy of being my queen. But sir, Lady Naruto is worthy of being our queen, Magi commented. I know, if you asked me, I'd say she's stronger than I am, but she wouldn't have it. He waved them to disregard the topic. But that's a discussion for another time. Now, I want your reports. He leaned forward, forearms on his desk, and nodded to Karen, standing at the far end of the line. The head medic began. Your mother is receiving psychiatric help from my best psychiatrist. He reports she stopped singing but can only say a few words before resuming. Division head Magi, she motioned to the youngest division head on her left, who bobbed her head, has fixed and removed 3 broken seal shackles, 11 remain. I believe this is why her brain is reacting positively to the medication. I apologize for my slowness in fixing and removing the shackles, my lord. They were set by a level 10 seal master, Mito Uzumaki. You are also level 10, Magi, and you've done something unprecedented. Keep up the great work, both of you. Thank you, Lord Naruto, the 2 females chorused appreciatively. He smiled fleetingly at them and turned to the next group assigned projects. Nora, Hamato, Satoshi, and Magi, how goes the search for the next tailed beast holders? Magi, head of Fuinjutsu, was included for her vital role in sealing beasts. Nora, with her brother, specialized in containing tailed beasts. Hamato was undeniably the smartest division head, also leading intelligence and interrogation. Satoshi, head of rescue and support, was where willing applicants brought their children to be beast holders. He first evaluated the children's willingness. Hamato, the undisputed group leader, spoke for them. We found 2 good candidates for the 2 and 3 tails, but so far, only people with high affinity for both water and lightning can handle the 8 tails, similar to how the 3 tails requires water affinity. Kiribi and Yujito had chosen not to ally with the kingdom, and Naruto didn't care. He didn't need them for his kingdom to be strong. The Jinchuriki were kept in a heavily sealed area until their beasts were extracted. Seal up the 3 and 2 tails. What seal will you be using, Magi? The girl coughed delicately and answered, my deputy and I have been creating it for 5 years. We have variations to perfectly contain all 9-tailed beasts. We call it the Royal Sukai Seal of the Unbreakable Heaven because we've stacked over 100 seals and incorporated the Shackle Seal with 6 other individual tailed beast containment seals. The only way for a tailed beast to break out or take control without the Jinchuriki's consent is if you grant them permission. The girl looked at Hamato, and he continued, we successfully tested the seal on Yujito and Kiribi, and their tailed beasts were fully contained. That's great. Before you seal the 3 and 2 tails, I want to meet the chosen person and their ward, if they have one. The 2 tails candidate as well. I hope you made sure both the child and ward don't mind. All 4 ninjas nodded. And I also hope the sealing process is relatively painless. There would only be pain for about 20 seconds during the sealing, but we found a way to numb this with mild painkillers. Anything stronger could jeopardize the sealing process, Satoshi answered for the group. Keep trying to find the perfect holder for the 8 tails. Well done, he said, and they bowed. Hamato, what villages have signed the agreement? The hidden villages are Chill, Marsh, Waterfall, Tree, Smoke, Suna, Kumo, Kiri, and Mountain. The countries are Lightning, Water, Spring, Frigid, Smoke, Forest, and Wave. All other countries and hidden villages have torn the agreement scroll. Naruto smiled slightly. Excellent. We still have more than half the continent to conquer. The division heads nodded in agreement. We have 2 more days of festivities before we continue conquering the world. He said to the head of espionage and infiltration, tell all spies on the ground to stay vigilant. When the time comes, I want them to move into the countries that tore their scrolls. They all bobbed their heads. Naruto cleared his throat and said, Nora, I have a special mission for you after these 2 days. They all leaned closer to listen. Naruto continued, I want you to lead 2 squads of hunters and a squad of retrievers to Konohatu. He smiled wider and finished, to extract my brother. Kumagakure no Sato, Lightning Country. We believe the Tsukai Kingdom is located near your village, just off your shores, Jiraiya said, arms crossed, looking down at Darui, the white-haired, dark-skinned teenager wearing the ceremonial white cloak and hat of the Raikage. Darui shrugged lazily. You're free to check yourselves, I don't care, but I won't lend you any of my shinobi. This mildly shocked the Sunin, who uncrossed his arms. Why not? I'm sure a joint attack on the Kingdom Dash will only leave a trail of bodies that would eventually erase Kumo from the face of the earth, Darui shot back with droopy eyes. He had been appointed the next Kage after A's death by Naruto. Mabi, who remained the Raikage secretary, said the former leader had documented his intention months before the invasion. For the past 5 days, he hadn't slept due to fixing the damage Naruto's army caused and the trauma he witnessed. That day, he was with Karui, Amwa, and Samui at the training ground when 3 women in gold armor under red shirts and black pants marched in. They were defeated like mosquitoes. Their limp, bound bodies were brought back to the village. Their captors said their initial intent was to kill them, but their king ordered them alive. Naruto wanted Darui to lead the village. The white-haired sage shook his head, looking behind him at the roughly 80 leaf ninjas. That won't happen as long as Konoha is behind you. You don't seem to understand, Lord Jiraiya, Darui cut in, suddenly alert, all sleep and laziness gone, tense and guarded like a cornered lion. A force of over 1,000 undetected men and women marched into a heavily fortified hidden village and overcame every ninja, old and young, as if they were specks of sand. Konoha knows how hard it is to even get close to Kumo undetected, let alone reach and enter the seals. The Sunin remained quiet, mentally agreeing. The second and third shinobi wars proved this. Kumo was the most protected village on the continent. The shorter ninja closed his eyes and composed himself. The fealty agreement also specifically stipulated that we should only give information to those who ask, but the moment we help out. He slowly spread his fingers before his face and muttered, boom. The Sunin sighed and nodded in defeat. I understand. Darui nodded graciously and turned, waving his guards to follow him. Oh, and do not enter my village. You may go around it, but do not enter, the Raikage warned over his shoulder as he entered the village gates. Great. The sage sighed again, heavier this time. He signed over his shoulder for the ninjas to follow him as he skirted the edges of the massive hidden village. A few minutes later, the Tsukai General Hospital, the Tsukai Kingdom. Naruto smiled kindly at a wide-eyed child in a white hospital gown, ruffling her short blonde hair. I'm truly sorry you can't attend the festival, Ameguri. I really hope you get better. The girl's eyes wobbled, shimmering with tears, as she nodded slowly, trying not to dislodge his hand. Thank you, Fear, she lisped. Naruto chuckled. It's no problem. He straightened and smiled at the fervently bowing man and woman beside him, who muttered their sincere thanks for his visit. How has your daughter's treatment been? He asked, motioning them to stop bowing. Very good, sir. We couldn't ask for better. Naruto smiled lightly and turned to the raptly staring girl sitting up in the hospital bed. What do you think, Ameguri? The girl grinned cheekily, exposing her 2 missing front teeth, making Naruto laugh softly. The nurses, are very nice, Fear. The king patted her head again. I'm glad. He leaned to his right when Nirvana approached, whispering quietly in his ear. A frown twitched on his face before he hastily wiped it off, smiling brightly at the parents and child. He nodded, and the older teen slid a few steps away, standing with the temporary head maid and Hamato by the door, who had accompanied the rainbow-haired girl to the hospital. Karen, wearing a white doctor's coat over her uniform with her division head armband and name tag, stood close to her king. I'm really sorry, but I have to leave. "Thank you for coming, my lord," the man said gratefully, and his wife bowed with him. "Don't give it a second thought." Naruto, the king, made it a point to visit the hospital twice a week, a deeply ingrained tradition. His regular visits stemmed not only from the sympathy born of his own past isolation when only his sister cared for him during his sickness, but also from a profound desire for his people to recognize that despite his regal stature, he was a king who actively engaged with their lives, directly assisting whenever possible. His people genuinely valued these visits. These trips to the hospital, along with his stops at the civilian and soldier academies and the military barracks, were what truly brought joy to his heart, a feeling that persisted even after his sister's revival. It allowed him to witness the tangible results of years of collective effort. He knew his kingdom excelled at treating illnesses and curing ailments, but he also wanted his subjects to understand his sincere dedication to their well-being. Though they might live for him, he believed that kindness was a paramount duty. His 15th room visit was abruptly interrupted by Nirvana, who informed him that Konoha ninjas were scouting the shores of Kumo, near where the kingdom silently floated in the clouds. He patted the head medic, Karen, on the shoulder and said, "You've done an excellent job with this place. I'll return whenever I can." "Your presence is always welcome, my king," she replied with a small curtsy. Naruto moved past her, offering a final wave to the short-haired girl on the hospital bed and her parents. It was clear the child was on the verge of an excited outburst. He chuckled under his breath, hearing a squeal as he closed the door. As they quickly followed him through the hospital toward the kingdom's gates, Naruto spoke to Hamato and Nirvana. "It seems Konoha is keen to expedite their plans." "So it would seem, my lord," Nirvana confirmed. "Tell Division Head Satoshi, head of rescue and support, to have 10 squads of his support ninjas observe the Konoha ninjas from the ground or sea. The moment they detect the kingdom and initiate an attack, the support ninjas are to retaliate. I want no survivors." "Sir, Jiraiya the Toad Sage is leading them. Should we also kill him?" Hamato asked, keeping pace with his king as they exited the hospital. "Yes, send his head to my father after he's dead. But I want Satoshi to handle Jiraiya. Sunin are somewhat tricky, so I want a platinum rank to take care of him." While Naruto could easily defeat Jiraiya, given the strength of Tsunade and Orochimaru, he was curious to see how a division head would fare against a Sunin. The kingdom's silent alarms were now blaring, and ninjas and samurai soldiers of the kingdom moved silently through the village. Police secured strategic areas to maintain order should civilians discover the situation, but for now, they actively kept people clear of Naruto as he walked through the crowd. Back in the palace, his sister was soundly asleep, making up for lost hours. Her exam results were due that evening, but the king had insisted she rest in the palace and have breakfast upon waking. He paused, as did the division heads trailing him, before continuing. He briefly considered claiming the pervert's soul but ultimately decided against it. Orochimaru's memories already proved he was the strongest Sunin. He had no need for his mind to be clouded with useless perversion and thoughts of women. He had a kingdom to lead and a world to conquer, far more important endeavors than daydreaming or peeking into hot springs. Needless to say, Naruto held the Toad Sage in low regard. The black overcoat he wore over his normal clothes flapped with each step, and his Rinnegan eyes darkened with power. Nirvana stepped back as a red and yellow blur landed beside Naruto. The king didn't need to turn to know it was Satoshi, his head of rescue and support. "Satoshi, my lord Naruto, you are aware of the plan? My men are already hidden in the sea and around the Konoha ninjas, ready to attack. Have more soldiers on standby in case those on the ground need support." The frizzy blonde-haired man relayed the order through his white earbud. A massive thud reverberated beneath their feet, and the kingdom's barrier briefly flashed red before returning to its clear white. The barrier shielding the underside of the kingdom held strong against the fire attack Jiraiya had launched with the aid of his chief summons Leap and Oil. It didn't even dent the defenses but merely served as a warning. Subsequent attacks had no effect on the kingdom. Naruto sharply looked at the man, narrowing his eyes. Satoshi offered his king a grim smile and nodded. "Kill them all. I swear on my life." He tapped his ear and said, "All support soldiers on the ground prepare. Leave the Sunin to me." Naruto and the division heads stopped with Satoshi. They watched as he unslung a 3-foot-long silver and gold baton from his back and twisted the middle. It expanded to about 7 feet. The man's smile vanished, and he bent his knees, placing his right hand on the ground and crossing the bow staff behind him with his left hand. The crowd of civilians and the police officers holding them back out as the man's entire body shimmered with faint crackling electricity before he phased out of sight, leaving behind a single smoking footprint where he had stood. Naruto grinned slightly at the display and continued forward with the other division heads. "Let's go watch the shores of Kumagakure. Kumagakure no Sato. Lightning Country." Satoshi Todoroki was exceptional, even by the kingdom's mutant standards. He and Hamato Toshi, head of intelligence and interrogation, were found by Orochimaru as toddlers in a humble village in Lightning Country. Though born to different parents in the same household, they considered themselves brothers. They even shared the same cell in the main hidden sound slave pen, a privilege depending on one's perspective. However, their tortures, tests, and experiments varied greatly. While Hamato endured 35 years of Orochimaru's direct torture and sound, Satoshi suffered the misfortune of being the subject of the snake summoner's experiments, which could also be seen as a form of torture. The mad scientist had aligned with Satoshi's home country by focusing on lightning-based tests and experiments. This was more for the pleasure of observing the effects of electricity on the human body and its consequences on the mind. His recessive lightning DNA, present in everyone descended from 2 lightning country natives, was amplified and made dominant. The result was essentially turning the man into a living bolt of lightning. His abilities even extended to siphoning electricity from appliances and returning it. Despite this, he remained fundamentally human, with human wants, needs, and desires. He simply possessed significantly more energy than most people. A lot more energy. This extraordinary energy would have been dangerous, but he had learned to meditate from Naruto. The king assigned the electrified man to the less high-pressure role of head of rescue and support, rather than a frontline division head or even a headhunter. He also held the slightly more active position of chief of police. These roles helped keep him partly engaged and instilled a sense of responsibility, aiding him in controlling his blood and chakra pressure. It also helped that Naruto possessed his godfather's memories, allowing him to discern the best course of action for every mutant or regular human residing in his kingdom. Jiraiya paused as he and his comrades watched 25 red-clothed men and women emerge from the water and stand upon it. They wore gleaming gold armor beneath their clothes, and some wielded various weapons. He heard a gasp beside him and turned on the toad, narrowing his eyes at 30 more gold-armored individuals standing several yards away from the Konoha ninjas. 50 armed soldiers now surrounded the 41 Konoha ninjas, including the Sunin. The sky darkened slightly, and black clouds swirled around the white cloud they had been attacking. They knew the cloud was the Sky Kingdom because it was the only cloud in an otherwise clear sky. They assumed this was by choice. A deep, ground-shaking rumble echoed, and as the sound rocked the surroundings, the gold-armored soldiers snapped to attention, placing their hands over their hearts while keeping their eyes fixed on the surrounded Konoha ninjas. Gold-armored soldiers of all genders, sizes, and ages stood rigidly as the sky grew progressively darker with the expanding thundercloud. A bright light flashed above them, and the agile Konoha ninjas quickly retreated a considerable distance as a single bolt of lightning struck the ground from the cloud, kicking up dust and sand. The dust and sand swirled into a tight ball before dissipating into thin air, revealing a single person standing in the middle, a blonde-haired man with short, frizzy hair that stood on end, as if he had been electrocuted. He wore a short-sleeved red shirt and black pants with a white armband on his upper right arm that read Rescue and Support in gold ink. This was similar to what the gold-armored individuals wore, except for the armband. He also gripped a silver-white bow staff tightly in his left hand, which he cheekily slung over his shoulder, resting both hands on it. The only striking difference was that this newcomer wore platinum armor beneath his clothing, the metal appearing silver with a whitish sheen, a truly regal look. The Sunin quickly noticed the difference that an ordinary bystander might miss. Platinum was far more expensive and rarer than gold, making it safe to assume that the man wearing it extensively from his solid platinum boots to the segmented platinum on his arms leading to his fingertips and finally just under his chin was significant. It also indicated that he was the only one wearing an armband. This man was clearly the leader of the defensive force. Jiraiya hopped off the toad and approached the man. The man's smile remained unbroken as he good-naturedly scrutinized the Sunin, small fizzles of electricity crackling in his frizzy blonde hair. The sage stopped about 2 feet away from the man, and they stared at each other fearlessly. Jiraiya didn't know why Minato wanted them to find and provoke the Tsukai Kingdom into attacking their small ninja force, but he could guess Kushina had been kidnapped, and the Hokage simply wanted to stir the pot to gain entry into the kingdom, rescue her, and kill the king in the process. The plan was so simple it was naive. The old sage only wished it wasn't his former student's plan. The old war veteran was bound by his oath as a Konoha ninja to obey orders. He always had the option of defecting, like Orochimaru, or choosing a more relaxed job, like Tsunade, or even retiring, but he wouldn't do that. His deceased teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, always told him to fight until he could no longer move and to protect what he loved. He had nothing but Konoha to protect, and he intended to do just that. The crackling man smirked slightly, leaning his head back onto the staff slung over his shoulders, his wrists hanging limply. "I take it you're the one Naruto sent to deal with me," the war veteran said abruptly, met with a low chuckle. "Wasn't that obvious? Is Naruto too scared to face me himself that he has to send his thugs?" The man's goading worked, the other man's eyes darkened with rage and his smirk tightened into a grim, straight line. His jaw clenched, and his hands gripped the staff over his shoulders. Despite this, he still appeared largely in control. "You," the man breathed out, his eyes twitching. "You dare insult my king?" Jiraiya cracked a grin and laughed boisterously. "I'll take it I'm right. That brat, the king of the Tsukai Kingdom," he air-quoted, much to the amusement of the other Konoha ninjas, "is scared to death of a better specimen of manhood. And he should be, for I am Jiraiya the Toad Sunin, author of the unrivaled Ika Ika book series, and the strongest Sunin. My name makes all men quake with terror, all women wet with desire, and all children sing my praises to the heavens. The man regarded him for a brief moment before saying in a low voice, "My name is Satoshi Todoroki. I am the head of the rescue and support division of the great kingdom hidden in the sky." He paused, cocked his head sharply, and his lips curved into a small, jovial smile. "And I will be your opponent." Jiraiya hastily leaped away as Satoshi lifted his bow staff with both hands and slammed one end into the ground to his right. An ear-splitting roar of lightning blasted from the staff, turning the surrounding sand into glass. The Sun hissed through gritted teeth. Thanking his lucky stars, he dodged the attack. He wasted no time flipping through hand signs and focusing to channel nature chakra. The electrical man observed this and bent into a ready position, his staff crossed behind him in his left hand. Two toads appeared on the sage's shoulders, and the man gradually began to take on toad-like traits: warts on his nose, slightly bent legs, and amphibious yellow eyes with a single horizontal black slit. Both men glared hatefully at each other and lunged. The other fighters, both Konoha and Tsukai, followed suit and attacked. "Hamato, I have a question," the king of the Tsukai kingdom murmured as he hovered above the battle zone with his maid, head of intelligence, and head of inventors. They all stood on an invisible platform created by the Rinnegan king. Nirvana, in contrast, sat on the edge, playfully swinging her legs and watching the fight through binoculars. The rugged man looked at his king and said, "Sir, are my forces ready to move out at a moment's notice?" He watched as his division head on the ground exchanged blurry, dangerously crackling fists with the Toad Man, who frantically patted his hands with mud after each strike. "Since the festival began, sir," the head of interrogators quickly replied, straightening up, "it's part of our training as soldiers of this great kingdom to be ready to obey your orders at a moment's notice, regardless of the day or occasion. While I intended this festival to celebrate the soldiers, I also wanted the civilians to relax and know that the soldiers are more than capable of handling the world." Naruto had his hands in his pockets, his eyes narrowed in suppressed anger at the Konoha ninjas. They had thrown his mercy back in his face. He had explicitly allowed a 6-day grace period, but the Hidden Leaf's Hokage sending his meager and vastly inadequate ninjas to fight him proved how much the Yondaime was underestimating him and his forces. "Is the video ready?" The older man knew exactly what his king was referring to and nodded silently, both grim and tightly controlled anger tensing his shoulders. "Is it cleaned up and properly edited?" the king probed gently, keeping his eyes below. Jiraiya dodged a bow staff bash to his head and drove his fist under the platinum rank's chin, but instead of connecting, his fist passed through the man's chin, and Satoshi grabbed his opponent by his shirt. Electricity coursed over him and the Toad Sage, and Naruto scoffed, impressed. "Yes, sir," Hamato replied hesitantly, his jaw clenched. "Good. I want 5 cinema blimps uploaded with the video and sent to Konoha. Satoshi will have 10 protection support vehicles circle over them on the way there, while they are there, and on the way back, in case any overzealous leaf ninja tries to attack them while the video is playing. I also want your computer technicians to take control of all the airwaves of Fire Country, specifically Konoha, and broadcast the video on live television in every house or establishment that has televisions." His eyes flicked to his side, and his lips twitched down when the tough division head closed his eyes tightly and cracked his neck. Naruto raised his hand and patted the taller man's right shoulder. "Is something wrong, my king?" The man tried to speak, but his lips clamped shut. Naruto smiled and dropped his hand, looking back at the fight. Jiraiya had flipped away before more damage could be done, ripping his shirt where the electrical man had gripped him. Thin black smoke wafted off his body and the elder Toad's bodies as he grasped his heart, panting for air. Satoshi gave the man no rest. He twirled his staff, eliciting violent bolts of lightning that flew around him, striking the ninjas attempting to ambush him. He stopped and spat a single, blazing blue bolt at the older ninja, who barely had time to scurry away. "Are you certain you wish for people to see that video?" Hamato interrupted him, turning fully to his king and dropping to his knee. Nirvana turned to them with a small frown, and the maid narrowed her eyes, her hands twitching as they lightly clasped her elbows. "My ninjas, the ones who helped clean and edit the video, they were appalled, and more than a few soiled themselves watching it, sir. What happened to you and my lady Naruto is traumatizing and wrong, but do you wish to subject people to those images?" He placed his hand over his heart and bowed his head deeply. "I apologize for being so forward, and I swear on the air I breathe and the life I live now and before that I do not wish to go against your order, my lord Naruto, but are you completely sure you want that video to be seen?" The maid loosened her grip on her clothing, but Nirvana still looked from the kneeling man to her king. Naruto's Rinnegan eyes saddened, and he nodded. "I want the people of Konoha to know exactly who their Hokage is." His gold ranks were now ensuring the Konoha ninjas, all of whom were Jounin rank, were dead, while Satoshi stepped on the smoking body of Pa, the male elder toad, and kicked a side maw when the female toad hopped to him. The smiling man approached the desperately crawling mass of bleeding flesh and tense muscles. He stepped down hard on the man, digging his lightning-covered heel into the space between both shoulder blades and relishing the agonizing yell of pain that ripped from the man's lungs. Jiraiya always thought he would die doing what he loved, peeping on women in a hot spring, but this was the reality. Even now, he couldn't blame his student for putting him in this position. facing a kingdom far stronger than theirs and fanatically loyal to someone who likely possessed godlike powers. He was scared. There was so much he still wanted to do, and now he never would, all because he lacked the courage to befriend a small boy and girl, two children who simply needed a friend. Just one friend to keep them safe and protect them. He didn't want to say he deserved to die like a pig for his mistake, but the terror of death that overcame him as his one good eye stared up, trembling, into the deranged eyes of the joyfully smiling man, washed over him, crushing him under its weight. His body shook slightly as the electricity tightened his muscles, preventing movement. His breathing became ragged, as if the cold hands of the god of death had gripped his heart. The Sudden would have felt better, more grateful, if it were the betrayed child who ended his life, but it wasn't Naruto killing him, it was one of his high-rank ninjas. The boy didn't even deem him worthy enough to dirty his hands against him. The platinum rank lifted his bow staff with both hands, his eyes twinkling with delight as Jiraiya opened his mouth and another blood-chilling scream of fear tore out of his mouth, and brought the end of the staff down on the sage's neck. A 30 AE dash. Crack. Silencing him forever. Naruto calmly sat down before the still kneeling man, who was wheezing to hold back tears, and gave his soldiers on. Hours later. 1:39 p.m. Top of the Hokage's monument, Konohagakure no Sato, Fire Country. Junior knelt, placing his right palm on the ground, and closed his eyes, pulsing out chakra. A soft blue light illuminated the 10-foot radius around him, revealing numerous white footprints across the monument's top. Most footprints converged on a large, empty central space, leading the young Namikaze to believe it was the flying vehicle Kakashi had mentioned. Sai grinned at his teammate, eyes narrowed, and slowly paced the lit area, hands at his sides, tapping his thighs. Sakura knelt beside Junior, clearing her throat to get his attention. When he didn't respond, she coughed and quietly asked, "Why are we here?" "My brother was here," he whispered, eyes closed in concentration, gently brightening the small chakra footprints. "He was with someone with the same signature but different chakra components." He looked at her with furrowed brows. "Does that make sense?" She shrugged, and he sighed, looking around. "He was with other people, at least 5, I'm guessing, but I can only sense his chakra and that other person's. It's like he left it here on purpose." He lifted his hands, and the light faded. He looked at her with wide, hopeful eyes, dropping his stoic facade with barely restrained excitement. "Do you think he wanted me to see this? Do you think my big brother wanted me to know he was here?" She gave him a sad smile. "I'm sorry, Junior, but I don't know that for sure." Her heart sank at his crestfallen expression. "Let's go, we're not supposed to be here." The fourth Hokage's son nodded in defeat and rose. "Sai, what do you think?" Sai hummed, pointing at the Hokage's tower. "I think your father is watching us." The other young teens followed his gaze, spotting a small dot on the cage's tower. But that wasn't all they saw. 5 gigantic red and gold ovals hovered in the sky, each with small black metal boxes beneath. Each oval had 3 powerful, spinning fans propelling them steadily. One side showed a blank, black screen, impervious to the bright afternoon sun, while the other displayed a flag that sent chills through every remaining up-and-coming ninja. A large, deep red banner with the kanji for sky painted in gold. Smaller dots, 2 flanking each red oval, accompanied them. A quick burst from the almost silent fans propelled the ovals into the village, where they stopped in a circle around the Hokage's tower, screens facing inward. Just as Minato was about to yell for alarms, his handheld receiver crackled, reporting that all televisions were fizzling. He looked up at the static-filled screens, then his mouth became a straight line when Ibiki informed him that all radio stations had been forcefully shut down. The static ceased, and the large, pale face of the deceased Sunin filled the blimp screens. The next few words made the Hokage's heart stop and his eyes widen in remembrance. "Hello, hello," the man tapped the screen twice and looked up at the person holding the camera. "Kimimaro, is this thing recording?" "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." "Perfect," he exclaimed, shuffling back. Everyone in Konoha without a television moved outside, gaping at the film shown on the blimps. A collective gasp rose when the dead Sunin threw his arm over the shoulder of a familiar blonde man in a white and red flamed cloak. The Minato on screen looked years younger and less gray-haired than the current one, suggesting he was younger. The simple fact that their Hokage allowed the rogue and sadistic man to touch him was taboo, let alone putting an arm around him. The smarter ninjas and civilians recognized this as the defected Orochimaru due to a slashed-leaf headband on a table behind them. "Orokai, this isn't necessary." "Oh hush, Minato, this is completely necessary." He gestured grandly to the younger Hokage's side, making the cameraman pan to 2 tiny red-haired children. Twins. More than a few people were shocked by their identities. The Sunin giggled in pure glee and exclaimed, "This is history in the making." As all of Fire Country watched the video broadcast on their televisions and the blimps in Konoha, the rest of the world witnessed over 100 flying vehicles landing at the continent's southern edges. Thousands of troops, enough to darken the sky, dropped down and marched into these villages, excluding the soldiers inside the vehicles, who were mostly medics, intelligence ninjas, rescuers, and supporters. The global invasion began with these 6 countries, starting from Frigid Country and ending at Mountain Country. Sukai's soldiers marched loud and proud, waving their king's imperial banner. "Bring those things down," the fourth Hokage roared, throwing a tri-pronged kunao at the blimp several meters away. But as he prepared to flash to it and throw the blade again, the kunao was knocked down by a softly blinking red and gold senbon shot from one of the smaller flying vehicles. A gold-ranked soldier high-fived his comrades, shaking his left arm, where a metallic senbon launcher with 5 nozzles sat. Another senbon clicked into place, and he leveled it at any ninja attempting to attack the floating cinema. But no one attacked. Everyone was either raptly watching from their homes on their televisions or looking up at the film playing on the blimps. Curiosity about why their Hokage was with the snake overtook them. Whether or not the video was doctored, the person bore such a striking resemblance to the Namikaze Hokage that no other actor could possibly replicate it, not even a blood clone. And those who had known Orochimaru when he was still a Konoha ninja were incredibly certain that the person on the screen was indeed the sadistic snake summoner. This footage was real, though still very unbelievable. If the Hokage of the Leaf was to be in the presence of the missing ninja, it was either to retrieve him or kill him, and the amount of friendship both displayed threw them all into a loop. Minato Namikaze was in close ties with Orochimaru of the Sunin. Why? What was this film about? What else was their Hokage hiding? The people continued watching, part of their minds stubbornly vigilant, the never-before-seen footage of the Hokage, the symbol of light, and the rogue Sunin, the symbol of darkness. "Tell the camera hello kids," Orochimaru said with a happy hoot, but the children merely shared a blank look and narrowed their eyes at both adults. Naruto winced when Minato grabbed him by the back of his neck and squeezed. "Do as you're told, you pitiful rodent." A collective gasp arose at the Hokage's curse. Naruto stubbornly clamped his mouth shut, and Orochimaru watched with a happy smile as the blonde father backhanded the 3-year-old boy's face, sending him tumbling into his twin sister, knocking both onto their backs. The people of Konoha felt their hearts break as they saw the boy's pale cheek turn an ugly shade of red and his eyes swell with tears. The child burst into tears, and the snake Sunin chuckled. Minato turned to the man and said, "I want you to make them suffer." The present Minato was now sweating bullets. After his Hiraishin kunao had been deflected, he had dropped down in front of his former student, Kakashi Hatake, and an Umbu captain, Yujao Uzuki. He ducked his head and hurried back to his office. "Tear them apart, limb from limb, and even if you have to kill one of them, I don't care, as long as someone is left to be worth anything to Konoha." The Sunin couldn't help but ask as he crossed his arms, watching his younger friend grab the girl twin by her hair and pull her up. The little girl squirmed and screamed, clawing for her brother's hand, but Naruto was still dazed from the slap, blindly trying to hold onto a familiar hand. "Why do you want them for Konoha so badly?" The man easily carried the girl up, looked into her tear-filled, frantic, terrified eyes, and said with a wicked smile, "When I finished using them in Konoha, I can sell them off, whether as a whole or piece. Buy. Piece." The Sunin pursed his lips in thought and slowly nodded. The organ trade is fairly lucrative. The Hokage was now hurriedly trying to push through the slowly growing crowd of people who had come out of their houses. He stopped when a little girl, about his twin's age in the video, refused to leave the road, looking up at the blonde leader with wide eyes. Her deep purple eyes shifted from the real Minato to the one in the video, yelling at his own child with spit flying from his mouth and sanity almost gone, and then back to the present Minato. The man couldn't meet the girl's eyes as she slowly furrowed her eyes, limply allowing her mother to drag her out of the way. The fourth Hokage disappeared in a flash of yellow and then reappeared in his office. "Break their minds, destroy their bodies," Video Minato screamed into the panicking girl's face as she tried to struggle out of his iron grip. "I don't care what you do. I want them to suffer the pain they caused me." He dropped the girl, and she crumpled to her knees, sobbing as she grabbed her head, feeling a dull throbbing pain. The man added a parting kick before finally turning back to Orochimaru, who continued to watch with an amused, interested smirk. The fourth Hokage rigidly straightened his white cloak with red flames and sniffed. "I hope you know what I mean, Orokai." "Oh, believe me, old friend," the man began, looking down as Naruto crawled over to his crying sister, nursing his swollen cheek. Naruto felt around the ground and caught the girl's red dress in his hands, using that to guide him closer. He struggled to open his eyes. The crowd gasped in horror again as they saw his right eye was red with blood from the slap and his left was slightly bloodshot. He huffed and hugged Naruto, placing his head on her shoulder and slowly dragging his fingers through her scalp to help soothe the pain. The children sobbed together. Orochimaru laughed darkly. "I know exactly what to do to them." The video froze and cracked for a few seconds after that, before it righted and turned to the twins. Naruto had his chin perched on his sister's shoulder, glaring hate and death through his purple eyes into the camera. The hate was so palpable and tangible that each person in Konoha felt a terrible chill run up their spines. The boy held the gaze without quivering, only having tears track down his face. Then the video shuddered and cracked, zooming into the boy's face. The image froze then and crackled again, flashing a clearer image of the same boy but older, then back to the child. The image fizzled, and then half of the child's face turned to the older version of him, a stoic expression but with his godly Rinnegan glowing with intention. Then it changed back. The people of Konoha almost fell back when the image finally stopped crackling, flicking onto the older Naruto's face. The king looked out of the video with his face clean of emotion, his black with red Rinnegan eyes still as he stared out of the screen. Then a small smirk twitched up on his face, and all the screens, from the cinema blimps to every single television in Fire Country, went off. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Minato fell onto his knees as he saw Jiraiya's head sitting on his desk. 1:20 p.m. The throne room, the royal Sukai Palace, the Sukai Kingdom. Naruto reclined on his throne as all his division heads marched into his throne room. His sister stood beside the throne at attention, already acting as a Sukai Kingdom soldier. The 16-year-old king's godly eyes flicked to each division head as they dropped to their right knees, hands on their hearts, bowing their heads to their master. Naruto placed her hands behind her back and tilted her chin up, her face matching her brother's, devoid of expression. The time has come, Naruto began, and the division heads nodded. The palace guards stood at the walls, hands on their hearts, raptly paying attention to every word their king uttered. Everything we have been training for, preparing for, has finally arrived. He faced Indra, head of his frontline soldiers. Are my soldiers ready? Yes, my lord. All your soldiers are primed and ready to fight for you. The medical division? Fully equipped and properly trained in the medical arts, Karen, head of the medical division, promptly answered. My scouts, hunters, inventors? Ready, my king, Nora, Mora, and Nirvana politely replied. Then we shall begin, Naruto said, standing. Naruto dropped to her right knee, and Naruto tried to ignore it, only looking over his shoulder at her with a small frown. The plan is to start in Kumo and chill the southern borders of the continent and march on the rest of the continent. He snapped his fingers, and Hamato, head of his intelligence and interrogation division, rose with the other heads and marched to Naruto, removing a map from his palm and placing it on a stand the replacement head made set up. A metal pointer dropped into Naruto's hand, and he snapped it to the map of the continent, indicating Kumo and Chill, as well as sweeping the pointer over 4 other southern continent border nations. He moved it down in a partly clockwise direction that slowly wound down to the somewhat middle, where Konoha sat. We work our way around in one clean sweep. I want Konoha to see the other nations and other villages crumble around them, no allies to run to and no hope in sight, before we march in and deal with them. The countries that had already been conquered and those that signed the agreement scroll were exempt from the destruction, but the point was to display their military might before them, his way of showing them that they made the right decision. The rest of the continent that didn't sign, more than half of it, was going to be another story entirely. The division heads nodded in understanding and shouted, "Yes, sir." Naruto handed the pointer to the maid, who delicately held it with both hands, sliding back to the left side of his throne and lowering her head to look at the ground. Naruto placed his hands behind his back and said, I am the one that dictates protocol on how things are to be done for uncooperative countries and villages. He waited, and Nora bowed and said, without question, my lord Naruto, I and my sister have selected the countries that may or may not be too much of a hassle taking over. He then added, this is not to say we cannot easily bring them to their knees, I am saying that if the shinobi aren't worth the trouble, then I give permission to destroy them. All of them? Nirvana couldn't help but ask, an evil grin stretching widely across her face. All of them. Just leave some for me. Naruto nodded with his own evil smile. March out now. Sir, yes sir, they roared and saluted. Naruto waved for Indra to stay back, and the frontline head stood in place. Are my sister's exam results ready? Naruto couldn't help but perk up and look at the division head expectantly. I was about to inform you after the meeting, sir. Indra nodded. The head cleaver on the tall man's back gleamed as he unsealed a red file from his platinum-armored wrist. He marched to his king and bowed with it in front of him. Naruto nodded for Naruto to come closer, and she looked at him, asking for permission. The king sighed, not liking how much she wanted to defer to his will, but motioned to the file. She took the file from the man and closed her eyes, breathing deeply and clenching it in tight hands. She felt a gentle hand on her shoulder and was immediately flooded with confidence. She opened the report, and Naruto peeked over her shoulder, smiling a little. Congratulations, sis. The girl schemed through the detailed report of all 5 sections of the exam but finally ended at the bottom where her rank was written in bold, red ink. Silver. She looked at Naruto with furrowed eyes, smiling at his smile and guessing that the result was good. He saw the question in her eyes and explained, a silver rank has no equivalent to grounder ranks, copper is special jonin, and bronze is jonin, but the closest we can say to compare it to grounder ranks is about low to mid kage. Gold was high kage, and platinum was sunin. Obsidian rank didn't have any mortal equivalent. She bit her bottom lip in excitement and happily hopped in place. Naruto closed his eyes and chuckled. See? I told you were strong. When do I start, bro? Naruto's smile dropped, and he sighed again. When do you want to start? Right now. The king looked at Indra, and the head of division spoke. You will need to be taught standard procedure for Sukai soldiers for every possible situation. You need to be placed in a division and in a squad, shown standard form when in a group, and the proper way to address a superior in rank. Your armor will be given to you when your division has been determined. Determine it now, Naruto ordered with narrowed eyes, and Indra bowed. She is a very skilled tracker, one of the best I've ever seen in a human being, even by Tsukai standards. Her endurance is truly admirable, her stealth skills can be improved on with time, but she has displayed good retentive memory, so I don't doubt she will be able to remember what she will be taught. She is in good physical form, and her taijutsu is remarkably high, but any other jutsu is very low. The man hummed in thought. The king crossed his arms and waited, while Naruto nervously looked at her brother. She will fit well in 3 division departments, taijutsu specialists in frontline, retriever in scout and retrieval, and hunter ninja in hunter ninja division. He looked at the girl and asked, "It is not against procedure to ask which division you wish to join out of the named 3. The girl chewed her lip, still looking at her brother, who didn't look back at her. Indra bowed to Naruto and muttered, "I will give you some time to decide." He was speaking to Naruto, but he showed his respect to Naruto. The king was stoically staring at the division head with his Rinnegan eyes slowly glowing with power. The man rushed out of the palace. Before the king could decide whether or not to vent his dark mood by crushing the man into a bloody paste, Naruto rounded in front of him and grabbed his shoulders, her eyes soft and pleading. "Bro?" Naruto frowned. "You really want to be a soldier, huh?" She nodded quickly, her hands tightening on his shoulders. Naruto stared at her for a few long minutes before his shoulders weakly dropped and he groaned, tilting his head back with his eyes closed. "Why do you have to be so stubborn, sis?" The girl smirked. "I was born that way." Naruto scoffed and rubbed his forehead to soothe the dull ache that was rising. I know. He exhaled and asked, "What about killing father? We were supposed to do that together." The girl rubbed his shoulders to ease the tension, smiling gently. "You said we would circle around the continent before we end up in Konoha. I can always catch up to you before we enter the village." "Fine," Naruto groused. "What division are you going to choose?" "That's easy," Naruto replied, flinging her arm over Naruto's shoulder as he began walking to the massive doors leading out of the palace. The guards opened the doors, and the girl whispered with a fierce grin, "I want to be a hunter." Naruto stuffed his hands into his overcoat pockets and rolled his eyes. The Tsukai General Hospital, the King Street, the Tsukai Kingdom. The world used to be a mix of different, scary colors, all pooled together in a massive, endless canvas that refused to leave her sight. The canvas moved and warped with life, indicating its reality, speaking harsh words to her, and telling her that if she weren't special, they would have drugged her to sleep until she died. Piece by piece, she was losing herself. 16 years of singing a single song, and now she was forgetting it. That's what truly terrified her, the children she'd left alone in her madness, she was forgetting them. Just days ago, her world had been a vibrant canvas of wild colors, a kaleidoscope of sights, sounds, and smells. Now, all she saw was a stark white ceiling. Kushina moaned, her throat parched as she licked her lips. A straw touched her lips, and she gratefully sighed, drawing in the smooth, cool water, relishing it as it quenched her thirst. After a few more sips, she released the straw, sinking back into the ridiculously comfortable bed. Her slender fingers twitched, instinctively clawing at the soft white blankets, trying to mount a defense, but she was still too weak to do anything. Her bright purple eyes darted frantically, quivering as they tried to pierce beyond the ceiling and survey the room, yet her weakness held her captive, much to her deep frustration. She looked down as a stethoscope was placed on her heart, then removed. "All the restraints have been addressed and removed, my lord." "She's responding positively to the medicine," a light, squeaky voice said from beyond her view. "You've done well, Magi," a slightly deeper voice congratulated her. Kushina's sensory abilities, refusing to abandon her, felt thick waves of pride radiating from the speaker, as if they regarded their lord as a god. No matter how hard she concentrated, she couldn't sense the lord or their emotions. "You will lead the forces advancing through Kumo." "I'll go station my division now, sir," Magi quickly replied with a sharp salute, rushing from the room before her emotions could overwhelm her. "Nice girl," a smooth, almost mature feminine voice commented with a hint of sarcasm. Kushina sensed jealousy from the new speaker. "She's an effective kunoichi, and I trust her most with Fuinjutsu," the lord's voice rumbled deeply. "More than me, come on, sis, you know what I mean." The lord then addressed the doctor. "How is she doing, Karen?" The next voice sounded more mature than the previous female who had left, but not as much as the one bantering with the lord. Kushina felt intense jealousy and a strong desire to impress her lord throbbing from this new girl. "She's still a bit weak, but being in Uzumaki, she'll recover." A quick flash of pride and gloating followed, but Kushina heard no other voice, assuming the lord had smiled or looked approvingly at the doctor. "However, I regret to say her chakra network won't properly function again. This is because her restraints in the Kyuubi were directly connected to her chakra system, like with all tailed beast sealing methods, so when the Kyuubi was extracted and the restraints broken, her chakra network was fractured beyond repair." The doctor, Karen, hurriedly, frantically added when the lord hummed in thought. "My lord, I'm truly sorry, but I tried my absolute best to fix her network." It's fine. You've done exceptionally well caring for our mother." Our mother, Kushina thought, her eyes wide. She tried to move her stiff neck again. Naruto? Naruto, her heart monitor beeped wildly. A gentle hand settled on her forehead, and she sighed, relaxing as soothing medical ninjutsu flowed over her body. By civilian standards, how strong is she? The other girl asked. Karen removed her hand, much to the red-haired mother's disappointment, and replied with a barely suppressed hint of jealousy. By shinobi standards, she's mid-genin. Her chakra might be erratic, but she's still in good physical form, though it's declined a bit after Konoha neglected her, but still primed. The two girls growled under their breath. Alright, thank you for everything, Karen. Anything for you, my lord. She drew out the last word, licking her lips and making sure to brush her arm against Naruto's before leaving the room. Naruto didn't look at his sister as he approached the bed. Anger slowly consumed him for the girl. Did you sleep with her? Oh. Naruto stood beside the woman's bed, looking down at her stoically. Naruto placed her fists on her hips and glared. Well, the king didn't want to admit he'd slept with the doctor on numerous occasions, far too many to count. He turned around, offering a shaky smile. Sis, Naruto silently glared at her brother, clearly angry. I promise, we'll talk about it, but not now. She huffed, crossing to the other side of the bed, her arms folded, and tilted her head down to look at her mother. Naruto grunted lowly and looked down as well, mildly suspecting he'd be sleeping on the couch for a very long time. Jerk, his sister spat without looking at him, and his shoulders sagged, confirming his suspicion. Naruto's eyes glowed, and the neck brace that held the woman's head still loosened, allowing her to turn to him with wide, frightened eyes. Mother. Naruto, she sobbed, trying to reach for her child, but the king placed his hand over hers, gently pushing it back onto the bed. You're still too weak. Even though his Rinnegan instilled fear in the former Kunoichi's heart and his face was as blank and pale as a sheet of paper, she saw the corners of his eyes curve up for the briefest of moments. You have questions, he assumed. The woman closed her eyes, her forehead wrinkling. I don't know. She opened her eyes and turned to the other person beside her bed. A teenage girl with kind, warm purple eyes and a soft smile looked back at her. She looked so much like her, it was as if she were looking at her past self. The girl placed her left hand on Kushina's other hand, gently stroking the back with her thumb. There's no need to rush. The woman turned her eyes to the boy, then to the girl, repeating the movement a few times before settling on looking into the girl's eyes. The Lord's dark Rinnegan eyes scared her. She could see it in their eyes, she could feel the emotion running through the girl. They could kill her without a second thought. No hesitation whatsoever. Even the kind-eyed girl holding her hand, soothingly rubbing it. Kushina felt a deep-seated mistrust grow within her, behind that glowing smile. The twins, they didn't trust her. Tears started to pour as the wave of emotions crashed down on her. I'm sorry, she cried, looking at the murderous girl with pleading purple eyes. I'm so sorry. Why are you sorry, mother? Naruto asked with his own deceptively innocent smile, perfectly mirroring his twin sister's look. I left you two to suffer in Konoha. She wailed, her body shaking with tears. You both shared Kuwabai, and I left you alone. She looked to Naruto and wept. I am so sorry. Naruto smiled sweetly and cocked her head to the side. Her brother unconsciously mirrored the action, making them both look like the stereotypical creepy twins Kushina had seen in spring production movies. Do you love us, mother? Naruto asked in a low voice. A sharp mental flashback occurred to when Naruto had asked his godfather a similar question 7 years ago, just before he killed him. Those were nice memories. Naruto beamed, and his eyes curved up even more, giving him a horrifying smile that would haunt anyone else, but in Kushina's dazed state, she didn't fully register it. He wanted to recreate those nice memories, but he stilled his hand. Kushina whimpered and closed her eyes. Yes, I love both of you. Naruto paused, his eyes searching hers as they flipped open. They shared a silent look, mother and son, before he nodded. I believe you. Naruto looked up at him. Are you sure? She used to be a ninja, they're taught how to lie. Naruto pointed at his eyes with his left pointer and middle finger, then to the side of his head with a right-hand gun gesture, and finally placed his right pointer finger on his lips. A secret, twin message passed. His eyes didn't need to summon the king of hell to see into minds, but she should keep that part between them. Naruto nodded and gave the woman a genuine smile. For your sake, I hope you're telling the truth. She patted the woman's hand and crossed her arms. What are we going to do with her, bro? She's going to watch the video, Naruto simply said, and the door opened. His replacement personal combat mate entered, rolling a sleek black television in front of her. She stopped at the foot of the Uzumaki's hospital bed and tapped the power button. Naruto motioned for his sister to leave, and he walked out as well. The maid closed the door behind them and dutifully stood behind her king. And now, to the global invasion. 20 yards from the border of Wind Country, the deserts of Tsunagakur. Tsunagakur no Sato. Two redheads ran through the desert, lightly huffing with effort as they powered over the sand, their heads lowered and eyes narrowed in concentration. The younger, shorter redhead squinted, catching sight of a stone country sentry post. She signaled to the older redhead, and the woman, the soul of the Kyuubi, nodded without looking at her. The duo separated. Teiwaya skidded on the sand, which was steadily becoming solid earth, and hid behind a small rise that couldn't even pass as a hill. She hopped on top and, contrary to normal for sniper spies, reached over her right shoulder with both hands, pulling down the long, cylindrical black bag containing her weapon of choice. She perched the bag on her shoulder and immediately dropped onto her belly as a senbon whizzed over her head. The bag melted off her sniper rifle, and the nozzle glowed an angry red as she peered into the scope. Teiwaya pulled the trigger, masterfully holding strong as the gun recoiled powerfully. The senbon bullet launched from the gun and cracked between a shinobi's eyes, passing out of his head and slamming into the shoulder of another ninja. Just then, Shinekora clambered up the post and leaped into the box where the ninjas stood. She ducked under a wild slash aimed at her throat and thrust her left hand toward her attacker. A blood-red tanto shot out from her sleeve, impaling him in his heart. She dragged him back by the coal-black chain and swung him around to smash into a kunoichi who was sneaking to the main console to alarm the other sentry posts and the entire country. The Kyuubi's soul flicked her wrist, and her weapon slid back into her sleeve. She looked out of the sentry post, catching the bright sun twinkle on glass. She furrowed her eyebrows, searched for the sniper, and snorted when she didn't find her. She waved it off and pressed her white earbud. "I've secured the Stone Country South sentry post." "Well, no shit," was the snarky response. Teiwaya grunted and tapped her ear. "Patch me over to Few." "Patching you over," the intelligence division transponder muttered and connected the sniper to the samurai. "This is Few," the holder of the seven tails diligently replied as she slipped into a spring country bar. More than a few patrons saw her enter and narrowed their eyes, obviously recognizing her as an Iron Country samurai from her posture, the regal way her eyes skipped over people, and her katana. She sat down and ordered sake. "Have you heard the news? Lord Naruto has declared the invasion is to start." "I've heard, but I'm in spring at the moment. I asked Sasori to accompany me to Iron Country," the samurai subtly whispered as she took a delicate sip of her sake. "He told me he'd be here in a few minutes." "Is that so? Would you mind if me and Korra dropped by and helped out?" For once, she wasn't cursing, mainly because Few was on a short list of people the girl respected. "Last time we spoke, you said you and Shinekora were handling Stone Country, the country that closely bordered Earth Country from the south." "I know what I said," Teiwaya replied and stopped as she saw several white-masked men and women in silver armor drop from the sky in small gusts of wind under their iron-armored feet and land on the ground, protected from the scorching desert sand by their red and black clothing and their armor. More Sukai soldiers appeared beside the sniper, and the red-haired girl signaled to him when she saw he was wearing gold rank armor, telling him the sentry was cleared. The man nodded and whispered orders into his ear. The hunters flooded past them, roughly 200 of them, but didn't enter the country. Instead, they schemed the edges, picking off sentries and ninjas who lingered around. Their job was to handle the sentries and ninjas there, while 10 computer technicians of the intelligence division jumped out from the sand, flanked by 2 hunters, and hacked into the sentry post, canceling radio communication. "Teo, what's going on over there?" Few wondered aloud. She was hearing light wind blowing from her receiver, and if she hadn't properly trained herself, she wouldn't have distinguished stealthy footfalls on sand. "Reinforcements have arrived," the girl said and swiftly shot forward, slinging her gun back over her shoulder. The weapon immediately rippled and was covered by the long, black bag. Shinekora hopped down and ran beside her. The combat mate beamed at the hunters and waved at them. The gold-rank captain, one of 4 to command 50 of the hunters, waved back. She recognized the man as the warhammer-wielding maniac, Gore. "Sometimes I wonder why hunters are so organized. They're trained to work separately, but look at them," Shinekora said as she pointed at 2 white-masked hunters taking down a stone shinobi with tandem strikes. "Grounder hunters are trained to work separately, you filthy piece of shit fox. These are hunters of the Sakai Kingdom, they are way different," Teiwaya said sharply. "But spies are cooler than hunters." Shinekora rolled her eyes. Sure. We'll meet up with you in Iron Country, Few." Teiwaya, out. Hundreds of miles above hot water country. Naruto stomped to the back of the retrieval vehicle, walking past several seated bronze ranks who hurriedly bowed their heads as he passed them. Nirvana and his personal maid marched behind him. He punched a big red button on the right side of the back of the truck, and the door slowly swung down, opening. Strong wind began blowing on him, and Naruto easily fastened his obsidian boots to the ground with chakra. The head inventor did so as well. The king's black overcoat flapped with the heavy wind, and he leaned out, looking down at the country. His intelligence division had reported that the weather in the country was going to be very windy and chilly, meaning more patrons in the hot springs and more visitors from other nations. His Rinnegan eyes flashed, and he looked over to his subordinate, furrowing his eyes when he saw the combat mate standing behind the division head, holding a camera and recording their king, watching how his coat thrashed in the wind and his blood-red hair swayed. The woman, who was not completely human, stood her ground even with the fast winds blowing into the flying truck, holding up the forearm-length camera and looking into the eye-hole. What are you doing, Saibugu? I wish to document your every move during this invasion, my lord Naruto, the purple-haired half-human, half-robot replied, instinctively bowing her head as she spoke to her king. Your participation in such a monumental event must be recorded so that future generations may watch it and witness the might of the greatest king who ever lived. He looked at his head of division. The rainbow-haired lizard woman nodded, agreeing with the combat maid. The king closed his eyes and breathed. Is that really what you want to do with the footage? He raised an eyebrow, and the cyborg's cheeks flashed red, then returned to normal. His eyes saw the increase in Nirvana's pulse. Aha, of course. He was just glad his sister wasn't with him at the moment. As soon as Naruto collected her silver rank armor, she reported to her division head. At the moment, she was in frigid country to take over the sentries, but not violently. Since the whole country and hidden village had signed the agreement scroll, they were partly exempted. The kingdom simply had to align Frigid with them and show their military might, not necessarily kill, unless attacked. Naruto looked back out and leaned over, placing his left hand on the wall to keep him steady. I don't want to see this on the kingdom's network. The women nodded, and the maid shuffled closer, though still giving Naruto enough space. An entire hidden village dedicated to hot springs, Naruto said with an offended snort, turning to Nora and Saibugu and continuing. No wonder one of their own went crazy. There's an abundance of natural gas underneath the village, and the only way they think of using it is by building hot springs. What a waste. What will you do, my lord Naruto? The usually silent Saibugu couldn't help but ask from behind her camera. First, the king turned around and faced the 80 bronze ranks seated in the hovering retrieval vehicle. Is everyone ready? The bronze-ranked inventors roared in reply, pumping their fists in the air. Yes, sir. I can't hear you, the red-haired king yelled, walking to the center of the back of the truck and glaring ferociously at the sea of bronze ranks. The junior inventor soldiers lost their minds, stomping their feet. Yes, sir. Naruto grinned widely and shouted, see you at the bottom, and the king backflipped out of the flying vehicle. Author's note. Woof, well, that's done. What do you think? I got a review that they'd be interested in finding out the plot of my Harry Potter and Naruto crossover, and I've been on the fence about whether or not to post it here, but whatever. Here's a small peek into that crossover. It's a flashback that would connect to the main story. Naruto, who had renounced his surname when he helped kill his parents and joined Lord Sasuke, battled with Lord Sasuke purely with magic for an hour. Sasuke bared his blood-painted teeth in a feral growl and pushed his forehead against the wand that pointed at it, looking up with one bloodshot eye into cool blue eyes. His arms hung limply at his sides, the bones broken, and his dragon heartstrings with dark wood wand lay broken on the ground before him in 4 equal pieces. The former lord panted like a cornered animal, blood dribbled down the sides of his mouth, and his fingers twitched. Meanwhile, Naruto's hand remained steady, pointing his thestral mane and midnight Halloween tree wand. His eyes glazed over with tears, but his jaw was tight, clamped shut as he glared back into the eye of his former best friend. Do it, idiot! Sasuke grunted fiercely as he pushed harder on the tip of the wand, feeling the burning power as the wand yearned to turn him into a pile of ashes. Kill me, like we killed your parents. A stray tear crept down Naruto's pale face as the memory came to him, his father's face twisted in pure, unfiltered rage as Naruto banished his wand, allowing Sasuke to slam a killing curse on the older man's chest. His breath shuddered as he remembered how his mother simply turned to him on her chair, which was facing the fireplace, as he entered the room, covered in the blood of their guards. The woman looked at him and smiled serenely, her face glowing with pride. If you must. I love you, my son. And he blasted a killing curse strong enough to lift her off the chair and throw her into the roaring fire in the fireplace. Sasuke was beaten. His arms were broken, his magic was depleted to the very last drop, and his followers were being rounded up to the very last person. He did not want to face justice for all his crimes. The fire pit, magical Japan's most infamous prison, was in smolders because he had blown it up and freed those who wanted to follow him, killing those who didn't. Naruto charged, seizing a discarded tanto from a fallen body. The ninjas, a force of over 30 Chunin and Jounin, momentarily regained their nerve, realizing they faced a single opponent, and surged forward with weapons and fists. The king's grin became a smirk as he slashed into the first ninja, skidding to a halt before delivering a powerful kick to another shinobi's torso, sending him flying into 3 comrades. He agilely leaped backward, burying his smoking weapon into a kunoichi's head, then dropped behind her, kneeing her back and propelling her into her allies. Naruto twirled his sword, observing the wary ninjas surrounding him, humming softly as his wild hair partially obscured his eyes. He nodded, gripping his weapon tightly, crossing it behind him in a reverse grip and bending his knees into a ready stance, a position he taught Satoshi, his head of rescue and support, for his bow staff. The king's smirk widened, and his dark eyes narrowed. The surrounding fires and explosions ceased, and billowing smoke warbled as Naruto's outer path activated, granting him preternatural vision. Dust motes hung frozen in the air. Even the manifested 9 tails stood still. Naruto's eyes swept over the 25 ninjas before him, finally settling on the man directly in front. The ground fractured as he lunged, kneeing the man's face. He twisted in the air, smashing his feet into the now dead man's chest, launching him across the circle. His blade descended, severing a man's shoulder to his heart, the organ tearing free and striking a kunoichi's face. Naruto then held the katana in a reverse grip before him, grasping his elbow with his other hand, and bent his knees again. The Rinnegan king vanished in a surge of fire. The world resumed motion. The king stood in the center, sheathing his sword. The How water ninjas coughed blood, collapsing to their knees, then falling face down with thin slits across their necks and hearts. Naruto rested the blade on his right shoulder, tapped his ear, and said, "Patch me over to Division Head Nirvana." "Patching you over, sir," the soldier stammered, quickly connecting the king. "Nirvana here, my lord. Clean this place up and start pumping as soon as possible. Transport as many tankers of natural gas back to the kingdom until the ground is dry and can't give anymore." "Understood, sir, I will start immediately," the 19-year-old girl replied, signaling 10 squads of bronze ranks to follow her into the country. They ascended with whirring propulsion fans beneath their boots, converging on the main gas pumping sites. She ordered more soldiers to the 5 other locations to construct their siphoning engine to extract gas into tanks. Finally, she requested a container retrieval vehicle, designed for explosive liquids. The gas would be refined and connected to the kingdom's gas line, which supplied homes. Some houses now use solar energy, with more people transitioning, so the gas wasn't needed for individual generators. When inventors and intelligence operatives found a more efficient resource for cooking and other uses, gas would be converted into a different material. Back with Naruto, the king discarded the katana and walked among the dead. Hands in his overcoat pockets, he kicked aside a smoking corpse blocking his path. He approached a group of bronze ranks, who dutifully knelt, bowed their heads, and placed hands on their hearts. "At ease," Naruto said, and they rose. He smiled back at their excited faces. He continued walking until he crossed the border, where bronze soldiers were finishing off stragglers. They knelt in respect, and the king waved them up. He surveyed their work, chuckling as they bustled to clean up the bodies. "Are there any injured?" "None, sir. We're just taking down the hot springs and looting the money," a bronze rank said with a salute. Despite no silver or gold rank, this soldier was appointed to lead their squad of 5 inventors. Naruto nodded as he passed them. "Have fun." The king strolled to the hot spring at the village's far end, near the northern entry. The place was wrecked, the roof caved in, walls charred black. He turned, observing the kneeling Kyuubi in the distance, which sputtered and vanished in a mild fiery gust. Naruto silently nodded, his armored hands deeper in his overcoat pockets. His eyes briefly glowed, and the broken wooden door to the hot spring opened. He entered, closing the door behind him, and passed the empty reception area, idly appreciating the remaining decor. Naruto approached the reception desk, peering over, pursing his lips when he found no one, just a blood-dripping fall and a headless body. He hummed, narrowing his eyes. "I could have sworn," he muttered, shrugging. A thick black book flew into his hand. He scanned the list of private hot springs, his black armored fingers tracing the booked ones. The place was devoid of life, blood splattered behind the reception chair where the body lay. He tapped the last unbooked private spring, memorized the number, tossed the book aside, and walked steadily to the building's end. He reached the room. A mental command exploded the lock inwards. He nudged the door open with his left toe and swung it shut behind him with a slight backward kick, hands still in his pockets. He surveyed the partly pristine spring, clean, sparkling, warm water bubbling in the tiled basin, a towel rack to his immediate right by the door. The light glowed softly, insulated from splashed water. Walls were tiled baby blue and soft purple for a relaxing atmosphere. Naruto nodded, finding no bodies or blood, only a cracked wall and a soot-darkened roof corner. He had chosen a room likely free of corpses. He removed his right hand from his pocket and tapped his earbud. "Patch me over to Naruto." "Patching you over, my lord." A brief static buzz connected Naruto to his sister. "Yo bro, I mean, my lord, Naruto." Naruto sensed her saluting and sighed. "How is Chill?" He tried to steer away from her deference. The girl, in frigid country, hidden Chill, sniffed behind her plain white mask, sitting atop the main communications building, gazing sadly at the snow-covered hidden village. "Boring as hell. Why did you let me come here? You're the one who wanted to be a soldier. New soldiers, regardless of rank, get slow missions before better ones." Naruto chuckled at her pitiful groan. "Try and have fun over there, sis." "Well, I can't have fun here because everyone is so damn afraid of us." She crossed her legs, nodding as a silver rank landed beside her and leaped off, wind propelling him to another building. "They don't want anything to do with us." She huffed, arms crossed sourly. "Why can't we just kill everyone and move on to the next village?" "Because I want to keep my word. Besides, after this is done and father is dead, there's still a global fighting tournament. The more nations we have fighting, the more entertaining it will be." He smiled in amusement, turning to walk backward onto the hot water, balancing on it. "How about this? Any loser nation will be exterminated, and you, dear sister, will oversee said extermination. Does that make you happy? The girl perked up, her smile radiating from under her mask. Very happy. Thank you, bro. I mean, my lord Naruto. I really need to get used to saying it. Please, don't say it, Naruto pleaded, patiently awaiting her reply. A wistful sigh came from her end. She secured her waist-length red ponytails, waving at a silver rank medic who passed her, dropping to the ground and zipping to another communications tower. Fine. Her bright purple eyes reflected from her mask's eyeholes. She tracked a chill shinobi stalking up the building towards her. The villagers hid in their homes, leaving streets empty. The ninja walked past her. She ignored him as he entered the building. Her silver armor, like all full-body armor from the kingdom, was indestructible, as were her skin and bones. If he attacked her from behind, he'd be at a disadvantage. Plus, if he was overzealous and attacked her hunter-ninja comrades inside, he would be summarily dealt with. She dismissed him from her mind, resuming her conversation with her brother. Tell me again why you want Minato Jr. in the kingdom. He's father's child, and he hates him as much as we do, from what Sasori's investigation gathered. The bad thing is, he looks so much like father. His fists clenched, jaw tightening. Naruto did the same in chill. I don't want that kid anywhere near me. A small bump then came from below her, like the building coughed, but she ignored it. I want to say the same thing, but I can't. His senses flared. The king slowly turned on the warm, bubbling spring, meeting a pair of small, yellow eyes on a slight bulge in the tiled wall. I have to go. Naruto felt a tap on her shoulder. She looked up, frowning as her eyes met the sky-blue eyes of headhunter Mora. He jerked his left thumb over his shoulder. She looked behind him, cocking her head when she saw the same chill shinobi on his knees, bound in tight ninja wire. His flak jacket was slashed open to reveal rows of dead explosive tags, a suicide vest on a suicide bomber, and the silver-ranked redhead had let him pass her. Shit, damn it, she cursed, unknowingly into her earpiece. Naruto furrowed his brow in worry. The girl hurriedly stood. I'll talk to you later. Naruto, out. The line went dead. Naruto put his hands back into his overcoat pockets, raising an eyebrow at the eyes. Then it clicked. Ah, you must be, Zetsu, the king said, snapping his fingers and returning his hand to his pocket. I've heard a lot about you. The plant man remained silent for a few moments before fully sliding out of the wall, standing on the water in his Akatsuki cloak. Naruto quickly assessed him, noting his half-white, half-black face, topped with a large Venus flytrap. You are the king of the Tsukai kingdom. Naruto shrugged with a slanted smile. Apparently I am. The plant man began circling Naruto, who stood still. It's hard not to be offended when I look at you, King Naruto. His voice warped from light-hearted and playful to deep and demonic. Naruto turned his neck to face Zetsu, his black Rinnegan with red rings tracking the creature. And why is that? Zetsu stopped before Naruto again. For one so young, to hold a power great enough to bend the heavens and destroy the earth. Zetsu's head slowly tilted left, yellow eyes narrowing. To command an army that would leap into the jaws of death if it will please you, to wield respect and to instill fear into the hearts of even the most battle-hardened human and non-human. Naruto shrugged again. I am what they pushed me to be. Zetsu scoffed and nodded. I guess you're right. If your father had not cast you and your sister away, if your sister had not been killed. Zetsu spread his arms, emphasizing the destruction in the once peaceful hot spring. All of this wouldn't have happened. Naruto smirked faintly, standing silently, staring at Zetsu with his godly eyes. Why are you here, Zetsu? Why have you been following me? Ever since he had dropped from the flying vehicle, he had sensed the plant man tailing him. It wasn't difficult for a high sensor like him. And why aren't you dead? He recalled assigning Nagato and Konan to handle Zetsu, but he didn't blame them. They had described Zetsu as slippery. Zetsu, in turn, surveyed Naruto, his red shirt with gold-inked Sky King across the torso, ninja-grade black pants, the black overcoat barely touching the water, and finally, the impenetrable black armor covering his entire body except his head. Zetsu bowed his head. I am here to formally request to join your forces. Is that right? Naruto said, and the plant man suppressed irritation at the amusement in the teen's voice. And what can you possibly do for me that I don't have someone who does it better? I'm a skilled scout and an expert in infiltration. There is no space I cannot fit through and no information I cannot acquire. I have roughly 6,000 spies under my command who were able to acquire enough information to basically make my kingdom immune to grounder techniques and tactics, and this happened under your nose for the past 7 years. The king emphasized the long period, gesturing to Zetsu. Being a spy doesn't only include acquiring information when formally ordered, Naruto air-quoted, shoving his hands back into his pockets. Staying vigilant behind enemy forces, keeping your ears to the ground, your eyes wide open, and recording everything you see. Try again. Why would I require your services? I have existed for well over 500 years. I have knowledge of techniques, strategies, jutsu, and information from times better than the present. Then I can simply absorb your memories and take all that for myself. Naruto began walking toward Zetsu, who instinctively backed away. After 3 steps, his entire body locked up, lifted off the ground, and remained suspended as the Rinnegan King approached. It is much easier to kill you, Zetsu. No. Naruto placed a finger over his lips and shook his head. An invisible pair of hands covered the creature's face, muffling his voice. I don't have the time to humor you anymore, Zetsu. He placed his right hand on the creature's head, his eyes darkening with glee. Soul Eater. 00 p.m. Makeshift camps of the bronze-ranked Sakai inventors. Hidden hot springs. Hot water country. As the video concluded, Sakura struck the Yandame's youngest son on the back of his neck. The pink-haired girl sighed, hands on her hips, as Sai stepped forward and heft the unconscious boy onto his shoulder. She rubbed her wrist, Sai doing the same, and their bodies rippled as segmented silver armor, like scales, appeared on their arms and legs. A soft whoosh above them. They looked up to see a standard retrieval vehicle land with a gentle thump, its body shivering off its cloaking illusion. Having used the Konoha populace's panic to conceal its presence, the cinema blimps were still in sight of the village, but the imposing message from the Tsukai King was clear to all. Naruto was returning, and he was displeased. A large group of Leaf Ninjas disbelieved the video, viewing it as an altered recording to discredit their Yandame. However, others, a slightly smaller group, clamored for Minato's blood, surrounding the Hokage Tower, attempting to gain entry but repelled by the cage's guards and loyal shinobi. The truck's rear opened. Hamato Toshi, head of intelligence and interrogation, stomped down and stood aside, silently jerking his head toward the truck and crossing his muscled arms. Sai entered first, dropping his teammate or rather, former teammate onto a seat, strapping him in securely. He had been flown to hot water country, a 4-minute flight if they took their time, which they did, arriving at 2:55 p.m. but were told to keep the boy contained until Naruto finished dealing with his own matters. The king sat in a makeshift command tent, ordering troops to march into Earth Country. The plan was for his scouts and supporter soldiers to cut off all exits from the country, and his frontline soldiers to march steadily, taking key villages and advancing to Uegakur, where they would await his arrival. His next chain of commands concerned Iron Country. Some of his grounder soldiers and spies had requested to join the invasion. He wasn't opposed to the idea, as the soldiers were more than sufficient to handle the samurai country, but the king was particular about strategy. The redhead spent 2 long hours explaining and instructing his subordinates on the best ways to infiltrate Iron Country and subdue the samurai. Naruto ran his fingers through his shaggy hair and exhaled wearily. He then sat up, looking at the light blue and red projections before his makeshift desk. 50 ground-based spies stood in neat rows, all projections. Do you all understand? Sir, yes sir, good. Nagato, he called, and the Rinnegan holder, using his Deva path, nodded upon hearing his name. Since you're the most senior, I want regular reports, preferably hourly if you can. Of course, my lord Naruto. Permission to speak, my lord, Hugh asked, and Naruto waved for her to proceed. Will you be visiting Iron Country anytime soon? There was a low murmur from others behind her who also wanted to ask. Yes, but only after we march on IWA. They seemed satisfied. You are to enter Iron 12 hours after IWA. Understood, sir, yes sir, dismissed. After that, the king had to address the problem his sister had created by shirking her duties. He stood and stretched, popping his shoulders and rolling his neck. He donned his black overcoat, ignoring Saibuga recording his every move, and stood before his desk with arms crossed. Video call to Division Head Mora, he called to Saibugu. The cyborg bowed her head, then looked up at the ceiling. Blue static flickered in her eyes briefly before the headhunter was projected from the light overhead. The white-masked man fell to his knees, bowed his head, and placed his hand over his heart. My lord Naruto. At ease. The man rose to his feet, hands at his sides. Naruto stifled a groan and pinched the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes. What did you say my sister did? She was ordered to secure the roof of Chill's main communications building but allowed a Chill shinobi to pass her. That shinobi wore an explosive tag vest under his Jounin vest. Had a squad of rescue soldiers not been in the building to detect and freeze the explosion, it would have spelled doom for all your soldiers. Rescue soldiers of the Rescue and Support Division specialized in detecting and containing danger before it happened, or rescuing those who could and couldn't be saved if it already occurred. The main requirement for a Tsukai citizen to become a rescue soldier was to be a sensor, high or low. These soldiers also served as firefighters for the kingdom due to their ability to sense and contain danger. Freezing activated explosive tags was difficult, even for a rescue soldier, but they had several methods. Support, rescue, medics, and scouts were vital divisions of soldiers included in every military venture, whether a single person or a whole squad. These ninjas were crucial to missions. Naruto rubbed his face and asked, let's start with the bomber. What measures have you taken concerning him? I first requested an interrogation squad from the kingdom to question the bomber and the chill leader, to determine if he acted alone or collaborated with others. Then, as per your orders, I had the intelligence soldiers destroy all communication means, both within and outside the country. Naruto touched the bridge of his nose and nodded, recalling his order to shut down communications. Next, I ordered Silver Rank Naruto to read the Tsukai Forces Procedure and Command Act. This standard procedure book, meticulously crafted by all 10 soldier division heads and approved by Naruto, covered every aspect of a soldier's life and outlined punishments for disobedience. Originally, due to her hurried induction, Naruto had merely schemed the SFPC Act and was slated to memorize its rules after the global invasion. However, Naruto had established a law preventing any soldier from being punished or court-martialed if they were unaware of the guiding laws. This was why the SFPC Act was taught throughout the 4 years of the Tsukai Forces Academy, ensuring no soldier had an excuse for ignorance. Naruto nodded, realizing Naruto couldn't be conventionally court-martialed without full knowledge of the Act's rules. He recalled the punishment for a hunter ninja who failed to keep watch on an important grounder building: 2 months suspension, a temporary rank reduction, probation, and assignment to the Hunter Ninja Division's filing and recording section, where all bounties and missions were logged. That's good. I tried not to be lenient with her, as per your orders, Lord Naruto. You did well. What other punishment will she receive? Border patrol duty for a month, but that will be after the invasion. Very good. Naruto nodded. Tell her I'll speak to her later. Of course, my lord. Naruto then ended the connection. The king sighed and settled into his desk chair. He possessed the undisputed authority to free his sister from any impending punishment, but she had specifically requested his non-interference, asking him only to issue orders as the king. Power in the Tsukai kingdom was highly centralized, all stemming from the 16 Rinnegan king on the throne. His decrees were unquestioned and obeyed precisely, regardless of how harsh they seemed. Thankfully, Naruto's laws thus far had been fair to the people of the Tsukai kingdom. This wasn't to say his people were submissive to any authority, rather, they were submissive and fiercely loyal to the throne, obeying division heads, soldier and civilian, and other delegated leaders solely because Naruto personally appointed them. These individuals held no power unless Naruto granted it, and he only did so when he deemed them deserving. It helped that his people regarded the Rinnegan king as a powerful deity. Such was the Tsukai kingdom's system. Naruto could order his subordinates to instantly promote Naruto to platinum rank, and they would do so without question. Another reason, besides it being a king's order, was their perception of Naruto as a powerful individual, though not as powerful as their king. They held her in higher esteem than even the division ranks. Naruto knew this and had pleaded with her brother, the king, not to elevate her rank. Naruto rubbed his face, then hopped off the desk and exited his tent. He smirked, observing dozens of small campfires scattered around his tent, with bronze ranks gathered, eating rations and sharing stories. His soldiers, still in their red shirts, black pants, bronze shoulder plates, forearm guards, shin guards, and boots, were prepared to defend their king from any attack. The redhead slipped his hands into his pockets, surveying the murmuring soldiers around warm fires. He noticed the retrieval vehicles parked in a row at the far back, in front of the sparse hot water forest, where a few drivers used water jutsu to clean off blood and inventors double-checked engines. Naruto began walking, nodding in response to greetings and offering slight smiles to bronze ranks who shot to their feet and snapped crisp salutes. He maneuvered through the camps, his personal maid trailing behind him, recording his every move. He paused briefly at the last fire, scanning the vehicles. The drivers and inventors lined up beside their respective vehicles and saluted their king. Naruto waved for them to relax with his right hand, his red-ringed Rinnegan eyes still scanning, until he spotted a tall man in platinum rank armor standing submissively beside the leftmost vehicle. Naruto walked to Hamato, head of intelligence and interrogation, and nodded for the man to speak. The retrieval mission to Konoha was successful, Lord Naruto. Naruto smirked at the 2 younger teens kneeling beside Hamato, both silver rank, heads bowed, right hands over their hearts. I can see that, he said to the 13-year-old silver ranks. At ease. They rose, hands behind them, chests puffed out. How was your stay in Konoha? Mildly eventful, sir, Sai answered. Naruto idly nodded, observing them. Sai, were you able to take care of the renegade root ninjas? Yes, sir, but I left Yamato Tenzo, as you ordered. And Kakashi, he's currently occupied keeping assassins from reaching the Yondaime, the black-haired boy stoically stated. I take it the video has split Konoha, Naruto remarked. As you predicted, sir, Hamato replied with a humble bow, followed by the other 2 soldiers. Sakura, he said, and the girl straightened abruptly. Sir, your last report mentioned Tsunade Senju's interest in your training. Yes, sir. She's been giving me pointers on medical ninjutsu and combat training. Hopefully that hasn't interfered with your personal training. Each grounder spy received a training scroll. Sakura and Sai received theirs a year before becoming genin. The girl nodded curtly. Naruto looked past them into the back of the truck. He unconsciously ground his teeth, seeing a boy with large, bright blue eyes silently staring at him. The king rolled his neck, producing a horrific popping sound, and waved for the soldiers to leave him. The division heads and 2 Sukai spies bowed and departed, the silver ranks joining a conversation at a random campfire, and the platinum rank meeting his division head comrade. Naruto stomped up the truck ramp and stood over the heavily restrained boy strapped into a seat. The redhead's jaw tightened powerfully, and his fists cracked inside his pockets as he looked down at the boy. His face was devoid of emotion, but inside, a whirlwind of fiery rage bubbled and spat violently, threatening to spill out and destroy the country. Junior dropped his head, fighting back tears. His almost identical resemblance to his father had once again ruined his first impression. He had hoped his first meeting with his brother, if it ever happened, would be a joyous occasion. Naruto grunted and muttered, "My first instinct is to crush you into non-existence." Minato Jr. remained silent, the only sound being the rhythmic breathing of the 13-year-old Konoha genin. He struggled to keep his heart from shattering. "But I won't," the king said, breathing out heavily and tearing his eyes from the boy's blonde hair. Junior heard feet stomping on the metal floor of the vehicle and a huff of breath as a body sat down beside him. Naruto relaxed into the seat, crossed his ankles, and laced his fingers. He lazily turned his head to Junior, who still had his head down, and said, "My spies report that you resent father." The blonde's head snapped to his older brother, and his eyes widened at Naruto's evil smirk. He mutely bobbed his head. "Will you be willing to kill those he loves?" Naruto asked slowly, his smile growing as darkness flooded his eyes. Junior bobbed his head again. "I will. Before that, your name. I don't like it." "I'll change it, I swear," Junior said hurriedly, his eyes frantic and panicked. Naruto flashed a smirk and waited. "What of?" He trailed off, looking around for clues to a new name, any name. The king noticed his indecision and gestured for the boy to relax. "Take your time." He stood, his eyes briefly glowing, and the straps and seals restraining the boy broke away. The king walked past, and the boy quickly scampered after his big brother. "I want you and your team to kill Kakashi. Can you do that?" He looked over his shoulder as he stomped down the ramp. Killing his father's last student would break Minato even further. The blonde boy, who was for now nameless, nodded. "Yes, Lord Brother." Naruto barely stopped himself from faltering at the title. A snarl flashed across his face, but he quickly erased it. He nodded, letting it slide. "Good. I will have 5 frontline squads and a medic squad accompany you, Sakura, and Sai back to Konoha, but they are only to keep other ninjas away from you 3 while you take care of Kakashi." "Thank you, Lord Brother." Naruto felt rage surge through him at the repeated title but again let it slide. He didn't intend to share his power with his brother, that privilege was only for his twin, but it seemed Naruto intentionally wanted to avoid being queen. He would give the boy the option to either join his Sukai force or he would allocate an apartment in the kingdom for him to live in with their mother. He didn't have the same connection with the boy as he did with his sister, not even a little, but a part of his mind kept whispering that he couldn't, for the life of him, blame the boy for looking like their father or even being their father's son. It would definitely take time to get past seeing his father's face reflected in his brother's, and especially being called Lord Brother. "Do not disappoint me. I swear on my life." An hour before sunrise the next day, Naruto stationed frontline soldiers and a few inventors in hot water to finalize the natural gas drain before moving others to different nations, while he flew in a retrieval vehicle to Uegakure. Stone Country. A retrieval vehicle landed a mile before the main entrance to Earth Country, Stone Country. The large back door lowered, and black metal boots stomped down the ramp. The owner of the boots stopped at the bottom, surveying the row of gold-ranked frontliners lining the right side and medics the left, extending several feet. At the bottom, hundreds of other silver ranks stood at attention, with gold ranks behind them, and bronze and copper to the sides. Indra, head of frontline soldiers, marched up to Naruto and stopped 10 feet away. He stamped his right foot and sharply saluted the king. Karen marched to Naruto, stopped beside Indra, stamped her right foot, and saluted the kingdom's leader. "Welcome to Stone Country, sir," she said politely. Naruto smirked slightly. He inhaled deeply and released it, savoring the meticulous organization of his soldiers standing rigidly outside the retrieval vehicles. He spotted roughly 150 more vehicles several yards away, neatly rowed and gleaming cleanly. Naruto tucked his hands into his pockets and nodded to his division heads. "It's good to be here, thank you." "Permission to speak, sir," Indra requested. Naruto waved for his soldiers to be at ease. Every soldier, from platinum rank to copper rank, dropped their hands to their sides, tucked them behind their backs, and stood with their legs about 2 feet apart. Normally, for grounder forces, a military leader was never openly saluted, especially by roughly 5,000 soldiers and 2 commanders, division heads. This was to prevent notifying enemy snipers of the head of the snake, making the leader a target. In the kingdom, however, according to the SFPC Act written by the division heads and assented by Naruto, only the king, the overall commander-in-chief, and those directly appointed by him were allowed the honor of being openly acknowledged by such a large force of fully capable soldiers. To prevent enemy snipers from taking potshots at the commander, support soldiers and hunter ninjas were stationed at specific posts for watch. The king nodded, and Indra spoke. Stone Country has been fully suppressed, and their daimyo has been killed. Her aunt has been reinstated as the new daimyo. Any dissenting voices? All silenced. Indra replied without hesitation. Naruto laughed under his breath. That is excellent. Well done. Indra bowed appreciatively. Karen, any casualties? A silver-rank ninjutsu frontliner stepped on a mine in the country's diamond cave, and the tunnels collapsed. Rescue soldiers dug out 20 of them, but one is still in critical condition. Wasn't a scout sent in before they followed? Naruto asked with furrowed eyebrows. No, sir, Karen replied cautiously. They were chasing a stone team and were led into the tunnel. That isn't a good enough excuse, Naruto said with narrowed eyes. Make sure they are well treated. Karen nodded. Naruto looked at Indra, his jaw tight, his hands clenched into fists in his black overcoat pockets. Make sure this doesn't happen again. There is a code, a procedure, and I want it followed. It's why we are superior, and any casualty is only because the code isn't followed to the letter. Indra bowed deeply. I am sincerely sorry, my lord. Good. If enemy ninja or ninjas ran into an unknown subterranean tunnel, the procedure was to send a scouting team ahead to ensure no hidden traps before a frontline team followed. If the scouting team was attacked, the code also covered what would happen. The scouts were all taught fighting styles to hold back the enemy until reinforcements arrived. What is the current status in Earth Country? Indra, among the two division heads, replied. The country is on red alert, the borders have been closed, and security around the Earth Country capital has been increased. The Earth Daimyo is currently residing in a panic room with his family, and that Tsuchikage is preparing to launch an attack on this very camp in 10 minutes. The spies, though holding minor positions in Earth Country capital and Iwagakur, were still somewhat close to their respective leaders. You'd think a man as old as Oniki would be smart enough to sign the agreement scroll, Naruto said with an amused shake of his head. He's just as headstrong as A, and you all know how that turned out. Indra smirked, and Karen hid her small smile behind her left hand. Naruto couldn't help but wonder, why does Oniki want to attack this camp? There are 9 other camps, some larger than this one, surrounding their country. Your spy says it's because this camp is closer to Iwagakur than the others. The king shrugged. If that's the case, we'd best not keep him waiting. He continued his walk, passing the platinum ranks. The division heads turned and followed him. Give the order, Indra. The holder of Kubikaribasho nodded, placed his pointer finger on the earbud in his right ear, and marched behind his leader, muttering commands. Ever so subtly, the rigidly standing soldiers began separating into neat rows, stomping away and closing in on Earth Country. Many miles away, other gold-ranked captains began ordering the same, dividing soldiers into group squads. Large squads comprised of frontliners, medics, scouts, rescuers, and intelligence soldiers. 2 gold-ranked squads, 10 soldiers, surrounded Naruto and the platinum ranks as the king moved closer to the border. The Rinnegan king shook his head, and Indra promptly ordered the soldiers to move out and join other group squads. The king's overcoat flapped in the subtle wind as he approached the country, a force of 1,000 Tsukai soldiers stomping behind him, completely organized and connected by their earpieces. No one moved out of place or looked away. The smirk on Naruto's face became slightly twisted as he walked before them, a single black focal point leading a vast sea of fully capable warriors. A few hours before, after the cinema blimps left, the Hokage's office, the Hokage Tower, Kanahagakur no Sato, Fire Country. He didn't know when the tears started streaming down his cheeks. He didn't know when he collapsed to his knees. He didn't know how long he had been staring at the head on his desk. Jiraiya. Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Jiraiya of the Sunin. The man stared back at him with one open eye, the other burst, the blood formerly flowing from it now dry and caked. His frizzy white hair was cut short to just reach the base of his neck, dirty with blood, most of it not his, and singed by electricity, leaving bald patches. His face was purple and blue with bruises, his left cheek shattered, and 4 front teeth knocked out, making his wide-eyed, gaping death scream look even more haunted. He was the best of the best, Minato knew that without a doubt. He was his teacher, former teacher, an unranked ninja with the power to destroy a country if he wished, and he was dead. The Hokage limply rose to his feet, the eyes watching him as he walked to his desk, towards the head. The blonde placed his right hand on Jiraiya's head and slid it down, closing the lone open eye, ending with his fingers on the edge of his desk. He swallowed thickly, and a tear slithered down his cheek, dripping onto the dead man's head. His blue eyes spotted a small, hand-sized black card lying behind the head. His left hand touched the card, not caring if there was any trap, and he drew his hand back, card in hand. He lifted it and clenched his teeth at the gold-inked words. He wasn't worth my time. The card burst into flames and crumbled to ashes. His hand dropped to his side, and he silently looked at his desk, eyes narrowed with rage. The Umbu winced as the Hokage violently kicked his desk. The wooden desk smashed against the wall and broke in half. the chair tumbled to the ground, and the head rolled away. Minato growled and stiffly walked to his window, his anger fleeing as he saw the sea of humanity surrounding the tower. People yelled and pushed against the barricade a few of his ninjas had set up to keep them back, screaming and spitting for his head. He closed his eyes. Konoha was divided. And it was his fault. His son had played his hand, revealing his dark past for the entire village to see. They wouldn't listen if he told them he did it for them. He could even sense his guards' hatred. He didn't need to touch the ground to feel it. "You've torn us apart, haven't you, demon?" he whispered to himself, staring at the enraged crowd below. "You've shown them what I would do, for them, and they hate me for it." He turned around. Before him stood a silver-haired man wearing an orange bandana over his face, hiding his left Sharingan eye. Kakashi tried to conceal his disgust at his former teacher. He didn't want to believe that Minato could do such a thing to 2 3-year-olds, let alone his own children, but being a student of the Yondaime allowed him glimpses of small spurts of darkness from his teacher throughout his time under the man. The man's eyes drooped for the briefest seconds before he fixed a glare at the copy ninja. "He took my son, didn't he?" "Yes, sir," Kakashi stiffly answered. "They were on the Hokage's monument, and their flying vehicle captured him. And his teammates. All saw Sakura knock Jr. out and Sai carry him into the vehicle. So they were the demon spies." Minato muttered. "I can't say I'm not surprised. They were good kids." He tried to smile, but couldn't. "Were you able to track where they were going?" "I lost sight of them after they left Fire Country borders, but I suspect they're heading to IWA." Minato nodded slowly and turned back to watch the chaos his decision had caused. Those against him were looting stores and clashing with those who still believed in him. Minato's grim eyes reflected in the window, and he sighed, closing his eyes. "Bring back my son, Kakashi." Ujihiko Town, on the border of Iwagakure no Sato in the Earth Country. Naruto stifled a laugh as his frontline head soldier cleaved a town protector in half, from crown to pelvis, then swung his sword to toss the body onto a comrade. Karen, marching behind Naruto with twin platinum senbon launchers on her wrists, dispatched the second man with 3 needles to the neck. She then pointed her left hand at another protector, impaling him with 3 needles, and Indra finished him off with a powerful kick to the neck, knocking him away from their king. The platinum-ranked swordsman twisted his blade, stabbing it into a man already choking on blood from a copper-rank slash. The legendary sword absorbed the blood as the division head withdrew his weapon and looked back at Naruto, who gave a thumbs up in approval as he leisurely walked through the town. His forces ransacked buildings, driving families onto their knees along Naruto's path, his eyes uncaring, his overcoat fluttering. Fire billowed from the town mayor's office as several gold ranks blurred, using their flight seals to enter a window and engage more stubborn protectors. Karen leveled her left hand, squeezing 3 senbon bullets into the neck of an overzealous protector charging Naruto. The woman gasped as the needles emerged from the back of her neck, falling dead onto her face. As the town was ravaged and protectors either killed or subdued, Naruto calmly walked toward IWA, hands in his pockets, his Rinnegan eyes glowing with amusement. He spoke over his shoulder to Karen, who had just blasted 3 more bullets behind her, killing a protector about to stab a bronze rank. The girl briefly thanked her before flying away with her squad into another building. "These people are certainly stubborn, I'll give them that." Stepping over a dead body, he intently watched as Indra slashed and destroyed any protector foolish enough to attack him. Karen moved closer, speaking loudly over the screams, fires, and mild explosions rocking the town. "They are trying to slow our progress to Iwagakure, sir." "Well, it's certainly working," Naruto said sarcastically, flashing a smile. Without turning or showing surprise, he smirked at a protector who yelled and charged him, his Rinnegan eyes dull. Before the man could get 3 feet closer, a gold rank flashed by, cracking an armored knee into the protector's head, sending him flying into the sharp point of a waiting head cleaver. Indra shook the man off and looked around. Naruto raised his hand, and all the soldiers stopped. The king smiled slightly, surveying the kneeling people. Indra moved closer, whispering, "Do you wish for me to appoint a new mayor?" Naruto slowly grinned at the destruction, his godly eyes pulsing with power as he looked at his subordinate. "Make sure the new mayor is smart." Though seemingly obvious, the underlying meaning was clear. Their king wanted a mayor afraid enough not to fight the kingdom, ensuring the populace understood the consequences of resistance. Indra slapped the head cleaver back over his shoulder, a magnet on his platinum rank armor holding it firmly. He bowed, saying, "Of course, sir." Naruto patted his shoulder, passing him, his grin softening to a serene smile. He spoke to Karen, "I want 5 squads to stay back for the meantime, just to keep this place in order." "Of course, sir," she replied, giving the order through her earbud. The soldiers began gathering in formation behind their king, marching closer to IWA. Naruto tapped his earbud, saying, "Patch me over to Division Head Nora." "Patching you over, Lord Naruto." After a brief buzz, the light voice of his head of scout and retrieval came through. "Nora here, my lord. Are you at the Valley of End yet?" he asked. Nora pointed at the cave mouth as a scout squad of 5 flooded in to neutralize traps. She leisurely trudged in, answering, "We just arrived, sir." Calls of discovered traps and their destruction filled the airwaves, not interrupting the king's discussion with his division head. Another scouting team stormed behind her, meticulously mapping their path, standard protocol for scouts entering uncharted terrain, with one team discovering traps and another mapping. Zetsu's memories only added to Naruto's accumulated knowledge, revealing a time beyond recorded history and subtle, long-churning plots. "Have you seen Madara?" A woman entered a wide, stone-walled room, stopping before a throne where a still pile of bones and flesh sat, connected to a great tree. The person had shaggy white hair, so thin it was a wonder he was still in one piece. Nora nodded once. "Yes, sir, but he's long dead, as I suspected. I want his DNA sample sent to me when I get to IWA, and all information there scrapped and given to the intelligence division to look over, just to make sense of it all. Burn that place to the ground and destroy the Valley of End while you're at it. Use a grand bomb if you must." "Sir, yes sir," the woman replied. Naruto cut the connection and said, "Patch me over to Division Head Hamato." "Patching you over, sir." A moment later, his head of intelligence and interrogation grunted, "Hamato here, sir." He had returned to the kingdom via retrieval vehicle a few hours prior. "What have you been able to get from Obito Uchiha?" The man took a red handkerchief from his subordinate, looking away from the dead Uchiha, whose head was caved in, brain crushed. He rubbed blood off his hands, gratefully accepted his trench coat, and put it on. "It would take a while to give you the details, sir. Gloss over the main points." Hamato walked out of the interrogation room, jabbing his thumb over his shoulder at the dead Uchiha. The soldier entered to clean the room, carting the body away for incineration. A woman in her early 20s rushed up with a thin book, which Hamato idly read as she walked beside him. His ultimate plan for the tailed beasts was to combine them, seal them into himself, and evolve his Sharingan into an advanced Rinnegan, something Madara called Rein Sharingan. He signed the last page and returned the book to the intelligence soldier. The woman bowed politely and rushed into a corridor. A bronze rank hurried to him with a file, which he flipped open. He would then resurrect Madara Uchiha and reflect the Rein Sharingan on the moon to place the whole world in an advanced version of the Tsukuyomi. "Do you wish for me to explain what the Tsukuyomi is, my lord?" No, your report on Itaki was fairly detailed about it." Naruto waved him off. The Tsukai forces were now marching through a deserted road, a sea of red and black covering the ground for miles behind him. "Keep going, this is really interesting." Hamato scoffed, shaking his head, circling keywords on an intelligence report about soldiers marching through Waterfall. Since Waterfall had signed the scroll, they were spared attack, but the ordered show of superior power was still enforced. The bronze rank rushed away with the report. Madara told him they would combine their strength, using Madara's would release to contain every human under the Tsukuyomi and drain their chakra, sustaining them with nature chakra while they lived in their illusions. Knowing Uchiha, Madara lied to Obito and had an ulterior motive. Hamato agreed. "Yes, sir." Zetsu informed Obito not to trust Madara. That Madara wanted to steal all the power for himself, unseal a great deity named Kagaya Atsutsuki from the moon, and steal her powers as well. "A deity, huh?" "Yes, sir." "And you said her name was Kagaya Atsutsuki?" "Yes, sir. Kagaya Atsutsuki." The king was obligated to keep what he knew secret, but risking his kingdom's strength by doing so was unacceptable. "I gathered from Zetsu's memories that Kagaya Atsutsuki left him on Earth as her physically manifested will, a portion of her soul, if you will." The division head nodded. "Zetsu has been manipulating the world towards unsealing this deity, his mistress. Like you said, it would take a while to fully explain what I'm getting at, but my point is that there is currently a person of great power trapped in the moon. What do you want us to do, my lord?" Hamato questioned lowly, implying their king needn't lift a finger. "I'm not sure yet, but I'm thinking of unsealing Kagaya and absorbing her chakra and her soul. It will surely make you even more powerful, Lord Naruto. I'll make my decision when I get Madara's DNA and Nora's report from her mission to VOA." He saw IWA ninjas storming from the gate toward his soldiers and said to Hamato, "I'll leave you to compile your report on Obito. I also want you to see what you can get from the information Nora and her team gather from the VOA." "Understood, Lord Naruto." Naruto cut the connection and began a steady jog toward the charging ninjas. His soldiers gradually increased their marching speed, moving in formation as Indra commanded them to prepare. Taijutsu specialist frontliners, gold to bronze, moved to the front, Genjutsu specialists to the back guarding medics. Ninjutsu specialists flanked the rescue soldiers, and intelligence soldiers were safely in the middle. 1,000 soldiers separated, forming ranks, pushing the rest back with the intelligence soldiers, and charged behind their king and his two division heads. The king lowered his head, arms flying behind him as he squinted in concentration. He blurred forward at high Jonin speed, his division heads bravely following close behind Hamato, clasping the head cleaver in his right hand, and Karen clenching her fists, Senbon launchers ready. The IWA ninjas bellowed war cries, but the soldiers remained professionally silent, blazing over the ground with quiet metal boots toward their opponents. Naruto leaped forward, cracking his knee into the face of the charge leader, entering the thick of the soldiers and carving a path of twisted, mangled bodies as the other Sukai forces slammed into the IWA ninjas without mercy. "Oh, this is interesting," the king muttered, standing on a pile of dead IWA ninjas. His overcoat flapped as he stared with an amused, raised eyebrow at the Tsuchikage, Uniki of the dust release, hovering in the air. Naruto lazily leaned back, quickly sweeping his Rinnegan eyes over the short, old cage. Around the giant pile of bodies he stood on, the battle raged between IWA ninjas and Sukai forces, the armored soldiers' group mentality overpowering the ninjas. Naruto left them to fight, focusing on the village's cage. His eyes slowly dropped to the ground far below the man, his red-ringed eyes clashing with the dark eyes of a girl slightly older than him. His eyes slid left, his smirk lifting slightly at the burly, borderline fat IWA ninja standing guard beside her. Finally, his gaze stopped at a man much older than the two teenagers who bore a striking resemblance to the girl. The wind tousled his spiky red hair as he cocked his head, shooting his powerful eyes back to the enraged cage. The corners of his lips quirked up into a small, innocent smile that resonated off his pale face, making the ninjas at the bottom of the corpse pile step back in surprise. Naruto opened his arms, hands still in his overcoat pockets, revealing his red shirt, black pants, and segmented neck armor, a welcoming gesture. "The whole family is here." He dropped his hands to his sides, looking from the older man, to the robust boy, to the girl, and then to the cage, saying, "Ryutsaki, Akatsuki, Kuratsuki and Uniki." His eyes swept to his feet at the dozens of ninjas making up the pile, idly commenting, "I bet you regret not signing the scroll now, Lord Uniki." "Go to hell, filthy leaf scum," the man spat, and the soldiers violently pressing down on their opponents froze, holding weapons to the IWA ninjas' necks in submission. Naruto's soft smile never wavered as he cocked his head to the other side, eyebrows furrowed. "Excuse me?" He blinked twice, straightening up, still looking at the cage with a question in his godly eyes. "What did you just call me?" The soldiers held their breath as their king's voice easily carried to their ears. They finished off the IWA ninjas they held down and snapped to attention wherever they stood. A few flew into Uegakur, rounding up civilians and ninjas there. The Tsuchikage's eyes lit up as he noticed the mild discomfort on the king's suddenly stiff shoulders. He capitalized on it like a wolf on injured prey. "You aren't the only one with reliable spies. We all know you're the bastard son of that brat, Minato." Naruto pursed his lips, slowly shaking his head. No, I know I'm my father's son. I know he disowned me and my sister, but that's not what you said before." He steadily removed his hands from his pockets, placing them at his sides, inclining his head to the right and looking into the cage's eyes. He asked again, "What did you call me?" "Una-ki." The man smiled savagely and unhurriedly said, "Filthy, leaf, scum." "Ah." Naruto's smile widened slightly, and his right hand opened. Ryutsuki choked and shot toward Naruto. The king caught the man by his face in a strong claw, grinning evilly at the wide-eyed Tsuchikage. "Am I now? Leaf scum? Dad!" Kuratsuki and Akatsuki cried. He clenched his fist, and the father's head exploded in his grip, soaking his black armor in blood and brain matter. The dead body rolled off the pile, stopping on the ground. Naruto never looked away from Uniki. "Answer me," he ordered. "Filthy brat." Uniki wailed, slapping his palms together. "Wrong answer." Akatsuki gasped, finding his face in Naruto's bloody hand. He vainly clawed and cursed against the iron grip, kicking wildly, but went limp as his chakra was sucked into the king's body through the Naraka path. Uniki froze, mouth open to yell a Kekii Genkai attack, seeing his grandson in the teenage king's grip. "Answer me, Uniki." Kuratsuka blazed toward Naruto, a glowing white cone of dust release forming between her hands, but the king's eyes pulsed strongly, throwing her back down the pile, driving her feet into the ground. He forced the girl to her knees, hands behind her, forehead on the ground. Not once did he look away from the Tsuchikage. The man grated, soft white chakra surrounding his closed palms, blood roaring through his body as he yelled, "You beast!" Naruto shook his head in exasperation, and the teenage boy's head blasted open as he closed his fist. He released Akatsuki to roll down and meet his dead father. He rolled his eyes and flicked his blood-stained right hand to his side, casting away the blood. "You'd think a man as old as you would also be wise. Let's try again, shall we, and I'll repeat the question in case you've forgotten." Kuratsuka's torso snapped up, and she limply flew to Naruto, who caught her by her face, smiling down at her, speaking to the cage. "Am I really leaf scum?" Tears ran down her cheeks, her eyes bloodshot from pure, unfiltered rage. Naruto savored her anger masterfully as he stared into her eyes through his fingers. The cage finally separated his hands and held them out to Naruto, pleading, "PP, please don't dash." Naruto's neck rounded, and he glared. "I will not repeat myself," he snarled, and a grisly crack echoed through the battle zone, and the girl screamed. Her arms dangled limply below her, broken from shoulders to forearms by a particularly strong gravity crush. Naruto held her up by her face, preventing her from falling in a heap. You're not. Uniki yelled desperately, steadily getting closer to Naruto, his hands placating the king to calm down. You're not leaf scum. Very good, Naruto said, drawing out the last word, his face shifting from feral to soothingly calm. Now, was that so hard? Kurotsuke panted painfully in his hand, her eyes wrenched shut as she tried to think of anything but the pain of her two broken arms. Naruto chuckled. She certainly thinks it wasn't. Now please, Uniki said, gradually getting closer to Naruto, holding out his palms to the sky. My granddaughter, please. The king held up his left hand, and Uniki stopped, hovering in place. Wait. His smile dropped into a smirk, and he tilted his head. I was really hoping to kill you. He threw Kurotsuke aside, and a gold rank caught her before she hit the ground. Fix her up. The ninjutsu specialist soldier nodded, calling for a medic team. Uniki used that chance to slap his palms together, and Naruto patiently waited, watching as the Tsuchikage separated his hands, a glowing, white cube with a spinning white center between them. Like hell you'll kill me, he roared, sending it at Naruto. The cube of destructive dust release zipped to Naruto at astonishing speed, enough to mildly impress him. He stomped his foot, the world slowing slightly, allowing the cube to flash a bit slower. The head of a dead IWA ninja ripped off, and the king spun on his left heel, slamming the head toward the dust release cube. The head passed through, becoming thin particles, destroyed at a molecular level. It didn't slow the cube, and Naruto's smirk lifted higher. He hopped over the cube before it could slam into his chest. The dead bodies on the pile rumbled, lifting and flying toward Uniki as the cage sent more dust release cubes, barely slowing them enough for the king to dodge. Stand still, brat, the man growled, sweat rolling down his forehead, his hands shaking as he tried to keep sending dust release cubes. Naruto shifted smoothly in the air, saying, I hear your Kekii Genkai is taxing on your chakra. His curiosity got the better of him, and he stayed in the path of a particularly blazing white cube of devastation. When it was about 3 feet away, it stopped in the air, surrounded by hazy blue chakra that formed a tight circle, bouncing the cube inside like a ball. Naruto squinted at the cube, slowly flying around the Preta-summoned chakra containment field. Uniki's hands fell, gasping for breath. Impossible. What should be impossible is your Kekii Genkai, Naruto idly commented, moving back to his original position facing the cage. A combination of 3 nature transformations, one of which should neutralize the other, capable of destroying even an army of 100 soldiers if it so much as touches them. The containment field began to shrink, and the cube bounced faster inside. Naruto looked from the white cube in the blue circle to the wide-eyed cage. I wonder, though, what happens if it is somehow sent back. The blue field shrank again, and the cube shrank with it, bouncing and moving at a frenzied speed. Naruto gave a half-smile as he remembered a note Orochimaru had made during his visit to Uegakur. Isn't the only one that can beat a person using dust release another person using dust release? The blue field phased into non-existence, and the white cube shot out, hurtling fast enough to leave a fiery trail of white chakra. Uniki held out his palms as if to catch the cube but yelled as the white cube he had sent, now compressed into a smaller, more powerful dust release cube, consumed his arm up to his elbows before dispersing, having recognized its sender's chakra too late. Loopholes, huh? Naruto said with an entertained smirk. His knee rose, deflecting a kick the armless man sent with his shin. He switched aside from a headbutt, slid under the man to his back as another kick aimed at his face, and finally grabbed the man by the back of his head with his right hand, jamming his left pointer and middle fingers into the base of his skull. Uniki's mouth dropped open in horror as his vision faded, blood gurgled up his throat as Naruto removed his bloody fingers and drove them between the old man's shoulder blades, shutting down his chakra. Naruto then smashed his left knee into the cage's lower back, tearing his spine in two. 25 silver-ranked soldiers and a platinum-ranked teenager, with mint green hair and a pink unicorn-adorned backpack, moved swiftly and silently through the thick foliage of the Fire Country forests, with the platinum-ranked girl leading the way, ignoring the junior soldiers' frequent glances. The only sounds were dry leaves crunching underfoot and the wind rustling through the trees as the group maintained a deathly silence. As they neared the capital, Meiji Haruai Gamatomo, head of the Fuinjutsu division, signaled her command, and 5 soldiers at a time shimmered into the air and out of sight. Sakura and Sai, propelled by wind from their silver boots, lifted the gaping son of the Yondaime into the sky. Their silver armor rippled, camouflaging them against the midday sky, leaving the junior to ponder his next move, lacking the chameleon camouflage illusion armor. As they approached the first sentry post west of the capital walls, an idea struck him. The 2 silver-ranked soldiers holding him moved closer, and Junior clapped his palms together, performing 3-hand seals while whispering, "Transformation technique." Thin smoke billowed from his body, which the 2 silver-ranked soldiers quickly dispersed before it could be noticed or sensed by the sensory detection barrier combination seal 100 yards from the fire capital's physical wall. From the chakra smoke, a hummingbird with golden wings, a golden beak, and a dark red torso zipped excitedly over the capital. Its beauty garnered few glances, as the entire capital and country were in a state of panic. Though it had been a day, the video revealing the Yondaime Hokage's true nature remained fresh in the citizens' minds. No one knew how to react other than to isolate the Hidden Leaf village, fearing that contact would bring the wrath of the Tsukai Kingdom's king. Hours earlier, frantic signals from neighboring countries had been abruptly silenced almost simultaneously, preventing them from finishing their warnings. It was clear the Tsukai Kingdom had begun its global invasion, with images and video showing people in various colored armor patrolling the country's border, suggesting their neighbors had already been defeated. Their dazed minds dismissed the hummingbird, prioritizing the fortification of their capital's walls and evacuating into secured, underground bunkers. After approximately 20 minutes, the team landed soundlessly on the other side of the capital, flickering back into sight 10 yards later as Junior dispelled his henge. Magi raised her right hand, signaling over her right shoulder, and 2 scouts, propelled by small gales of wind, rushed past her, returning 10 seconds later with nods. The youngest division head spoke into her earbud to her team. There are 2 Konoha teams coming in, one led by Kakashi Hatake and the other by Minato Namikaze. She then shot to her left, hurtling towards Kakashi, Tenzo, and Yujao, while Minato and his ninja force blasted past them to their right, too focused on heading to Uegakure to notice them. We will handle Yamato Tenzo and Yujao Uzuki. Team 1, it's show time. Yes, sir, Sai, Sakura, and Junior replied. Sakura, keeping pace with Junior, whispered, what's the plan? Triple tandem, like in Spring Country. Using a team attack defense that Kakashi taught us. That's cold, she said with a lopsided smile. Sai hopped closer to their tightly running group, their assigned escorts 3 Fuinjutsu teams, a ninjutsu specialist team, 3 Taijutsu specialists, and 2 scouts forming one team dispersed into the environment, zeroing in on the group of 3 A-rank jounin rushing towards the capital to track the retrieval vehicle. Colder than finding out my own teammates had been serving my long-lost brother for the past 7 years. 8 years, Sai corrected indifferently. We were 5 when he freed us from sound. We were only obeying orders. Lord Naruto, your brother, ordered us to keep an eye on you and Konoha, and he specifically told us not to reveal our connection to the kingdom, Sakura whispered, her emerald green eyes on her stoic, blonde teammate. You can whine about it later, dickless. We have a mission to complete. Triple tandem, Junior graded simply. Hi, the 2 replied, separating, Sakura going left, Sai going right, while Junior continued straight towards Kakashi. Junior alone couldn't have matched Kakashi, a high Chunin versus a high jounin, or even mid-cage level, but the king's brother had 2 silver rank support soldiers. Silver ranks were roughly equivalent to mid to high cage level grounder ninjas, and there were 2 of them accompanying a mid-Chunin teenager. Meiji Haruai Gamatomo, head of Fuinjutsu, led the charge, bolting headfirst towards the katana-wielding Umbu captain, Yujao Uzuki. The min-haired girl reached into her pink, girly backpack, impossibly pulling out a large gold and red battle fan with 12 high-level seals etched onto its corners and grip. She clashed her iron fan against the older female's sword, creating violent sparks. They pushed each other away, and Yujao dove back at Meiji, who opened her fan behind her, kicking up dust, and bent her knees into a ready stance, holding a half-ram seal in front of her chest with her left hand. Wind release, Heaven's Crop Harvester Storm, she said, spinning on her heels to dodge a neck slash and sweeping her giant battle fan at Yujao, her hand still in the hand seal. The jounin Umbu cursed foully as she sliced through an invisible wind sickle, hacking more as they rained down on her. Her body moved in a blur, sensing every wind attack and countering by cutting through them with her seal-reinforced weapon. The woman gritted her teeth, crossing her blade over her chest as Meiji dashed back, bringing the tremendously heavy fan down on her, making Yujao wonder how such a small, fragile-looking girl could be so vicious or strong enough to wield such a weapon. The platinum rank and the jounin Umbu fought with blood in their eyes for dominance. The silver-ranked soldiers assigned to escort Team Junior flipped and flew over the 2 fighting females, their eyes fixed on Tenzo. Kakashi had been thrown by a wind jutsu Sai and Sakura created, a small tornado that ripped him off his feet and several yards into a small glade. Tenzo chased after him, seeing the 2 former Konoha genin, now missing ninjas and high-ranking Tsukai Kingdom soldiers, blaze towards Kakashi. The 2 had clearly held back most of their ninja careers in Konoha. Sakura was no longer fidgeting or adjusting her pink hair, her green eyes were focused, and she ran at speeds a genin could not achieve. Sai wore no fake smile, his eyes were dead and hollow, like a mindless robot's, but Tenzo knew better. The 2 13-year-old silver-armored soldiers were loyal only to their king, preferring death over failing to give 100% on a mission from him, solely to impress Naruto. He didn't see Junior, but he felt him hopping through the trees towards his former teacher. No doubt the boy wielded his dual sickles, their connecting chains wrapped around his arms and upper torso, clinking as he bounced off tree branches. Tenzo skidded to a stop as a different, unknown person in silver armor dropped before him, joined by 4 more, and 5 appeared on each side, while the last squad of 5 silver-ranked soldiers remained as support. The jounin looked around as one, the silver-ranked soldiers assumed fighting stances. The Konoha ninja recognized the stance from the library as the Red Sinner Sealmaster stance from Uzushio, a fighting style Sealmasters learned. This implied every person surrounding him was a Seal Master. All 25 of them, he assumed. If so, the fight could go either way. They could be high-ranking seal masters, perhaps level 7 or 8, capable of sealing his chakra and preventing his Kekai Genkai, or they could be poor at hand-to-hand combat and overly reliant on seal work, which wouldn't be ideal either. I'm only going to say this once, Tenzo began, his eyes darkening as he glared murderously at each silver-ranked soldier, none of whom wavered. Stand down and allow me to retrieve Lord Fourth's son. There is no need for unnecessary, avoidable bloodshed. The silver-ranked soldiers remained silent. The wood release user's only response was 2 squads on his left and right surging towards him while those in front and behind fanned out. Fine then, the man grunted, quickly scuffing his right toe into the ground. He lowered his center of gravity and clapped his hands together. Wood release secret technique, birth of dense woodland. The ground opened, and a green sapling popped out. The earth rumbled barely half a second later, and the sapling grew dozens of feet tall. The giant tree groaned, its roots lifting from the ground, grabbing the rushing silver-ranked soldiers and chasing the 10 others dodging roots by flipping onto trees at its edges. The great tree had exponentially widened their fighting area, forcing Yu-Jao and Magi to flee before they too could be caught. Smaller trees were torn from the ground and tossed away, somewhat leveling the ground for miles around. It also allowed Tenzo to see Kakashi and his former team. He bent down, preparing to leap towards the masked man, but fell off the top tree branch as it wobbled. He grabbed another branch before hitting the ground, looking down with wide eyes. Below, the 10 silver-ranked soldiers skimming the edges ran around the tree, each holding large brown scrolls open to reveal the kanji for compress/pressure. Secret Tsukai technique, Fuinjutsu undersea demon pressure, they all shouted, and with an almighty snap, the tree trunk was compressed. Undersea demon pressure, they roared again, and the crack shook the tree, dislodging leaves and dropping Tenzo. The silver-ranked soldiers continuously ran around the tree, scrolls firmly in hand, while the 5 support seal masters rushed Tenzo before he could land. The silver-ranked soldiers trapped in the tree clenched their hands and muttered, Ninfuinjutsu combination jutsu, wind and fire, inflating rubber ball. Their silver armor rippled and heated to a scorching red. Thick white steam hissed from the stubbornly holding roots. The tree moaned pitifully, trying to maintain its grip on its prisoners even as the fire coating the soldiers expanded from their bodies. The wood release technique was definitely not as strong as when the original wood release holder used it, not by a long shot. The soldiers slipped from the branches and dropped to the ground. They then supported the other silver-ranked soldiers fighting Tenzo, idly glancing back as the great tree was steadily reduced to a 4-foot cube by their comrades. The almost level, treeless ground offered those in the capital a clear view of the 3 simultaneous fights, especially those overlooking the walls. The daimyo debated sending reinforcements but ultimately decided against it. He needed all available help to protect himself and his family. The Konoha ninjas were on their own. Shining gold seal sabers erupted from the forearms of the Tsukai silver-ranked soldiers, curving a foot long up to their fingers. Tenzo's arms broke apart, and wooden blocks swept around the approaching silver-ranked soldiers. With Kakashi and Teen Jr., the silver-haired man sighed, looking at the person before him with half-lidded eyes, his aura suggesting a sleeping dog. Junior tightened his stance, bravely meeting his gaze, then shot a look to Sai and Sakura, who were in a triangular formation with Kakashi at the center. The man exhaled, his shoulders hunched. I see you got to your brother, huh, Junior? I didn't get to my brother got to me, the blonde replied. I want to be part of the family, and the only way I can do that is. He gritted his teeth, widening his legs and bending his knees to an almost perfect 90-degree angle, crossing his forearms and clenching his twin sickles. Fire ignited in the teen's sparkling blue eyes, and he snarled, the only way I can be part of the family is by killing you. If that's what you want, but I won't make it easy for you, the man said resolutely, glancing over his shoulders at the 2 high-ranked soldiers, both in their fighting stances and wielding their signature Tsukai Kingdom-issued weapons, blood-red kickboxing gloves for Sakura and a red sketchbook and black brush for Sai. The man didn't need his Sharingan exposed to know both his former students were high-level soldiers. Intel from Spring and Kumo indicated copper was the lowest rank, about as strong as an average special Jounin, followed by bronze, then silver. The Jounin closed his eye and told them, I knew you two were hiding something. Sai raised an eyebrow. Smart man. We don't have time for banter, Junior, this is your call, Sakura called to the blonde, and the king's younger brother nodded curtly. Let's do this, the boy said, and his body phased out of sight. Kakashi smoothly moved aside, barely dodging the deadly sickles. He lifted his leg as a poison ink dart embedded in the ground and backflipped over Sakura as she drove a fist towards his upper back, between his shoulder blades. The girl slammed her fists together, which glowed red, then rushed Kakashi again as Sai did the same behind her. The Jounin drew 2 kunao from his pouch, spun them, and clashed them against Sakura's fists and Sai's black tanto, his eye widening as they cracked, and he cursed as Junior emerged from the ground, wrapping his body from feet to neck in chains. Hidden art, secret Uzumaki chains, the boy grated, his legs wrapped around Kakashi's torso from behind, and his arms crossed around the man's neck, sickles gleaming. He opened his arms, slashing his weapons deep into the man's neck as he did so, then flickered away as a mild explosion rocked the ground when the clone exploded. He hopped and skipped back, dodging rocks from the thick smoke. His chains warped from the smoke, wrapping back around his arms. Sigh. On it, the pale boy whispered, drawing a slash in his sketchpad, a golden kanji 4 control blowed on the back, and wind poured from the sky, blowing away the smoke and allowing Sakura to dive back in, fists leading. The Jounin now had his Sharingan exposed, spinning madly as he engaged the taijutsu expert in hand-to-hand combat. He saw 3 after-images following the girl as she thrust strikes at his face. He dodged all 3 attacks and grunted as an invisible fist still smashed into his face, flinging him towards Junior, who dug his heel into the airborne man's back, changing his flight path towards Sai, who spun on his heel and cracked his right elbow into the man's face. A shadow clone burst into sight, distracting Sakura with its smoke and allowing the man to regain his footing by skidding to the ground, nursing a possibly broken nose. He saw silver glint in the corner of his Sharingan eye and pulled another kun out to block Sai's Tanto, gritting his teeth as it cracked. His other hand shot out, grabbing Junior by his neck, his red eye trying to force an illusion on the Yandame's son, but the boy crossed his sickles and whispered, "Hidden Art Uzumaki Escape Artist." His body clattered to the ground as several silver chains, before they too burst into chakra smoke. A small cyclone of spinning chains swirled above the copy ninja, and the blonde dropped onto Kakashi's shoulders. Sai pushed harder with his Tanto, forcing the man's feet to skid, and Sakura joined in, pushing the man back with stubborn blows. Enough of this, Kakashi roared, and white chakra blasted from him, scattering the 3 13-year-old ninjas. A white Susanoo arm reached forward, catching Sakura as she found her footing, just about to land. He clenched her in his fist and swung her at Sai, who was sniping at him with poison ink darts from his sketchpad, which glowed with the golden kanji 4 darts. The artist coughed as Sakura's head smashed into his, sending both of them several yards to the ground. 10 dog summons burst from thick white smoke and chased the 2 silver-ranked soldiers. The pure white Susanoo, barely a torso, head, and strong arms, growled and turned to Junior, who ran alongside it, sickle sheathed on his back. It laced its fingers together and slammed them down, missing the blonde as he began performing hand seals. The copy ninja's Mangekyo saw the seals, and he swept the massive arms across the ground after the boy. Water release, hidden mist crystal water death. He lowered his body and ran his hands on the ground. Sharp blue crystals jutted from the ground inside the Susanoo. Kakashi winced as a spike grazed his side. His Sharingan pulsed, and he leaped from the white chakra creation, landing a solid kick to the 13-year-old boy's face. Junior crashed to the ground and rolled limply. Sakura swept the boy into her arms, her fists coated in dog blood, a purple gash on her temple from where her head hit the other silver-ranked soldier. Sai jumped over the medic and engaged Kakashi in a fast-paced taijutsu fight as his female friend placed her palm on Junior's forehead, clearing his mind. She dropped the boy, and the blonde relentlessly rocketed to his former teacher, Sakura running close behind. Sai feigned a blow to the man's right arm. Kakashi pulled his arm back but exposed his side for Junior to drive an elbow. The man grunted and kicked Junior away, leaving himself open for Sakura to land a kick to his back. The man spun with the kick and spat 4 water needles from his lips at the girl, and Sakura destroyed all 4 with 4 well-timed blows. Sai smashed his fist into Kakashi's unprotected back. The man panted and turned, kicking the black-haired boy away with a strike to his chin. Junior phased into sight at his side and stabbed his side 7 times with his fingers, ducking a forearm swing that would have snapped off his head and continuing his 7-strike onslaught at the other side of the man's torso, which Kakashi barely countered by tripping the super-focused boy and bringing his heel down to crack the Yandame's son in the upper back. He spat a mouthful of blood as Sakura cracked her right fist behind his head, swinging his arm at her and knocking her back but allowing Sai to make a shallow slash in the man's abdomen, cutting through the flak jacket and into flesh. He shoved the boy away with a shaky blow to his face, cursing as Sakura slammed her shoulder into the back of his left knee, scooping up the king's brother from the ground and rolling to a stop. She brought him out of his daze again with healing chakra to his head, and the child, once again, ran at Kakashi without hesitation. The man yelped, trying to get back to his feet, feeling the muscles at the back of his knee throb. He growled, regaining his footing, his Sharingan stubbornly spinning, and deflected Sai's Tanto by slapping it aside, grabbing the boy's face with a savage claw hold and smashing him into the ground. He spat more blood as Junior stabbed his back with his fingers, kicking the boy away with a donkey kick but making the mistake of releasing Sai, who flickered away. The group repeatedly attacked the man, steadily wearing him down. Initially, they strategically allowed the copy ninja to strike them, creating openings for critical hits from teammates, a tactic they continued until Kakashi's chakra dwindled significantly. The medic swept Kakashi's remaining good leg, dislocating his heel, and circled him, enabling Junior to land a forceful punch to his face. Kakashi gasped, his vision blurring, seeing hazy reflections of his former students, as he struggled and lowered his defenses further and further with the very team attack he had taught them. It was the triple tandem. A punch landed on his unaffected eye, while a knee struck his jaw on the other side. A roundhouse kick shattered his eardrum, and a backhand blow to his temple jarred his brain. Blurs moved around him, relentlessly attacking, each blow merciless, leaving no reprieve. He was too breathless to even wheeze when a sickle slashed his lower back, and another carved a deep gash into his left shoulder before being violently yanked out, allowing fiery red fists to pummel his chest, cracking bone. It all ended with the king's younger brother crossing his sickles around Kakashi's head, their tips just scraping, before pulling his arms apart. The copy ninja's bloody head rolled, and his body slumped forward. He was dead. The Red Sickle Bridge. Wave Town. Wave Country. Shizun, hurry up, I want us to be off this country in 10 minutes, Tsunade huffed as she power-walked across the large bridge named after the king's younger brother, carrying 2 heavy bags in each arm and a water bottle in her right hand. Shizun panted exhaustedly behind her, lugging 5 large travel bags and a small pet carrier with their pig, Tauntaun, inside. The poor girl struggled forward as quickly as her tired legs would allow. They had been fleeing Konoha for the past 4 hours. The plan was to board a departing ship to an uninhabited island Tsunade had won in a poker game, intending to lie low until the global invasion concluded, either with the 4th Hokage fulfilling his promise to kill the Tsukai King or the Tsukai King eliminating the 4th. The last Sunin sighed wearily, marching through the eerily deserted town of Wave. Minato wouldn't win, no matter how much he vowed he would. Naruto was simply too powerful. She didn't need to be told it was the thought-to-be-dead redhead who had interrogated her a few days prior. Common sense dictated that with Kirigakure swarming with Tsukai soldiers, hot water country a wasteland from its natural gas being siphoned off, and fire country surrounded by tens of thousands of Tsukai soldiers, there was no way on Earth, under it, or over it, that she would be allowed off the continent to an island she hadn't visited in over 40 years. Quite frankly, Shizun was surprised they hadn't been stopped by the scouts and hunters swarming around her home country. She had detected a few, but they simply sped past her towards other fire sentry posts, unseen and perhaps known to her mistress. The young medic had tried repeatedly to tell her mistress that if Kiri, west of Wave, and Hot Water, slightly northeast of Wave, were both completely under the Great Flying Kingdom's control, then Wave wouldn't be exempt. The country, populated by fishermen and farmers with no fighters, would be easily invaded. Tsunade refused to listen. Like everyone else close to the 4th, she could have helped the twins, loved them, and protected them. Her guilt had kept her in Konoha as head medic, and now that Naruto had launched a full-scale invasion, her first instinct was to flee for safety because, undoubtedly, Naruto would be seeking her blood. Jiraiya, Danzo, Itaki, and Obito, all dead, their heads nailed onto pikes before the main gate of the Hidden Leaf village. In her dazed, distracted state, she still kept a watchful, suspicious eye out, wondering why a once bustling town like Wave was devoid of life. A curtain shifted closed, and her heart rate spiked. LL Lady Tsunade. Shizun stammered, stopping abruptly. The woman looked over her shoulder at her, and the black-haired apprentice shakily pointed past her. The Sunin was almost hesitant to look. Roughly 20 feet away stood a single person, a girl with a blank white mask covering her face and donning the Tsukai silver rank. The girl had crimson-red hair tied into a short ponytail, standing at ease with her hands behind her back and her chest puffed out. She slowly lifted her right hand and removed her mask, perching it on top of her head. The girl's bright purple eyes twinkled gleefully at the blonde Sunin. Naruto. The woman gasped in recognition, her eyes wide with shock and horror, especially as a twisted, toothy smirk crawled onto the cute girl's moonpale face, and her eyes darkened with murderous intent. But you're supposed to be dead, the girl interrupted. I know. Isn't my brother just the best? The woman gulped at the redhead's flippant mention of her godly king brother. She took a few uncertain steps back, urging Shizun behind her and causing the girl to drop the luggage, backing away slowly. Naruto cocked her head to the side, her smirk widening into a full-blown, horrifying grin that sent violent chills down Tsunade's spine, and her eyes contracted slightly. Say, where are you going in such a rush, Lady Tsunade? Nowhere, the woman replied, grinding her teeth to muster courage as Naruto leisurely began walking forward with small, slow steps. Oh, come on, you can tell me, the terrifying girl said in a sweet voice. I'm good at keeping secrets. She then groaned in frustration as a low voice whispered into her ear from her earbud. You guys never let me have any fun. Her shoulders slumped, then she gave Tsunade a lopsided smile. Lord Brother wants me to kill you too. No hard feelings, okay? Her fists tightened at her sides, and 3 long adamantium blades slowly slid out of her knuckles, clicking into place with a smooth shling. She pointed her fists at the 2 women, her right arm was slightly straight while her left was bent. She also bent her knees with her right foot further forward than the left, as if ready to lunge at any moment, and all emotion died from her eyes, but her smile glowed on her pale face. Try and put up a fight, please. I want a good, clean match. It would be such a pain if she killed the Sunin easily. She had to end the fight as quickly as possible so she could go to IWA and intercept the 4th Hokage before he reached IWA, which would be in about 5 hours if Minato ran at a constant, blurring speed. Just because she had to catch up to her father and help hold him back from IWA, alongside her thousands of comrades, didn't mean she couldn't have fun with the Senju. Besides, she was also supposed to gather Tsunade's DNA to be sent back to the kingdom for research and replication. Her current mission didn't stipulate what condition the Sunin should be in afterward, but rather emphasized killing her and retrieving her DNA samples. The monster that resided in her gut, the one she shared with her twin brother, snapped and spat for release. It could only mean one thing: her brother wanted to kill someone at the very same time she did. No doubt Naruto was feeling it as well from her. She lunged forward at Tsunade, and the Sunin was barely able to shove Shizune away in time before she could roll back from a savage slash to her arm. The woman snarled and got to her feet, her fists lifted. Naruto smirked slightly at the sight. Good, if Tsunade Senju was going to go down, then she was going to go down fighting. The last Senju opened her lips and roared as she charged at the adamantium monster. Training Ground 25. Iwega no Sato. Earth Country. A long time ago, there was once a little red-haired boy and an old white-haired man. The boy's home was being torn apart from the inside by several civil wars and invasions from other great ninja villages. While the three sages fought Hanzo of the Salamander, still moments before they would be dubbed the Three Sunin, a white-haired Uchiha came upon the crumbled form of a red-haired boy, crying even as he lay unconscious under the unforgivingly cold and hard rain. The man's visible Mangekyo Sharinanai shone in the grim lighting the once great hidden village had found itself in, glaring down at the mess of thin limbs and skin. A boy with such great potential. A descendant of the Uzumaki clan, his eyes were able to analyze the child's massive chakra reserve and trace him back to the very first Uzumaki he met alongside his former friend Hashirama. The seventh leader of the old clan, a monster to others and a father to the clan named Kabuki. Madara's eyes strayed past Nagato and frowned at the three other broken, but still living, bodies of who he assumed were the redhead's friends. He felt a boom in the distance where the three sages were battling the cage. He bent down onto his knee and placed his middle and pointer finger on Nagato's head, pushing a small pulse of chakra into his system to aid his healing. He studied the boy, then looked behind him to where the great battle was occurring, and finally at the fingers still on Nagato's forehead. His fingers snapped back into a fist, and then his pointer and pinky finger shot out in a blur, both pushed hard into the child's eye sockets. The ends of his fingers glowed red, and he effortlessly pulled out the child's bright purple eyes. Madara smoothly unsealed a palm-sized canister filled with a thick fluid and two floating purple orbs that had black rings winding out from the dot-like pupil. There was a sharp flash, and the eyes were gone. Madara slowly rose, feeling his bones creak and a harsh pain shooting up his back, a warning sign that for a man his age, he was not meant to be bending down for too long. He ignored the pain and turned around. "I entrust those eyes to you, Uzumaki child," he said, and disappeared in a spinning vortex of air and energy, his last words echoing in the air as the little redhead woke up. "Your chakra will evolve my eyes. Your chakra will evolve my eyes. My eyes." Madara, now as young as when he had first faced Hashirama Senju and decked out in his full armor and gear, including his battle fan strapped to his back, a tanto on his right hip, and several kunao and shuriken sealed into his palms, he looked at the redhead before him with narrowed eyes. His body walked forward by itself, out of the coffin he had been resurrected in, and stopped 15 feet away from the redhead. No one was present for several yards except for gold-armored soldiers standing at the very edge of the training ground and two platinum-armored soldiers keeping their distance beside the gold soldiers. Madara's highly evolved eyes, probably the strongest pair of Sharingan in history, moved back to the redhead who had brought him back to life, a mere child who wore full-body black obsidian armor that covered his body and formed his metal boots and armored hands. Smooth and comfortable, the cursed armor looked like it was simply another layer of skin for the child, a thin, unbreakable layer of skin. The child also wore black ninja-grade pants with two front pockets and two back pockets, from what he could guess, a blood-red shirt with the word Sky King written diagonally across his chest in gold letters, and finally an overcoat that reached the boy's ankles. The child had his hands stuffed in the pockets of his coat and was leaning back, regarding the man with lazy eyes. Eyes. My eyes. The Rinnegan in the boy's eyes were coal black with crimson rings. Madara wanted to smirk at being right that he had picked Nagato, but he didn't because he knew he was wrong. 10 minutes of stifling silence, with thick gray-black clouds slowly spinning over the training ground, bubbling up a small storm, and the air frigid cold, enough to make those standing guard at the edge activate the heaters in their armor. The boy looked back at him, the image of a true conqueror, and allowed the old ninja to speak. "Who are you?" "My name is Naruto. You are not Nagato." The man had been following the redhead child for a while before he could reach the ultimate conclusion that Nagato was indeed an Uzumaki. "Those are not my eyes. I am not Nagato," Naruto replied easily, freeing a bit more control of the man to allow Madara to approach him. The two powerhouses stood in place. "But he and Konan are valuable additions to my forces. And no," he smiled wanly and tilted his head to the side. "These are not your eyes, they are mine." As the last word flowed out of his mouth, the storm clouds above them crackled with lightning. Madara did not even flinch. "You are an Uzumaki?" "I have Uzumaki blood in me," Naruto said, not necessarily denying his mother's clan but at the same time not saying he was part of the clan. "Is Nagato an Uzumaki?" He was almost hesitant to ask. His face did not betray any anxiety or insecurity, but his hands clenched and his crossed arms tightened. Naruto nodded. He is Uzumaki. The king then straightened up, and his eyes became serious. I initially intended to simply rip out your soul and steal your memories, but truth is, I've always wanted to kill a legend. Oniki, Danzo, and Orochimaru might have been legends before they were crushed at Naruto's hands, but they were not the kind of legends Naruto was talking about. Madara was so infamous and powerful that myths and stories were created by people to further raise his status from a simple man to that of a god, destroying an entire hidden village in one swipe, summoning demons to fight for him, killing a demon king with his bare hands. Naruto knew that not all of those stories were true, but he also knew that Madara was no simple man. The king could feel the waves of oppressive energy resonating from the man's body, enough to make the ground groan and creak just to keep up his weight and to partition the sky where the clouds rumbled into two. Dark red thunderclouds warped above Naruto, and dark blue clouds spiraled over Madara. Naruto finally released full hold over the Uchiha, not releasing him totally from his hold but allowing the man to move at his own will and not at Naruto's command. The two stared off, their powerful chakras surrounding them slowly and pushing and shoving the other, like two snapping dragons, one red and the other blue, wrestling for dominance. The air became charged with tension as Madara glared at the boy, still with his arms crossed and his back straight, looking down at the king while Naruto kept his hands in his pockets and his back also straight, unflinchingly meeting a stare that would sooner kill any other man. I've always wanted to kill a god, Madara replied. A sinister smirk crawled its way up his face, and his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan began spinning. The two battling chakra tussled relentlessly, creating a roaring storm that, if left unchecked, would tear the entire hidden village apart. I've always, Madara began again, wanted to kill. A demonic beast began growing in the chests of both monstrous ninjas. A god. So it seems, Naruto said, his calm smile carrying over the violent war of chakra going on between them, divided by a thick line just about 7.5 feet from the other. If I win, I get your soul, and if I win, I get your eyes. Naruto's fists tightened in his coat pockets, tight enough to make his knuckles pop and turn white. The king felt an eager, excited shudder run up and down his body, but he held it down masterfully, barely controlling his face into a wide-eyed, toothy grin. A crazed expression that Madara also wore, albeit with a murderous, maniacal hint to it. The Uchiha simply wanted Naruto's eyes, but Naruto, he wanted to tear Madara apart. Deal. The words came easily, and the older ninja heard it clearly. He dropped his hands to his sides, and at the same time, Naruto removed his hands from his pockets and shrugged off his overcoat. The piece of clothing was pushed away by the wind towards Karen, and the medic caught it. The king steadied his hands to his sides, flexing them in preparation. Do not hold back. I want you to give me all you've got. You will regret those words soon, boy. The two fighters, both of whom were so highly revered that they might as well be gods, got into their fighting positions in one smooth motion. Madara shot to Naruto, the ground cracked and opened up as he blasted to the boy, and Naruto hurtled to Madara, leaving a deep crater where he formerly stood. Two faint balls of light, one red and the other blue. No human eye could keep track of them as they ran to meet each other, and when they did meet, the sky above the entire training ground collapsed. Devastation. Fall back. Indra roared, and the soldiers standing around the training ground rushed away as the sky exploded downwards and the ground gave out slightly, blasting rocks and heavy air outwards. The man stabbed the head cleaver into the ground to stay in place, slowly sliding back as the wind became stronger. Even as he focused chakra to his feet, he was still being pushed back by the tremendous force of wind and the clash of chakra. Karen used her forearm to shade her eyes, her other hand thrown behind her as she clenched the king's overcoat with all her might. She leaned forward towards the wind as another wave of it pulsed outwards, like a stampede of bulls. The head medic squinted her eyes and tried to cut through the thin dust at the center of the training ground where the king and the Uchiha were battling. Saibugu, stubbornly still recording, retreated with the platinum ranks and hid behind a gold and red, erected Fuinjutsu's shield on the opposite side of Iwagakure. Madara thrust his palm to Naruto's chest, and the king ducked the blow, sliding under the still outstretched arm with blurring speed and swinging his right leg to the back of the Uchiha's knee. Madara swept his leg back in time and flipped over the king as a savage claw tore towards his abdomen. Naruto continued his onslaught, shooting jabs after the Uchiha as the latter leaped back, stubbornly flashing after the man. Rapid blinks of red light doggedly followed quick flashes of blue light as the latter hastily tried to retreat from the former. The evolved Sharingan in the man's eyes strained to keep up, only seeing a split second ahead of time before a blow. He suddenly stopped backtracking and shifted his head to the side from a devastating blow, grabbing the arm with his right hand and guiding it on its path past his head as his right knee shot up, driving deep into Naruto's stomach. A gasp escaped the king's mouth at the counter, and he swiftly wrapped his right arm, the arm Madara guided past his head, around Madara's neck from behind. There was a blinding flash of light, and the king roared as he yanked the Uchiha back, smashing the older ninja's head straight into the ground. A/N DDT. Naruto quickly got back to his feet and stepped back, briefly admiring his work as the Uchiha stuck out of the ground like a nail, before he spat out a curse as the man flickered out of sight in a blaze of speed. The Uchiha appeared behind Naruto, stabbing forward with a kunai to his opponent's neck, but Naruto flipped forward onto his hands, kicking the knife out of the ninja's hand with his heel in the process, and he melted out of sight. The undead Uchiha narrowed his eyes and looked around, the area deathly silent as he failed to see the Rinnegan King. His eternal Mangekyo spun frantically, and he caught a flash at the corner of his right eye. Shifting back a step and slapping aside a kick to his neck, Naruto blazed out of sight again and appeared on Madara's other side with a punch to his chest. Naruto's hand seals widened the man's eyes. Wind and earth release, combination jutsu, continental axis shift. How the hell, the man exclaimed as Naruto, holding the rat hand seals, bent his knees and punched his obsidian-armored fists into the ground. Thick veins bulged from Naruto's neck as he heaved, his legs sliding back. The ground trembled violently, even as the two chakra monsters fought, and Madara stumbled back as the entire hidden village buildings, people, air, and especially the earth shifted towards Naruto. Suddenly, the man, formerly hundreds of yards away, found Naruto's fist in his face. Guard, he grunted as his head caved in, sending him back to his original spot. The wind and earth jutsu cancelled, and the village hopped back into place. Madara used his momentum to roll back, reversing onto his feet and crossing his forearms as Naruto followed with a roundhouse kick. A blue skeletal rib appeared around him, shattering as Naruto's foot connected. The man suppressed his morbid horror, reaching forward as a blue skeletal arm warped into sight and grabbed Naruto. Madara snarled, turning Naruto upside down. The redhead looked at the man with wide, stunned eyes at being caught, and stabbed him headfirst into the ground. The man didn't stop there. Another blue arm appeared, dug its massive fingers into the ground, tore out a block of earth, and brought it down on Naruto's feet, driving him further into the ground. Thud! Boom! Thud! Boom! The earth webbed with each bash, driving Naruto deeper. The undead Uchiha bashed the block onto Naruto's feet until it finally broke apart, and he panted, white air escaping his mouth as his Sharingan remained fixed on Naruto's unmoving body. He gaped when Naruto's hands, at his sides, opened and slapped into a dragon hand sign. Earth release, minor shockwave, his voice muffled. The ground cracked outwards from Naruto, and Madara hastily flipped through seals. Wood release trees erupted from the ground around Naruto, converging and dispelling the two other warring chakra constructs. Naruto's feet touched the ground, and his head snapped up as he sensed multiple massive energy throbs around him. He leaped away as a chakra-draining tree lashed out, just missing his legs, while two more trees caught the king, immediately draining his chakra. The king struggled as his chakra forcefully left him, then his Rinnegan flashed to Madara, and he hissed, "Universal Pull." The Uchiha was savagely ripped from his protective Susanoo and blazed towards Naruto. Two puffs of smoke appeared on the branches holding Naruto, and two identical shadow clones waved away the smoke. One clone hopped to the other and transformed into a demon wind shuriken, which the receiving clone hurled at Madara as Naruto growled, "Almighty push." The wood release trees groaned pitifully as Naruto exploded from their grip, simultaneously accelerating the wind shuriken toward the incoming Madara. The Rinnegan King blurred out of sight, and the demon wind shuriken clattered where he had stood. The Uchiha coughed blood as Naruto switched, crashing his knee into his chest, shattering his armor and burning off his shirt in a destructive plume of fire. The ground trembled as they landed, Madara on his back and Naruto with his feet on the man's chest. The king jumped back as the Uchiha exploded, narrowing his eyes when the clone simply went up in blinding white light and a loud pop of flashbang. His right arm blocked the battle fan before he was even aware. There was a crick. And the Rinnegan King's eyes enlarged like dinner plates when he saw his unbreakable, cursed obsidian armor fracture. He slapped away a kick and lifted his leg when the same leg came back for a sweep. He lifted his other arm to block the fan again, cursing as the armor broke off his arm. He glared at the Uchiha and snarled. His fists blazed forward with brutal accuracy, all deflected by the flat side of the fan, moving up and down the Uchiha's body to block each precise blow. Clink, 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 clink. The onslaught continued, and the armor on Naruto's fists broke off as he blasted punches at Madara, only to be blocked by the gunbei. Thick white smoke poured from Naruto's hands as he stubbornly maintained the assault, following Madara as the man's feet shuffled back despite the chakra he used to stay in place. Argat, the king bellowed, his arms catching fire, his punches accelerating, and the Uchiha's guard beginning to show signs of breaking. Toxic red fire, from his hands to his elbows, shrouded his hands, and black smoke billowed from them, cracking and crushing the fan until Madara grated and slammed his foot into Naruto's chest with a destructive Spartan kick. The king rolled back from the kick, his body catching fire. His back skidded to a stop on the ground, and he got back to his feet, glaring at Madara, who stood, gasping for air after the impossibly fast attack of fists. Naruto was now covered with golden-orange Kyuubi chakra, red lines ran down his arms, joined on his chest, circled concentric red circles on his belly, and spread to his toes. Fire crackled on his back, with the words, "King of the Sky" scrawled on it. His complete Kyuubi cloak fully set in, his whisker marks thickened, and his crimson-red hair waved in the wind, now also on fire. A blue, fully formed Susanoo fist tunneled through the ground towards the former Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Naruto's face remained neutral, and he cocked his head, watching the attack with his godly eyes, then slammed his fists together. A fiery fox's maw roared before him, biting down on the approaching hand and yanking its head back, ripping it right from the blue Susanoo's socket. The fox head lifted and snarled at Madara, its body forming beneath it, with Naruto levitating safely in its radiant head. The fox gave a feral growl, and Naruto's black markings copied onto its body. Its 9 tails swayed behind it as it crouched on the ground in a guarded lunge-ready position. Madara spat a curse as thick black smoke poured from its deadly maw, and it opened its mouth, pointing it at him as a dangerous light began glowing deep in its throat. Fuck! A tornado of chakra covered the shirtless Uchiha, and the eyes of the Hashirama head on his chest briefly flashed red. A glowing blue Susanoo warped around the undead man, from skeleton to full, towering over the crouched 9-tailed beast construct. Would release trees added to its armor, and the Susanoo spread out its arm as Naruto's Kyuubi began shooting evil, black-tailed beast balls. A celestial white shield spiraled into sight, and the balls smashed into it. Multiple-tailed beast balls. Boom, boom, boom. 10 more hit the shield, and the Susanoo fought to stay in place. 2 more arms slithered from its original 2, and a celestial bow and arrow popped into their hands. Amaterasu. The blue Susanoo blasted back 6 flaming black arrows. Naruto cut off his relentless attack and rolled aside, crushing several training grounds at once, and the Kyuubi construct snarled, smoke floating from its jaws. Madara continued shooting arrows of unquenchable fire as the great beast ran around his Susanoo. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto echoed under his breath, and the blue Susanoo was quickly surrounded by 6 other clones, all converging around the Susanoo without delay. As the massive chakra construct clones engaged the undead Uchiha and Taijutsu, Naruto clapped his hands once, then crossed his forearms over his face, forming a sharp X. The Kyuubi cloak over his body shuddered, fluttered in the wind, and changed from red to black, the black linings and symbols on his body changing to toxic red. His red hair remained red, and his skin remained pale white, marred only by the black whisker marks on his cheeks, but the rest of his body turned black with mutated chakra. Naruto's Rinnegan quivered as he transformed, and the Rinnegan finally mirrored in the eyes of the massive fox. 9-tailed technique, inversion mode, Demon Rinnegan Kitsune. The clones disappeared, and the black fox construct flashed to the stunned Uchiha, feinting a blow to its chest but blinking out of sight, then driving 4 fingers into the back of the Susanoo's neck. The Uchiha's construct broke apart from the neck and crackled with black fox fire as it began coming apart. Naruto clambered from the fox's head and dove down to Madara, appearing in the blink of an eye with a trail of black fire flowing from his inverted Kyuubi cloak. It was as if Naruto had escalated his fight. Madara couldn't predict anything. Naruto bashed a right and left hook to his opponent's face, 1 for each cheek, slid under a clumsy strike, and rolled forward in the air, cracking his heel into the top of the man's head, bringing him to the ground in a flash of dangerous black fire and crimson red lightning. Madara gasped blood as his back met the unforgiving ground, and he choked more as Naruto bolted down from the sky in a crack of electricity, crashing his feet into his chest with a rumble of black chakra. The king's Rinnegan throbbed as he swiftly jumped back 3 feet from Madara in the deep, wide crater his double stomp had created, and his chest cracked open, shooting roughly 20 red-tipped missiles into the helpless man's face as he stood at a, somewhat, safe distance. He squinted to see through the rapid explosion of light and fire he was causing with each red-tipped warhead from his chest. The fiery redhead held the ram, and the deafening blaze of inferno that was the Kyuubi construct thundered to the sky, its whole body shrinking into a ball about half the size of the training ground. The king raised his right hand, cutting off the seal, and swept it down to the panting mess of burnt limbs below him as he hopped away. Planetary devastation, 9-tailed beast moon. The glowing black moon screamed down to the man, and Naruto, standing more than a few kilometers away, slammed his hands to the ground, erecting earth and wind walls to encase the resulting thud of energy and fire from destroying the entire village. Black smoke washed away from the crash site, and Naruto strained to see into it, only feeling a weak thump of chakra from inside as the moon dug deeper and deeper, scorching the Uchiha trapped under it with Kyuubi chakra and mutated Uzumaki chakra. Sweltering heat and almost unbearable gravitational pressure arrived half a minute after the Black Fox moon crash landed onto the man, continuing its descent. It baked the environment and set the few remaining intact foliage on fire. The only thing preventing the black moon from squishing IWA into the ground with its large gravitational pressure field and burning what was left was the wind and earth barrier the Rinnegan king stubbornly held up, gritting his teeth as his broken armor tried to regulate the temperature and pressure around him alongside his Deva and Preta paths. There was a big shudder, and the earth groaned pitifully, weakly resisting as the moon burned deeper into the ground with Madara still underneath. Naruto could feel his armor beginning to melt from his torso. Thankfully, his pants were safe from being burned off by the wind funneling around him. The only reason he could give for his indestructible armor melting and his ninja pants not, despite the wind, was that the gunbei had somehow weakened his armor and destabilized the seals that kept it fully operational. A wicked smirk etched onto his face as he sealed the gravity crack over the training ground with his Deva path, also stopping the Black Fox Moon from burning any deeper into the earth. The mixture of Kyuubi and mutated chakra would continue to burn until it reached the center of the earth. It worked almost the same way as what he read Amaterasu did, except the black flames of the Sharingan could burn for 7 days and 7 nights. He honestly didn't know how long his inverted chakra would burn for, but the effects were just as bad on its target. Don't stop swinging until the enemy stops moving. That was one of the most important rules every Tsukai soldier had to abide by, and Naruto wouldn't be leading by example if he didn't also live by that rule. Madara had been defeated as soon as the king activated his demon Rinnegan Kitsune form. The king began a steady jog back to the crash site, where the ball of fire burned merrily. The demon Rinnegan Kitsune was the technique Naruto mentally finished forming after witnessing Itaka Susanoo, though admittedly he had been researching and planning since his time in Demon Country 6 years ago. It manifested his Kyuubi chakra as it was, mixing in his normal chakra as well as the mutated, nature-imbued chakra in his body, and channeling his Prita and outer paths to perform a technique called inversion, where he changed the flow of chakra from going out of his body, as it normally did during a jutsu or fight, to flowing inside in a constant loop, as if his body were a vortex eternally sucking in chakra from the environment, only looping it outwards after passing through all his major tenketsu. This, in turn, changed his mutated chakra from red to black, with the effect on those near him being that their chakra would begin getting sucked in, restricting only those out of range or those Naruto did not want to take chakra from. It seems I overdid it, the redhead winced. He looked around with his Rinnegan, grimacing at the utter chaos he had caused during his fight with the undead Uchiha. Random explosions from the ground, nearly half the hidden village flattened, and the sky pelting down small balls of fire from dark red clouds, which began to taper off after a few minutes. He shrugged off his concern and swept his hands forward to the fallen moon. The massive rock crumbled into dust, scattering into ash, and flowing smoothly into Naruto's black chakra-coated body. He slid into the giant crater his last jutsu had created and stopped near the undead man's body. The impure world resurrection jutsu held strong, as Naruto was still sustaining it, but the king had already passed on bodily control as well as Madara's chakra back to the Uchiha at the start of the fight, which was why the man was dead tired and out of chakra. Flakes of his skin began chipping off and disintegrating into dust, and as Naruto knelt down and looked at Madara, he was genuinely impressed that the man was still able to sustain his eternal Mangekyo despite how critically low his chakra was. It was a testament to the Uchiha's strong chakra. Naruto scoffed as his senses throbbed, catching hold of the hand that went straight to his right eye. "You're the second Uchiha to try that stunt." Madara bared his teeth to suppress the pain grunt as the black fire on Naruto's hand burned his own to a crisp, right down to his elbow. "I didn't think you were this strong." The king shrugged and looked down at his torso, at the cracked obsidian armor perfectly hidden beneath the inverted Kyuubi cloak. Only few people would admit that aloud. He smirked sharply and placed his right hand on the Uchiha's head. "This battle has served its purpose." The man simply looked up at the hand on his head, then back to Naruto. "What purpose?" The flaming redhead grinned evilly and muttered, "Soul Eater." 30 minutes after Naruto's battle with Madara. Kukukasasuk Town, southeastern border of Earth and Grass countries. The Counter Konoha Division. The 11th rank Tsukai Guard campsite. Earth Country. Silver rank, Naruto, Uakuso's wistful voice said as 10 squads of hunter ninjas landed from the trees southeast of Earth, from Grass Country. The girl separated from her appointed squad and marched to the head of the Espionage and Infiltration Division, while the rest of the hunters joined the assembled soldiers standing just outside Earth Country's border. A sea of soldiers rushed through the ranks in preparation for the Konoha ninjas, led by the Yondaime, scheduled to arrive in 3 hours. The current 11th rank guard stationed in the border town was a force of over 5,000 gold, silver, and bronze rank soldiers who closely served the king, whether in his palace or on a mission. They were a specially selected number who had shown strength close enough to a platinum rank or any subsequent higher rank, and even though the 11th rank was not an official rank, it was seen as the last step a gold rank took before he or she was qualified enough to be platinum rank, which in turn was a rank for division heads. There were 3 11th ranks of varying numbers in the kingdom: gold, silver, and bronze. Any silver or bronze rank skilled enough to join their respective 11th ranks was pretty much already seen as promoted, given that they still had to improve in skill and prove their rank. It was a known fact that all of the king's ground spies and Tsukai spies on the ground were 11th rank. The king's twin sister was still in the observation stage on whether she should be in the 11th, but Naruto had explicitly ordered her presence. She stopped before the man and saluted. "Sir." You motioned for her to follow him as he walked through intelligence soldiers standing at attention, listening to orders barked by a gold-rank intelligence soldier. "Your younger brother and his teammates returned a few hours ago with the body of Kakashi Hatake." The girl barely controlled her face from snarling. She swallowed thickly, marching behind the platinum rank, and muttered, "That's great news, sir." The man looked over his shoulder and smiled warmly. "Your division head, Mora, also told me that you performed excellently in your last mission." This time, the girl couldn't suppress the proud smile as pride flowed through her body. "It's not every day you get to kill a Sunin. Congratulations." Thank you, sir. Do you want me to recommend a promotion to the 11th rank to the king? Mora wants to also do the same. Jiraiya the Toad Sage was killed by a platinum rank, Satoshi Todoroki of rescue and support, so if a silver rank who had just joined the army a day ago was able to do the same, albeit with another Sunin, then it was cause for praise. I have no doubt Lord Naruto would promote you. I appreciate it, sir, I really do, but I want to remain where I am until I've learned all it takes to be a soldier, the rules, protocols, codes, and skills. It takes maturity to say that, the man said and stopped before a command tent standing at the main gate leading into the country. You turned around and nodded to her. I will make sure Mora records your accomplishment, and I will also ensure you get a pay raise. Your work cannot go unrewarded. The girl bowed gratefully. I'm grateful, sir. You nodded again, jutting his left thumb over his shoulder to the tent. Lord Naruto has requested you rest in here and await his arrival. Some of the others will serve as my lord's full frontal. Those who would stand at attention and wait in their number for the Konoha ninjas to arrive. Did he say why he wants me to stay back? He wants you to save your strength for your father. The girl saluted, and the platinum rank walked away to attend to another function. As a division head, he was aware that the invasion of Iron Country was pushed ahead of the time Naruto had wanted, but so far the samurais had been completely suppressed, although a large chunk of the country's samurai had been killed in the skirmish. Nagato had reported this success to Karen, seeing as the connection to Naruto was cut off by the transponder because my lord Naruto is currently occupied. The only country not stomped over was Fire Country. Despite his father's relentless push for military campaigns, their original plan to invade Fire Country last remained unchanged. Energy drained from the girl as her shoulders slumped, she and her squad had been running non-stop for 2 hours, using their flight seals for bursts of wind speed to shorten the detour around the Konoha ninjas. Minato was still in Fire Country but dangerously close to grass, then IWA. The order was to keep the Yondaime and his ninjas in Grass Country until Naruto arrived, not to attack Minato Namikaze, only to hold him back. The 16-year-old mutant girl pushed through the flaps with her eyes closed, sighing, rolling her sore shoulders, and cracking her neck. Then she opened her eyes. They flashed from soft purple to Vulpin red, and her fingernails elongated. You, she hissed, her gaze landing on Junior, clad in bronze rank armor and a standard Tsukai combat uniform. His weapons lay on the king's wooden desk, atop a map of the continent. The boy stood his ground as his older sister stomped toward him, his eyes glazing over and drooping to the floor. Silver rank Naruto. Meiji's soft voice cut through Naruto's rage. The redhead looked to the head of Fuinjutsu, seated at the center of the large command table. The green-haired girl shook her head and ordered, "Stand down." The redhead acknowledged the younger girl's platinum rank armor and white armband with the gold ink kanji for Fuinjutsu, but still blubbered, "But dash. I said, stand down." Naruto's lips twitched down, her nails retracted with a click, her eyes reverted to purple, and she looked at the ground. "Yes, sir." The girl pursed her lips, trying to ignore the striking resemblance between the red-haired girl and her king. It pained the gentle division head to say, "My lord Naruto wanted you to meet your brother." She glared at Naruto when her head snapped up to argue, silencing her. Junior and his team, she gestured over her shoulder to the 2 silver ranks behind her, returned from a very dangerous assassination mission, sanctioned by your brother. Naruto ground her teeth, and Junior fought a shaky frown, squeezing his lips as his blue eyes trembled. It was a test to see where his loyalties truly lie. "Do you want to know the mission?" Meiji asked, but Naruto remained silent. The mint-haired girl barked, "Do you want to know the mission?" "Yes, sir." He was to kill his former sensei, Kakashi Hatake, with the help of his team. The girl stopped grinding her teeth and slowly looked up at her younger brother, who couldn't meet her gaze. A thud echoed in her chest as a tear slid down the boy's pale cheek. What? She knew Kakashi, the masked man, had avoided the twins in Konoha, but when they accidentally saw him, the copy ninja was sleeping in a tree. He didn't seem like a teacher, but realizing Junior's former teacher was this same man, it dawned on her that the 13-year-old boy had to kill the person who taught him. Naruto, Naruto, and Junior were all Uzumaki. Anyone who showed them even a small ounce of love or attention was family, including active training to be their best. The clan was built on loyalty, love, Kenjutsu, Fuinjutsu, and family. Minato Jr. was made to kill his family to prove his loyalty. Junior here simply wanted to be part of the Tsukai family. He always had the option of leaving as soon as he got his mission, but he willingly chose to kill his family because, deep down, he always wanted to know what real love felt like. Meiji said, crossing her arms. His life in Konoha was not good, and Lord Naruto saw this. He gave him friends and protected him even though Junior wasn't aware of it. Sasori of the Red Sands, Sai, and Sakura all looked out for him. Lord Naruto overlooked his hatred for his father to look after his brother. Naruto's fingers clenched and unclenched as she struggled to control her emotions. "I didn't know. Lord Naruto wants you to meet Junior, and if you choose to keep blaming him for looking like your father, then that's fine." Meiji hopped off the table and left the tent, waiting for Sai and Sakura to follow her. Silence filled the tent. Junior still looked away, and Naruto looked at her brother, her hands still twitching. She breathed out through her nose, her shoulders stiffening when the 13-year-old boy spoke. I'm sorry for what father did to you and Lord Brother. Naruto felt her lips tighten and her hands clench into fists. The 16-year-old girl shook her head. Don't be. Her hands opened, and she pursed her lips, flashing a quick smile at her younger brother. It's not your fault. The boy saw hope in her slowly relaxing posture and took a hesitant step toward her, clasping his fingers in front of his chest. Lord Brother said, he said that I should change my name dash. Don't. Junior tilted his head and furrowed his eyebrows. Why? He said he didn't like my name. His mood dipped slightly as he also remembered he bore his father's name and face. It's your name, not father's, the girl said with a resigned sigh. She took a few steps toward her brother, briefly held her hand over the shorter boy's shoulder, then clasped them down, smiling a little at him. You're not father. A tremendous wave of emotions washed over the young boy, his shoulders shook, and his eyes filled with tears. He dipped his head down and bowed. Thank you. Her eyes became heavy, and she gently squeezed her brother's shoulder. A genuine smile bloomed on her face as she closed her eyes. No worries, kid. Junior bobbed his head and bowed again. Naruto opened her eyes and looked over his uniform, smirking with mild pride. Congrats on your rank. The blonde boy happily smiled at his older sister, his first real smile in years, and excitedly hopped under her hand, making the girl laugh softly under her breath. Lord Brother said that I didn't need to write an exam anymore because Lady Gamatomo, head of Fuinjutsu, recommended I have silver. Then why bronze? It was the lowest I could bargain for. I want to work my way up the ranks until I'm worthy to stand beside Lord Brother. The redhead was surprised by her brother's declaration. Looking into his resolute blue eyes and confident posture, she saw herself reflected. The girl placed her hand on his head and ruffled his hair, a wide, cheerful smile on her face. I said the exact same thing to Naruto. Really? He looked up at her with large, eager eyes. The girl nodded. Yup. Naruto didn't think I should be in his army, but I still needed to prove my worth. She smirked proudly at him. We have Uzumaki blood running in our veins, we don't take handouts. Right. Neither claimed membership in the deceased Fuinjutsu clan, merely acknowledging their mother's heritage. Her eyes scanned the room, landing on the weapons on Naruto's desk. The girl whistled, impressed, and walked over. Dual sickles. The two siblings idly conversed about their favorite weapons as the tent flap closed, the king leaving to give them privacy while he organized his army for the fight with the Konoha ninjas. A smile danced on his lips when he heard light laughter from the tent, his ears picking up Junior telling Naruto he couldn't pick up Zabuza Momoki's head cleaver during Team 7's fight in Wave against Gato and his men. Naruto knew, he felt, that Naruto's affection for their younger brother was very much forced, but he also had a feeling that one day she would genuinely learn to love him. The good thing was she was following her twins' example, not blaming Junior for what their father did to them, and was trying her best to reach out to the young blonde with an open hand, not a fist. It was unfortunate, to him, that both of his siblings willingly joined the Tsukai army, but if it made them happy, he wouldn't stand in their way. Patch me over to Division Head Nirvana, of the Invention Division. Patching you over, King Naruto. Naruto hummed and stopped walking once out of earshot of his siblings. Fuinjutsu gold-ranked soldiers of the king's personal guard instinctively swarmed around him, standing at attention. The Rinnegan king smiled appreciatively and accepted Meiji, head of Fuinjutsu's, salute as she dispersed her soldiers. Nirvana here, sir. The rainbow-haired girl sat on a tree stump in Iron Country's capital, her right boot on her lap, a screwdriver fizzing as she tapped and touched her wind fan-powered boot, contrasting the commonly used flight seal-powered boot. Inventors prided themselves on using their creations as a badge of honor. Naruto huffed, picking at his destroyed armor and shredded red shirt, wondering why he hadn't called it in after his fight with Madara minutes ago. At that moment, only the black overcoat on his shoulders covered his almost bare torso. Send over replacement armor for me, this one is broken. The girl gasped, her mouth dropping open, nearly dropping her metal boot. Madara broke your armor? Well, his gunbei did, Naruto said, glancing at the dead Uchiha's weapon strapped to his back. I plan on sending it to Indra and Hamato, Frontline and Intelligence and Interrogation respectively, for analysis. It takes a strong weapon to break cursed obsidian, Nirvana idly remarked, waving for a gold-rank inventor to begin taking a census of the remaining samurai. She hopped to her feet and slipped on her boot. I'll fly to Demon Country immediately to make you a new one. It will be with you in an hour. Squad 1 of the inventors assembled around their division head and followed as she took to the sky with her wide, fan-propelled boots. 2 scouts and 3 rescuers trailed after them. A plain wooden seat was placed behind him, and he nodded in appreciation to the bronze rank, speaking to the division head in his ear as he sank tiredly into the seat and watched the sea of soldiers march into position. Thank you. Minutes of flying later. The Cave of Dark Secrets, base of the Kuroiwanai cult. The Demon Lord Mountain. Demon Country. Large platinum boots landed surprisingly silent before the ornately decorated cave mouth. 10 muffled thumps followed as her squad and additional soldiers dropped behind her. The cave mouth was a large, half-oval with ancient runes pulsing black and green at the corners, increasing in brightness as the Tsukai soldiers arrived. Cursed obsidian was found only here in the entire continent, inside this very cave. Demon country was already conquered, but the mountain itself was mostly left alone by the king's order. Naruto had last visited the cave alone during his solo shadow campaign. He ordered the mountain left untouched because of the cursed obsidian lining the cave, the only entry and exit from the mountain. Cursed obsidian, the strongest metal in the world, condemned anyone who touched it to instant death, their soul sent straight to hell. Naruto's saving grace from the metal was his eyes, which gave him power over death itself. And like every expedition he had been on, he sent back the knowledge and experience he gathered to his home to capitalize on. The rainbow-haired teen squinted, orange goggles fizzing into sight over her eyes. She scanned the ground for traps with her special goggles and waved over her shoulder for the scouts to lead the way into the Kurowo cult's headquarters. "Activate anti-resonance shields," she murmured, and the scouts slammed their right fists on their left chests, their gold rank armor turning completely white. Nirvana followed closely, her armor also white, as did her inventor squad. "This place gives me the creeps. Keep your eyes open and your guards up, guys." Most world mysteries had a scientific explanation. Cursed obsidian was one, though a full scientific explanation hadn't been found. Naruto discovered the black metal in the cave's back wall resonated dark energy, or dark release, constantly. Anyone not immune to or lacking dark release as a bloodline, upon nearing the metal, would be forcibly tempted to touch it, resulting in instant death. Anti-resonance shields, a combination of fuinjutsu and engineering, countered the subtle black energy vibrations with an equally constant counter of light energy, an almost perfect replica of true light release. The downside of this replica was limited time inside the cave. Naruto wore this cursed metal as a sign of his kingship, his mastery over life and death, and his personal armor. Those he touched weren't killed because the armor recognized his power over life and death, over creation and destruction. Nirvana looked to the rescuers, the lone gold rank among them, the rest silver, said, "We have 10 minutes, more than enough time." She then spoke to her inventors. "Prepare the obsidian drill." The logic of using the obsidian drill was simple. If diamonds could only be cut by diamonds, then obsidian could only be cut by obsidian. The team rushed in, 3 rescuers covering their flank, 2 scouts leading. All light vanished as they entered the cave mouth, delving into pure, demonic darkness they could taste, seeing only with their buddy system and sensory detection seals. The gold rank inventors pulled out pieces of black engineering, clicking them together to form 2 simple jackhammers with loudly whirring black drill tips. 8 minutes, the head rescuer hummed, and Nirvana laxly nodded. The team entered a wide expanse, as wide as the mountain's base, about half the fire country capital. At the cave's edges sat white-haired men and women in dull orange robes with a white circle on their backs. A black X marked their foreheads, and black concentric circles with a red dot were on the backs of their hands. Their thin, brittle hands unceasingly flipped through all 12 hand seals, even as the Tsukai squad carefully swept to the cave's end, where 4 great black pillars reached high into the dark, shadowy ceiling. Not once did they open their eyes or stop humming. The Kurowo cult members hummed in deep voices, making the obsidian's dark release power more visible, creating tall, black figures that danced at the corners of their eyes, ghosting their hands over the squad's backs and shoulders, and whispering seductively into their ears words the replica light energy prevented them from hearing. Nirvana kept her lips shut as she slinked ahead of her team, wincing at how loud the drill was compared to the cult's deep hum, constantly flipping through their hand seals. She nodded toward the wall behind the black pillars and stood guard as the 2 inventors went over and quickly began chipping off chunks of the black wall. Minutes. The rescue soldier signed, and Nirvana forced down her tension as the Kurowo remained in their cross-legged positions. The Kurowo was a somewhat peaceful, pacifist cult. Their beliefs remained secret, but they never once attacked, not even defending their base when Naruto ripped out a chunk of obsidian. They were clearly immune to the cursed obsidian's manipulations and its dark release, even controlling the darkness illusions that spiraled before Nirvana's eyes. It was a terrible sight, even without light in the cave, worthy of a horror movie. Hundreds of Kurowo meditating near the walls, figures and phantoms of evil giggling and drifting around them, and the maddening hum shaking the squad to their core. The girl rubbed her eyes and blindly nodded when tapped on her shoulder, her squad indicating they were done. 3 minutes. Full blast, let's get the hell out of here. She signed, watching the scouts take off first, then her team, followed by the rescue team. They flew out of the cave with swift gusts of wind from their respective methods, halting outside where they were mostly safe from the cursed obsidian. The head inventor wasted no time, slamming her fist onto her chest as the bright sun recharged her light energy. She waited a minute for a distinct beeping sound in her ear, then looked at the others, who nodded, their armor also recharged. She then took the scroll containing the obsidian and unsealed the impure metal. "I need a fire." 2 inventors created a bonfire using a simple fire release campfire technique, increasing the heat with wind release blacksmith wind melting, which blew hot air from their mouths into the fire. The others then slammed a 7 by 5 foot metal box over the inferno, dropping another of equal size on top, opening the front like an oven. The head inventor threw in the cursed metal, flashing through 20 hand seals and whispering with her hand in the tiger seal, fire and wind release combination jutsu, cursed red Amaterasu. Her fingertips glowed red with Kyuubi chakra, stored in all division heads armor for emergencies, and red veins beneath the rainbow-haired teen's neck cracked and crawled up her face, entering her cheeks and finally reaching her lips as poisonous red fire billowed from her mouth into the forge. The cursed metal began melting into a chest plate mold after 3 minutes of continuous red Amaterasu flames, blue seals shining brightly in the chest mold. The inventor stopped blowing fire, snapped her fingers, and slipped on thick brown gloves handed to her by a subordinate. She lifted the grate, which still held small clumps of melting black metal, and retrieved the mold. Nirvana then dropped the mold onto an anvil, and an inventor brought down his hammer, breaking the metal case to reveal a rough, black version of their metal chest plate. The girl nodded in appreciation and took the hammer, idly watching as her inventors melted more of the black metal into a right and left boot using the same fire and wind technique she used. Sparks exploded around her as she slammed her special, seal-reinforced hammer onto the chest plate, her goggle-protected eyes narrowed, continuing to bash the metal until it smoothed out. The team then dropped the chest plate into a presented large basin of water, the silver basin's exterior shining with red and gold seals, cooling and further smoothing the chest plate until it truly resembled a Sukai soldier's chest plate. She proceeded to hammer out the irregular sides of the black boots until, 15 minutes later, she finished her master's armor. She removed them from the water, still protected by the replica light energy, and sealed them, taking off into the sky toward Earth Country to deliver them to her king. Oh, at that very moment. House 1, Kabuki Uzumaki Street, Civilian Soldier Residential District. The Sukai Kingdom. The Civilian Soldier District, CSD, was one of the king's first established districts, housing soldiers' families and loved ones, Sukai Academy students' parents and relatives, and anyone who wished to live there, even without direct army ties. This district was a way for Naruto to show appreciation for his army. It also allowed families to live near their loved ones in the army without residing in the Soldiers' Accommodation District, SAD, which was strictly off limits to civilians, even during festivals, only allowing other soldiers from different districts to enter. To the CSD. The district comprised 7 streets, with only the last one named, while the initial 6 were numbered. Kabuki Uzumaki Street, the 7th street, housed families closely serving the royal palace and the king. Kabuki Uzumaki Street featured identical red bricked houses on both sides, each with a modest front yard garden enclosed by a waist-high white picket fence, a front porch with a bench, and a large backyard secured by 8-foot-high fences. A sleek black car, adorned with 2 small Flying Kingdom flags on its boot and tinted windows, glided down the street. Families emerged from their homes and peered from windows as the smooth vehicle pulled up and parked in front of the gate of house number 1, located at the road's end, not on either side of the street. Parents and children watched intently as Shinakora, the head maid in the king's right hand, stepped out of the royal car's rear right door. She gracefully moved to the other side and, with a kind smile, opened the door, extending her right hand to assist the king's mother. A mass of long red hair appeared from the car, and the woman grunted as she got to her feet. The maid quickly reached back in, still supporting the king's mother with her left hand, and retrieved a crimson-red cane featuring the Uzumaki clan symbol and the kingdom's flag near the handle. The red-haired woman nodded her gratitude to the red-haired combat maid, taking the cane and leaning heavily on it as Shinakora gently closed the door behind her. The car idled for a moment before turning off. The driver, a gray-haired man in his late 40s, exited, opened the fence, and allowed both women to enter the garden. Kushina surveyed the garden, savoring the sweet scent of flowers that eased her tension. Shinakora smiled and remarked, "This house was specifically prepared for your arrival, Lady Kushina." Still admiring the beautifully arranged flowers, Kushina whispered, "My son did all this." The maid gestured broadly, encompassing the other houses, the grand palace proudly gleaming above the kingdom, the car that transported them, the police officers and soldiers patrolling rooftops for protection, and the captivated families gathered outside their homes. "Your son did all of this, Kushina." The mother sniffed, wiping her eyes with her right wrist since her left hand held her cane. "The more I hear about my son, my children, the more I regret not being strong enough to be there for them." A soft hand rested on her shoulder. Lord Naruto found the strength to overcome hurdles so he could provide a better life for those who suffered just like him. Kushina looked at the maid with an appreciative smile and nodded slightly. "He's a kind boy." She began to reinterpret the bloodlust and rage she had seen in his eyes and his murderous smile as a sign of him being guarded and hesitant to believe she was on his side. The woman quickly wiped away a tear that escaped her right eye. "He's a true Uzumaki." The maid wavered after Kushina spoke, and Kushina furrowed her eyebrows. "Lord Naruto and Lady Naruto will accept that they have Uzumaki blood running in their veins, but that is as close as they will get to your clan." The woman shrugged, her mellow smile unwavering. "I don't mind, Naruto made a name for himself, and Naruto is doing so too. They've both made me proud, and that's more than enough for me." Shinakora nodded and motioned toward the wooden brick red door with the number 1 nailed to it. "My Lord Naruto personally prepared this house for you." She nodded to the driver butler, who pressed his palm to the door. The door shimmered blue then back to red, and he stepped back. The door is protected by the best seals in this kingdom. The doorknob and the middle of the door are etched with sensitive, barely visible seals that recognize you instantly upon touch. This eliminates the risk of losing keys and the need for keys entirely. She moved aside, and Kushina, a level 10 seal master, hobbled to the door, squinting at it and minutely smirking at the tiny seals. She looked back at the maid, who nodded in encouragement. Kushina placed her hand on the door, and immediately a soft click sounded inside, the door easing open slightly and widening as the Uzumaki entered. She gasped at the decor. The walls had soft blue and white wallpaper that soothed her anxieties. A flight of stairs a few feet from the door led to 4 upstairs bedrooms, their separate bathrooms, and the attic. Downstairs, a door behind the stairs led into the well-furnished kitchen. An open space, presumably the parlor, contained 2 couches and 2 sofas facing a large television screen, with a coffee table in front of it. The entire house, except for the bathrooms and kitchen, was carpeted in blue. Another open space to her left featured a large dining table with 4 seats and a blood-red flower in a vase at its center. This was the dining room. Walking into the dining room, she admired its brightness and ventilation, appreciating the simple but durable furniture she knew would be expensive if sold. Moving into the kitchen, she saw a door to the right of the entrance. Opening it, she chuckled at the sight of broomsticks and cleaning supplies, a storeroom. The door beside the storeroom opened to a space of equal size, stocked with enough food for a month and several days if used prudently. She closed the doors and sighed in relief, seeing cleaning store and food store labels nailed for her convenience. Under the stairs, a trapdoor led to the basement, which housed the house's boiler, circuit breaker, a spare generator for kingdom-wide blackouts, and other supplies in cardboard boxes. The redhead ambled out of the basement, beaming at Shinekora. "This place is perfect. I'm glad. Lord Naruto put a lot of thought into this house." Shinekora followed Kushina as she wobbled up the stairs on weak legs, still recovering from losing her seal shackles. Karen had informed her that her chakra would be permanently fractured due to the Kyuubi, a vital part of her chakra network, being ripped from her body. She opened a random bedroom and inhaled deeply, listening to Shinekora speak. "A few spies and scouts went to Konoha and broke into the Hokage mansion. They retrieved all your things." She chuckled softly as Kushina squealed in excitement, running her hands through her clothes, neatly hung in the wardrobe. "But despite that, you will receive a monthly stipend for your general upkeep, and King Naruto will certainly visit you from time to time." She handed Kushina a white earbud and helped her place it in her ear. "In case you need anything at all, you will be able to reach me with that." Kushina felt the earbud gently fasten into her ear but could still hear clearly. "It is waterproof and lightning-proof, but if you somehow break it, the intelligence division will be notified immediately and sent with a replacement. If you lose it, you will find 2 spares under your bed." A manual on the earbud's other smaller features was on the bed, near her pillow, along with an assurance that she, like every other civilian with the earbud, was only being tracked to ensure they didn't enter danger, not eavesdropped on. The Tsukai Kingdom's police force was specially trained to handle suspicious characters within the kingdom. The woman nodded in understanding and sank onto the bed with a huff. She felt the soft bedsheets with her thin, pale fingers and gave the maid a lopsided smile. "I'm still surprised you're the Kyuubi." Shinekora shrugged casually and smoothly sat beside Kushina on the bed, enjoying its softness. "I'm really just grateful Lord Naruto found me useful enough to bring back to life." The Uzumaki turned to the seated-tailed beast with a question in her eyes. She opened her mouth but closed it, thinking the question would sound rude aloud. Shinekora rolled her eyes, patiently waiting for the usually outspoken and brash woman to speak. Timidity and hesitation didn't suit her. "But, Naruto, he has all the chakra and all the control. What use do you have to him when he has the biggest reasons you're useful?" Against Kushina's expectation, the combat maid simply smiled serenely and looked at the white-painted ceiling. "Lord Naruto gave me only one reason: he deemed me useful enough to serve as closely as I have been honored to serve." She looked back down at Kushina, who saw fire swirling in the maid's eyes, a mix of pride and determination. "He said I was smart." Kushina remained silent as the fox looked past her, lost in the memory of her resurrection. "My Lord Naruto, he said to me that he has no need for dim and fearful people. He wants strong people, but at the same time, he also wants smart people. People that knew the best course of action and would help advise him of it." The maid shakily smoothed down her pristine white maid's apron and laughed mirthlessly. "He, my Lord Naruto, even said that he was too young and too immature to sit on the throne." Shinekora glanced at Kushina, who smiled gently at the fox, placing a soft hand on the older redhead's twitching hands. "Even back then, I knew he was much wiser than his age." The maid's shoulders sagged, and her humorless smile dropped into a pensive, thoughtful frown. Sometimes I think he's just humoring me by having me around." Kushina shook her head. "From what you've told me and from what I've seen," she looked around to emphasize her point, "my son, the king, isn't humoring you." The maid flicked her eyes at Kushina, then down at Kushina's gentle hand over hers. Why do you think that? The king's mother grinned and playfully nudged Shinekora's ribs with her elbow. Because you're smart. She groaned as she tried to stand, and the maid hastily got to her feet, supporting her until she leaned fully on her cane. Damn you, Obito. The Uzumaki weakly cursed the cause of her fractured chakra network. Shinekora covered her smile with her right hand, and Kushina scoffed, hobbling toward the door and down the stairs. I want to go and meet the neighbors. She glanced over her shoulder and asked, would that be okay? Would Naruto mind? The fox sighed in exasperation, mildly worried that Kushina's fractured chakra was making her anxious about her son's opinion of her. Of course he won't mind. Both redheads deliberately disregarded the fact that the world was now more or less under the king's rule. Kushina especially pushed any sadness from her mind at the thought that in a few short hours, her husband was going to be killed by his eldest children, the twins. She smiled at Shinekora as the woman placed a hand on her shoulder and eased the gate open for her, letting her shuffle to the neighbors on the bottom right side of the street, a small family of 3, a white-haired man, a black-haired woman, and a male toddler with mixed hair colors. She waved at them and called, hey there. Minato deserved everything coming to him. It made the mother both angry at her almost weak, crippled state and depressed that the deed was certainly going to happen, but the Uzumaki refused to feel sympathy for the yandame. Hell, if she were still in her prime, she would squeeze the life out of the blonde man herself, watching with a wide smile and a song in her soul as the light left his eyes. But since she couldn't do it herself, and even if she could, her children would never allow her, she was content with Naruto and Naruto ending their father's life. It was all going to end where it all started. Grass country. Earth country. A clear path opened for the king, who walked through with his hands in his pockets, smiling faintly at the formal soldiers, ranging from bronze to gold rank, both male and female. Behind him marched his twin sister, Naruto, and the king's younger brother, Minato Jr. The red-haired girl had her mask perched slightly over her left ear on top of her head, and the departmentless blonde boy tried to keep a straight face. Both wore their ranks, silver and bronze respectively, with pride. The respect and reverence for the red-haired king were palpable. Soldiers subtly inclined their heads, even at attention, and murmured greetings. A loud call from the front, several yards from the king, prompted soldiers to slam their right fists against their left chests, straightening as one. They stomped their feet in unison, creating a deep tremor. Commander present. Indra, head of frontliners, bellowed from the front of the multitude of Tsukai soldiers. He stood alongside Meiji, head of Fuinjutsu, Karen, head medic, Uakuso, head of espionage and infiltration, and Nirvana, head of inventors. The platinum ranks followed the lower ranks by holding their right fists over their hearts. The wielder of Kubikari surveyed the rigidly standing soldiers, all looking forward without shaking and with chests puffed out. Naruto's faint smile became a slight smirk as he continued walking through the ranks, his overcoat swishing with the faint breeze blowing through the border town. His 2 soldier siblings marched behind him, lifting their chins slightly. The Tsukai Code. Indra roared, and all soldiers, platinum to bronze, roared back. Discipline, order, obedience, and loyalty. These were the foundations of the Great Kingdom, a ragtag cluster of people with no future or hope who gathered around a child with the eyes of a god, followed his orders, and were deathly loyal to him. They were the ones who had forged a future for themselves despite life's harsh hand, and they owed all their gratitude to their king. Dying for him would be a privilege each and every one of them would desire. Junior felt the air thicken with the immense esteem Naruto held. Fixing his eyes on his brother's back, he felt them blaze over with tears. He finally had a family. The king's army was his family. Naruto shot him a glance from the corner of her eyes, and the boy subtly nodded without looking, blinking to clear his tears. There would be time to savor this feeling later, but for now, he was tasked to follow his king brother with his silver rank sister. Back in the kingdom, live feeds from over a dozen circular drones flew silently through the air, recording the king as he moved through his soldiers and sending the feedback to the kingdom, where it was broadcasted only in the soldiers' barracks. Soldiers and police officers entrusted to stay back and protect the kingdom filled the mess halls of the different barracks, watching with complete reverence as their king approached the front of the assembled soldiers. Sitting at the front were the king's mother and the king's right hand. Kushina gripped her cane tightly, trying to regulate her breathing as she watched her children, especially Naruto. The boy exuded power and authority, so much so that she could hear the chattering subside and the soldiers around her stand to salute him. Hamato, head of intelligence and interrogation, and Satoshi, head of rescue and support, the only soldier division heads to stay back, led the salute. The power the king wielded, the authority he held, willingly given to him by his people, it was terrifying. The Rinnegan king reached the front, and the division heads, proud platinum-ranked soldiers of the Tsukai kingdom, dropped to their right knees and bowed slightly, at ease. His order was low but carried to the massive assembly and to the soldiers in the kingdom. There was a general shuffle of legs as they placed their hands behind their backs and opened their legs slightly. The division heads rose and copied the motion. Naruto and Junior stood behind their king brother, also at ease. Naruto regarded the division heads for a few seconds before nodding. Well done. It's our pleasure, sir, Indra answered humbly, acknowledging the two-word praise his king had given him for arranging the bronze, silver, and gold ranks according to their different divisions and the strict procedure for facing a full frontal attack. The frontliners stood at the front with the Fuinjutsu specialists, the inventors stood at the sides also with Fuinjutsu specialists, the intelligence soldiers and hunters were nestled in the middle with the medics, with the hunters tasked to provide protection for the other two. Rescue, support, scout, spies, and retrievers were situated at the back. Their specialties were not full combat but rather support. No soldiers stood out of place. Naruto briefly looked at them and pursed his lips, nodding slowly. He removed the gunbei, Madara's weapon, strapped to his back and idly tossed it to Nirvana, adding her to the three-man team that would carefully analyze the weapon, comprising Indra and Hamato. Admittedly, he had the memories of the Uchiha who once wielded the weapon, but the memories only recorded the man discovering the gunbei in hidden darkness. His eyes slowly moved over the thousands standing in neat rows, waiting for his order. Very impressive. Thank you, sir, you responded. Naruto exhaled and turned, steadily walking down the rigidly standing soldiers. Naruto and Junior trooped behind him, and Indra and Karen followed as well. How many soldiers do we have here? 5,000, sir, as per your orders. And in Fire Country, 10,000, sir. Any news? Yes, sir. Naruto stopped and turned to Indra, standing before the weapons specialists of the frontline division. Naruto patiently waited for Indra to continue. It was a success. Division heads Mora and Nora have reported that the capital has been overrun, and the daimyo willingly surrendered. Konoha. There was a slight hiccup in the invasion. The clan heads had smuggled their children and a large number of their clanmates via a hidden underground railway leading to an island roughly 50 miles offshore, but the rest of the invasion was a success. Have the clan heirs been captured? Indra seemed almost hesitant to reply, and Naruto cocked his head, furrowing his eyebrows in question. Yes, your hunters and scouts are still pursuing, sir. Naruto scoffed and turned, sweeping his Rinnegan eyes over the section of soldiers he was standing in front of. Never mind. There is nowhere on this planet that we cannot get to. Their fate is already sealed. Tell them to follow at their own pace and be wary for traps. Of course, sir, Indra answered with a relieved breath. Naruto's eyes soon fixed on a particular person in the weapons specialist section, a dark-skinned woman with black hair styled in thick, waist-length dreadlocks and gleaming yellow eyes, contact lenses. She was a silver rank, and her shoulder trembled with trepidation as her king stared at her. Naruto looked over her shoulder and saw that she wielded two steel batons and had a longbow slung across her torso. All soldiers in his force, except his two siblings, passed through the academy before rising through the ranks, and all academy graduations passed through the king's office for personal scrutiny, keeping careful track of each of his 40,000-plus soldiers. The Rinnegan Naruto bore never allowed him to forget anything, and he squinted his eyes, looking to the sky briefly before snapping his fingers as he remembered the woman's name. Vine Torun, am I correct? The woman blushed heavily as he spoke, swallowing thickly and nodding. Yes, sir. Best in your year and an ace at target practice, Naruto recalled as he gave the woman a faint smile. What was it they called you in your class? Sand shooter, my lord, the woman answered, trying her best to keep her voice from shaking and her eyes from glazing over with proud tears. It was every soldier's dream to be simply spoken to by their king, even if it was a fleeting word. How is your father? Is the treatment working? Very well, sir. The migraine meds prescribed to him are working wonders. That's good to hear. Naruto nodded. He looked over his shoulder. The pale man looked at Naruto in surprise, giving a brief nod. Yes, sir, I am. And your family? I hear the blood pills are working out for you. They're all well, and we're quite pleased with the blood substitute, sir. Thank you. Naruto's gaze shifted past the man to a small, silver-skinned figure with pointed ears and a nose. You're a pixie, right? Yes, sir. Naruto nodded, turning his focus mostly back to the approaching attack. You'll find my hidden darkness report in the public library, but we have more pressing matters now. He then asked Indra, do we have a count of the Konoha ninjas? Nora, our head of scout and retrieval, replied a black-masked woman, has counted 481. 67% are Jonin Umbu, 23% are regular Jonin, and the remaining 10% are Chinin at best. She'd gathered this information while traveling to Konoha with her brother, Mora, the head hunter. How did father manage to gather so many? Naruto asked, but Indra remained silent. Naruto rolled his eyes and gestured for the man to answer her. He called back most from retirement, long-term missions, the Fire Country capital, and the rest from his Umbu. Still, 5,000 against 481. Naruto's voice trailed off as the Konoha ninjas halted. Their father stood at the front, panting and clenching his fists. The blond man's eyes widened upon seeing his thought-to-be-dead daughter, Naruto, several yards away, slightly behind her kingly brother. Junior defiantly lifted his chin, meeting his father's betrayed gaze. This is going to be a slaughter. He adjusted an arrow on his longbow and commanded, "Separate 400 from our forces and get them into position." The king's fingers, holding the arrow back, glowed red. He straightened his back, closing his left Rinnegan eye. A small, swirling vortex of red chakra formed at the arrow's tip, and as he released it, a massive gust of wind erupted. 480. Minato Namikaze was jolted from his daze as Genma, the ninja behind him to his right, was struck down by a flash of red light. His face disintegrated, and his brain melted from his ears. The ninjas began murmuring among themselves as Naruto handed Vine his bow, watching the tall, cleaver-wielding man shout incomprehensible orders in code. The armored soldiers shifted, a few marching back, leaving only a handful in place. Naruto smirked at his accomplishment, slinging an arm over his sister's shoulders and signaling Junior to stay back as the twins walked toward their father. Minato, in turn, motioned for his ninjas to remain behind as he, too, approached. The twins wore identical expressions, wide smiles and upward curving eyes. But as Naruto also put her arm around Naruto, Minato noticed a silent exchange between them, despite no physical changes. They were talking, they were planning, and he was right. The two dangerous redheads hummed, tapping their shoulders once simultaneously. Plan? Plan? Naruto chuckled quietly and tapped her shoulder 3 times. "I've had one for 7 years, I just want to hear if you want to add anything. I was thinking we mix it up. Savor it for as long as possible," the girl proposed. "What do you have in mind? How is your transformation?" she asked, then scoffed as Naruto's lips pursed to stifle his amusement. Oh, right. There was a deeper, more intricate reason she'd asked if he could use transformation, something that would definitely surprise their father. "Is it physical?" "Tap." "Yes, mine too. Now what's your plan?" she asked as they neared their father. "How are you with combination jutsu? If you take the lead, I'm sure I can do it." "Weapons? I'm a walking weapon," the girl replied dryly. Her bones, made of adamantium, the planet's second strongest metal after obsidian, and her Uzumaki genes had successfully assimilated Orochimaru's dead bone pulse bloodline years ago. She could create knives from any part of her body and, being the one with the metal-based bloodline, could break them off and use them as she wished. Naruto was indeed a walking weapon. Hand to hand? We freestyle it. Twin style. His eyes drifted to the hundreds of stunned, silent ninjas behind the fourth Hokage. They tried to put on a brave front, but after hearing what the king of the Tsukai kingdom had done and seeing the dead twin alive, their initial bravery drained away. These idiots just walked into a trap, so don't worry about them. They stopped roughly 5 feet from the man, perfectly positioned between the two opposing sides. Minato's breathing was ragged through his nose, his eyes bloodshot, and his eyebrows twitching. Naruto raised his left hand, waving slightly, his eyes peacefully closed, and a gentle smile on his lips. "Hello." The man glared hatefully at the carefree siblings and spat, "You think you've won, don't you?" Naruto's lips tightened, holding back a chuckle, but Naruto beamed at her father and nodded. "I think we have." The man grew angrier at the girl's response, turning on her and baring his teeth in a mad grin. "I watched the clip of your murder." Naruto's grin slowly faded into a frown. "Every night and every morning I watch it, justice being served every single time for one of the beasts that destroyed Konoha." Naruto, however, still wore his happy expression. "Lot of good that did for you, huh?" He tilted his head, tapping his sister's shoulder to calm her down, narrowing his godly eyes at his father. "Look at what her death has caused. Neither your eyes nor your army can extinguish the will of fire," Minato grated, looking directly into Naruto's dangerous eyes. "Tsunade said that, you know," Naruto breathed, giving her father a lopsided smile. "And now she's dead. Monster!" Minato snarled, his eyes widening with insanity as the twins' faces glowed, simultaneously saying, "Thank you. You've taken my wife, you've brainwashed my son." The fourth Hokage roared. Spit flew from his mouth as he yelled, "This time when you die, both of you, you won't come back." The red-haired king smirked as his father finally snapped, and he whispered into his fully operational earbud, "Now." The ground rumbled beneath the ninjas behind the fourth Hokage. The 400 Tsukai soldiers, separated from the 5,000, dragged 400 of the 481 Konoha ninjas into the ground using earth release, double suicide decapitation technique, killing them efficiently. They then leaped out to engage the remaining 80 ninjas. It was over in 10 seconds. Minato turned sharply, his fists tightening as he saw gleaming bronze, silver, and gold armored soldiers instead of his ninjas. Blood soaked deep into the grass, staining the soldiers' boots, but no bodies were found. 2 soldiers wore platinum rank armor, Yu and Indra, and they stoically faced the king's and his sister's father, standing at ease. The Konoha ninjas hadn't even had time to scream in surprise. He was all alone. "Sometimes I wonder," Naruto began, looking up at the sky and sighing in satisfaction. "I stayed up most nights and wondered," he paused, his lips twisting to the side, "why a SEAL master, a level 10 SEAL master, would blame his children for what they clearly didn't do." Sweat started rolling down Minato's head, realizing that if his son's army could dispatch highly trained ninjas with such ease, What hope did he have against the one the army loyally served and his precious sister? He scrambled to find the anger that had previously overcome him, but only a few drops appeared before it vanished. Why seal the nine tails into your children and start hating them soon after? Naruto muttered. She dropped her arm from Naruto's shoulder, and Naruto did the same. She crossed her arms, and Naruto placed his hands into his black overcoat pockets. The man gulped, turning in a full circle, the unbelievably capable Tsukai soldiers on one side, his seething children on the other. His hands reached into his white, red-flamed cloak, pulling out two tri-pronged kunai and pointing them at his children, entering a strong hummingbird taijutsu stance. You are the reason my wife lost her mind, he whispered weakly, still trying to justify his hatred for the twins. The bile in his stomach grew heavier, forcing him to actually think about what he was about to do. You. The two redheads narrowed their eyes in sync, their hands going to their sides. They cocked their heads, looking at their father with wide, evil smiles. Do you love us, father? The man gulped again, his body trembling slightly. His bright blue eyes snapped between the twins, each wearing the same expression, as they echoed their question. Do you love us, father? The man's lips twisted downward, and he spat, fuck you, Nine Tails. Deep down, he knew he was going to be killed in the most ruthless, barbaric way possible by his own children. The unexplainable, illogical anger that made him blame his children for being born to hold the nine tails left him with, for once, coherent thought to realize he was as good as dead. He had scraped Konoha of every strong shinobi, leaving behind the clan heads who refused to leave the village unprotected, and those ninjas had been taken out without so much as a whimper of defiance. He remembered videos Orochimaru sent him of Naruto's progress. At just 5, she could lift weights up to 400 pounds. An underweight girl, less than 15 pounds, could lift 400 pounds. She could move at high speeds instantly. She could use any knife, any pointed object, as if they were extensions of her body. She was basically Jonin level at 6. And then there was Naruto. The fourth Hokage size flicked to his smiling son, and his heart grew grim. The boy was a god. Plain and simple. The child could crush skulls with a mere thought, level entire plains with a swipe of his hand, and commanded the unquestioned loyalty of an army of monsters and mutants. His eyes briefly lifted to the sky, and he could still see the dark red clouds swirling above Iwagakure, pelting down small burning rocks and showering roughly half the village with soft, black acid rain. The man could feel the Rinnegan King's battles hundreds of miles away. The sky lit up with red and black fire, and a terrible roar the nine tails ripped through the courage of the unfortunate ninjas he had dragged to their graves. It was at that moment, the very moment he saw the nine tails chakra change from red to pure, unforgivable black, that he began second-guessing his motive. Naruto alone, with her indestructible bones, could take him down, with effort, of course, and Naruto could easily toy with him without using his Rinnegan. But with the two kids together, the twins united after years of separation, he was already dead. Minato Namikaze clenched his teeth, forcing a breath from his tight chest. His eyes lit up for a fleeting moment as he remembered his seal tags scattered across Konoha, but as his hands tightened around the flying thunder god Kunao, there was a low fizzle and a quiet pop. Nothing. He tried again, and the pop was more pronounced as yellow light crackled over his white robes. Still, nothing. His eyebrows shot into his hairline as his escape plan went up in a glorious ball of fire as Naruto spoke. Did you really think I wouldn't have countermeasures in place in case you tried to run away? The king lifted his arms, palms facing the sky, stopping when they were level with his sister's elbow. The air became charged, and the man looked up, realizing there was a shimmering red field of chakra, a Fuinjutsu barrier thousands of miles above them. He swept his eyes around, seeing the barrier extended far, far away. Grass country is now sealed off from the outside world. True to his word, the 400 men who had killed the Konoha ninjas were now nowhere to be seen. He found them standing many yards away with the larger army, behind the red-haired twins. Behind Minato lay thousands of miles of grass, small trees, but no human life. The border between grass and earth was only a few yards behind the two teens, where the king's army waited. He didn't want to know what had happened to the people of grass country. I think running off a whole country would give us more than enough space to fight, don't you think, father? The girl twin asked with a playful smile, her hands remaining at her sides as Naruto's returned to his pockets, just as the mighty barrier merged with the background once again. It's funny how you didn't think Lord Brother would prepare the stage perfectly. Naruto shrugged and said, but I'm not so cruel as to completely neutralize one of your signature moves, so you're permitted to use your Flying Thunder God and your Raise Non within this barrier. The man's nose flared angrily. Permitted. Naruto looked at his sister, and the two rolled their eyes, saying simultaneously, yes, permitted. Minato's blue eyes hardened, and his hands shook with anticipation, watching as the twins settled into matching stances, their center of gravity lowered slightly, their feet slightly apart, holding their fisted hands under their eyes. They waited, their bodies still and rigid. Waiting. Then the man understood why. They want me to attack first. They wanted him to dig his own grave. In his current situation, boxed in as he was, he had only two options: attack first, or suicide. The second option sounded so refreshing at that moment. Ending his life with a clean, deep slice of his kunai in his neck and watching the morbid horror that would surely show on the twins' faces. It would certainly sting the two. They had obviously been planning this meetup for years, and to end it so abruptly and anticlimactically would be a great disappointment to them. But he couldn't kill himself. It would be a waste of all the ninjas he had dragged along on the suicide mission. The lives lost during the global invasion just to get to him. The blood that had been spilled in his place. The countries decimated and destroyed. Yeah, suicide was out of the question. The last battle was inevitable. He would attack first, but would go down swinging with all his might, and, hopefully, with at least one of the twins sealed in his stomach. Minato threw both of his kunai into the ground before him, his hands lacing together into the dragon hand seal, flipping to rat, and then lastly to bird. Cursed seal of the underworld. The corner of Naruto's lips curled up slightly as Minato growled the words. Ah! A shrill whistle came from the man's body, and 2 5-foot-long horns grew from the sides of his temples, curling once and then pointing at the twins. The fourth Hokage's body took on a dark red hue, and his eyes became coal-black as a complicated seal spun to life on his neck, hidden under his white cloak's high collar. The man's hands became savagely clawed, but not his feet. His form grew to be twice his normal size, and thick, barrel-like yet mobile muscles popped into his arms and legs. The ground cracked as sharp fangs grew from his mouth, and the man roared a horrifying, death-conjuring sound, and a pair of spiny yet magnificent black wings blasted from his back, shredding his precious cloak. Minato ripped off his shirt, revealing the runes and seals that moved up and down his crimson-red torso like living creatures, winding around his arms and reaching his fingertips. A deep, ground-shaking growl escaped the sides of the demon's clenched teeth, flapping his wings twice experimentally. Naruto hummed and said, "The stolen seal." The Namikaze might have trusted the dead snake sage, but that didn't stop him from stealing the man's most prized creation, the cursed seal of the underworld. There was heaven, there was earth, and there was underworld. The last cursed seal was just as strong as earth, albeit with fewer drawbacks and more benefits. The memories of Orochimaru that Naruto possessed only recalled the seal being stolen years ago. The man had summarily tortured every living creature in the building until they were a frothing mess, but had ultimately forgotten it as soon as he became fascinated with the Sharingan, would release, and the twins. Naruto gently tapped the side of his sister's clenched right fist with his left and shook his head once, flicking his eyes to the sky and then to her feet. The girl didn't respond to his silent message for a second, watching as Minato steadily lumbered toward them, wielding 2 tri-pronged kunai in each hand and breathing black dust from his mouth, until she shook her head and tapped his fist back. Naruto and Naruto smirked and mutually bumped the sides of their fists. The world slowed to a crawl as Naruto deftly caught a flying thunder god kunai aimed at his neck out of the air and stabbed it into the ground. Naruto, frozen in time, slowly moved her eyes to her fast-moving brother, and 2 triangles made of 9 tails fire cracked into existence 2 inches above her head. Her whisker marks thickened, and her eyes dilated then constricted into a thin line, before opening to form fox eyes. The world began moving quickly before her eyes as she released every limiter in her body, matching the pace at which her brother saw and moved, to an extent. Her jaw tightened when her senses sent a strong pulse through her body, looking down at the kunai stabbed into the ground. She and her brother dove away in opposite directions as the kunai exploded into red fire. Naruto quickly looked up at her brother with her demonic Vulpan eyes and found him crouched on the ground roughly 30 feet from the blast zone. He looked back at her, his black eyes with red rings glowing with intention, and his whisker marks darkened and thickened as he, too, began using 9 tails chakra. Wide grins spread across their faces as they blasted toward their demonic father, their heads low and their arms flying behind them. Their echoing footsteps were almost lost in the destructive roar over IWA. An iron, segmented tail erupted from the demon's tailbone, lashing out at Naruto first. The hunter skidded to her knees, tilting her head back as the tail narrowly missed impaling her chin, then past her brother. He vaulted over the horned beast, his black overcoat rippling in the chakra wind. Landing on opposite sides, the two spun, launching into a blindingly fast hand-to-hand combat against the screaming behemoth that was once their father. Naruto jabbed Minato's side, then leaned back as the tail struck, driving his elbow down onto the semi-sentient appendage. A violent burst of red and yellow light sparked from the tail where the cursed metal made contact. Minato winced, momentarily distracted from his fierce fight with his daughter, allowing her to slug him across the face. She raked her adamantium claws over his features with a spinning backhand. More sparks rained down, and she front-flipped over the demon, stepping on her father's head as her brother rolled under the savage tail to Minato's other side. It was a deadly game to them, who could provoke their father more with their evasive offensive assaults. Despite his heightened cursed seal activation, the man struggled to keep pace as the twins moved in a blur of limbs and claws, constantly switching positions. A demonic bellow threw the two teens apart. The yondaime flapped his wings twice, unleashing fire-imbued wind blades. Naruto and Naruto skillfully dodged the attacks, converging in front of their father. Naruto then leaped into the air towards her brother, her body transforming into a pure adamantium scythe with eyes on its blade. The king spun the scythe in his hands, grunting as he deflected blade after blade, baring his teeth as the demon flashed towards him in a burst of fire. He bent back, holding the scythe over his head for balance, then fluidly shifted as Naruto returned to her normal form. The girl caught the coal-black, cursed obsidian katana Naruto had become, clanging the blade against her father's dangerous claws. Clang, 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 clang. She parried every clawed attack with her brother katana, hopping back as the man bellowed toxic red fire from his mouth. The girl twirled the katana in her right hand as she retreated from the flames. The pair of Rinnegan eyes reflecting off the obsidian blade widened, a mental cue for her to cease backtracking. She slashed the incoming pillar of fire once, drawing the flames into the blade, then sent it back with another slash, following closely behind. She tossed the blade ahead of her and leaped after it. The katana changed back into the king, and the girl transformed into a large battle fan. Naruto caught her by the handle and swept it after the ball of fire hurtling towards the demon, propelling it faster. Minato swatted the fireball away, using the back of his right arm to block the boy twins' downward bash. Naruto narrowed his eyes at his father, stepped onto the older fighter's abdomen, and flipped back. Minato had hoped the underworld seal, which enhanced strength, speed, and response time by disabling conventional jutsu and nature transformations, would be enough. But Naruto knew they simply had to be stronger and faster. The girl reverted to normal in his arms, and he dropped her, ducking low as the man roared. They regained their feet, and Naruto's eyes pulsed as his sister began flashing through hand seals. An invisible force wrapped around their father's neck, violently yanking him towards them as the girl slammed her palms onto the ground, both grunting their respective jutsu. Universal pull, earth release, blast brick wall. The demonic man cracked headfirst into the raised defensive earth wall, bouncing off it twice from the Rinnegan jutsu, until he finally broke through. Only then did he meet the twins' combination jutsu. Naruto's left hand melded with Naruto's right in a tiger seal, then flipped a rat as their fists clenched, Naruto's crackling with red lightning and Naruto's with sharp, red water. Water and lightning release, combination jutsu, collision course. Their clenched hands swelled with chakra, roughly the size of an average adult's head, and they brought them together as Minato hurtled towards them from the last Rinnegan jutsu, crushing his head between their fists. KSSHHHHHH. The hastily formed shadow clone weakly dissipated. The two redheads looked up at the shattered brick wall, their chakra-gloved fists surging forward. Two soccer ball-sized Raiznan blinked into existence. Their father pushed them on with each hand, his wings propelling him faster. Demonic Raiznan met twin combination jutsu. The result was catastrophic. The ground beneath them groaned as the two powerful opposing forces crashed together. A thick crack formed between them, spreading in separate directions. As they pushed harder and Minato flapped his wings faster to overcome the two, the crack widened, until the earth under them, spanning a 40-foot radius, collapsed. The twins crashed inside, dust exploding outwards. Their father hovered over the newly formed pit, wasting no time clapping his fists together and cupping them. A fizzling blue Raiznan formed in his hands. He raised it over his head with both hands, roaring with intent as it grew to the size of the toad-summoned boss, then drove it into the pit below him. Raiznan! He guffawed deeply as he pushed it harder and harder, his eyes hysterically wide. But he ground to a halt as his Raiznan blew apart in a glorious gust of wind. He gasped, seeing two burning kunai shoot towards him. He coughed as the silver and black weapons thunked into his chest. He didn't know when his back smashed into the ground, skidding back a few feet before finally stopping. The weapons shifted into the forms of his children. He sat up, only for his head to bounce backwards off the ground and back into an upright sitting position as Naruto bashed his knee into his father's face. Naruto swept around to the back, slamming her heel into the center of the demon's head. She smoothly slid back 2 steps, then shot back, piercing her sharp nails under her father's massive shoulder blades, tearing them outwards in a spurt of blood and chakra. Naruto grit his teeth, clenching his fists powerfully as he blasted 3 punches into his father's stomach, ending the sequence with a rising elbow that cracked under the red demon's chin. Minato felt his jaw dislodge, a few teeth sent back into his throat, hacking out more blood as his son leaped into the air. He laced his fists together and brought them down, slamming them onto the top of his already fractured head. Crack! The man weakly swiped at his son. The teen rolled to his left, giving Naruto room to enter his line of vision with her bloody hands. She bashed her head into his in a savage headbutt. She rolled back as his tail swiped at her, and he screamed in agony as Naruto reached his back and delivered a single kick to his tailbone, grabbing hold of the wildly flailing metal tail and tearing it out. Pain couldn't even begin to cover what Minato Namikaze was feeling. 4 fingers, Naruto's, stabbed into his left eye. The subsequent Kyuubi chakra on her nails burst his eye, charring it beyond recognition and regeneration. He heard a crunch, feeling as if it came from miles away, his mind slowly churning to stay awake, until he was hit with pain so hard it rattled his skeleton. He realized his knees had been crushed by a pair of feet. He grunted lowly as he felt his arms swing against his will, hoping and praying to at least scrape against his attackers, but the limbs were grabbed by 2 different pairs of hands. The two people holding his hands pulled slightly and cracked their knees straight up, destroying the man's elbows and allowing his hands to bonelessly flop onto his sides. He heard a distant wheeze. A moment later, two fists crushed against the sides of his neck and met, coming apart before his head could fall off his shoulders. Minato panted for air as a blow hit his back and his diaphragm at the same time, then an uppercut ripped against his chin as a clenched fist broke his pelvis from behind. Two hands grabbed the base of his wings, and the yondaime started panicking, tiredly breathing out as he struggled to fall forward, hoping to crawl away like a worm. But he had no such luck. A pair of two different feet securely fastened themselves to his shattered shoulder blades between the wings, and they harshly pulled back, ripping out the wings from the demon's body. The cursed seal couldn't help him again. It seemed to know this, stopping its glow. The blonde father groaned as his body became smaller, returning to his human form. The wounds he had sustained as a demon adjusted to his human body, worse off than they were supposed to be. His dislocated jaw wobbled as he blubbered incoherent pleas, blood streaming down his eyes and mouth. PSH. EEAAA, SHIAAA, PIA dash. He cried as a firm slap crossed his face, dislodging more teeth and sending them to the ground. Minato puffed pitifully, fighting to stay upright. His knees were blown out, his elbows were in pieces, he could barely see from his one good eye, and his spine was hardly able to keep him sitting up. Terror struck him as his eyes cast down to his legs, breathing frantically as he only saw two bleeding stumps and his legs lying haphazardly before them, pale from lack of blood. The cage sobbed, and another slap raced over his face, flipping his tongue over in his bloody mouth. A firm hand grabbed his cheeks and snapped fingers in front of his eyes to clear the haze. Minato's dying eyes blinked, trying to adjust to look at the person, gulping as he saw it was his son. Naruto cracked a small smirk and said over his shoulder to Naruto, who stood behind her king brother with her arms crossed, "I remember begging him when he dropped us off, right sis?" The blonde's mouth dropped open, and he whispered in a month later, the location remained unknown. A vibrant shock of spiky red hair bobbed to the music pulsating through high-tech wireless red headphones. His eyes were closed, absorbing the electrifying rhythm that both invigorated and soothed him. A small grin played on his lips as he tapped his knees, marveling at music's peculiar power. His legs dangled freely off the edge of the floating kingdom. A few minutes into the song, he drew his right leg to his chest, wrapping his arms around it and resting his head on his knee. He then opened his eyes, gazing upon the vast expanse of land stretching for miles beneath his kingdom, dotted with skyscrapers and metal structures. The area seemed less populated than other cities he imagined. The drumbeat in his headphones escalated into a frenzy. With a sigh, he reluctantly removed them and placed them around his neck, before the music could transport him further. It was a rising two-man band gaining traction in his kingdom. He hadn't met them personally but had discreetly attended one of their concerts during the kingdom-wide festival, coinciding with the Kiri's global tournament success celebration. He and his soldiers still hadn't identified their new world, but their presence was known. They had arrived with a sky-shattering crack, peacefully hovering in the atmosphere as a mere 5-foot square from the ground. Alarms shrieked, reaching his ears, followed by a frantic voice screaming, "Dragon-level emergency! Dragon-level emergency! Dragon-level emergency!" Prioritizing, the king ignored the alarms and the swarming crowds below. He activated the Fuinjutsu kingdom-wide illusion, cloaking his home to blend with the sky, hiding any heat signatures or other means of detection. He removed his gauntlet, handed it to Nirvana for inspection, and returned to his kingdom to assess any damage from the multiverse teleportation. Problems existed. The kingdom's entire electrical grid was fried, from outlets to light bulbs to backup generators. Trees, grass, and shrubs withered, struggling to adapt to the extreme lack of natural chakra in the air. The climate/atmospheric seal had destabilized, its chakra batteries severely depleted by the journey, unlike other seals powered by less affected batteries. A rogue lightning bolt had pierced the atmosphere seal, striking the central radio tower, disabling all earbuds, telephones, radio channels, and television broadcasts. Finally, all perishable goods had spoiled. Naruto theorized this was due to their rapid journey through space and time into a different universe. Mass hysteria would have erupted had their king not remained composed while receiving these reports. The king, with advice from all his division heads, both soldier and civilian, oversaw the problem-solving. The solutions were straightforward and quick to implement, but the Tsukai kingdom prioritized efficiency and carefulness over speed. Their focus was personal security before global invasion. The solar power seals engraved on every rooftop were activated from the central power in the Fuinjutsu department headquarters. Every inventor, from copper to platinum rank, was dispatched to fix or replace broken electrical components in hundreds of homes and establishments. Concurrently, the Inventors Division collaborated with Intelligence and Interrogation and Fuinjutsu divisions to investigate the electrical grid's failure and devise future prevention methods. Soon, the grid was restored, and homes were relit. Simultaneously, if not earlier, the Environmental Protection Department of the Civilian Division addressed the struggling wildlife. They sampled the new world's air, replicating it into the now repaired environmental seal. Nature steadily returned to normal, and the department gently coaxed the new environment to accept the nature chakra the kingdom's environment thrived on. The radio tower issue was fixed by the inventors, and fresh fruits and vegetables were rapidly grown to replace lost perishables, distributed equally among the people, and restocked in the kingdom's supermarket. The police, from support and rescue, maintained peace and order as the kingdom rapidly adjusted to its new atmosphere. It took 3 long, busy weeks for everything to return to normal and enter a constant state of improvement. 2 additional weeks were needed to alleviate civilian tension. To do this, the king ordered a military parade to showcase the army's strength, organized a tour of the soldier division headquarters to demonstrate the Sukai force's constant preparedness for any danger, and widely broadcasted and attended the highest classes Sukai Academy graduation ceremony. The graduation ceremony featured students, assigned to 5-person teams based on specialization, performing various tasks, culminating in friendly matches at the Kingdom Stadium. Normally, the ceremony was public and reported in the Kingdom's media, but actual fights were not televised. Naruto, however, bent his own rule to show the people that even the youngest generation of soldiers was fully capable of protecting them. This would likely be the last time. The graduating students saw this as an honor, being the first to have their ceremony widely attended and broadcasted, and performed to their utmost. People from the ground, possessing the ability to fly, circled where they last saw the floating landmass but departed when affected by the dual disorientation and disillusionment seals covering the kingdom. They remained charged and prepared for anything. Perfect. Naruto made an acknowledging sound as someone sat beside him, bumping their shoulder against his. He turned to his sister, smiling brightly, sensing his younger brother behind him. The budding, bronze-ranked ninjutsu specialist exhaled as he sat on Naruto's other side, his large eyes admiring the steel city below. "Sup, bro," the girl said with a teasing smirk. She had thankfully outgrown her lord-brother phase, reverting to her usual address, though still treating him with more reverence than the red-haired twin admitted he was comfortable with. Junior, however, had a big brother complex. A blush crept onto the boy's pale cheeks. Naruto turned and smiled at him too. "What's on your mind, bro?" Naruto asked, noticing the mild excitement dancing in her brother's godlike eyes, an excitement that thrilled her. "This place has potential," the king stated. Naruto extended his hand to his sister, his other hand safely holding a palm-sized storage scroll. His absolute control over gravity shifted their father's corpse into a kneeling, somewhat sitting dog position. He helped her sit down and took his place beside her. He smoothly unsealed a tub of ice cream labeled Mama June's chocolate chip ice cream. The lid haphazardly landed on the ground as he passed a plastic spoon he'd unsealed to his sister. The girl wasted no time digging in. The boy unsealed 4 more ice cream tubs from the scroll, stacking them on the ground, and stashed the scroll back into his inner overcoat pocket. He attacked his tub with the same fervor as his sister, mentally thanking Indra for ensuring no soldiers entered grass country, granting them privacy. The twins happily devoured the ice cream, powering through the earth-shattering brain freeze until it became unbearable, clenching their teeth and rubbing their temples in a futile attempt to unfreeze their brains. Naruto pressed his tongue to the roof of his mouth, and Naruto followed suit. They shared a silent, mutual understanding and dug back into the ice cream, stubbornly fighting through the resulting brain freeze after 8 massive spoonfuls. They resembled 2 children insatiably craving Mama June's ice cream, especially the 2 cases of chocolate chip and the single, classic vanilla flavor. This image was only marred if one looked carefully at what they were sitting on by the bleeding corpse of the blonde-haired legend, Minato Namikaze. The man was crumpled, kneeling with his elbows supported by a few flat rocks to level their makeshift seat. It was a bit cramped, but they made do, ignoring the small space in favor of the delicious, cold treats the king had acquired through his civilian division head. The man's head lay on his cheek, his horrifically wide right eye the left was punctured staring blankly into space, unfeeling as the 2 ate on his dead body. When they were on their 3rd tub and still going strong, Naruto threw all caution to the wind, removing the 2 scrolls from his inner coat pockets and unsealing a vast array of ice creams, different colors and flavors, though all in the same 8x4-inch containers. Naruto swallowed deeply, eyes tightly shut, valiantly battling the warring brain freeze. She then beheld the ice cream stacked in 4 piles of 8 before her and her brother. She gave Naruto a messy kiss on his cheek, appreciating him more than ever, and returned to emptying the tubs. Her cheeks puffed out with creamy goodness as she mumbled, "After that fight tournament," then gulped down the contents of her mouth and licked her lips. "What next?" The king unashamedly snatched the tub from her and tipped its contents into his mouth. He discarded the container and replied, "Pack into another universe and invade when we're ready." He flipped open another tub, adding, "It'll be great for the soldiers' morale and good training." The girl pondered her brother's words. She had to admit, with the prospect of many universes, they would be very busy for a very long time. "That can't be all, right?" Naruto snorted. "Of course not. I'm not all about invade and conquer, dear sister." Their pace slowed after their 13th tub. "Since we hold no grudge against the universes we're invading, we can actually take our time, learning and developing, as long as we don't slack off." He shrugged and licked his bottom lip. "We might even find a place I consider worth enough not to destroy." Who knows? Who knows? Over 1 million universes existed. Surely a few could challenge his soldiers. The youngest sibling raised an eyebrow. The deployment bulletin on the kingdom's all-rank soldier network, or ANET, didn't mention sending out a spy. The boy referred to the online network for soldiers that disseminated information based on rank and importance, controlled by Hamato of Intelligence and Interrogation under the king's authority. Only soldiers could create accounts, one per person, and read information. Any civilian caught would be punished. Among the information available was a list of ground spies, readable only by bronze to obsidian ranks. "I've sent no spies or scouts to the ground," Naruto said, inhaling deeply, feeling the energy and paranoid panic below him. There were also colossal things, not just one, but multiple, moving among the people in the city beneath them and in other cities. He hadn't left the kingdom since their arrival, so he'd been content to observe through a telescope, realizing that, unexpectedly, these powerful beings were not behemoths but rather normal people, albeit they wore costumes and some wielded various weapons. Naruto masterfully suppressed his excitement to encounter these people, in battle or otherwise, but Naruto felt her twin's anticipation, buzzing and trembling. Enthusiasm poured off her, but Junior, still trying to connect with his older siblings, looked at the pair with confused eyes. What's going on? "We want to explore, little bro," Naruto squealed, throwing her left arm over Naruto's shoulder and shaking the king. The king chuckled, shaking his head in exasperation. "This time we take our time, even if it's a year. We'll understand this world before we invade. Hell, we might not even destroy this place, we'll see." Knowing his track record for brutality and cold-heartedness towards his adversaries, he very well might destroy this new world. It was a logical possibility. He rose, pulling his sister to her feet as well, motioning for the other boy to stand. He scrutinized the boy carefully, noting his blonde hair, blue shirt, and black pants with strongly strapped bronze armor shoulder plates, chest plate, forearm protector, and shin guard, and the dual sickles on his back. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Do you have your stuff packed?" Junior opened his left palm, revealing the storage seal. "Yes, Lord Brother." The older brother recited a list of bare essentials, and Junior ticked them off, even displaying the items. Naruto then ran down another list of less but still important items. Junior checked them all off, except when the red-headed male asked if he had a spare set of toothbrushes. Naruto interjected, saying she had 3 spares and didn't mind lending Junior 2. With everything on their person, they still intended to return to the kingdom occasionally, but they truly wanted to explore the new world. Behind the king stood Yu, from infiltration and espionage, assigning spies and scouts, instructing that there be only 5 spies and 5 scouts per city, and any excess should return to the kingdom, awaiting Naruto's order. There were 400 of them, all gold or silver rank. Naruto gave the man a thumbs up and held up 5 fingers, signaling him to wait 5 minutes. Naruto looked sternly at his siblings, stating, "We aren't going down to look for trouble, only to explore and discover. A simple scout, socialize, and report mission. If any fights occur, we only attack to incapacitate, employ code triple negative," he said, forcing them to recall the code's meaning. Junior's eyes lit up, then Naruto's. The code meant to attack and leave minimal to no physical damage, wiping away the victim's last hour of memories with a secret jutsu Orochimaru created called Memory Wipe. This would make the victim believe the fight was a dream. All spies and scouts were notified of the king's order. The king then placed his other arm over his younger brother's shoulders and beamed at them as he dropped off the kingdom with them, without a parachute but with the 2 soldiers having flight seals under their metal boots. "Let's have fun." Thousands of miles below the kingdom, inside an abandoned apartment building, a bald man peered out his window, seeing a flock of black birds fly from behind a cloud. He blinked once, a dull expression on his face, dismissing the birds from his mind. Master Saitama, a blonde-haired man with robotic body parts, called to the Cape Baldy, pushing open the door with his right foot, his arms laden with shopping bags. "The supermarket has run out of toilet paper." Saitama sighed sourly. Damn it. Unbeknownst to him, he would meet the Rinnegan King on multiple occasions, eventually clashing in a battle of the ages to determine the world's fate. It would be chaotic, destructive, catastrophic, and even apocalyptic. But that was a story for another time.